I now live in Indiana, and a few years ago, my husband and I rented a little farmhouse. Our landlord lived right behind us, and the farmhouse used to belong to his grandparents, now both deceased. Not long after we moved in, we began to hear things, and my 2-year-old daughter would wake up in fear, crying about a man in her room. I would say, "Where?" and she would point to a corner of the room, but I would see nothing. We would often hear footsteps coming up the basement stairs with no one there. This is happening in front of other witnesses also. We would sometimes hear a man in the basement talking, but couldn't make out what he was saying. Now, the basement was a creepy place, where I always sensed being watched and followed. There was a little room that used to hold well water with a heavy door that had the window painted white. I felt this room was evil, and I hated it. Unfortunately, my washer and dryer were down in the basement, so I had to go there often. For a long time, the ghost just made noises, not meant to scare, just moving about the house. Later, he would come into our bedroom at night. I never realized it until I saw your site and David and Sherry's site, but he came in the room a lot more than the 2 times I saw him in human form. I would either be asleep or almost asleep, and I would see a ball of light drift slowly into the room. It would sometimes move to the side in front of my closet, or to my horror, it would come right at me and hover right above me. I didn't realize then that the orb was the ghost. I thought I was dreaming a weird dream that seemed like I was awake, because I saw the room exactly like I was awake, apparently because I was awake. I would be half asleep and angry at myself for having such terrifying visions, so I would angrily think in my mind, "Get out of here, stop," and it would disappear. Twice after that, I woke up to see a 30 to 40-year-old man with dark hair and a red and black lumberjack shirt. I would catch him staring at me beside my bed. Oddly, I was so tired that I just rolled over and went back to sleep. I found out later from my friend who used to live next door to the house that my landlord's grandfather had died in the house. His name was Pete. Also, he had been a grumpy old man. Funny thing was that both times I saw him, he was a younger man. Anyways, he never really bothered us, so we had no problem. We only moved out because we bought a new house this past year. To this day, I still can't believe I calmly co-abided with a ghost. I've been reading stories on this page for over a year now. Why? I don't know. I'll always find myself scared at night. But look forward to the new entries every month. I thought it might be time to submit my scariest. I'm very sensitive to the spiritual world, so I have many. Okay, a few years ago, I met my current husband, Joe, during the beginning stages of his nasty divorce to his wife, Jennifer. Jennifer was raised in a Jewish family that had a lot of problems. Before they married, they lived in the downstairs apartment of Joe's father's house. His sister and her family lived upstairs. They had experienced some ghostly activity when they were children there, but it was all positive, like smelling roses throughout the house. Jennifer's brother, Andrew, had joined a devil-worshipping cult and moved to California. Eventually, he realized I was crazy and sick, so he hopped on a bus and journeyed home to Massachusetts. At every stop, one of the members was standing outside the bus, just staring at him. He made it home, but did not escape. They came to him at night, played head games, and did not allow him to let go of the devil. He was also very heavy into drugs. Joe was, and still is, a member of AA, so we invited Andrew to live with them while he tried to recover and get off the drugs. Unfortunately, Andrew couldn't, and one day he said to us, "I just want to live to see you two get married." A few weeks after their wedding, Andrew was found hanging from a tree in a nearby park. After the funeral, Joe was consoling Jennifer when he heard 3 knocks on the door. He went to answer it, but no one was there. All of a sudden, a rush of energy entered his body, and then everything went black. Joe awoke to his brother-in-law holding him down and trying to stop him from convulsing. He had come downstairs to find out what the knocks were from. Joe and Jennifer got Andrew's wonderful leather living room set. They moved to Connecticut and split up shortly thereafter. I came along pretty quickly and also got pregnant pretty quickly as well, so we were not allowed to see the family, for they were ashamed of Joe's actions. One night, I had a nightmare of being chased by an evil and angry spirit through a house I had never seen before. I was flying from room to room, up many stairs. Finally, I went into a room where there was a child spirit on a bed, and very scared. I remember holding it while watching the spirit fly up the stairs at us. Then, I awoke. I told Joe about this because it was so vivid. He just about died. I described every room down to the wallpaper of his father's house that his sister still lives in. We were invited over shortly after. His family began to forgive him and understood his reasoning, not to mention they had a beautiful niece, granddaughter, that they did not know. When I walked in, I knew I had been there before. Amy, Joe's 7-year-old niece, said, "I knew you had blonde hair. I had a dream about you last week." Strange. A year later, I went to a psychic who I had never met before. She told me a lot of stuff about my guides and messages from them. Well, one was this. That spirit that was chasing you, it is the sibling of your boyfriend's ex-lover. And that was it. We just finally sold that dang leather furniture. I hope Andrew leaves me alone now. This is a true story that happened to me. It is one of many, and I mean many stories, that happened to me that involve spirits. It started one night. I was spending the night at my grandma's house in the spare bedroom. She has 2 spare bedrooms. One is mine, and one is my older sister Tammy's. I used to sleep in my room, but after that incident happened about a year ago, and no one died or anything. The room just went wacko from the presence of a spirit when me and my friend Damien were in it. I haven't gone in there since. So now I stay in my sister's room, since she doesn't visit as much as I do. I was laying down, looking at the white ceiling, like I always do when I can't sleep. All of a sudden, I saw a black shadow coming from the bottom of my eyes. It slowly covered my whole vision, and it turned black. It was holding my head down, so I couldn't even move. I got so scared that I swung my hand at it, and it was just like swinging at smoke. It just separated, and then moved back together. The most terrifying and weirdest part of this all is that it really seemed like there were eyes, glowing red eyes, that were coming from this black shadow. The next time I met the black figure was when I was at home. I was having a sleepover with my friend Sarah in the basement. We were both on the pull-out couch across the room from the bar. She turned and looked over, and then saw the black figure just staring at her with glowing red eyes and leaning up against the bar right in front of her back. She slept facing the other way for the rest of the night. Again, I had a sleepover with Sarah in the basement. This time, I saw it. It came through the roof right above me, with its arms and legs straight out to its side, as if it was in the shape of a star. When it popped through the roof, I could see smoke come from around its body. What is this thing? Why is it following me? What does it want? Will it hurt me? And then slowly, it lowered itself towards me. I was so frightened. I didn't want to tell Sarah because she might get scared, so I pressed my head into the bed, trying to stay away. I was right in my sleeping bag, so I couldn't swat at it again, and then Sarah leaned over and asked, "What are you doing?" Then I told her, "That thing is right above me." She looked around me and saw nothing. "There's nothing there, Trisha." And I thought, how could she not see this? It's right there. How could she not see this? And then I said, "Hey, it's right there. It's right above me." She then tried to prove that there was nothing there and waved her hand over the top of me. Just as she did that, the figure jumped up and spread its arms and legs again and just popped through the roof. That was the last time that I saw that figure. I have many other stories. Most of them I'm going to submit to this page. If you have any questions, or if you want to talk to me about spirits, ghosts, or angels, email me. Odd things have always happened in my family. As a child, I was raised by my grandparents on the hoops of a reservation. There was no question to there being spirits on a reservation. My grandfather came from a long line of medicine men. Although he doesn't practice medicine, he says he remembers everything he witnessed while he was learning to practice. Something scared him to death, and some things he says are very comforting. He says it was a practice of good versus evil. Some ceremonies were so intense that they were physically attacked by apparitions. Large, small, white, sometimes gray or black images. He says the spirits are present all the time, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. He always said if I was harmed in any way, I shouldn't point blame to anyone or anything. He said to express in words, "You aren't getting the best of me," just loud enough for me to hear it. Even when whispered, it was a means of protection. He said sometimes late at night, family members that have passed away would come knocking at his window, mostly his brother. He said he knew when it was his brother and when it wasn't. His brother gave him a sense of happiness or protection, but the others came with evil intentions. He said that all encounters are warnings and signs of bad things that are about to happen, or when sickness was about to fall on the family members. He said he knew when evil ones were around. When they came to his window, he would feel a cold breeze, then a strong sense of fright. Chills would overwhelm his body, and then a split second before he saw or heard anything, he would be paralyzed, completely taken over. The chills got worse, and when he would try to yell, nothing would come out. Sometimes he said he felt like he was dying and feeling every bit of it. Of course, this only time this happened was when it was pitch black in his room. Sometimes they reached in for him, from outside his window or from right underneath his bed. He said it wasn't the same feel as someone grabbing you physically. Their grasp pierced right through to the bone, much like a snake wrapping tightly around you. Only every bit of the inside would also feel constricted, right down to the bone. We always had traditional singing gourds hung up around the house. These were used for funeral wakes. Almost every time a force was present, it was through a dead family member. Even if it was just a dark shadow, the dead were used as portals to reach the livelihood of our people. said the gourd served as a warning system. If a force entered our house, the gourds would rattle like crazy, much like an alarm system, protecting the house from theft. He said this would cause the dead to return to their resting place. It was a reminder that the person was dead, and that he was only causing distress. The evil using it had no way of evading or entering our house. If the force was strong enough, the gourds would not work. He said if that happened, we would all experience cold chills and a sense of fright. He said you'd have to feel so scared you wouldn't want to move, and that if you didn't convince yourself to move, it would only get worse, and that one person would be taken as an outlet for the family. Sickness or death would fall that person. To this day, I've never seen or experienced anything of that nature, but deep down inside, I know it's all true. I've heard the gourds go off, but never felt anything. My grandfather says they still visit him. I love my grandfather for everything he has shared with me. He says that all of this is only fair warning, and that this happens to everyone. Some just don't notice. The next time you fall or get in a fight, just think, who is really behind it all? I could go on, but I think it's best to stop here. Okay, here's a story I heard from my dad. My dad used to work at a warehouse at the Goodyear facilities in Akron, Ohio. There were stories floating around about various ghosts and whatnot associated with the various buildings in the planned campus, which, if you ever visited Akron, you know, sprawls over a vast area. Anyway, one of these stories involved a ghost that followed you through various warehouses as you walked and was never seen, only heard. My dad was always working swing shifts at this plant, very little seniority, and so he was there at all kinds of wacky hours. One night in the winter, he was working the midnight shift in one of the supposedly haunted buildings. There was only 4 guys in this particular building, and my dad, being the rookie in the place, was given all the crappy jobs. At about 3 in the morning, my dad's supervisor instructed him to go to the 3rd floor of the building, back in the oldest part of it, to pick up some fluorescent lights, because the small storage area in the machine room was out of them, and they needed to replace a few. So, being as superstitious as you can be, my dad was sure he was gonna see a ghost in that very dark, very scary old building. Up the dark stairs my dad went, one by one, sweat pouring off his face. Even though this part of the building was barely heated, when he finally reached the 3rd floor, he felt a little stronger, probably adrenaline. So he bravely pushed open the door to the adjoining room between the stairwell and the storage room. This room used to be a rubber cutting room. It wasn't used for anything anymore, since manual rubber cutting was no longer done. There were a few large containers sitting around, but for the most part, the room was empty. There was a thick layer of dust covering most of the room, except for a small path where people walked to get various items from the storage room. Spiderwebs everywhere, and the occasional squeak from a disgruntled rat were just enough to give my dad the total spine chills. But he pushed on, being a man, and not supposed to be afraid of anything. He started walking across the abandoned rubber cutting room towards the storage area, when very faintly, he heard footsteps behind him. Whirling around ready to fight, he peered into the dimness. Nothing was there. He assumed it was his nerves, which he had worked into a frenzy by this point, and he turned quickly, embarrassed, and continued towards the storage area, when sure enough, more footsteps. He slowed. They slowed. He sped up. They sped up. With his heart racing, He slowly turned around. Still, nothing was there. Drenched with sweat and scared nearly to tears, he bolted towards the storage room, his feet pounding heavily on the thin metal floor. The footsteps were even louder now. Every step he took, another step followed, not an echo, but right behind him. He made it to the storage room, fumbled with the lock, ran inside, and slammed the door behind him. The room was very small. All he could hear was the pounding of his heart, threatening to blow right through his chest. The only way out was the way he came. After calming down a bit and smoking about 5 cigarettes, he was feeling brave again. He grabbed a large box of lights, decided to fling open the door, and run like hell as fast as he could cover the 50 to 75 feet to the stairwell. Getting up his nerve, he grabbed the door handle. He slowly turned it. As soon as he heard the click of the latch opening, he flung open the door and sprinted towards the light in the stairwell. There were the footsteps again, closer than ever, right behind him. That's when it happened, tripping over something. He sprawled headfirst into the darkness. Total quiet met him. Darkness and quiet. He slowly rose to his feet, putting one hand behind him to help him get to his feet. Once again, the footsteps crept up behind him. That's when he finally got the guts to look in the direction where the footsteps were coming from, and what he saw astonished him. He saw an old man wearing an eye patch and had a cane in his hand. He had suspenders and overalls on, and a blue hat on that resembled Mario from Super Mario Bros. The guy only appeared for about 30 seconds, but it was long enough to notice the presence. The figure disappears. He rose to his feet and walked back to his coworkers, never telling any of them of what he found. Years later, he still tells stories about sending the new rookies up there in the middle of a dark night when all is quiet to walk across the metal floored room to get light bulbs that aren't really needed. It all started when I was about 10 or 11. This story is very true, by the way. We had moved into a new house in northeastern Wisconsin. Let me explain where my room was. There was a porch, and then the door into our house. To the left was the kitchen, to the right was the laundry room. And if you were to go straight when you entered the door, there was a staircase. It led to the attic, where my room was. The staircase was not very long at all, 12 steps to be exact. When you went into the attic, there was a bathroom if you went straight. My room if you turned left, and to the right was a living room with a TV. One night, while I was laying in bed trying to sleep, I heard creaking up the steps. I thought it was my cat or one of the dogs, so I wasn't scared. I counted the number of steps I heard. There was 12. I noticed it sounded like a person coming up. I remembered every creak the steps made. I looked at the staircase, which I could see from where my bed was. I noticed some sort of dim light from the top step. The lights in the kitchen were off, and so was the upstairs light. I hid under the blankets, hoping for it to go away. I listened closely and heard 12 steps going down the stairs. Every night from then on, I heard the steps. One night, after I heard the steps going down the stairs, I got out of bed and looked at the bottom of the staircase. It was very dark, but I thought I could see a crumpled figure. Then a few days later, I saw a figure in white glide up the same staircase. It actually looked like a floating sheet and sort of resembled the Grim Reaper. I would start to see a lot of different types of spirits moving along the staircase. The last one I remember was a floating head that darted down the stairs. 3 years later, we moved into a new house in Indiana. One night, my mother told me that a little boy had died in the house in Wisconsin because he fell down the stairs. She didn't want to tell me when we lived there because it might frighten me. To this day, I'm still very haunted by that. Back in September of 1982, my boyfriend of 4 years named Keith and I were visiting his sister Julie, her husband, and family in Orneco, Minnesota. He was 17 and I was 21, an odd age range, but he looked every bit my age and was mature as well. Sitting up late, we were talking, and for some reason, we got on the subject of death. I asked him if he believed in the afterlife, and he said that he did not. He believed that when it was over, but he knew I believed, and I asked that in case there was an afterlife of any sort, and that if we were able, that if one of us should die before the other, that the one who died would come back and watch over the one left behind. He agreed. As time passed, Keith needed a space, and I gave it to him, reluctantly at times, to the point where we would get into heated arguments, and I would move out of his house, where we lived together with his father. In June 1983, on a windy, extremely hot Wednesday night, Keith died in a fire that consumed their trailer house. I hadn't been with Keith for about 3 months, as our breakups and makeups were getting more sporadic. I recall trying to hitchhike to his place that night, 12 miles away, but as I stood on the highway for what seemed like 45 minutes, I just wasn't getting a ride. It was strange, because I hitchhiked the highway regularly and never had a problem getting a ride within 5 or 10 minutes. But that night, it was mostly humid and so hot that within minutes of leaving my apartment to go to the highway, I was soaked with sweat, like I had just taken a shower and didn't dry off. So, I went back home. The next day, my sister contacted me, saying that Keith had died the night before. I was devastated. My whole world fell to pieces. I spent the next few days with Keith's dad at Julie's house, preparing and attending the wake. At the wake, I was alone in the viewing room with Julie, and everyone else was downstairs visiting. It was a closed coffin service, but I had written a letter to Keith and wanted to place it in the coffin. But due to the extensive damage to Keith's body in the fire, the funeral home director would not let me see him. So I decided to put the letter in the small groove between the top and bottom halves of the coffin. As I was putting it there, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. It seemed to come right from the groove where I was about to place the letter. It was so strong and sudden that I screamed. People came from downstairs to see what the matter was, and I told them I had seen a mouse. No one in their right mind would believe me, and besides, maybe it could be explained some way I could not figure out. The night before the funeral, I was having a tough time trying to sleep due to the emotional turmoil I had faced from hearing the tragic news. I couldn't stop crying, and I was absolutely devastated. Just then, I felt a cold breeze brush past my face while I was still laying down in bed and hysterically crying. I then felt the weight of the bed getting heavier, like someone else was sitting on the bed. I screamed Keith instinctively and laid up in bed. The bed instantly felt lighter, and I could have sworn I saw a small ball of light move around the room before disappearing. During the wake, I had a 110 camera and took several pictures of the coffin. These pictures I will have to retrieve from Julie, as I've gotten married 6 years ago and gave my photo album with Keith to her as a means of trying to let go of the past and move forward into my new life with my husband and daughter. But when I do, If I can't figure out how to scan them and get them on here, I will send them in. I believe I have something here. Also, in closing, I realize the depth of the promise we made to each other that night, just months before Keith died, and have spoken aloud, hoping I will release him if we're bound in any way, that I release him of his promise and set him free several times in the past few years. Thank you for reading. In this story, my wife and I had moved, and we rented a 60-year-old plus house because the landlord allowed pets. My wife had misgivings about the house from the first day we viewed it, but she agreed to move in. We lived there for 6 months, August 1997 through January 1998. She had a strange feeling about the staircase, as if something bad had happened or would happen to one of us. I couldn't blame her, for the staircase was dark with no railing and carpeted so that it could be easy for someone to fall down the stairs. She also swears she heard old-time music playing in her bedroom late at night. I never heard it, and I don't believe it was our neighbors. She also said she would see people out of the corners of her eyes when she was alone. This hadn't happened to her before, and hasn't since in our new house, which we have lived in for 9 months. The strange coincidence is this. One afternoon, I was in the bathroom taking a shower when I saw movement about the size of a human move across the floor in front of the sink towards the door. I thought it was my wife, so I opened the door, but she wasn't around. About a week later, we were talking about how cold and where the house was. My wife told me, in addition to the music and odd feelings, that when she was taking a shower, she had seen movement in the front of the sink going towards the door. I told her that the same thing had happened to me. I thought that perhaps reflections off moving cars in the street in front of the house could explain the movement, but it wasn't sunny when I showered. At this point, I was freaked out, so in addition to poor insulation, bats in the attic and mice in the walls, we had ghosts. We moved out within a few months. It started when I was just a little girl. I would see things in my room at night, movement, shadows, in dark forms. I was told that it was a dream and I should not watch scary things on TV. Now that I am 29 years old and I'm not dreaming, I know this for a fact. The ghosts started to intensify when I was pregnant with my first child. I was 21 and still at home. I would wake up in the night with a feeling of being watched. Afraid to open my eyes, I would anyway, and the same man would be there looking over me without an expression and cold eyes. I tried sleeping with the light on, but this did not stop it. I knew it could not be a dream because it was the same image every night. My son was born and we moved into our own place, about 8 blocks away from my home. The man did not appear for a few months, but he did eventually show himself. Frightened every night as to what I would wake up and see, my husband worked out of town during the week, so I had my best friend come stay with me. I warned her that in the night, I sometimes scream because of what I see. Hesitant at first to believe me. Then, the screams came, and she too was a believer. My friend eventually moved into her own place. What happened next, I can't explain. My friend has never experienced any ghosts or such, but one morning, while lying in her bed, she felt something jump up on it, like a cat would. The only thing is, she didn't have a cat. Before she knew it, she was frozen, as if someone was lying atop her and restricting her movement. The incident left as soon as it came, but she was well aware that this was an event that she could not get over. She moved shortly after. The stranger thing was that the man I'd seen for 4 years was gone. Had he been the one at her house? Did he move on with her? I will never know. I've never seen him since. My husband and I eventually bought our own home and began to move. The last night in our apartment, I awoke to at least 6 to 8 apparitions above my bed. The spooky thing was that I was pregnant with our second child. It was as if they came to say goodbye. We got settled into our new home. Incidentally, it's 3 blocks from our apartment. It was about a year before the first incident. We knew when we moved in that the lady of the house had died here. That is who I expected to see, but quite the contrary. It was a man in police dress, like you would see at a funeral or graduation. His image appeared in the mirror next to my bed. He's the only one of the many ones that I've seen here. Now I only see an image once, and never again do they appear. Some months, it is every night. In some months, none at all. Just when I think they are gone, I wake up and scream. They never touch me or try to talk to me. They just stand there and stare at me. The lights can be on or off. It does not matter. I think that my younger son is experiencing the same thing, but I do not know how to ask him without scarring him. Some nights, he sits straight up in bed and cries and points with terror on his face. I look, but there is nothing there. All I want to know is if I'll ever be able to go to sleep and be confident that I won't wake up screaming. Thank you for your time, and hopefully someone out there can relate to me. I've had numerous experiences with supernatural entities, but one that sticks out in my mind happened to my brother and I about 2 years ago. I have a cleaning service and clean many buildings at night, but the case in point occurred at a clinic in an older district of South Fort Worth. One night, my brother and I were finishing up at this clinic. I have a habit of walking through a building before we lock up to be sure everything is secure and the lights are off. My brother was in the lobby area of the clinic, preparing to leave, when I informed him I was going to check the building. There are 4 hallways in this clinic, with many examining rooms, so I proceeded to walk the building. About halfway through my walk, I heard another pair of steps, about 10 foot or so behind me. I assumed it was my brother coming to help me, so I started talking to him. At the last stop of my walkthrough, there was a break room. I reached in to turn off the light of the break room and turned around, facing back towards the direction from which I had come, expecting my brother. What I turned to was not my brother, but the upper torso of a male figure, somewhat see-through and misty white. I blurted out a few choice words, and the figure was gone. After this experience, my brother as well heard many strange things as well as the figure of a female. I was talking to one of the doctors one day in the receptionist area when I noticed a picture on the wall. Instantly, I recognized one of the people in the picture with the figure I'd seen. A cold chill came over my body at this point. I pointed out the picture to the doctor and asked who this person was. The doctor stated that he was the doctor who founded the clinic in 1929 and had died in 1985. I thought to myself, I knew doctors worked a lot of overtime, but this was going to an extreme. In the mid-1980s, my wife and I bought a home in Hanover Park, Illinois. It was a neglected house, which had a hard time selling and was being rented. The owners lived in a different state, and the tenants let the place go pretty bad. We saw a lot of possibilities, and the price was right. So we moved in, and things were, to put it bluntly, bad. The place was filthy. There were spiders everywhere. The gas wasn't on in late October, and it was raining continually. So I'm sitting in the living room area questioning my sanity when I see this blob of haze, a little larger than a basketball, round in shape, start moving across the living room about 7 feet away, and just sort of floats into the dining room and out the patio door. It just went through the door and out of the house. I'm like, am I seeing things now? Or was that an apparition? It was weird because I wasn't scared. It was more like, wow, what the heck was that? We finally got the place in shape, and it turned out to be a nice home. We had our first child just before moving in, and it was nice to have a place of our own. I never mentioned the apparition to my wife, lest she think I was really losing it. A few months later in the spring, other things started happening. My son, who was now a full year, would wake up in the night, laughing deliriously. My wife thought it was hilarious. I never mentioned what I'd seen to her. She couldn't figure out what was so funny. I remained tight-lipped. This happened on a regular basis for about a month. Then one day, she calls me at work in a panic, saying that Chris, our son, got out of his crib and was sitting on the floor playing with his toys. Fine, except Chris couldn't walk just yet and definitely lacked climbing skills. So how did he get out? If he tumbled out, he would have most likely have been hurt or screaming at the very least. To this day, we don't know how, and he has no recollection of the event. Other events included the TV turning on at night, a strange happening of voices in the night, strong flowery odors, a feeling my wife once described as having passed through by something, and the car shutting down in front of the house once we moved out. We sort of visited, and when we passed the front of the house, the car just shut down. It restarted with no problem, and had no problems before, or any time soon thereafter. Weird. I was dating a guy when I was 14, about 5 years ago. His house had been built over an old well. The story goes that in the early 1900s, 2 children were playing near this well, and the little girl fell in, and her brother tried to help, but fell in too. Their parents didn't know they were missing for a while, but by the time they got there, it was too late. Well, they moved, and another house was built over it. My boyfriend's closet was built over this well. One night, it was raining really hard, and he was playing his guitar. A bolt of lightning struck right outside his window and lit up the whole room. About 10 seconds after that happened, we heard children laughing. I looked in the corner of his room and saw 2 children standing there, staring at us. I just sat there and stared back. They stood there for about 30 seconds and then vanished. After that, you would find things misplaced and then find them later. He came home on several occasions to find his room messed up. He would pick it up, leave, come back, and it would be messed up again. We broke up soon after that, and I've never heard about the children again. I would like you to hear about my horrible encounter with a ghost, or unseen being. We're on vacation in Oklahoma, visiting some relatives that I'd never met before. They lived in a thickly wooded area. That evening after supper, and the sun had started settling, my mother and I decided to go for a walk and enjoy the beautiful new scenery we were in. We had been hiking for 20 to 30 minutes, so we were several miles from the house. Suddenly, a breeze swept over us, and before us was a small pond. I looked over into the water and saw a bright face staring back at me. I know that it was not my reflection. I jumped back and turned around, and my mother was nowhere around. I began yelling and calling out to my mother, but got no response. I finally got back to my relative's house and ran in. I asked everyone if they had seen my mother, and no one said they had seen her. This alerted my relatives because they had 100 acres of wooded area, and there were snakes and other dangerous animals, and the sun had already set. Me, my uncle and his wife, and 2 of my older cousins headed into the dark woods, all carrying flashlights. We walked towards the pond and hoped she'd still be nearby. I looked up, and behind 2 trees was a bright shining light. I walked towards the light and looked behind the tree. There was the same person I had seen in the water, but he wasn't easy to see. It was almost like you could see right through him. I freaked out and screamed, yelling for my relatives to come see. When they arrived, they stopped to watch the ghost float away over the water and into the darkness. Everyone stood in shock of what they saw. After several hours, the woods became draped with heavy fog. We could hardly see what was in front of us. We decided to head back towards the house and call for help. We called the sheriff, and he arrived with 3 other police. All night long, we spent looking and scanning the dark pond water. No sign of my mother. I was so worried. Oddly, no one mentioned to the police what we had seen earlier. I didn't know whether or not to say anything. I did not want to seem crazy to the police, but I wanted to do anything to find my mother. I asked my older cousin Charles if we should say anything about the sighting. He shook his head and said, "Come on, we didn't see anything. That was probably a firefly." I was totally confused. I knew I'd seen a person's face in the water, and then again behind the trees. I knew that everyone else had seen it too. I finally said, "Sheriff, I think there is someone or something in these woods." Then he asked me to explain what I had seen. At sunrise, the family decided to go back to the house and let the police continue their search. I was hesitant, but my family talked me into coming home with them. We walked into the house, and I sat down at the table. My aunt made me hot chocolate and asked me if I was alright. I couldn't believe what I had seen, and everyone else had seen, and no one was talking about it. I was confused and started hoping that this was all a nightmare. I drew myself a bath and climbed in. I cleared the vapor off the window and just stared. I didn't even know what to do. I wanted to feel hopeful, but the demonic stare of the ghost haunted me. I didn't have a good feeling. I kept imagining horrible things happening to my mother. I cried and rubbed water over my face. I prayed that God would help us find her. Several days has passed, and no sign of my mother. A missing persons report was made. I was starting to lose all hope. I felt like I had lost the most important person in my life. I wanted to go look for her myself, but the police refused to let anyone else into the woods. Late that night, I heard some footsteps. It kept coming closer. And then I saw a bright light at my door. The door slowly opened, and the same face was standing there. It scared me, and I screamed. It came at me fast and suddenly, and I felt a burning sensation over my body. Then it felt wet. I couldn't breathe. My throat felt like it was closing. I woke up in a hospital bed. My aunt was asleep in the chair next to me. I looked up at the end of the bed. I was so confused. I couldn't remember how I got there. My aunt awoke and told me that I passed out the night before and they couldn't wake me. They said I had bruises all over my body and hand marks on my throat, like I had been strangled. Oh my God, it was the ghost from the pond. My aunt looked at me strangely, then ran to hit the nurse button. She looked down at me and said, "Honey, you have been through a lot of stress. You need to relax. We found your mother. She can't remember anything, but we found her lying next to you. She's here in the hospital too, only 3 rooms away." "What? I want to see her now." I got up and ran to the hall, but was stopped by 2 nurses. "You have to stay in bed, honey," they explained. I sat down and told them that I needed to see her. They began injecting me into the arm with a shot. I started to panic and asked my aunt what was wrong with me. Then I got very dizzy and relaxed. I woke up to a nurse bringing my dinner. She brought 2 sedatives and a glass of water. I asked her where my mother was, and they said the police were investigating her. Then she came into my room and slowly walked over to my bed. She put her hand on top of mine and asked me if I was feeling okay. I asked her if she was okay, and she told me she was fine. She just doesn't remember much. I asked her if she remembers our walk from the night we were out on a walk together. She said she did, but didn't remember what happened to her after that. I asked her if she saw the face in the pond. She said no, nothing at all. Still to this day, no one knows who or what happened the night of my mother's disappearance or her reappearance. No one knows what really happened. Now, don't laugh, but I believe that a ghost had taken her. I don't know why or what he did it for. It could have just been an evil ghost causing chaos. Police think there's someone behind it, like a kidnapper. And when he tried to return my mother, he saw me and panicked and tried to even kill me. The police had me describe the man's face that I saw. They have yet to find a person. I wish that I knew what really happened that night. It would answer so many questions for me. I wasn't going to share the story because I didn't think it was an actual ghost story, but I thought about it, and I guess it could be, and if not, it's still kind of a weird and interesting incident. When I graduated high school in 1998, I went up to Ohio to visit a friend who graduated a year ahead of me and went up there to go to college. I graduated on the 6th and left on the 8th and stayed there for 10 days. Well, about 3 nights before I came back, which would have been the night of the 15th, morning of the 16th, I had a dream. In this dream, I woke up in my bed back home, and there was this man sitting on my bed. He had dark brown long hair and was clean shaven, wearing a white robe. I was kind of startled at first, then it turned to curiosity. I asked who he was. He says something like, "You know of me, but don't know me," and then goes on saying how we are alike and that he would be the same, and just a bunch of stuff like that. I was still confused because he never said who he was. He was telling me not to worry, that everything will be okay, and just a bunch of stuff that I couldn't figure out. Well, to make a long story short, I just passed off the dream as a weird dream. That was until I got home. I told my mother about it, and she asked when was the dream, and I told her the night of the 15th. She had this weird look on her face, and then showed me this letter. It was dated June 16th, 1998, and it was a letter she wrote to a brother that was born before me and died after he was born. I knew about him, but never knew the exact details like his birthday. She thinks that it was my older little brother coming to visit me on his birth and death day, and when I heard that, then it all started to make sense. This is my story. After all the stories I read, I wanted to tell my own. It was 1990. We moved from one small town in southeast Kansas to another. To tell you the layout of the house, so you know what I'm talking about, on the front of the house was a large screen and porch. That's where the front door was to the house. When you walked into that door, there were stairs that led up to the second story. That's where my story begins. When we first looked at the house, my sister, who was 2 years older than me, went upstairs to look at the bedrooms where we would sleep. As we walked through the second door, we saw someone go through the wall. That's where it all started. After we moved in, things started to happen. At night, my dad would hear someone open in the front door and walk across the hardwood floor that had carpet on it. He would get up and look. The front door was still deadbolted. I would hear someone walk up and down the stairs all night long. I mainly slept with my sister after that. After about a month, my dad ended up in the hospital, so me and my sister were home alone for a while, without our mother there. That's when strange things really started to happen. The entity would start scaring us. It would knock on the back door, open, and slam the cabinets closed. Walked across the upstairs floor, slamming doors. Our poor dog would not even go upstairs. It would sit at the foot and bark and whine. To make a long story short, after my dad got home from the hospital, the thing tried to smother my mom to death. My mom always slept on her stomach. It was from that moment that we decided to move. Someone bought the house and remodeled it. I wonder if they had the same problem as we did. My sister and her family lives in a place that appears to be built on a graveyard. There are stone markers all over her yard. Yesterday, I was over there and accidentally knocked over a large marker and attempted to write it. I could not budge it to get it back in its place, and yet when I visited today, the stone was more erect and there was no signs that it had ever been otherwise. My sister also spoke of a lady that used to live there in the 1800s. The lady's name was Kathy. Reported to me by my sister, Kathy told her that she was glad to have a family living once more in the house. My mother has reported feeling someone patting her on the back, and no one actually being there. I personally have seen a white form in the house, and a darker gray form, speeding by the window. After bolting the door to the crawlspace to the attic securely, the door opened by itself. That happened just yesterday. My brother-in-law reported that when he went into the attic via the crawlspace in order to access the roofing, he was pushed down and fell out of the attic. About a month ago, while my sister and her husband were asleep in bed, a small air conditioner that was securely bolted into the window was thrown inward into the bedroom floor. My sister has also reported an instance in which Kathy told her of a hanging suicide that occurred in an old barn structure on the property. My sister was also told that there was an evil person buried on the property underneath a tree outside of her bedroom window. These are honest statements made by various people with no mental delusions or anything that will indicate a separation from reality state. You may believe me or not, but the choice is yours. In late December of 2000, my boyfriend Ryan and his best friend Don moved into the house that Don had grown up in. Their apartment was too cramped during their band practices, and Don's father was willing to make the rent very reasonable. The house is down the street from a very large and very old cemetery, and directly across from an old canal. The neighborhood is peaceful and charming, most of the time. Before they moved in, they had to fix the house up quite a bit, because the last residents had trashed it so badly. They had ripped up the carpet, splattered paint on the walls, and replaced all the blinds with wrapping paper. Naturally, they enlisted my help. As I drove to their new home for the first time, I experienced very unsettling feelings as I drove up and parked. The feelings pervaded the entire time I was in the house. I grew up in a haunted house and have had other experiences with the supernatural, most of them positive. I'm not one to be easily scared by the supernatural, nor do I think that because something frightens me, that is automatically evil. I decided to ignore the feelings because no one else seemed to be bothered. Ryan and Don settled comfortably into their new house, and Don was glad to be back in his childhood home. I became used to the strange sensations I would experience all around the house. Even the overwhelming feeling of being watched when I'd go away in my car ceased to bother me. One night in February, I believe, I was leaving to go back to my house at around 3 a.m. As I fumbled for my keys to unlock my car door, I could feel someone behind me. Suddenly, I heard 3 loud, stomping footsteps. Thinking that it was possibly some live person intending to harm me, I whirled around and screamed as loudly as I could. There was no one there. Ryan, naturally, came running out of the house. I ran onto the porch and into Ryan's arms. I told him what happened and started sobbing uncontrollably. I was no longer frightened, but I felt an overwhelming sense of sadness. Whoever that is, I remember saying, is very confused. It's a man, and he needs help. I don't know that he realizes that he is dead. Ryan became very thoughtful for a moment. You know, we are surrounded by a cemetery, and people have drowned in the canal. Someone did just a few years ago, but I don't know who it was. After that, Ryan and I went both back to my place to spend the night. Don had been visiting his mother. The next day, we told Don what happened. He confirmed that someone had drowned in the canal a few years before, but it was a young girl. I immediately ruled out the young girl. I knew this presence was very masculine. Don also remembered that a very nice man who had lived next door had died suddenly of a heart attack when Don was a child. That seemed like a more plausible candidate, but there was the long history of the canal to consider, and the nearby cemetery. Don was dumbfounded by the entire situation. I lived here for the first 15 years of my life, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. He reflected for a moment. Well, there was that one time when I had stayed home from school and felt someone looking at me, so I turned around, and there was my sister. I said, "Hey, Bethany," and then remembered that she had gone to school that morning and wasn't going to be home for about an hour. The apparition disappeared, and at the regular time, she came home. "Well," said Ryan, "there was the Fonzie incident too. Fonzie is a very friendly, sweet-tempered cat that belonged to Don. Apparently, when Don and Ryan were working on the house, before they had moved in, the cat was still at their apartment. They had both, on separate occasions, seen Fonzie walking around. I found both the accounts of these rather strange apparitions a bit puzzling. I know that sometimes apparitions of the living are seen, but it is usually when something pivotal is about to happen. Nothing interesting happened before or after these odd apparitions. I thought that perhaps some entity was somehow taking the forms of things that were familiar and loved, so as to let them know of its presence without being threatening. Whatever it was, did not seem to me like it could have been caused by the same melancholy presence I felt. Over the next few months, nothing much happened. I brought 2 friends of mine, both of whom who've had many experiences with the paranormal, over to the house. One of them didn't get any negative feelings or sad feelings from the area at all. Another, whom I've not told about the strange occurrences, was so put off the depressed feeling she got that she wanted to leave almost as soon as she arrived. One thing beyond sensing a spirit worth mentioning did occur in those several months. I was asleep on the couch in the living room while Ryan and Don's band practiced. All of a sudden, Kenny, the bass player, came running up the stairs. He woke me up. "Hey, are you alright?" he asked. "Yeah. Why?" I replied sleepily, "Because we were sure we heard someone come in the front door." I told him I hadn't heard anything. He proceeded to check all around the house for the suspected intruder and never found anyone or anything. During the summer months, a few torrential downpours caused Ryan and Don's basement to flood, nearly destroying a significant portion of their band equipment. After that incident, they decided to move, yet again. I was staying at my own place, and Don was visiting his mother again. In the middle of the night, Ryan called me in a panic. "I just had the strangest experience," he told me. "I was asleep on the couch when I was awakened by a baby crying. I sat up and realized that the noise was coming from Don's room. I looked up and stared down the hall. All of a sudden, this white, somewhat blurred figure of a woman came walking out of my room and went into Don's room. Then I heard a woman shushing the baby. Ryan was frightened, but he realized that the strange event was not threatening in any way. We talked about it and agreed that it was most likely some sort of residual haunting. Later, Ryan told Don about the experience and found that Don had witnessed the same event. Ryan and Don had not lived in the house for a few months now. We never figured out exactly who the man outside the house was, or who the woman and the baby were, or what caused the strange apparitions of Bethany and Fonzie. I only wonder if these things still go on in the house, and if the current residents have the powers of observation to notice them. This happened in February 2000, during my junior year of high school. I was in my bed one night, just staring at the ceiling, waiting to fall asleep. That night, for some odd reason, I was lying on the opposite end of the bed. I remember seeing the yellow digital numbers on my TV say 12:40 a.m. I remember this detail because I know for sure that I was not sleeping. I was fully awake and conscious. Suddenly, I felt this eerie chill just start to permeate the room. So cold, so freezing. A wind that was coming from seemingly nowhere because my window was closed tight, as was my door. I had about 3 layers of blankets and sheets on me, but the cold just seemed to be going right under them. Immediately, just every hair on the back of my neck was standing on end. People use the terms chills going down their spines figuratively, but the real thing is not the most pleasant sensation in the world. Then, I heard this male voice, very sinister in tone, start laughing. It just echoed and surrounded me. I was terror-stricken at this point. I could feel my heart beating. I closed my eyes, praying to God frantically that whatever it was would leave. When the voice subsided, the room returned to normal temperature. I just bolted out of my room. I have no idea what it was that visited me that night, but several times after that, when I was in bed, I had this feeling that someone or something intangible was watching me. Since then, I've had several psychic and numerology readings, which indicate that I'm sensitive to the psychic and supernatural. I've had dreams throughout my life, which served as a precursor of good tidings in the future, including my acceptance into the school I am attending today. I am a college freshman. When I visit home, I refuse to sleep without the hall light on. Call me chicken, but I don't think I'm quite ready to encounter what lies in the darkness again. For these purposes, let's just say my name is Amy. Where I come from, ghosts and the supernatural is kind of the way of life for my people. We welcome ghosts to our family members who have passed away with open arms, knowing they are here to watch over us. That's the mentality I've had all my life, but when the reality of it is faced, it's a different story. I have 2 unbelievable experiences to tell anyone who is interested enough to listen. Bear in mind, this is the first time I've told strangers about this. I should say my first ghost experience was when I lost my mom, when I was 16. My mom was the center of my universe, and when she died unexpectedly during childbirth, it was a shock to me for years to come. I'm 23 now. 2 days after her death, I was sleeping in her bedroom, lying on her side of the bed. I'd been crying myself to sleep, and I had this dream. At least I thought it was a dream, because the way it happened, it was as real as it could be. In my dream, or self-conscious state of mind, I was lying in the same position in which I had fallen asleep when I saw Mom come into the room and just stand there watching me sleep. I opened my eyes in the dream, and she very gently kissed me on the cheek and told me not to cry. I tried to hold on to her so she won't go, but she left with me crying bitterly in my sleep. I woke up immediately after, smelling her perfume very strongly in the room. I knew then without a doubt, my mom visited me to say goodbye. I wasn't afraid, just very sad, because she's gone. My second and very terrifying ghost experience happened a couple years later when my grandfather became violently ill with severe heart problems. I was never close with my grandfather. I loved him, but he was very strict and unable to show any emotions to anyone, not even my grandma. But we all know he loves us in his own way. The hospital that he was admitted to was a little distance away from the house, so we could actually take food over to him. We all went to visit him several times a day, but he was so sick, he couldn't even talk to us anymore. About a week or so after he's been admitted, the whole family went to the hospital to see him, but I remember staying home alone that day. We have a couch in the living room that sits across from the front door. I was napping on and off when I heard someone opening the front door. Since it was locked, I thought it had to be one of my family coming home. Imagine my surprise when I looked up and saw my grandfather walking in his carrying bag that we used to put his clothes in when we took him to the hospital. I said hi to him, but he didn't answer, just went straight to his room and closed the door. I didn't know what to think at this point, but I remember expecting my family to burst through the door any second, telling me they brought him home because he was feeling better. After about 3 minutes, I could hear him moving about in his room, so I went to knock on the door to ask him if he needed help with something, but no one even answered, though I could hear things moving. It didn't surprise me, because he could never talk much. About 15 minutes later, my aunt burst in the house screaming at the top of her voice that we've lost Grandpa. I thought they meant they lost him when they were coming home, so I told her he's already here and he's in his room. She looked at me as if I was crazy and told me that Grandpa died right around the time he walked into the house a while ago. I fainted when she said that, and up to this day, I can't believe that happened to me. I don't know what to make of it, but it sure scared me for a long, long time. We had just gotten done playing video games and decided to go to bed, myself and 3 others. One girl who would be my future goddaughter, her aunt, and their younger friend had enough electronic entertainment for one night. The younger girl had decided to sleep on the couch, leaving the rest of us to sleep on the floor, since there wasn't enough beds in the bedroom to go around. Most everyone was just laying there, staring at something in the dark, or randomly saying something here and there, getting ready to fall asleep. I stared straight at a digital clock. Suddenly, a figure had obstructed my view of the clock for a brief moment. It was then that I said, "Hey guys, did you see that?" Soon after, I heard my goddaughter let out a loud scream. They both claimed to have seen a figure heading towards the kitchen, and we heard a loud clatter of pans hitting the ground. The thing disappeared, and we didn't see it again all night. Neither did my goddaughter. But here's my second story. The week I started college, I noticed a change in my dog. He was acting quite a bit funny, almost sick. Within that week, it was found that he had slipped a disc in his back and was later put to sleep. I was emotionally torn for a while, as I was, and still am, very much attached to that dog. After a few months, I decided that even though I really loved my previous dog, I still did want a companion around, and got the dog I currently have. The morning after we had brought her home, I felt a weight on my chest. It felt like the size of a dog, about the same size as the one I had before. I thought it was the new dog, so I told her to get down. I heard her jump from my chest to the floor. It was then that I realized it wasn't the new dog, because my room's door was shut, and there was no way she could have gotten in here. That, and the fact that she wasn't anywhere around. At first, I was a bit spooked, but then I thought, good, he's still here with me. The summer I turned 18 and headed off to college, my family moved to Martinsville, New Jersey. They built a brand new house on land that was once part of what my grandfather called Indian country. Whenever I would go home for break, I never slept very well in the house. I always had butterflies in my stomach and couldn't pass out until the wee hours of the night when my eyes just couldn't stay open anymore. One day, I was sitting in the family room watching TV, Above the TV there was a 7x8 foot opening into the hallway upstairs. I caught someone out of the corner of my eye, walking by that opening and into my sister's bedroom. Immediately I thought it was odd. The only other people who were in the house were my mother and grandfather, both of whom were to the left of me, in the kitchen. When I told them what happened, they just stood there, looking at each other. Finally, my grandmother spoke up. Apparently, both her and my mother had seen a figure walk by the doorways in the house on a number of occasions. According to my grandmother, the lights flickered every once in a while too. She was under the impression the house was haunted. That night, I was lying in bed, reading a book. It was about 4 a.m., and I was the only one up. I decided to brush my teeth before trying to get some sleep. I opened the door to my bedroom and was about to turn left to go to the bathroom when I felt the need to look down the hallway towards my mother's room. My mom usually kept the door closed, but that night the door was open and there was a man standing in the opening. He was tall and skinny. The only man that was in the house was my stepfather, and he's short and plump. The figure was just standing there, looking at me. No, watching me. I immediately ran into the bathroom, my heart pounding. About 10 minutes later, I got the nerve to run back to my room and hide under the covers. Needless to say, I didn't sleep a wink. From that night on, I knew that the butterflies in my stomach were because I felt something watching me. Although it frightened me like I've never been frightened before, and even though I still get the shivers thinking about that night, I've always known this ghost was just a watcher. I didn't feel any evil or ill will from him, but I have no idea who he was. Like I said earlier, the land was considered Indian country, i.e., it was wooded, until they cleared it for the new development. So, it's possible the ghost was an American Indian, but for some reason, I feel that isn't right. That this man I saw was in fact white, and possibly a farmer from the early 1900s. Either way, the shadows and flickering of the lights continued until my family moved 3 years later. It's possible they even continue today, but I don't think anyone ever saw the man as clearly as I did that night. Thanks for reading. I've been reading through your website and found it very interesting, but I never thought that I had a story to relay until I read a story that sounded extremely like something happened to me a few years ago. I live in Toronto, Canada, and in 1991, my third child was just a baby and would wake up nightly around 2 a.m. for feeding. At the time, we lived in a condo, which we had lived in since 1988. We had some minor incidents, like things moving around and shadows seen out of the corner of one's eye, but nothing to speak of really. Just things that could be chalked up to imagination. On one particular night, my son wakened for his feeding. I sat in my rocking chair in the baby's room, feeding him. The nightlight was on, and I was wide awake, when all of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a lion roar, or a tiger roar, loud and clear. I jumped up, turned on all the lights in the house, and was convinced that a tiger was in the closet. Woke up my husband, and had him search through the entire apartment, including the balcony, which was 6 stories up. Of course, it would have been impossible for an animal to have gone into the apartment, but the roar had sounded so real, I had to be sure. After that, I tried to convince myself that it was my imagination, but I never forgot about it. I wonder if you know what this could be, and if there's any explanation for it. This just happened the night before last. For the past 3 days, my husband, my 2 little girls of preschool age, my mother-in-law and I had been camping at beachside campgrounds in Oregon, a beautiful place caught between Highway 101 and the beach itself, just north of Yahutz. Anyway, that night was our last night there, and somewhere in the middle of sleeping, my youngest daughter woke up crying, saying that she was scared. Not overly unusual for a preschooler, but after I tucked her back in, she dropped right back into a deep sleep, which for her is very unusual. She usually likes to snuggle and talk, and generally keep me up as long as she can. As I was trying to get back to sleep myself, I heard what I thought was my older daughter saying, "Mommy, Mommy." I answered her, but had no response. I heard the voice again, this time more insistent, "Mommy, Mommy," though always at a kind of a whisper. I got up and physically looked at my two girls, who were completely sound asleep, the kind of sleep that is past dreaming, which was very odd because, you remember, my youngest one had just woken up a short while before. Then, as I laid down for a second time, I heard the voice again, only it seemed to come from all the way around me and in a constant stream. "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy," and it wouldn't stop. It just kinda kept reverberating around my head and seemed to have no specific point of origin. My husband got up, not hearing a thing, mind you, to relieve himself, and came back a few moments later. While he was gone, I said out loud, "Whoever you are, go away. We're trying to sleep." And the voice kind of faded away, but always saying "Mommy." I asked my husband if he'd heard or seen anything outside the tent when he was out there, but he said he hadn't. This gave me the creeps in a serious way. The voice didn't come back, and we were leaving the next morning anyway. That was yesterday. I told everyone about the voice the next morning, and they looked at me as if I had lobsters crawling out of my ears. But I still wonder if something happened at the campsite. I feel it was a small child who had gotten lost and never found its way back to its tent, and I feel it was a small boy, but I know nothing for certain. If anybody knows about any ghostly happenings at the beachside campgrounds in Oregon State, I'd surely like to hear back from you. I'm not quite sure where to start this story, but I'll try it this way. I'm able to feel the energy around me. I've always felt weird things, but for the last 10 years of my life, my abilities have increased. I was standing in the garage in the daytime, getting ready to leave for work. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man in a black and white suit. He was very tall, about 6'2", and his clothes were old-fashioned. He reminded me of an old Western mortician. His hat was a black hat. I blinked my eyes to see if he would go away, but he just stood there. He reminded me of death. His form was solid, but yet not really. He was not transparent like the others I had seen. I put my purse in the car, and when I looked back, he was gone. I didn't get too close to him because I was terrified. But when I went to my Tai Chi class, I asked my Saifu about him. He asked, "Did you ask him what he wanted?" I said no, because I thought he was death. I was not about to invite death into my house. A few months went by, and I was in the kitchen doing the dishes when a shadow went by the window. I thought it was Ted from next door for a moment, because he is tall. I thought I would greet him at the front door. Well, there was no one there, so I said out loud, "Very funny." The next day, I was in the garage going to work. Again, the man in the driveway. This time, I was sort of brave and stepped closer. I could not feel anything from him except a low vibration on the cool side. It was so weird, so I said, "How can I help you?" He just tipped his hat and then disappeared. When I went home for vacation, I'm from Indiana. My sister and I were going through my aunt's pictures. She has since passed away. She was 85. I came across this picture. All the hair on my neck stood up, and I got the willies. My sister looked at me and said, "Oh, is that your great-great-grandfather McNeely? He was a Quaker and he shoed horses." Since I have found out who he is, he has never come back. I was wondering, since he was solid, so to speak, could he have been out of place in time, more than appearing as a ghost? Thanks for letting me share this story. My friends think I'm weird. I see and sense stuff. There's no way you can convince people of what you see. I don't even try anymore. When I see the ghost in the casino, for example, I just smile and keep on walking. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada. Hi, this is a great site. I'd like to share my experiences of the paranormal with you. I've written them in before, and someone wrote back, telling me that it was possible that there could be explanation for what occurred. Right now I'm 18, but I remember the events as if they happened yesterday. I've only ever had to move house once, which was nearly 2 years ago. My parents and I used to live in East Anglia, UK, which has its fair share of haunted old homes, but all that is totally unrelated. We had a semi-detached house. My dad told me I was about 30 years old. I always remember the evil presence in the house, although I didn't notice it much back then. First experience I had was when I was about 6, and it was late one night, after my parents had gone to sleep. Our neighbors were away on holiday at the time. I had the smallest room, which was situated above the garage and the stairwell. I was just falling asleep when I heard a loud knocking noise, like someone rapping against a wall, and it was a rhythmic rapping. I ignored it, or at least tried to at first, but then a few seconds later, I heard it again. It was coming from downstairs, and every time it happened, it seemed to be moving up the stairs and eventually onto the landing. By this time, I was creeped out and turned my lamp on, which flickered weirdly. Eventually, the knocking was right inside my room, in the far corner, and I was surprised my mom or dad didn't hear it. I called out a few times for my mom, because I was too scared to get out of bed, and she came in. I asked her to stay with me and hear the noise for herself. She waited with me and heard it too, but naturally, she didn't believe me and told me it was probably the heating. Why would the heating make noises, which sounded as though they were coming from downstairs, into my room? Another incident happened just after one of my brothers left for university. He was the last one to go. I was about 10 when this happened, and I'd swapped rooms with him anyway, so I was now in the back room and was a lot bigger than the one I had before. This incident terrified me the most, and I'll never forget it. I used to sleep with my feet out, the blanket at the bottom of the bed, obviously, and I woke up after feeling cold fingers on my foot. Waking up groggily, I looked down to the end of my bed and was surprised to see a black shadow in the shape of a human figure. It was looking right my way. I could tell it didn't have any eyes or any human features, and eventually it turned swiftly and quietly left the room. My bedroom door had been shut, and it left my room without the door opening. You can understand now why I sleep with the covers right over my feet. I've had plenty more freaky experiences. They happen on school trips, and on 2 occasions, we stayed in very old, possibly haunted locations. I'll write them in another time. All that I've told you now is all very true. I wish I had looked into the history of our previous house, and I know before it was built, there was just old farmland. And other times, especially when I was alone, I got the feeling I wasn't exactly all alone, if you get what I mean. The presence didn't seem very friendly in itself. This happened about 4 years ago, while I was a senior in high school. A bunch of friends and I were looking for something to do, and ended up riding out to a very old cemetery in the rural area of our small town. The story goes that there was a young boy who was buried there decades ago, and he has often been seen playing on the grounds. We, being arrogant kids, did not believe a word of it, and just parked the car at the cemetery and stood around talking. Pretty soon, the 5 of us started to wander from tombstone to tombstone, reading the names of those buried. I walked over to one that was under a small tree. I was busy reading it, and someone walked up beside me. I was sure it was my cousin, and did not even look at him. I just said, "Did you see this one, Robbie?" Just then, my cousin Robbie said, "Are you talking to me?" He was standing several yards away at the parked car. I could tell in my peripheral vision but the figure on my left was still there. I did not look at it. I ran screaming to the car, where my friends waited. I spooked them so badly that they all just jumped in the car and we sped away. I heard later that the tombstone under the tree belonged to the boy who is said to still haunt the cemetery. I may still be somewhat of a skeptic, but I will never, ever go back there. In May of '99, my favorite uncle, Brian, died of cancer. It was a big surprise. He had always seemed to be so fit and healthy for his age. He was 61. The day he died was strange for me. I'd gone down to his house to see him and found his sister, my Auntie Anne, standing at the door of his house, talking to one of his neighbors. My mom looked worried. She had a right to. That morning, he had been taken to Worksome Hospital in North Wales, UK. He had been complaining that he had a pain in his back for months. Anyway, I didn't know what was going on until I walked closer to my mom and her sister, talking about what happened to my Uncle Brian. It was then when I could smell it. The terrible smell of death looming over the house. I've read and heard of people smelling when death is coming and had never believed it before, but I knew now that it was true. We visited the hospital, and I sat watching my limp, pale uncle's body disintegrate into nothing. And that was a very sad day for me, and will always be embedded into my mind. As we all sat around his bed, my mother asked me what I wanted to do. In my heart of hearts, I wanted to stay by his side, but couldn't bring myself to watch him go. I decided to go home. As we arrived home, and I put my key in the front door, I could smell a faint smell of something. I knew that it was the same smell I had smelled in Uncle Brian's. At that moment, I burst into tears. Just as I did, the telephone rang. It was Brian's son, Mike. Before anyone picked up the phone, I told him that he had died. Mom picked up the phone, and sure enough, my favorite uncle had died minutes before we entered our own house. That is no ghost story, but this is. My Uncle Brian used to stay with us all the time for the holidays, Christmas and Easter, and sometimes birthdays. We had a dartboard put up under my room in the dining room, especially for him. At night, when he was alive, we, or rather I, could hear the darts hitting the board with such force that he used to run right through the floor of my room. He used to stay up till late at night too, watching the telly and switching channels on cable TV. After he died, however, that all stopped. Christmas was as quiet as a mouse. There was no telly, no darts hitting the wall or the dartboard, nothing, just complete silence. That was until New Year. As soon as it turned 2000, the noises started again. One night, I couldn't sleep and thought I heard someone moving about downstairs. I thought it was my dad, who suffered 7 heart attacks. I walked over to my door and opened it a little to listen to what was going on down there. As I listened, I felt a chill run up and down my spine. I could hear the telly. I felt curious, so I made my way down the stairs. As I got to the living room, I found myself staring at a telly that wasn't even on, that hadn't been on for hours. I shrugged and told myself that it was probably next door. But as I reached the top of the stairs, I heard what I thought was someone playing darts. I turned on my heel and walked downstairs, again curious to find out who was making these noises. I got to the games room and looked at the darts board. Its doors were closed and locked. No one could have played with that if they wanted to, without whacking my father up for the key first. For the record, my uncle loved his tea. His cup was still hanging up on the mug tree. As I had gone back upstairs for the second time, I'd seen it with my own eyes, hanging there, still and alone. I got to my room and went to sleep, finally. But I had only been asleep about 15 minutes when my older sister, Rebecca, was waking me up. She looked terrified. I asked her what was wrong, and she told me the following creepy tale. She was in her room, laying in her bed, ready to fall asleep, when she just happened to look at the bottom of her bed. That's when she saw him. My Uncle Brian stood there in all his glory. He was holding his mug in his right hand and was staring at her. She couldn't move a muscle. It took her all her time to make it out of her room to my room. By this time, she was crying her eyes out. I don't know what it was that made me do the thing I did next, but I felt I had to check that this mug was still hanging up on the mug tree like it was about 25 minutes ago. With my sister holding onto my hand so tight, we made it to the kitchen. His mug was not there. I went into the living room and found a still warm cup sitting on the table, half full of steaming tea. To this day, he still plays darts and visits my sister's room. Maybe he wasn't meant to leave us as soon as he did. Back in 1990, I was 18 years old and staying with a host family in Veracruz, Mexico, as an exchange student. One day, I awoke to a lot of bustling and nervous chatter around the household. I kept hearing the word Baruja repeated over and over. Unfamiliar with that word, I inquired about its meaning, which was explained to mean witchcraft in Spanish. Apparently, someone found a cross, laid down in granulated salt in the backyard, which according to the native residents was a clear sign of witchcraft. Being the consummate skeptic, I just nodded and secretly chuckled at the genuine worry that the superstition was creating. Later that evening, the day's excitement culminated into a sort of ghost story session in the kitchen area, where it was explained to me that witches and spirits have been known to travel in shadows or balls of light. Whatever happened to the broomstick? I belted as I laughed out loud. After a few more stories, I had heard enough and decided to show them just what I thought of their primitive beliefs. I ran out the back door and approached the cross of salt that started this whole charade as the group clamored after me. I stood above the cross and made a challenge. I said out loud, I challenge the spirits of hell to damn harm me. Anyway, they all thought I was taking a big risk, but I just laughed it off. Later that night, my host brother and I were dropping off friends with the family flatbed. As the last one jumped out from the rear, I turned my head and watched him enter his household. Before I turned my head back to a frontal view, the next image we saw both startled the both of us. Materializing from the upper window, there seemed to be an entity of some sort. It was an old lady, but a really disfigured looking old lady. You could see the detail in her face, but she had red glowing eyes at the same time. Besides the red glowing eyes, she had scars all over her face, and it looked like she was almost on fire at the same time. I don't even know how to describe it, but it looked very off-putting. The image of this witch lasted about 30 seconds before she dematerialized, and she was no more. Naturally, we bailed out of that area without really processing what we had seen. After what I just witnessed, I knew I felt a sense of regret. It was then when I realized that I should never make demands or challenge Satan himself to come see me. So, I'm not sure entirely if that was Satan himself coming to see me, but I know that it was something serious, and I didn't want to mess with it. Demonic, challenging the spirits to come see me. I guess that was a horrible idea, and now I'm no longer a skeptic. I'm a little bit more open-minded now, but I guess you can understand after dealing with that kind of thing. So what's the big takeaway from here? Obviously, you don't want to challenge the devil. You don't want to summon anyone, because you never know what you may be conjuring up. I know this all sounds silly, but it's true. It happened, and I just wanted to tell my story. My first ghost story experience started happening to me about 2 days after my mom and stepdad bought this house. We have a child-proof door to keep my little sister and the dogs from going downstairs. It only comes to about 3 feet high, and it can be opened from the other side. Since we had just moved in, it hadn't got any of the bedroom furniture into the house yet. I'd slept out on a cot in our living room, where you can see the child-proof door that leads to the staircase. Anyway, as soon as I drifted off, I felt as though someone was watching me, and so I rolled over to face the door, only to discover what seemed to be a solid shadow, with one arm over the door and head peering over at me. It soon disappeared, and since it was dark, I just convinced myself that my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I went back to sleep. But it kept happening, and my mother soon started telling me she's seen it too, wherever she goes to get some water or go to the bathroom, and I hadn't told her I'd seen anything. We could both swear to God that there's someone there looking at us. Then after we finally got settled in, I started sleeping in my room instead of the living room. Since I can't sleep without a little light, and my bedroom is in the basement, I have a dull green light in my walk-in closet, which you can clearly see into from my bed. So one night, I'd been reading my book, and over the top of my book, I saw a solid shadowy figure in the shape of a man just walk through my closet. I was so scared, I ran upstairs as fast as I could. My mom and stepdad came out and asked me what was wrong, and so I told them. They looked irritated and said that it was just my imagination and I should go back downstairs and get some sleep. So I did, until 1:30 in the morning. I woke up because I heard someone calling my name, and I thought maybe it was time to go to school. Then when I was fully awake, I realized school wouldn't start for another week, and that the voice was calling my name, and it was unfamiliar to me. So I froze in my bed, but I kept hearing my name, until it was like a whisper in my ear, and I felt something that was almost like a cold finger running down my back. I almost ran back upstairs to wake my parents again, but remember what their reaction had been the last time, and decided that maybe, if I just laid in bed, it would go away. Then the TV turned on to channel 60. At the time we didn't have cable, and on the TV was a televised ad about contacting the dead, that it shut off. I screamed and ran up the stairs as fast as I could and slept on the couch for the rest of the night. To this day I refuse to sleep downstairs, no matter how childish it may sound. Also, another thing that has happened to me for a long time, I was definitely afraid that the lights in my room would go off and my door would slam shut so I couldn't get out. And one night, when I went downstairs to get something, my door creaked and slowly started closing, and then my lights flickered. I went upstairs as fast as I could and asked everyone if the lights had flickered upstairs, and they all responded no. Various other things still happened in my house, like one time, when I was wrapping a Christmas present, I put down the tape and went to pick it up again, and it wasn't there. I asked my mother, who was in the room with me, if she had taken it, and she said no. We searched all over the house, and finally, we found it on the kitchen counter. CD players go on and off. The dogs bark and growl randomly like there's a stranger standing right in front of them. The cat's hair stands on end, and they hiss at nothing and bolt into the other direction. And sometimes when I go downstairs to do the laundry or something, I got the sudden urge that I need to run quickly or something terrible will happen. And believe me, I do. Hello, my name is Brittany. I'm not possible how my story will be accepted, but a few things that have happened to me are something to consider. There are 3 parts to my story. The first part is my parents' personal encounters. The second part is an encounter my parents and I both shared. And the third is my own personal encounters. Part 1, the noisy spirit. When my parents first bought out the house, it was very small, only a kitchen, dining room, and living room. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. My parents had been inspecting every room one at a time to see exactly what they needed to fix up. My parents were upstairs in one of the bedrooms when they heard noises downstairs in the kitchen. When they got downstairs, according to their story to investigate, the cupboard doors were swinging back and forth wildly. They walked over to shut them, and voices yelled at them to just leave immediately. They didn't listen. 5 years later, I was born. By then, they had built on 2 family rooms, 2 porches, a laundry room, pantry, and they even built on a shop where they conducted their own business. They normally heard music playing and voices yelling at them, but they ignored it for whatever reason. In the second story, the attacks, when I was 10 years old, a lot of very dangerous attacks started happening. My dad started being ferociously attacked during the night by invisible forces. Now, my dad slept upstairs in his bedroom alone because the bed hurt my mom's back, so she always slept downstairs on the couch. My bedroom is directly beside theirs, so I could hear everything going on in there. Normally, my dad will wake up to feel as if he was being held down, strangled, bit, scratched, cut with a knife, carried around the room, etc. When he would wake up in the morning, he would have bite marks in impossible places on his body, cuts, scratches, red bruises around his neck and wrists, and long deep gashes across his chest. Now, this didn't happen all the time, all in one night, but things happen frequently. I was really starting to get worried. My grandma and Aunt Phil taught me an Italian prayer to keep the evil away. I would pronounce it right now, but I'm not entirely sure if I even did it right, so I'll refrain from doing so right now. But the prayer is the prayer to the Virgin Mary, and its purpose is to keep all the evil out. They told me to say that 3 times every night, and it would keep the evil out. I said it 3 times in dedication to my father, and things slowly started to get better. It was still very scary, because I never expected the entities to be so violent. But in my 3rd paranormal experience, these are my personal encounters. Well, now that I'm 16, certain things have happened to me. They aren't violent or even frightening, more so reassuring. To explain it a bit, my bedroom door is the kind of door that unless you prop it open, it swings shut again, and fast, too. Well, for the past year and a couple months, I've noticed that there might be a spirit that is checking in on me. When I sleep, or late at night, my door will swing open, wide enough for a head to look in, to check in on me, to make sure I'm okay. I'll look because it creaks, and see nothing there. It will stay open at that width for 2 minutes, as if someone is checking in on me. Then it will slowly shut, the doorknob will turn, and it will close all the way. Like I said, it was reassuring, because I felt as if someone, whoever it was checking in on me to make sure I'm okay, and they're just trying to tell me they're here for me. I'm glad I have it. I look at it as my spirit guide. I'm pagan, so on my website, you will understand my belief as spirit guides. I'm 19 years old, work in the computer industry in London, England. When I was around 10 or 11, I used to live in another part of the county, called Dudley, West Midlands. Opposite our house was a pub called the Hangman's Tree. We found out later that this pub was where people in the late 18th century hung people for crimes, such as highway robbery, murder, etc. Anyways, my sister was about 7 or 8, but didn't like the dark, so she always used to call Mom to take her to the toilet in the night. One night, my mom heard my sister go to the bathroom on her own. In the morning she said, "Well done, you went to the bathroom on your own last night." My sister replied, "No, I didn't, Mommy. The black man took me." My mom panicked at this point and thought someone must have gotten into the house. She said, "What black man are you talking about?" My sister said, "He's my friend. He's a black mist, and he sits with me at night. and tells me stories. We're all getting really scared now. My mom asked me how she knew it was a black man, because when he smiles, I can see his teeth. We were all really freaked out by this, but my sister didn't really seem all that bothered by it. So we decided, whatever it was friendly. A couple of weeks later, I walked into my sister's room to check on her, and found that the rocking chair in the corner of the room was rocking on its own, and at a steady pace, and my sister was fast asleep. I don't know. It may be a comforting presence, but it definitely seems creepy to me. My name is Alex, and I live in Colorado. I've always been in tune with the supernatural. My first experience that I can remember was at my grandmother's house, and I think I was about 5 years old. My grandfather had died long before I was born, and when my mother was about 6 months old, I remember him coming into my room and telling me goodnight, and that he loved me, and telling us a bedtime story of the 3 bears. I asked my grandmother who the man was, and she said no one was in the house but her, my mother, my brother, and I. I told her the man's name, and she laughed, and said my mother probably told me to tell her this. I said my mother was asleep. It was about 20 feet from me, in another room, and I don't think she could have heard him. Granny said that was true, and she called my mother in, and said, "Hey Jackie, did you tell him about Pat?" My mother said no, that she didn't remember him himself. My grandmother asked me to describe the man to her. I said he was about 6 feet tall and wiry, with brown hair and blue eyes, and he could imitate different accents. He told me in an English accent that he loved me, and in a thick Irish accent goodnight. Then he told me the whole story of the 3 bears in a very English accent. He didn't seem like a ghost at all. He seemed completely real to me. She said I described my dead grandfather down to a T. I've never seen my grandfather's picture before, and my grandmother told me so. My grandmother is very open-minded, but the rest of my family is not. She got tears in her eyes, and she took me in her lap. She said, "Patrick, do you know anything about your family history?" I said no. She said, "You hail from a long line of very powerful people." She said that our family was old, and went all the way back to England, Ireland, and even Scotland. Back before the Christians and the Muslims, and back into time immemorial. She said every generation had a special ability, and so did I. My grandmother gets dreams, and they always come true. 2 years before Mount St. Helens blew its top, she told us it was going to blow. She's like that. She told me our family practiced the old religion. I said, "What? Christians?" She said no. She said Druidry and Wicca. I was like, "What's that?" And she said she'd explain it to me when I was older. She told me to tell Pat she still loved him after all these years. The following night, however, I was not greeted by the same presence as before. The really crazy thing was, it was something entirely different. That's when this entirely black figure, completely blacked and shadowed, but you could still make out the outline of this figure, walked through the doorway. His presence was obvious. He was not here to make friends, and it was apparent that it was not my grandfather. "Where's Grandpa? Where's Grandpa?" I can remember shouting, but no noise was uttered by the black figure. Just then, he pointed to the window right next to me in my bedroom. I didn't want to look, so I didn't. In fact, I refused to look. So I think I remember shutting my eyes and covering the blankets over my head, and just went on. I heard the door slam shut. The next morning, I woke up and went to greet my grandmother in her bedroom. Unfortunately, something was terribly wrong with my grandma. At the time I didn't realize it, but she had passed away in her sleep. And to this day, I really wonder if that had anything to do with my incident the night before. Was it a coincidence? I'm not entirely sure, but it devastated me for years to come. You may criticize me and say that 5-year-olds could not remember such a thing, but remember, I remembered it clearly because it was a traumatic event. My family has a history of abilities, and my grandma even talked to me about this before she passed away. I don't know, maybe it was Grandpa, and he was secretly saying that he wanted Grandma to be with him and that he missed her or something. But why did it feel so dark? Why was this presence so dark? I can only conclude that now, as I think back to it, it had to be the death, the Grim Reaper himself, and there's no other explanation for it. One thing I still wonder to this day is that the Grim Reaper was pointing at the window. Remember, from earlier in the story. I always wondered, what if I did in fact look out the window? I would have saw something bizarre. Maybe my grandma's soul being transported into a different dimension. Or maybe, just maybe, it was just all in my head. Whichever the case, it doesn't matter. It was terrifying. Well, here we go. I'm not sure if what I'm experiencing is an actual haunting, or if everything can be easily explained. I live in South Texas, not in the sticks. I'm 17 years old, and currently attend high school. I'll be graduating this year. Our house is very new. It is only 4 years old, and built by us, so nothing has happened in the house. However, we live directly on the banks of the San Antonio River. In fact, we are situated on a 75-foot cliff. On our property stands another house, where we also used to live while our house was being built. I never liked this house, and always felt very uneasy when staying there alone, or for that matter, with others in the house. I do not know exactly how old this house is, but I do know now that when they were adding new boards to the siding, they found old newspapers dating back to the late 30s and early 40s in the sides of the house. Now let me explain the layout of the older house. It has one bedroom and one kitchen. There's a living room, dining room, and an entertainment area for guests. The living room used to be my room. Between the bathroom and the bedroom, there lies a closet. The closet has 2 doors, connecting both rooms together. I always felt as if something was watching me from everywhere in the house, but never really experienced anything. Now that we have moved into our new house, things have intensified. I always feel the eyes on me now, and sometimes I am forced to run downstairs because of the overwhelming sense of dread that occurs while I am upstairs alone. I hear my shower door open and close during the night, and when I am downstairs watching TV, I can hear the water running in my bathroom. When school is in session, I usually get up around 5:30 to get ready, because I'm an academic editor for the yearbook, as well as class treasurer, so I usually have to be there early, so I can get everything in order for the student body. Well, once I was taking a shower, when I felt something hit the back of my leg with extreme force, I turned to rub my leg and search for the culprit, thinking maybe I'd accidentally knocked over a bottle of shampoo. Yet directly behind me was a penny. I have no idea where that could have come from. I haven't told anyone, as I think no one would believe me, and I'm more than happy to keep this to myself. Except, about 2 weeks ago, I had a dream that disturbed me greatly, and I feel someone needs to know. I had a dream that I lived in the old house on my land, and I was dressed in old style, late 30s clothing, and I was washing dishes. All of a sudden, a girl came running into the kitchen and kissed me, telling me she was on her way to an ice cream social in town, and that her boyfriend, she gave me a name, but I can't remember now, would be picking her up and taking her. She appeared to be my age now, and I'm supposing I was her mother, because I told her to take care and to wait to say goodbye to her father, something I will never say. Anyway, another girl appeared from the back, and I was now outside, standing on the porch drying my hands and waving at a man pulling up in an old-style car, like you see in mafia movies from a long time ago. I kissed him, and he appeared to be my husband. He was explaining to me about his recent business venture when I suddenly realized who I was. I took the man by the arms and began to shake him uncontrollably, telling him he was crazy because in a few months the Great Depression would fall and we would all starve to death. I then told him that we should save our money and move to Florida. He took a hold of me and told me that the heat must have gotten to me, kissed our 2 daughters goodbye, and took me into the house. Only we went into the bedroom and continued to walk through a second door and into a second bedroom that the house does not have today, and he laid me down on a cot. He told me to get my rest, then he kissed me on my forehead, and when I closed my eyes, I woke up in my room. It was the strangest dream I ever had, and as a result, I have not been able to sleep for days. I usually go to bed at 10, but lately I've been drifting off at 2 or 3 in the morning, and I usually dream every time, except now I don't, or do not remember when I wake up. I still feel like I am being watched, and I have no idea what is going on. If you, or anyone can shed some light on my situation, please email me. I would greatly appreciate it. I know this sounds weird, but it's very scary. I wonder if the dream has anything to do with the situation in my house. Thank you. There's this camp that I know of. It's referred to as Camp Connecticut, and it's a rundown camp. It's called the Run Camp because of its deadly history, where a group of men were once gathered, said to be a cult, and eventually the town had exiled them and were forced to stay at this camp outside of town. When abandoned, the caretaker's daughter was found brutally murdered in the camp, and all members of the camp denied any knowledge or participation in the murder. Whenever I go back to the camp, I've always experienced unsettling events that could be tied to the events just described. Experiences included voices. For example, a young girl screaming, which we thought could have been the young murdered girl. We have seen figures pass among the trees while walking through the narrow paths along the woods. In pictures that I have seen, there are many orbs near the main gate and near the large sign within the camp. Examinations shown not to be a photo error or bad development. There was also this insane experience that my brother's best friend and his friends had. He happened to take a trip here, and while walking the main entrance pathway, he came across a man standing there in all white clothing. They called to him, and there was no response, so they turned to go the other way, and when they did, this presence in the white was standing right in front of them, with eyes that were completely black. As they turned and ran, it seemed as if the presence began to run after them. Anyway, as they got close to the main gate, they turned, and there was no one behind them at the time. They stopped again for a second, and turned back to look behind them again. They recall that about 5 apparitions, all in white, were standing right next to each other, and then they disappeared. It was as if they were letting them know that there were more of these ghosts. They then walked back to the car and drove away. This place is very freaky to even just look at the main gate. I get scared every time I go. I will send our photos as soon as I get my scanner up and running. Thank you. I've been tempted to write about what happened to my family many times, but it seems far too unreal. We were not allowed to talk about this outside the house when I was a child, and my mother only told guests about her visitors when they experienced something in our house. Our childhood home was built in 1898. My parents bought the home in 1974, when I was only 6 months old. The house was very large and had been converted into a double. My grandmother moved into the upper level. Strange things began to happen shortly after my family moved in. My mother had her first experience one night, after she had sent my older sisters to bed. From her bedroom door, she could look out and see into the kitchen hallway and into the bathroom. My family had only lived in the house less than a month when my mom saw a little blonde-haired girl walk into the bathroom. All of my sisters have very dark brown hair, and this was clearly a blonde-haired child. My mother panicked and yelled to the little girl, but the door shut. My mom jumped out of bed. In her mind, she was thinking that this little girl was a neighbor's child, that my sister must have snuck in the house. When she opened the door, there was nobody inside the room. My mother nicknamed the little girl Jessie, and I have no idea why. My mother had many experiences in the house, and with the younger children, myself, my younger sister and younger brother, when we were very small, it was as if we were playing with someone else. I don't remember this, but my mom did, but I do remember that in my oldest sister's bedroom in her closet, there was a paneled off section that led under our hallway steps to the second floor. I remember talking to someone that we called the lady under the stairs. I always thought that it was my mom or grandmother, but I later learned that this was not the case. When we told my mom about this, she would not let us play this game anymore. I do not remember being scared at all. My younger sister and I would also go into our hallway and play with the lady on the stairs. I have very little recollection of this at the time. I would have been about 4 years old, and my sister would have been about 3. When we described the woman to my mother, she forbade us from being in the hallway alone. I never took the ghost stories to heart and was very carefree as a child. I always felt safe. However, I did finally have a bizarre experience that I could not explain or rationalize away. My grandmother had a stroke when I was 15, and my mother gave my older sister's bedroom to my grandmother since it was on the first level and was safer for her. She had no control over what she was saying and was rapidly deteriorating. My parents didn't lay any ground rules down for us kids that summer, as things were in havoc, and my brother and I had stayed up all night, watching Nick at Night in the living room. I could see into my grandmother's room, and we also kept an eye out for her, should she use the bathroom or want something to drink. I was just starting to doze off when I thought I saw someone in my grandmother's room. It was a blonde-haired girl who might have been 10 to 12. I have no idea the age. I thought I was seeing things, or that I was just really wiped out, and my mom's stories were starting to get to me. I walked out into our kitchen, and my oldest sister was eating a sandwich, and I told her what I saw. She laughed at me and told me I must have been dreaming. I thought maybe she was right, because I just never believed what my mom had been saying about the girl she had claimed to have seen on several occasions. Now here's where I realized I wasn't a complete nutcase. I said before that the house was very big. Well, my grandmother started screaming, and my sister and I ran into the room. My grandmother was up and headed for the front door. She was screaming about fire and the little girl. We could barely make out what she was talking about, but she kept repeating, "The little girl said I was going to hurt the baby, and I have to go before I cause a fire." That was the most intelligible sentence that my grandma had said in over a month. My sister kept saying, "What little girl?" and my grandmother said, clear as day, "The little blonde-haired girl." My grandmother was 72 years old and short of hearing. She was also 3 rooms away when I literally whispered this to my sister. We woke my mom up because we did not know what to do. My grandma ran out of the house and refused to come back in. She stood on her porch. My parents took her to the hospital, and she was placed in a nursing home because even the mention of her house sent her into hysterics. The baby she was talking about is my younger brother, who is the baby in the family. My mom decided to turn the house into a one-family home again, and had us kids, there were 6 of us, do the work. We did not mind, as we wanted the help, and it was a good way for us not to think about my grandmother all the time. My younger sister and I would be the only 2 sharing a room, but that was fine, as we are very close, and we were excited. Again, I was up, and could not sleep, so I went up to the room that would be ours. It had been my grandmother's, and I was scraping wallpaper off the walls with a putty knife. We had started this project the night before, and I was bored, so I went up to get some more done. I was scraping the walls, and had been doing so for about an hour, when I heard a funny noise that sounded like the scraping noise I was making with the knife, but different. It's hard to explain. I thought someone was playing a trick on me, so I began to scrape the wall, and very quickly, I stopped. However, the sound that I heard continued, and it was the sound of scraping, but it was coming from across the room. I do not know if whatever was in the room was mocking me or playing a game, but the scraping kept going on. Whoever or whatever did not care that I heard them. I screamed. I thought it was one of my older sisters. I ran down the front steps and opened the door, and the house was completely quiet. Everyone was sound asleep, snoring. I woke up everyone in the house. I was terrified, and I never slept in that room. I would continue to hear things in that house until I was 18 and moved out. As for our house restorations, my mother began working on the kitchen and back hallway that led to our attic. While doing so, she found where the house had burn marks and was scorched. My mother mentioned this to one of our neighbors, a woman who had lived on our street from the day she was born in the early 1920s. Our house had been burnt very badly and had been rebuilt. At that time, it had been converted to a double. A little girl and her parents lost their lives in the fire. My other sisters had things happen to them too. One of my older sisters was looking out the living room windows. Something grabbed her shoulder and called her name. One more thing, please don't think I'm nuts, but I've not had this happen in any house or apartment I've lived in since. And one thing I did notice is that whatever was in the house is not frightening to me in my youth, but only became frightening when each of us hit a certain age. I have no idea why. This was also something I thought that was so weird. The little girl was never visible upstairs, and the woman was only spotted downstairs once. A neighbor who was alive when the house caught on fire remembered that the little girl's name was Jessica. My mom had been calling her that for years, and had never known what the little girl's real name was, but I just called her that because it seemed right. Hi, I just thought I'd write to you guys to tell you what happened to me when I was about 12 to 13. I'm from northwest England, in a county called Cheshire. I was staying with my father in a small village called Wrenbury. He used to live in a large country house that has been around for many years. I think, but I'm not certain, that the house is in Victorian. I was staying for the weekend. The house does look spooky, but I never felt any kind of presence there until Sunday afternoon when my father popped out to the local store. He was only gone for about 15 minutes. It was about 9:30 p.m., and I decided that I needed the toilet. There was a downstairs toilet, but that was full of boxes and tools, so I had to go upstairs. I walked upstairs and went to the toilet. After flushing the loo, as the noise from the loo had gone and I was washing my hands, I heard the sound of a baby crying and screaming. Sound was coming from a nearby bedroom. This scared me a lot because I knew there was nobody in the house, and it was not coming from the outside because the house is stuck in the middle of nowhere, just miles of farm fields around. I walked out of the toilet and headed towards the direction of the crying. As I opened the bedroom door, the sound flew past me, but no one was there. It was almost like the sound traveled through me. I was rooted to the spot with complete terror. I then turned to face the sound, which was now sounding like it was coming from one of the other bedrooms across the hall. I don't know why, but I headed to the other room. The crying baby was really, really loud, and I was sure that someone was hurting a baby. Looking back, maybe that's why I went to see. As I opened the door, I saw something that I will never forget. There was a baby lying on the floor, but it didn't look right. Half of its body was stuck in the floor. I could see one of its legs pointing out, and a half of a face. It was wearing old-looking clothes. The sound of the baby was almost deafening, and it looked like someone was hurting it, but no one was there. This was all too much for me, and I ran downstairs and outside into the dark, and just waited for my father to return. I never told my dad anything. This is the first time I've ever told anyone. I thought I was going crazy, because I've never believed in ghosts before. My father no longer lives there now, but I did go back once when he was visiting an old friend that now lives there, but I never went up their stairs on my own again. Well, I just thought that maybe you would find that interesting. Nail me back if you wish. Hope you don't think I'm lying, because it was all very real to me. I'm 20 years old now, and I have access to the internet. I spend my time looking for other people who've had similar things happen to them. Thank you for reading. Many years ago, my family and I lived in a lovely Queen Anne style home. We lived in it for 13 years, 11 of which we experienced paranormal phenomena. 2 years after we moved in, we had our first of many odd occurrences. My daughter was in the kitchen and I was upstairs when I heard her call out that the upstairs toilet must have overflowed because water was running down the outside of the staircase. I ran to the top of the stairs in bare feet, only to feel water on the surface of the carpeting. I looked over the top of the railing to assure her that the toilet hadn't overflowed, and that was when I felt the wetness on my feet, but there were no water pipes in that part of the house. When I got down the stairs, I found the water running in rivulets down the wooden molding. My daughter reached up to turn on the light under the stairway alcove, and as soon as she did, the water stopped. We had to wipe the trom down, and we never found any reason for that activity. Months later, while preparing for bed one night, I heard footsteps running down the attic stairs. The door crashed against the opposite wall, and then nothing. I was terrified, thinking that someone was there. They would have to pass my room to get downstairs, but nothing happened. When we finally went to look, the door was against the wall. We even thought that maybe a ball had bounced down the stairs, sounding like footsteps, but there was nothing. Strangely, when we started to think our house had unseen guests, we were no longer frightened. As time passed, we had many more experiences. I heard a woman crying softly, but pitifully. 2 of my daughters saw images of old-fashioned children dressed in long white nightgowns and mob caps. A visitor to my house saw the same thing and asked me who the little girl was. On another occasion, my nephew was spending the night and thought he saw someone standing at the top of the stairs in a long white old-fashioned nightgown. My nephew was 16 at the time, and we hadn't told him about the house. My husband thought we were all crazy because he didn't believe in this sort of thing. My daughter came home late one night and was just lying in bed, going over her evening, and looked up to see a male figure suspended over the bed. She watched the image dissolve from the top as if it were sand falling. There were other things that happened there, although nothing dangerous, and finally, we sold the house and moved down. It was several years after we moved on from the house that we met a family that had lived there years before we did and had very similar things happen to them. When they said their experiences were very frightening and mean-spirited. I sometimes think our guests moved with us because from time to time we still get very strange sensations in our present Victorian home. When I was 4, my brother was born, and my parents moved him into the bedroom next to theirs. I was moved into my very own room, upstairs. My older sister occupied the room next to mine. It did not take me long to realize that there was something odd about this new room I was in. I would wake up in the night, chilled, with the overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Sometimes, I caught fleeting glimpses of what looked like a shadow on one particular wall. When I mentioned the shadow to Mom, she attributed it to light play from the moon and other rational explanations. I tried very hard to believe her explanations and to make the shadow sightings go away, but I simply couldn't take the vision of a man in an overcoat, wearing a fedora. I could never actually see this man, just an outline, a shadow, but I knew he was there. I can't even say I felt threatened by this figure. I just felt watched and not alone. I suppose I should describe our family home. It is a large, Cape Cod-style home, built in the 1940s, just after the war. The family that built the home were obviously influenced by World War II, as was the world, I would think, and they built a secret room, which I would imagine was designed to hide the family if war ever broke out on home soil. This room was only accessible via a trapdoor in the kitchen floor, and it led to the secret room in the basement. My dad sealed this room off before I was born, although I know exactly where the trapdoor is. There is also a secret passageway that leads between the closets of the 2 upstairs rooms. This passageway has been sealed before my parents bought the home. This house was the second built on the foundation. The first was a farmhouse dating back to the late 1800s, which burnt when my mother was a child in the 1930s. The family that originally built the Cape Cod didn't live there long, and it became a rest home for the affluent elderly in the community for many years. My parents bought the home in 1954, and I was born 11 years later. There were other strange occurrences in the house in my younger years, such as doors opening and closing by themselves, and doors locking when there were no locks, and the piano playing by itself. But I'll fast forward to 1974, when my older sister got married. I took the opportunity to move into her larger room, and that is when the strangeness went into overdrive. I hadn't actually even moved completely into the room when the weirdness began. I'd moved my record player into the room, along with a student desk. I was showing the room to a friend one afternoon when the door slammed shut behind us. When we turned to look at the door, the shade on the opposite window flew off the hinges and landed at our feet in the middle of this room. We both screamed and ran to the door, only to find it locked, and there wasn't a lock on the door. We managed to finally get it open and run down the stairs. My friend would never even go into the room again, let alone spend the night with me. I didn't let it bother me, however, and moved the bed into the room and took up residence. The room always stayed incredibly cold, even in the heat of an Ohio summer. My dad installed triple the insulation into that room to try to help with the chill, but it remained downright cold. There were countless nights when I would awaken to knocking on the walls. Sometimes I would knock back, and it would knock back at me. When I told my parents about the knocking, my dad said it was a tree limb scraping the house. The knocking became so intense that he ended up cutting the tree down, but the knocking continued. My parents installed an intercom system into my room next to my bed, so I could page them when the knocking started. Dad seemed convinced that it was the neighborhood boys throwing rocks at my window. It didn't sound like that though, and the knocking was coming from an inside wall, not an outside one. One afternoon, I was lying on the bed reading, and I got the overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I sat up on the bed and said out loud, "Stop it! There's no such thing as ghosts." and no sooner had I uttered the words, a figurine on a shelf began to wobble and then flew off the shelf and across to the bed, hitting me on the forehead. I slept on the sofa for a month after that. My family was even beginning to notice strange things happening by this time. The television would turn itself on and off, or alternatively increase the top volume, without anyone being in the room. Dad said we had a bum set and bought a new one, but it did the same. We had the wiring replaced, but it still happened. My mom declared that if it was a ghost, it certainly wasn't going to run her out of the home she loved. This is true. She still lives there with the ghost. Other things that would happen in the house included radio switching on and off, lights flickering, the washing machine switching on and running a cycle, and of course the shadow wandering around upstairs. It was all beginning to frighten me quite a bit, especially the knocking noises. If the knocking started, I would buzz Mom in the intercom, and she would race upstairs, but as soon as she reached the top step, the knocking would stop. I began to think perhaps I was going a bit crazy. I went away to college, and something strange happened in my old bedroom about a week after I had left. I still had the same clothes hanging in the closet, and there were a few posters still hanging on the wall, but otherwise, it was empty. My mom heard a funny noise upstairs one afternoon and went up to investigate. She checked the first bedroom and saw nothing amiss, and went down the hall to my room. She opened the door and discovered that the mirror tile on one wall had exploded all over the place. There were shards of glass sticking in the opposite wall and had scraped across the ceiling like claw marks. My posters hung in shreds. She noticed my closet door hanging open and shreds of glass sticking in the clothes, still hanging inside. She shut the door and waited for Dad to get home from work. He decided that it must have been a freak lightning hit, although the day was sunny and cloudless, and rang the insurers to come out and investigate. The investigator noted that the point of impact seemed to be the upper corner of the wall, where the mirrored tile met the adjoining wall. Oddly, he also noticed that the broken wood in the corner was pointing outward, as if the lightning had been inside the room and went out, instead of the lightning hitting outside and coming in. The insurance company still paid for the damages, although they could never find the point on the outside of the house where the lightning had come in. When I heard about it, I came home to view it, and noticed that the wall in question was the one where I had always heard the knocking. As I said, my mom still lives in the house, and strange things still persist. She keeps the washing machine unplugged, but unless the water is cut off, it still fills up. This is the third faulty washer we've had. The TV still plays tricks too. My dad passed away in the house 2 years ago, and on a night after he died, I was staying with Mom, although I wasn't about to go upstairs ever again. And in the middle of the night, we both heard faint music playing upstairs, bluegrass music, to be precise, which was Dad's favorite, and we reckoned that there must have been a party going on to welcome Dad to the other side. Mom has since sealed off the upstairs and only lives in the downstairs part of the house. My brother has had plenty of strange things happen to him in the house as well, as did my sister, and as a result, none of us want Mom to bequeath the house to us. She can't understand why. Every single night in my home, when I was 4 years old, my parents would come in and put me in bed. Mostly my mother, because my father wasn't home much. I never liked to sleep in the dark, and there were no outlets in my room for a lamp, or none that wanted to work at the time. As I laid in bed, almost every night, I'd look out into the hall, and I would be able to see the hall light on. Almost every single night as I lay in bed, a boy would walk past my door several times and then stop. It was a white glowing type thing that I remember perfectly well. It scared me a bit, but I never got an evil aura off of him. A thing about the boy is that he had died a long time ago, before we had moved in. It scared me all the time to recall it though, even though he isn't bad. I've only slept with the door open once. Since then, my parents got the outlets working. I was sleeping in a different room, but it was across the room the boy had died in. I looked outwards from my slumber. My glasses still on my face, because I always fall asleep watching TV. I saw the boy, and he went into my brother's room. That night, my brother got really sick. I don't know what happened, but the boy had died of a sickness. Another thing that happened. Me and my friends were sitting out on my back porch, and my one friend had brought a Ouija board with her. My other friend suggested that we play. Of course, I didn't want to, because I've had past experiences that turned out bad with those things, with other friends. We sat at the table and put each of our hands on it. Before we started though, we read something that had said you must finish a question. We thought we would. Beside the porch is a pool. This will fit into what happened as I go. We didn't believe that the board would actually work though, and so we tried. Even with the past experiences, I didn't think it would. So this is what we did. We tapped our fingers while the thing was moving, so that no one could move it themselves. We did get in contact with a spirit, and we, of course, ended up not finishing a question. Then, we noticed from the pool a mist that started to emerge. I kid you not, it was a ghostly apparition floating above the pool. It lasted for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. I then decided to finish the question. My friend immediately stopped me and asked me what I was doing. "You're conjuring up evil," she said to me. It was clear that she didn't want to do this anymore, so we stopped, and we never returned to that Ouija board again. In fact, we went out to the fireplace and we burned the Ouija board so that we would never have any bad omens attached to us. Yet another incident occurred. About a year ago, I met up with some different kind of people. Wiccans to mostly say, and I still am Wiccan now. I took it in, because God actually hadn't helped me one slight bit with my life, so I started to believe in gods. I learned some good spells, and some bad. The ones I used most were the exorcism spells for haunted houses around here. My house I knew had quite a lot of ghosts in it, and I decided to get rid of one particular one that would scare the entire family as we slept. At night, if you were to turn the light off in the living room, the room would turn a deep dark blood red, and the windows to the place would disappear. When you looked to one corner of the place, you could see a black figure walking out of it. This is the ghost I decided to rid the house of. It never spoke during anything. It would only appear, and nothing more. My sister and her friends hadn't believed me when I told them of what was going on in the room, and they tested it for themselves. As we did it, they saw exactly what I was saying, and screamed for me to turn the light on. I actually sleep in that room still. The ghost is still there, but it doesn't bother us anymore. When I had tried the exorcism, the ghost had gotten angry and thrown the lamp at me. If not for me dodging it and then grabbing it before it hit the wall, I would have been in trouble. It glared at me and disappeared. You're probably thinking, this is absolute bull, but I can assure you, it was not. And I tell you this, not because I really want you to believe in some fantasy story, but because this actually happened. I couldn't even believe with my own eyes what was occurring. When I returned to the room that night, and from then on, the ghost never came back, or didn't bother us anyway. There are other ghosts in my house, ones that are in the cellar, but I've only heard them, not actually seen them. Anyway, This last event occurred outside of my house. Anyway, one night I was out with my friends, against my parents' will. We had left when they were asleep. It was around 3 a.m. in the morning, and we wanted to see what was around the area. We went up to the graveyard near, and sat down by some of the older graves, deeper into the graveyard. As we were sitting there, I looked up to see a darkened black figure standing by one of the trees. He wasn't looking at me or my friends, but something else. I had been leaning up against a grave. I didn't have much respect for the dead at the time until after this. I turned around and looked up to see a white figure standing there, looking at the black figure. They then turned their eyes towards me. I tugged on my friend's arm, but she didn't reply. She was asleep, along with the 2 other people that were there with us. I backed up off the grave as the white one glared at me. When I got completely away, they had turned their eyes back to each other and had vanished. Before our marriage, my husband purchased a home built sometime previous to 1870 in the center of a small town in Michigan. It is a lovely house, we still have it, with high ceilings and wide archways between some of the rooms. When we moved in, we had very modern furniture, which really didn't look right in the house, so our friends would bring us antiques whenever they could find them, very cheaply or for free. One friend bought us a very large round antique mirror that he had found in a house his company was hired to tear down. It was the kind with a gilded wood and molded frame with a medallion at the top. The glass, while it had some dark spots and shadings, was in exceptionally good condition. This was back in the mid to late 70s, and we had parties almost every weekend. In the summer when the doors were left open, no one bothered knocking. They just opened the screen and came in. Late one Friday or Saturday evening, shortly after receiving the mirror, I was sitting on a low sofa against the east wall of the living room. Also on this wall was a large archway leading into the dining room, which is where the main entry door that we used was located. There was also a door leading into the living room from the front porch, but no one used this one. The mirror was hung on the north wall, right next to the couch where I was sitting. Everyone else was sitting in the middle or at the opposite end of the room, large room. I was looking to my right and noticed in the mirror that a young man was walking through the archway into the living room and stopped right at the threshold. At first glance, I did not recognize him, so I turned on the couch to look at him directly, and there was no one there. I looked over at the mirror again, and there he was. He was not a big guy, about 5'8" or 5'9", thin build, dark hair, short for the times, and wearing what looked like one of those blue-gray work shirts. I looked towards the archway again. No one was there. I shot off the couch and into the dining room to see if anyone was playing a trick on me. There was no one in any part of the house other than the living room. It made me very uneasy, and I could never sit in that area again. In fact, I moved that couch a week later, and even though the mirror still hangs there all these years later, I tried to avoid looking at it. A couple of years after this happened, I joined the local historical society. I met a wonderful tiny old lady in her 90s. She told me that she had been in my home many times during her youth, and I found out from her that during Prohibition, the people who owned a house would have parties with bootleg liquor. There was an argument late one evening, and a young man was killed by a blast from the barrels of a shotgun at close range in the area of the front entrance to the dining room. I'm not sure if it was him or not, but for 3 or 4 years after that, every night at 3:10 a.m., I would hear slow but steady footsteps on the creaky wood floors walk from the archway through the living room, and up to the bedroom door. They always stopped right there, thank God, and I tried to make sure they would come no further by hanging a crucifix on a hook inside of the bedroom door. After a few years, it either stopped or we grew so accustomed to it that we didn't notice it anymore. So, do you think my spirit came with a mirror, or that the mirror just enabled me to see him? I don't know. I guess we'll find out sooner or later. I've had quite a few ghostly experiences over my life, all of which have been rather benevolent, except for one that happened a few years back. I was 24, living with my mother, my sister, and my 2-year-old niece. One night, I woke up and looked up into the darkness. This thing flew down from the ceiling, straight at me with its arms out. I can still see it. It looked like a cross between a gargoyle and an alien. It looked so evil. It sounds silly, but I was so terrified that I ran out of my room screaming into the living room to be with my mother. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I sat with her for quite a while before I could convince myself that it was just a dream, and I went back to bed with no further problems. Well, a few months down the road, my sister was at home with her friend, Kelly, who seems to have some sort of connection with the paranormal, like her mother, and she sent her down the hall to get a towel for my niece. The linen closet is down the hall in my mother's room. Kelly came back a couple minutes later, white as a sheet. Now, my sister and Kelly are always talking about stuff like this, but this is what really freaked me out. She said that there was something in my mother's room, and it was a threatening presence. She then went on to describe it. About 3 foot tall, gray, kind of a cross between a gargoyle and something. I'd never mentioned anything to my sister, and the only thing I had told my mother is that something scared me. I'd never described what I saw to anyone. In another related incident, prior to my sighting, my mother was trying to sleep one night in her room, and as she was about to fall asleep, something breathed near her, kind of like a sharp exhale, right into her ear. She woke up the next morning with scratches in the middle of her back, and the freaky thing is, she slept alone, and there were only 3, long, about 6 inches thin, scratches on her back. Needless to say, I'm very happy to be out of the house. I'm not sure if this qualifies as a ghost story, but it was more than an ordinary dream. My cat Johnny, my sweet silver bad boy for 10 years, died at home of aggressive cancer in March. During the month between his diagnosis and his death, I showered him with even more attention than usual, so by the time he passed away, we were closer than ever. On several occasions, including at his grave just before burying him, I invited him to come back and let me know he was okay. A few nights after his death, I was aroused by a dream by the sound of Johnny's meow, coming from the direction of his special spot at the foot of my bed. Coincidentally, his grave is about 30 feet further in the same direction. I waited with a mixture of hope and anxiety to feel him walking up my body to my face, but it didn't happen. Instead, I became aware of something tickling my left ear and tried to reach over to pet him, only to find that I was paralyzed. That's when I panicked, remembering all the scary ghost stories involving a period of paralysis. That was the moment where I woke up, and I suddenly saw something in the corner of the room. It was a dark, small figure, but I couldn't really make it out. It was a dark shadow, even though it was a very dark outline of something. I'm assuming it was a kid or something. It was very terrifying. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like 2 Grim Reapers were standing right behind him. So this humanoid ghost, this figure, this creature, This child was hunched over and was absolutely mortified himself, and these Grim Reaper type ghosts came to take him away. And just like that, within seconds, they were all gone. I guess you can say that my cat didn't return. In fact, I think a demon actually returned, but I guess that's up for debate. Thanks for listening. After you read this experience, you might think I'm crazy or something, but believe me, it was the most terrifying night in my life, and it has taken me a lot of time to get over it. Before I moved out, about a year ago, I lived in a 100-year-old house. It had 2 floors, and my family only lived on the top floor. We barely ever went into the basement, because the floors were all rock, and there were no lights down there. One day, when I was about 15, I had a friend sleep over, and we thought it would be cool if we slept in the basement and told ghost stories. We gathered up our sleeping bags and our candles and went down to the basement. As soon as I entered the room we were going to sleep in, I immediately felt as if we were being watched, and I told my friend that I thought we should maybe sleep upstairs. She just told me to quit being a wimp and to set up my sleeping bag. As soon as we stayed up and talked and laughed, we never did tell ghost stories. I felt more comfortable and fell asleep easily. In the middle of the night, I remember this so clearly because this scared the crap out of me so bad, and I'm absolutely positive I wasn't dreaming. I woke up to knocking coming from one side of the house, and slowly getting louder and closer, and right when it was so near that it was shaking the ground, there was a big crash, and it went away. I sat up straight in my sleeping bag, and my whole body was trembling. After I calmed down a bit, a figure appeared at the foot of my sleeping bag, and I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't do anything. The figure was of a man dressed in rags that were covered in coal. He stared at me as if he recognized me from somewhere, and then his eyes widened, and he exclaimed with a gasp, "Mary Beth, Mary Beth, help me." He then disappeared with a flash of light. Apparently, my friend had woken up right when he disappeared and saw the flash of light. The next day I told my parents, and they said that they had felt a presence down in the basement earlier. I read up on the history of our house and found out that the mistress of the house was named Mary Beth, and her picture resembled myself. One of her servants had been trapped in the basement and tried to climb out of the coal chute without succeeding, and after being trapped for about 3 days, he died in an unexplained fire accident while in the basement. Thank you for taking your time to read this. Hello, I have another ghost experience for you. In March of 1994, my husband, my oldest daughter, and I, we visited Venice. We booked a room at the ancient Palazzo. We were assigned a room on the 2nd floor, overlooking a canal. The view was accessed by opening the heavy wooden shutters, which opened into the room. These had a metal rod, which fit into a U-shaped hook on the other window. Opening out were double windows, also heavy, with numerous panes of glass. This room had double beds, with a narrow walkway between them. About 3 times during our 2 days there, we would hear footsteps start from approximately the middle of the room, march smartly over to the windows, at which point the wooden shutters would fly open. We would track this phenomenon with our eyes, but saw nothing and felt no fear. The first time we rushed over to the windows to check them, these shutters were so heavy that it felt doubtful that a gust of wind was blowing them open. What's more interesting is that the glass pane windows remained shut and seemed pretty airtight. The catch was not all that easy to work, either, My daughter, then 14, remembers having to struggle with it to open it. Even my oh-so-logical and mechanical husband looked over the shutters and could come up with no good explanation. The last night we were there, we were retired for the night with my husband and I in one bed, and my daughter in the other. She and I could hold hands in the space between the beds. They were so close together. Right after lights out, we heard the footsteps, this time walking up between the beds to where our heads were. We could hear breathing. We were both too scared to do anything, but we certainly compared notes the next morning. I wanted to ask as we were checking out if the place was haunted, but the only folks on duty that morning didn't speak English, and we don't speak Italian, but we'll never forget the place. About 10 years ago, when I still lived in Pennsylvania, a group of friends and I took a joyride out to the Quaker Cemetery just for a good night scare. It was a chilly, full moonlit November night, and there were 6 of us there, 5 guys, and me, the only girl. It was the perfect setting for a ghost. Now, I don't know how many of your readers have ever been to this cemetery, but to describe the first time I saw the place, I screamed and just about curdled my boyfriend's blood. The crematorium scared me the most. I don't know. Something about the way it looks and what it was used for. Anyway, back to that night. 2 of the guys were acting like morons and jumping all over the place and around the markers inside the cemetery. I was angry at their pure disrespect for this old place, and so I tried telling them to stop. But of course, as excited as they were getting, they wouldn't listen. Me and this other guy were too chicken to go along with them, especially because of the way they were acting. They were bound to disturb peace in the cemetery, so we stayed by the car. We kept hearing a fake bird call coming from the trees along the opposite side of the road, and then I started smelling the lilacs. The lilac scent somehow wasn't disturbing, even though it was November and none were blooming, and also, there weren't any fresh flowers placed on any of the very old graves. The fake bird call almost scared the life out of us, because it just sounded so unnatural, and with each chirp, sounded closer and closer. We decided that we really needed to get out of there, so we both sat inside the car, waiting for the others. I got myself in such a worked up state that when I found a quarter on the ground, I swore, "In blood we trust," was written on it, rather than the usual "In God we trust." My friend just laughed at me. The story that I'm about to relate to you took place when I was about 11 years old. I'm 17 now, and most people whom I've conversed with about this matter shrug it off as the hallucinations of a child. It was the fall of about 92 or 93, maybe before, maybe after. I do not honestly remember. I was living with my father here in Texas at the time, because my mother had hauled off to Arizona to take care of her father, who had succumbed to a stroke. My father and I had gone to my grandmother's house for dinner. My grandfather was out of town visiting relatives in another part of the state. My father, my grandmother, and myself were in the kitchen conversing about things that I can no longer recall, because my memories of this occasion are starting to fade and jostle in my mind. My father told me to go wash my hand in the restroom, as my grandmother had just finished making dinner, and we were about to sit and eat. I walked out of the kitchen and into the dining room. As I looked in the general direction of the restroom, which was about 15 feet from where I was standing, I noticed 2 things immediately. The toilet was making strange noises, which isn't uncommon in houses, and there was what appeared to be a man in a shroud, standing in the restroom, with his hands under the faucet, staring at me. I don't remember exactly what my feeling was at the time, except for a bit of fear and a bit of awe at the supernatural. I'm a big reader, and around that time in my life, I was getting into ghost stories and other paranormal phenomena. I then walked back into the kitchen, and my father asked me if I'd washed my hands. Of course, being as frightened as I suppose I was, I told him that I had, and then I proceeded to eat my dinner. But the events of that night have never entirely left me. I'd seen the man in the cloak on at least 2 other occasions since, but those stories are for a later time. Thanks for reading, and good night. This story was told to me by an ex-boyfriend, Mike, when we first started dating. We were still getting to know each other, so when he told me he was very afraid of spirits, I believed him, because it's not the type of thing you'd say if you were trying to impress a girl. I asked him why, and this is what he told me. Mike's first encounter with ghosts was about 10 to 12 years ago, when he and his family, mom, dad, little brother George and Mike, were living in a house in the northwest side of Chicago. This particular house had an attic, which was used to store the items that came with the house when before Mike's family bought it. Nothing too unusual, mostly furniture and such. At this time, Mike was probably 15 years old, and his brother George was probably 9 years old. They were up in the attic one afternoon, goofing around, pretending to be acrobats and wrestlers. Eventually, they got tired, and George collapsed on the floor, while Mike sat in the old recliner that came with the house. The brothers continued talking until their mother called from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. The boys had worked up an appetite, so they bolted out of the attic. Mike was the last one out, and as soon as he shut the door behind him, he remembered that he left the light on. Knowing his mother would be mad if he didn't turn it off, Mike opened the door to the attic, took one step in, and froze. The recliner that Mike had been sitting in was slowly turning towards him. Mike tried to command his body to run, but he was so scared he seemed rooted to the floor. The recliner turned enough so that Mike could see the form of a knee, and it was at that point that Mike got the strength to bolt out of the room and down to the kitchen. He told his parents what he saw, and of course they didn't believe him, but Mike refused to stay in the house any longer. He was so upset that his parents made arrangements for him to sleep at his aunt and uncle's house that night. Furthermore, this was the last time Mike ever stepped foot into the house. He stayed with his aunt and uncle until his family sold the house a few months later. Of course, his parents objected to his imposing on his relatives' hospitality, but they were too afraid to force him to come back, fearing he would have some sort of breakdown. The next house Mike's family moved into was still in Chicago, and not too far from the old house. Everything was going fine until one night, when Mike's family had friends over for dinner. After dinner, the adults and Mike sat around the island in the kitchen, having coffee and talking, while year-old George played outside in the backyard with the guest's little boy, Sam. At one point, George opened the kitchen door and ran through the kitchen, past all the adults, and straight into the adjoining bathroom. Nobody thought anything of this until about 10 minutes later, when Mike's dad questioned why George was taking so long in the bathroom. Mike's dad knocked on the bathroom door, asking George if everything was all right. No answer. Mike's dad tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. Everyone started getting concerned until the kitchen door opened again, and in came George and Sam. Mike's father asked George how he snuck back out of the bathroom without anyone seeing him. You see, there is no other way out of the bathroom. If George came out, or even opened the door, he would have been seen. In order to get back outside, he would have had to go through the kitchen again. George swore up and down that he had not been to the bathroom at all. He was outside playing with Sam the whole entire time. Mike's father asked him again to explain about the locked bathroom door, but when they checked it again, it was not locked. There were other strange incidents that happened in the house, mostly to Mike, more than anyone else in the family. The last incident Mike told me about was something that happened to him a few months before we met, when he was about 22 years old. One night, as Mike was laying in bed, he woke up with an uneasy feeling. He was lying on his side facing the wall, and he felt as if someone was staring at him. It was the middle of the night, and pitch black in the room. Mike turned over and opened his eyes and saw a black figure standing next to his bed, staring down at him. Mike shut his eyes and screamed for his mother repeatedly. When she came storming in the room, Mike told her what had happened. It seemed as if such occurrences happened sporadically, strangely enough, when Mike was getting to the point of forgetting them. Seems as if the spooks recognize this and remind them of their presence every now and again. I was kind of skeptical when Mike told me the story, mainly because I was just getting to know him. I couldn't tell if he was a habitual liar or something, but the way he acted and the way he told me the stories was enough to make me wonder if he was a spook magnet. We only dated a couple of months, and maybe that was for the best. I might be younger than some of you, but I've had a lot of experiences. I'm 18 years old. About a week after my 10th birthday, my uncle had taken his own life inside my grandparents' house, the one I'm currently living in now. After his death, I would refuse to go down into the basement where it happened. I would always hear unsettling noises, to the point at which I would feel so uncomfortable being in that home. The odd part is, it would only happen when everyone was in bed and I was home alone. As creepy as it was, I still had somewhat of a morbid curiosity to go down there. Though, of course, I could never bring myself to do it. There would be times I would hear very faint snarling and growling sounds. Other times, I would hear weeping. It was very disturbing. Then about 6 months after my uncle's death, my 17-year-old cousin had died in a car wreck. One night, I was so upset over the deaths that I had stumbled down there without thinking about where I had went. I was so overcome with grief of emotions that I was bawling my eyes out. It got to the point where it was too much for me. I was sitting on the couch thinking about ending it all so I could be with them. Just when I was about to, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I knew instantly that it was my uncle. That moment made me realize that it was okay to continue on. That may have been a positive experience, but I assure you, it didn't get better in that basement and the house moving forward. One evening, I was up in my bedroom. My parents were again fast asleep when I heard a disturbing wailing again coming from the basement. I have a vent in my room, and it connects directly down to the basement. I could hear these cries coming from the vent. I listened closer through the vent, and I could have sworn I heard my name being whispered. Like an idiot, I thought maybe my uncle had returned and wasn't feeling well, so I swallowed my pride and went down into the basement so I could at least tell him that everything would be okay. As I opened the basement door and looked down the steps, at the end of these steps, I saw a figure for a moment's time. It wasn't my uncle. In fact, it was a black misty shadow, and it slowly evaporated. It seemed to be there for a few seconds, then it was gone within a blink of an eye. I then turned around, heard a distinct growl, then ran back up the rest of the steps and back into my room. Sometimes when I walk around the house, I can feel something watching and even following me. It's not always my uncle, but it definitely feels like something evil. It wasn't too long ago that me and my 21-year-old cousin went to go see her dad. Now, This is the cousin that was in the wreck with the one that passed away. Jean, the 21-year-old cousin, had told me that she had felt her sister's spirit with her before. While we were up late at night talking about her, we suddenly felt her presence with us. It was like she was sitting there and listening to us. Then, not too long ago, I was over at a friend's and was going to stay the night. We were in her room, talking about how she thought that maybe she had a ghost living in her house. Of course, I'm sitting there nodding my head. Then I felt something grab my necklace that I was wearing. So we got freaked out and ran to the living room and checked out my neck. Whatever had touched me left a great big red check mark on my neck. Then about 5 to 10 minutes later, it felt like something was grabbing my legs. I pulled up my pant legs, and it had red marks all over my legs. So me and my friend decided to get out of the house and go bowling. Over at the bowling alley, the marks had turned white and disappeared. Well, anyway, when we got back to our house, the marks returned, and I kept feeling things grabbing me and following us occasionally. But the weird thing is, nothing was happening to her, and she told me that nothing like this has ever happened to one of her friends before. I was beginning to think that this bad presence in my home was starting to attach itself to me. So we decided to go to bed. While we were laying there, it felt like someone had come up and sat down on the bed between us. So I looked over, and no one was there. I haven't been over to my friend's ever since. A friend sent me this and suggested that I tell my stories, so here's one of them that I hope you enjoy. I have more if you'd like to hear. I live in Clinton, Illinois, which is a small town. We have a lake, and that's pretty much about it. One night, I was out joyriding in the cemetery with a friend, as I like to do from time to time, and I had to go to the restroom. So, I went to this accessed area that is out in the country. I went to the restroom and then walked through the pavilion to look at the lake. I then came back to my car and then crawled into the driver's seat. I looked up, and there was this little boy ducking behind a garbage can. He had red eyes that glowed like a demon's and teeth that were jagged and white. A black figure that looked like a medium-sized dog was beside him, and it was black. All that you could see was its red eyes. They both stared at us in the car, and I felt fear overwhelm me. I quickly started the car and left. The next day I told my mom about it. She grew up in the area, and she said that they often had Satan worshippers out there, and that rumors were that a little boy was drowned and used as a sacrifice many years ago. My aunt, she says that the little boy was evil, and therefore was put to death in that spot. I've tried to research this, but there are no records of any murder of a child taking place in this area. But I will never go there again, night or day. This is just one of the countless stories that I have. I have some photos too. I don't know if you can use this, but if you can, feel free to. You may also edit if needed. Have you ever stayed at the Holiday Inn? You should, because this story is outrageous. In early of July 1999, I spent a work week there for a regional curriculum camp. I had originally been slated to share a room with other teachers on the first floor. However, the room was a smoking room, and the odor was causing my asthma to flare up, so I was transferred to a room on the 4th floor. Buggered if I can remember the room number. When I retired on Monday night, I had not heard yet of the ghost or any legends. I was awoken 3 times during the night by the phone ringing. I was really ticked because no one was ever there. I vowed to speak with someone at the front desk about it. In the morning I learned about Tanya, the ghost. We all laughed at the story, thinking it was something to amuse tourists. Being WNY natives, we weren't going to be suckered by any such nonsense. I forgot to talk to anyone about the phone and decided not to bother. I fell asleep very quickly that night. I was awakened that night by the sensation that someone was staring at me from the left side of the bed. I have small children. My son often wakes me using the stare method. Now, I might have thought the ghost story was crap, but I wasn't going to test the theory by looking to see what was next to me. I said, "Go away. I'm not going to look at you. I need my sleep." The sensation immediately left me, and I slept the rest of the night quite peacefully. I awoke and went to my morning sessions without anything remarkable happening. However, I had to return to my room mid-morning to fetch some papers I needed for the next session. The curtains were open on the doors leading out to my balcony, which was not unusual. Housekeeping always opened the doors after cleaning. What was unusual was the number of small, sticky handprints all over the outside of the doors. These were no higher than my waist. I shook my head at the poor cleaning job. I was sure that the previous guests must have children with them, and that the maid had failed to clean the prints off the glass. I wonder how hard it was to open the doors and give the glass a good cleaning, and then I hustled off to make my session. As the day progressed, I heard more tales of Tanya, like how she throws the poolside chairs into the pool during the night, etc. We giggled amongst ourselves, like good campers should when hearing ghost stories. None of us was going to admit we believed any of it, especially when our principals were listening. So, I was half joking while I was in my room, getting ready for bed, and said out loud, "Listen, Tanya, I don't know how old you are, but I think you'll enjoy the books in the Falls room. If you can read, you'll really like them. Even if you can't, lots of them are full of beautiful pictures that I bet you'll like to look at. Go there instead of bugging me." I slept like a log, without any interruptions that night. When I went to breakfast the next morning, I told a colleague about my chat with Tanya. I mentioned that it must have worked because I had slept so well. I stopped talking when I saw my colleague's jaw drop and her face go white. I asked her what the matter was, and she took me over to the professor who was leading the sessions in the Falls room. My colleague said to the professor, "Tell us what you found in the room this morning." I listened in stunned silence as the professor described what a mess the room was. Books were thrown all over the place. The display table was in shambles, and her boxes of supplies had been unpacked and poorly repacked. In her own words, she said it looks like a kid went through everything and tried to put things back together, but couldn't manage. The professor had questioned the hotel staff about who had access to the room, and all swore that no one had been in the room after we had left, and that the door had been locked until the staff let the professor in the morning. I apologized when she finished and explained that it had probably caused the mess by inviting Tanya to go there. We all laughed uneasily at that. Some other teachers on the 4th floor admitted the strange things, like the ringing phone, no caller, and the sensation of being watched. Suddenly, we weren't so sure if the story was something just to amuse the tourists. Were the phone calls, staring sensations, sticky fingerprints, and trash conference room related? There could be logical explanations, like incorrectly routed calls, poor cleaning, and staff mischief. Maybe Tanya was drawn to all of us warm, female, motherly-like type teachers. No male teachers that I know of on that floor, and yes, all of us are moms too. One thing is for sure, I'm far less skeptical of the paranormal than I was before, and I will admit, even to my principal, that something odd happened in that hotel. If you really want to check out the paranormal, then you have to go to the Grand Island Holiday Inn. You can pretend you came here to see Niagara Falls. I've had many experiences with ghosts and hauntings, all beginning around age 3. I'm now 28, and my connection to ghosts and spirits has only grown stronger with time. I suppose I should start with my earliest haunting. I was around 10 years of age. My parents had just divorced, and I was feeling alone and angry. I don't like to sleep with my bedroom door open. When I did, I felt I was being watched. One summer night, the air was hot and humid, and I had no choice but to sleep with my door open to get a cool cross breeze. I remember waking up sometime around midnight or shortly thereafter, feeling I was being watched. When I looked out my bedroom door, I saw a frightening sight. A figure with pure black skin, bright yellow eyes, and a cloak of red, white, and black harlequin-like design was staring at me, its hands on the door jamb, about to enter the threshold of my room. I screamed, saw its eyes widen in shock, possibly, and flee down the hall adjacent to my room. I even saw its robes fluttering after it as it fled. My scream woke my family, who searched the room for the thing, lack of a better word, but found nothing. All the doors were locked, no windows were broken. I shut my door, put up with the heat, and it hasn't returned since. I've been told that the creature was a demon. I also found out that I was depressed at the time, and that may have been drawing it to me. I can still feel its presence when I think about it. I feel very frightened just remembering the experience. Thank you for letting me share my experience here. I'm a 20-year-old from Cape Town, South Africa. As yet, I've not seen anyone from my country send in any of their paranormal experiences. I have to say that I find that quite strange regarding all the haunted places we have around here. I'm not quite sure what my experience was, but I can assure you that at that time, it was absolutely terrifying. First, I have to tell you a bit about the history of the place. From what I've heard, the mountain passes were built by Italian prisoners of war, POWs, during the Second World War, and a lot of them died building those passes. There are hundreds of stories of people seeing phantom soldiers, workmen, and the additional hiker. I'm sure some of them could have real workmen, because the roads are still being built onto. The roads up there are very old and traitorously winding, and because of that, there have been many automobile accidents. Now, to get to what happened, for the last 3 years of my school career, I went to boarding school in a very small town called Rosenville. Now, I have to add that the area surrounding it is very mountainous, and to get to the town, which is situated in a valley, you have to either go through the new tailgate tunnel or go over the mountain pass. I failed to recollect the exact date on which it happened, but I do remember that it was near the end of 1996. At that time, my parents were on holiday in Europe, and my older brother by 5 years drove to Rosenville to fetch me. I had a SRC function on that evening, and he attended it with me around 10 p.m. that evening. We were both getting a bit tired and decided to rather get going for the 1.5 hour drive home. There are quite a few legends about the old mountain pass, and that evening, I made a joke and asked my brother if he wanted to go check out the ghosts at the old tunnel. He gave me one of his scary evil laughs that he does whenever we talk about ghosts, and took the turnoff that leads up to the mountain. On our way up, I must confess that I was a bit nervous, but then again, I get nervous whenever someone even hints at anything remotely scary. Everything went fine, and as we went through the tunnel, my brother pressed the car hooter 3 times, as everyone does. I don't really know why you have to do it, but it's sort of a tradition amongst the people to that area. After about 5 to 10 minutes, He kept on glancing in his rearview mirror, and then he would nod or smile. I thought this was very strange and asked him what he was doing. He looked at me with a totally straight face and said that we have a young woman in the back seat and he was just chatting to her. Of course, I immediately turned around and saw absolutely nothing. I looked at him and told him to stop scaring me and that it was not funny. He held by his story and said he's not trying to scare me, but that is truly a girl in the car, and he asked me if I could not see her. Now, I'm the youngest of 3 children and the only girl, and have always had a wonderful relationship with my brothers. I would have known if he was lying. Me, scared quite stiff and not even able to breathe properly, just sat there praying that it or she would not appear to me. Finally, after about 15 minutes and a whole lot more nods and smiles, my brother told me that he had to stop to relieve himself. Mother Nature. I can still remember the exact location he stopped at. It was on the left side of the road, with a white stone half veranda-like entrance to a farm or someplace. It had been raining the whole week, and the ground was very muddy and smelled moldy. I debated over getting out with him, but I thought that he would be not very impressed with me if I accompanied him on his errand. So, I gathered all the guts that I could muster and sat all alone in the car. I remember it being very cold. I could see my breath as I breathed out, but it might have been only because of the weather in that area. Nothing much happened in the time my brother was away, for one exception. There was the distinct sound of someone breathing, and no, not me. I made a point of breathing my breath, and I could still hear it. I sat there, waiting for my brother for at least 10 minutes that seemed like 10 hours, so afraid that I could not even get up the nerve to uncross my leg that was aching like crazy. He got back into the car and did not say a lot after that. He just asked me when we had picked up the man in the khaki clothes. I decided not to say or ask anything anymore. Things were just getting too weird for me. As we got off the intersection that goes onto the Pearl Road, as we get off the mountain pass, my brother suddenly started driving faster and faster. I told him to slow down, and he looked at me with this confused expression on his face and said that he's not speeding, that he's been driving 100 kilometers an hour the whole time because that's the speed limit in the new tunnel. At that point, I started crying and told him that we did not go through the new tunnel but over the pass and through the old tunnel. He smiled at me, said, "No, I distinctly remember us stopping in front of the new tunnel, picking up a young girl, driving through the new tunnel, and dropping off the girl after the toll gate." Things were just getting so confusing and weirder by the minute. I told him that it was impossible. I know for a fact that we drove over the mountain, and I related my whole experience to him. He would not believe me. Then, to prove to him that I was telling the truth, I told him to have a look at his boots and at the floor by his feet, and if there was mud, by what I was telling him is the truth. Now, he found mud on his boots all right, and on the carpet by his feet, but for the past 3 years, he's still keeping by the side of the story. How do you explain that? 2 people, 1 car, 2 drastically different stories. In the past few months, I had 2 experiences with ghosts. This past New Year's Eve, my grandfather died after a short illness. My family stayed over my grandparents' house the night before he died, and I slept in the upstairs bedroom. I couldn't really sleep for too long, and at one point, as I lay in bed, with my eyes slightly open, I began to see some sort of figure near my bed. I began to see what looked like a face and ran out of the room into the hallway. As I walked down the hallway, I was pushed by a burst of energy 2 times and walked at a greater speed than myself meant to. I can't really describe it, just that whatever it was actually passed through me 2 times. The second shelf left me in front of my grandfather's bedroom. I couldn't understand why, since my grandfather had been moved to the downstairs living room and no one was supposed to be in the room. However, an aunt of mine was laying in the bedroom floor, passed out, after getting too upset when entering his room, which no one in my family knew at this point. Shortly after, my grandfather died. My family feels that even though at this point he was still alive, his spirit had already left his body and directed me to check up on my aunt. After his death, I tried to put it out of my mind for a while. However, at the beginning of March, my mother and I visited my grandmother, and she asked me to carry up some boxes to the store in my grandfather's room. As soon as I entered the room, I started thinking about the whole situation with his death and could not stop crying. It was the first time that had really sunk in that he was gone and that I'll never see him again. 3 days later, I went back to college, and about 1:30 a.m., after my roommate had gone to sleep, I, with my headphones, began listening to a CD of mine. I began thinking about my grandfather again, and soon, the doorknob to the dorm room began to shake, and I could hear someone fumbling around with it for a while. The windows were open, but there was no wind coming through. I went up to the door, figuring that it was someone on the floor stopping by. Then, the doorknob slowly turned, and the door opened, and nobody was there, but I could feel a presence. I believe that this was my grandfather letting me know that although he has passed on, he is still watching over us. Over 30 years ago, I was a signalman in a quiet country box on a now closed Waverly route. I operated a level zing over a back road some 3/4 of a mile from the main road. On a November Saturday back shift, around 18 hours, because it was rather warm, I sat with some of the windows open. I'd left my gates blocking the roadway waiting for a train leaving Carlisle 6 miles away. Not many cars use the zing at weekends, so I was surprised to hear a sound from outside and down the road. I went to the window and looked out. There was nothing to see, so I made to turn away, at which point a voice called, "Can I come across?" Looking back out, I could see a person standing beside the wicket gates. I called back yes, and made to unlock the small gates. I returned to the window, and a girl had crossed the track and was standing at the fence below me. She was dressed in light colored, I guessed that tan, closed her hair was fair, but her face was hidden in the shadow cast by the box eaves. We talked. She told me she had come out of a bus and was heading for a certain house where she was staying. As we began to talk, snow began to fall. I asked her to come up to the fire. She refused, as she refused to step closer to the fence. A bell rang behind me. I turned away and turned back, and she was gone. The road ran away straight for a good half-mile. I hurried downstairs, kneeling on the road. I could look along the tarmac, shiny and wet, reflecting lights of a marshalling road on the horizon. The road was empty. The following week, early shift, I made a point of stopping the people who lived at the house mentioned. No one had been visiting. It had already dawned on me that the bus she had mentioned no longer ran. I hope you find this of interest. Let me say that I worked at that box for some time after and loved every minute. Signal boxes are curious places, some odd by their locations, but all old and well used. Hello. Me and my boyfriend have had a couple of incidents at our apartment, leading us to believe that there is something here aside from us. I first of all think that it's strange that this is happening, as we live in an apartment complex. About 2 months ago, we were in bed and watching TV. We heard a child's voice in the living room, and this continued for several weeks on several different occasions. It seemed to be as if someone called out for someone. Then about a month later is when the really strange part of it took place. No one had been there at all, and the house was spotless, and we noticed a small handprint on our bathroom mirror. It was in the middle of the mirror and had water streaks running down from the top of the fingertips, as if it had just been done minutes earlier. And then this very morning, my boyfriend turned the shower on and went to the living room to watch TV until it warmed up. He said he noticed in the corner of his eye the bathroom door move, so he assumed I was in there. So he waited a couple more minutes, then went in to take a shower. As soon as he went in the bathroom, he plainly noticed a small handprint on the steamed up mirror and instantly ran in and woke me up to look at it. I went to look at it and I had chills. It was obvious to me it had just been made. Not to mention, I just cleaned that mirror 2 days ago. The water streaks were coming down from everywhere on the handprint this time. The funny thing is that both incidents, it was only one hand, and only the right hand both times the prints were in almost the same area of the mirror. It seems to me it's a child-sized hand. The first incident, the print was slanted. The second instance, the print was perfectly straight. We ourselves are skeptical about this, but at the same time, open-minded to the fact that spirits do exist. There are no children ever here in this entire complex, and no other reasonable explanations. This is real. If anyone has any knowledge of these occurrences, please email. This may seem pretty benign compared to some of the stories I read on the prenatal haunting storyboard, but here's my story. I accidentally became pregnant in February 1999. I didn't discover I was pregnant until I was about 8 to 9 weeks along. My husband and I had not yet planned on having children, but we were so happy about the baby. When I was about 6 months pregnant, I had a dream the likes of which I've never had and have never had again. It was so real and vivid, I didn't even have to write it down. I can remember every detail to this day. My son was born in October 1999, so it wasn't really all that long ago. I dreamed I was sitting in front of my yard of my sister-in-law's new home. I'd not yet been to or ever seen a photo of my sister-in-law's new home, but upon visiting for the first time after the dream, it was exactly as it appeared in my dream, even down to the potted plant she keeps on the porch. In my dream, I was sitting in a folded green lawn chair and was watching my 2 nieces play in front yard with jump ropes. I was holding a baby boy, and he was wrapped in light blue blankets. I had a section of the blanket over his face to shield him from the sunlight. I recall that he began making cooing noises, so I brought him off my shoulder and lay him in my lap. I uncovered his face and revealed the exact face that my real-life son has today. I saw my son's face before he was ever born, right down to the bright blue eyes. My husband has brown eyes and I have blue eyes. It was assumed our son would have brown eyes. They tend to be dominant. However, he had bright blue eyes in my dream, and he has bright blue eyes in real life. My son cooed and babbled to me in my dream, and I remember saying to him in my dream, "I'm so glad you came to me. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me." I said that exact same phrase the day he was born and had the strangest feeling of deja vu. I realized it was exactly what I'd said in my dream. Do you think this is a form of haunting? I saw exactly what my son would look like as a baby before he was born. Of course, seeing how it's a dream and I'm not the only one who saw it, that could be debatable. But I was incredibly shocked when I saw him in real life for the first time, right after he was born, because it was exactly as he appeared in my dream, almost 3 months before his birth. A few years ago, about 1995, I went to a Christian summer camp in Big Bear. It was called Camp Cedar Crest. The girls in my church youth group were staying in the cabin, all the way in the back half of the camp, right on the boundaries. I'd heard the rumors that the cabin was haunted, but I figured that the people telling me these rumors were just trying to scare me. But after staying in the cabin the first night, I'd begin to believe the rumors, because brushes that belonged to some of the girls would somehow fly across the room as if they had been thrown, but no one threw them. Also, the beds at night would shake vigorously, and I was unable to explain this to myself and come up with a rational explanation. No one else wanted to believe that the cabin was haunted. Then, when we left, I swore I would never set foot in the cabin again, but I wanted to know if it was haunted. So, 2 years later, I went again with my church, and a few of the girls and I went back to the place where the cabin should have been to see if it was boarded up or something, to show us that it was dangerous or haunted or something. But the cabin was torn down. There were 2 men working on the cabin with yellow police tape surrounding the cabin and the hill it sat on. The cabin was already half gone, and we watched as the men worked, and when we tried to ask them what they were doing, one of the men got off of his ladder and walked to the back of the cabin and vanished. When I turned to look at the people that were with me, their mouths hung open in fright, and when I turned back, the other man had vanished. We then went running screaming into the church and tried to tell one of the counselors, but no one believed us. To this day, we still don't know what we saw, and no one is willing to believe that they were ghosts. My name is Amber. I'm 15 years old, and I've never returned to that camp except for once. I have never returned to the site where I witnessed those men who mysteriously disappeared. I've told this story many times, but no one believes me. They all believe that my friends and I made it up to get attention. However, I know what I saw, and I've played it back many times in my mind, and every time I come to the same conclusion: the cabin was haunted, and the ghost didn't want the place to be torn down. In November of 1997, my wife and I went to the Whaley house for fun. She told me how the house was supposed to be haunted, but I thought she was just fooling with me to get a reaction. When we entered the house, the caretaker told us about the house, and I asked her if the house was really haunted, or if it was a bunch of BS. She told me that strange things did in fact happen, and then again, I thought it was just a bunch of hooey. Well, I can actually say that the house is weird. As I walked through the house, I had it in my head that nothing ever happened, and everyone made up stories about this particular house. Here's the good part. As I came to the study of old man Whaley, I started to smell smoke. I thought it was kind of weird, but then thought that someone outside was smoking. Then the smell got so intense that I almost started to cough. I turned to my wife and asked her if she smelled it, and she responded yes, and that it was strong. I decided to go on and see what else was in the house. The cigar smell followed me, and then, at that time, the caretaker said to me that Mr. Whaley didn't like me. I said to her that the cigar smell was just tremendous, and I couldn't take it. She told me, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, he don't like you. I could hear people upstairs, and I decided I'd go and ask them if they smelled the smoke. I started to go upstairs, and when I got halfway up the stairs, I got this outrageous chill that ran through my whole body. As I got all the way upstairs, there was nobody there. I also noticed that the footsteps had stopped too. I went back downstairs and told my wife that there was nobody up there, and as I told her, we could hear the footsteps start up again, and I went back up, and to my surprise, there was nobody there, but the rocking chair was barely rocking and stopped. That's when I thought that this was a little too weird, and went back downstairs and told my wife what I saw, and she thought I was lying. As we toured the rest of the house, there was nobody there except the caretaker, and as we were ready to leave, I told the caretaker what had happened, and she told my wife and I that that was pretty common, and she wasn't pulling my leg. At first, I didn't believe that the Waverly house is for real, but now I know it is so. I was skeptical, and I'm more of a believer now. Frequently, on our way to Pennsylvania from Florida, we stay in the Wayside Inn in Middleton, Virginia. Always a pleasant stay until our last visit. We stopped impromptu without reservations, and they were filled, except for room 14, which they hesitate to rent because it is supposed to be the haunted room. When they tell guests, few will stay in it. My husband and I are not die-hard ghost believers, and we said we would try to stay in room 14 as we love staying at the inn. All went well until about 2:30 a.m. I was reading in the sitting area, unable to sleep, when I heard pounding, very rhythm-like pounding, loud, lasting about 15 minutes before I heard someone downstairs in the lobby hollering and banging also. It sounded like someone was pounding a nail on the wall, which was odd at this hour, with the inn full of guests sleeping. The pounding stopped for about a half an hour, and I dozed off. The pounding started, waking me. I got up and heard more hollering and banging downstairs. Then the pounding stopped. It happened on and off, at longer intervals throughout the night. I couldn't imagine why all this noise would be allowed to go on at this hour, and almost called the desk to find out if the night clerk was alright. But it was late, and I hated to ring the phone. The noise stopped. I slept fitfully, waking on and off to thumping downstairs. In the morning, the clerk asked me if we had anything unusual to report about our stay in room 14. I said no, not really, only that the pounding I heard was strange at that hour of the night and that someone was hollering downstairs. She said the hollering and pounding downstairs was her banging on the door to tell the ghost in the cellar to stop chopping with his cleaver on the chopping block. She said he is a ghost at the end who used to cook meat or etc. That this happens frequently. When he is noisy, she has to bang on the cellar door and tell him to quiet down, that he is waking the guests. Usually this quiets him, that some nights he's noisier than others. Also, a waitress told me about one of the girls seeing a lady in the lavender gown walking through the dining room. The clerk told me a guest who was using room 14 went to her car and on the way back in, locked up in her window and saw a woman in a lavender gown looking out. The guest left. Guests in room 14 were reported to see a soldier in a uniform and a lady in lavender embracing in the window when guests were in the room. We need to stay there frequently on our way back and forth from Florida to Pennsylvania. After our experience in room 14, I'm not anxious to return. The cleaver chopping in the cellar door under our room was on the back stairway leading to the cellar, really disturbed me. I did not like the experience, although the other stays in other rooms were perfectly normal and very enjoyable. It is a gracious inn with a good dining room. The bar hasn't been changed since before Lincoln's time. It has an interesting past. What I've told you is only a few of the sightings. My information came from people who work at the Wayside Inn and from my own experience. El Dorado Canyon on the Colorado River, just above Hoover Dam. This was once the site of an early 20th century mining town. Legend has it that many miners keep their dogs at their claims for protection and also as a reliable food source in extreme times of need. These dogs were often then not brutally reared, so as to not tolerate even the slightest trespass by a stranger. When the mines finally ran dry and miners moved on to other workable areas, many of these dogs were either shot on sight, simply left behind, still chained as they were, and for the lucky ones, released to fend for themselves. For many years since, people have come out of this canyon with tales of sightings and in a very few of instances, terrifying accounts of actually being attacked or chased by these alleged ghost dogs while exploring various different mining or town sites in the area. Curious as to the validity of such tales, my brother and I made the decision to do a little exploring of our own. On the first few excursions, we found nothing, as was expected. However, on the last adventure, we stumbled on what we thought was just another anonymous shaft site. As we looked closer at the site, we noticed about an 8-foot severely weathered chain embedded into the rock wall at the entrance to the shaft. Well, curiosity got the best of both of us, and foolishly, we entered the shaft. There, we came upon the bones of what appeared to be those of a large dog. We decided to camp here, as the day was coming slowly to its end. A decision that later we would come to regret. The still desert night closed in as we had dinner and relaxed around our small campfire. We heard what we assumed were coyotes yipping and calling off in the distance. The atmosphere became thick and very uneasy. We now felt that we were being watched from a very close distance. What we thought was nighttime breeze now sounded more like panting or breathing of large dogs in close proximity. Then we heard the growling, grating, low, and hateful. The fall paws on the desert sand snow became apparent. They seemed to circle the campsite. We were surrounded. That's when the scratching started. It came from the area where the chain laid. That damn chain moved. It seemed to tug away from the rock wall, pulling harder and harder each time. We fumbled for our gear and stumbled to our feet. My brother shone the flashlight at the chain. There were scratch marks in the rock. There were what appeared to be bloodstains on the wall, seemingly where the unfortunate dog furiously clawed at the chain's base and the rock itself. The chain dropped, something brushed up against my leg, and I struggled to keep my balance. My brother caught me, and we ran like hell towards the car. The fall of canine footsteps and wild panting chased us all the way. I've never run faster in my life. On the road, heading out of the canyon, we were paced for a good 2 or 3 miles, at least, by what seemed to be a pack of wild strays. We made it home, and I will never forget the terror of being chased by this pack of spectral hounds. Never. Locals refer to them simply as the Hell Dogs of El Dorado Canyon. I've always believed in the spiritual world, and I've also always feared it. However, the more I fear it, the stronger it draws me to it. I'm also like that with my fear of heights and water. I just like to live dangerously. I'm an experienced Ouija board user now, but when I first started to use it, I didn't know the rules. For example, never use the Ouija board alone. This may lead to possession such as the famous one in The Exorcist, which is based on a true demon possession. Never give it the power to enter into your world through the Ouija board portal. Alas, I had broken the second rule and did not realize the consequences. Me and a couple of my friends moved into an apartment together, 3-bedroom. One day, I was telling my friends about the fun Ouija board experiences I had, and they refused to believe me. So the next day, I went out and bought one, and we decided to give it a try that night. I told everyone to meditate and to pray or focus their minds to be clear. I then took turns in pairs, using the Ouija because I knew that spirits sometimes were fickle about who they were communicating with. For example, I seldomly get a response directly on the Ouija board, and it's usually my friends that have to operate the board. However, I'm the one who's usually asking questions to make sure that no one is fooling around on it and making up answers. Anyway, we were asking some questions about lost items and funny stuff, and we were talking to a child ghost age 5 with blonde hair and a red shirt with blue overalls. Eventually, it asked if it could come play with us. I said yes at the time, not knowing I had given it power into the physical world. When we were done, I put it in the closet. My girlfriend was sleeping over one night, and while I was in the shower, she began screaming, so I ran out dripping wet and naked and asked her what was wrong. She was crying and hysterical and telling me that she saw a pair of red eyes staring at her from the closet and a demonic laughing coming from there. When I looked, I didn't see anything, nor did I sense anything except for my adrenaline from hearing her scream. I went to the closet to throw away the Ouija board, knowing that was the same cause of the problem. However, when I went to reach for the board, all of a sudden, I felt my arm dripping into something I can only call a bucket of water floating in midair. Nothing was there physically, mind you. It just felt like I had dipped my hand in a bucket of cold water and my arm was all tingly. I didn't sense any presence besides the physical sensations, so I quickly tore up the board with my hands and began to meditate to build up positive energy in the room. After a while, she calmed down and went to sleep. I was still creeped out, however, so I turned on the TV that's in my room and began to watch. All of a sudden, she sat up and pointed at the closed bedroom door, which was closed, and told the emptiness to go away. Then she put her head down and went right back to sleep. Curious, I woke her and asked her if she remembered her dream. She looked happily at me and mumbled that a little kid had been running in and out of the door saying, "I'm gonna get you," every time he ran in and out. I told her that the bedroom door was closed the whole night. At this point, she seemed confused and said that it was open and that while I was watching TV, a child had kept coming in and out. I asked her to describe the child, thinking maybe it was the same spirit from the board. Keep in mind, she didn't know anything about me having a Ouija board or even using it with my friends. She described to me a little blonde boy in a red shirt and blue overalls. This of course creeped me out even more, and I told her about what happened with the Ouija board. A few months later at a party I was having in my apartment, I told a few of my friends about what happened, and they decided they wanted to try it out. So again, we went to Toys R Us and bought another Parker Ouija board. We played it again, and ended up talking to the same child. This time, I just kinda watched. Some of my friends said that they could feel something sitting in their laps or touching their arms from time to time. The next day my friend called me and said that he had a bad dream and that he woke up with his pillow very bloody from a nosebleed. Needless to say, my friends thought it was perhaps the Ouija board, so we gathered together to ask it what happened. It said that it had done it, and that it would continue to do so with each person for 2 weeks at a time. We freaked out, and I told it if it could stop, and it agreed to stop. The next day, my friend called me again and told me that the same thing happened, so we got together and we burned the Ouija board. After that, nothing else happened, and I never touched another Ouija board again. However, again, like I said, I'm into being dangerous, so I'm up for another go if anyone lives near or close around the area and wants to try it together. Now, this is going way back, but it is a story I've told my children on many occasions. When I was about 12 years old, a friend of mine and I had set up a Ouija he had gotten for Christmas in his basement when his parents were out and thought we could have a bit of fun with each other. As kids often do, we would ask questions and force the heart around, ask questions, kick the table, and try to freak each other out. How's the best way to put this? A while into it, we heard a rapping sound on his basement window. It hit a couple times, and then, from what he and I remember, 3 more, hard. Scared the crap out of us, and we ran upstairs. After we settled down, we started doing what most would do and tried to figure out what happened. The idea we finally came to was that a friend of ours had seen us through the window and thought that he would have a little fun of his own. Now it was our turn to scare him. We went out the front door and snuck around the side of the house. Then, and it still, after all the years, sends chills down my spine. We saw nothing. No one. That in itself scared us more, for it had been snowing and there was no tracks along the side of the house or anywhere around the window the noises came from. It could have not been more than 5 minutes from the time we ran from the basement until we went outside. The snow was fresh. We asked our friend if he had been around the night before without telling him what happened, and he said he had not. Last time my friend, who is now my brother-in-law, and I have messed with a Ouija board. You can call us crazy and paranoid. We don't really care. Hello. I would like to first thank you for giving me the opportunity to have my true story posted. It took place about 10 years ago at my friend's house in Medford, Massachusetts. We both decided at the time to write it out so we don't forget any of it, but I don't think we will ever forget it. Hope you get the same chill I get every time I tell it to someone. On a cold December night, a few days before Christmas, I went to my best friend's house to stay over the night, have a few drinks, and give him his Christmas gift. Paul's wife was away visiting relatives, so he was home with his 6-year-old son Patrick, who was already asleep. Paul lived in a 2-story rental with the landlord living upstairs. When I arrived, he met me at the door with his signature drink in hand. We settled into the living room by the Christmas tree, all covered in blue and white lights. It cast long shadows around the darkened room. By now, we had a few drinks in us as we got caught up in a little music in the background. It was about that time that I reached into a brown shopping bag and pulled out Paul's gift, a long flat box wrapped in green paper. He laughed and said, "I guess it's not a bottle." He quickly unwrapped the gift to find the original Ouija board. He said he always wanted one and opened it. No time like the present. We joked a bit how the Milton Bradley people were the first to come out with the whole chat with the dead home kit. We scanned the directions and began, board on our knees between us, fingertips resting slightly on the pointer. The trick, it seemed, was to put no pressure on the pointer, just barely touching it. We sat for a while, waiting for something to happen, asking dumb questions, all the usual skeptical stuff. But slowly, the pointer began to move. A slow circle in the center of the board. It was so smooth, it was unlikely that Paul could do it unless I was working with him to do it. After about 2 rotations, I pulled my hands away and asked Paul, "How are you doing that?" He stated that he was going to ask the same thing. After a discussion on how hard someone was going to get beaten if they were screwing around with the other, we placed our fingers back in position. Almost immediately, the pointer began to move back in its familiar clockwise circle. Paul began to ask some simple questions. At first, no replies, but then, "Is there someone here with us?" The pointer moved to yes, then spun off, now moving counterclockwise. It seemed to wait for the next question. Paul asked, "Can you hurt us?" "No," it answered. Not much relief in that answer. We were both very spooked badly by this point. I found it odd that after each answer, the pointer would change its direction, and much too smooth and fast for Paul to have any control of it. Next question, "What is your name?" The pointer moved to D, then P. We asked again, but got the same reply. We moved on. Paul, feeling a little more gutsy, I guess asked, "Can you see us?" The answer came yes. "Can we see you?" "No." I then asked why not. The visitor spelled out one letter at a time. D, E, A, D. It was as though neither of us saw that answer coming. It sent a cold chill through us both, and our hands shot away from the board. It took a few minutes of nervous chatter and laughing to get past that one, but somehow we both knew we were just getting started. We moved back to the board and placed our fingertips back. It jumped to life as though it was waiting for us to return. We continued asking away. "Did you live in this house?" "No." "How old were you?" It seemed to struggle with that, so we asked, "Were you young?" It replied yes. "Did you like it here?" Yes was the reply. Spelling seemed difficult, so we thought that whoever it was may have been too young to spell or had not gone to school. We tried to keep yes and no answers, and this seemed to work better. We asked if it was a boy. No. Girl? Yes. Went back to how old. The pointer hung up between 6 and 7. The questions continued, but the answers were few. It was as if DP grew weary of this game. Paul and I put the board away and discussed the information we had to work with. There was a knock at the front door, and our friend Kevin was in the area and stopped in to say hello. While we stood by the door filling him in on what had gone on, we all heard a distinct bell, like an old-fashioned alarm clock, chime just once. It was loud enough to startle us in our already jumpy condition, and Paul quickly said, "What the hell was that?" Kevin said it was an alarm clock. Paul stated that there are none in the house that have a bell. It seemed to come from halfway up the stairs to Patrick's room. Very strange indeed. Kevin had it out, and Paul and I decided it was time to call it a night. After very little sleep the next morning, Patrick came bouncing down the stairs and settled in with the TV. Paul followed him into the room soon after and just gave him a look as if to say, "Did that really happen?" Soon after, Patrick spoke up and said, "I didn't sleep good last night." Paul asked why. "Are you getting a cold?" Pat said no. "There was a girl on the wall in my room. She wanted to come play, but I was scared and I told her I wanted to sleep." A cold shiver ran through us both, and neither of us said a word. No need for Pat to get too far into this one. Later that morning, Paul's landlord was heading out, and Paul met up with him at the front door. He asked if there was ever a young kid that lived in the house that died. Lou answered no, but then stopped and said, "You know, the only kid I knew around here that died lived in the house behind this one. It was a little girl with polio, and she was always sick." He went on to say that she didn't go to school or leave the house much, but when she felt up to it, her mom would go get her and bring her over to play with him and his sisters, so she got to be with other kids. He thought he said she died when she was about 7. Paul and I both had chills by this point, but the question had to be asked, what was her name? He thought for a second and said Dorothy. Dorothy Picante. We knew we had found our visitor from last night. 4 weeks after this night, my phone at home would ring one single chime during the night. I didn't think much of it until one day, while visiting my friend Paul's house again, his phone did the same thing. Ding. He said, "You know,
It's been doing that since the visit from Dorothy. I told him that the same thing was happening to my phone too. It seems she knows where we both live now. As far-fetched as this story seems, it is the absolute truth. I will never forget the visit as long as I live. I've gone back and forth for a while now, debating on whether I should submit this story. It is absolutely 100% truly something that happened to me. I am skeptical about the events though. While my friend and her mother insist that they had nothing to do with what went on, I am still up in the air about how I feel about the ghosts and spirits and whatnot. Anyway, with that disclaimer, here is my story. This story takes place when I was about 12 years old. I was on vacation with a friend of mine, we'll call her Jackie, her family, and another friend, we'll call her Madison, in Massachusetts. We were staying at CO.AG campground near Boston, and one night, my friend and her mother, both intensely interested in everything paranormal, suggested that we hold a seance. I'm pretty skeptical in general when it comes to ghosts and whatnot. I never had a personal experience with it, didn't really believe that it was possible to speak to the dead, and felt that even if there were possible, it probably wasn't something to be messing with. Anyway, for whatever reason, being bored maybe, I agreed. So did Madison, although reluctantly. We began, lit the candles, sat around the picnic table, held hands, and cleared our minds so that we'd be more open to the spirits. It all seemed pretty hokey to me, straight out of a movie, but I was having a good time. My friend's mother began the seance, but midway through her spiel, Madison decided she had enough and broke the circle. Jackie's mother informed us that we couldn't continue once the circle has been broken because it could lead to all sorts of problems. We were sitting around after that, a little disgruntled since the fun had been ruined. Jackie decided that we should try our luck with the Ouija board instead. This, I was a little more reluctant about. I'd heard all sorts of negative things about messing with those, but being 12, I had no intention of looking scared in front of everyone. We had just teased Madden mercilessly for backing down, so I put on my brave face and agreed. We made a makeshift board out of a strip of brown paper towel, filling the letters in with a marker and using a playing card as a planchette. Starting out, we asked basic questions, trying to connect with anything at all, and not really having much luck. As we got more into things, though, we seemed to connect with a spirit named Keith. He was young, like a young adult, but could not or would not tell us his age. He began to answer only to my questions, calling me May. He would not tell us how he died, or how he knew me, or why he was calling me May. He just spelled out cold a few times. He then spelled out remember red. Things got weird after that. The planchette was all over the board after that, and the answers we started getting were nonsensical. We asked if it was still Keith. The planchette pointed to no, and spelled out bad. The planchette slid quickly across the board and across the picnic table and onto the ground. We picked it up, pointed it to goodbye, and ended the session. Jackie's mother took care of the board, and we went to bed. Now Jackie, Madison, and I were sharing a tent while Jackie's parents were in a cabin next to us. Sometime during the night, I began to feel extremely uneasy. I couldn't fall asleep. I couldn't relax, like I had too much adrenaline. I figured that I had freaked myself out too much and tried to just force myself to sleep by telling myself that I was being ridiculous. But finally, I insisted to Jackie and Madison that I was just too uncomfortable on the ground and that I would prefer to sleep in the cabin. They agreed, and in we went. The next morning, when we woke up, our tent was flattened and flooded. To this day, I don't know if Jackie and her mom were messing with me or if the tent collapse was just a coincidence, but it definitely scared the hell out of me. I never messed with a Ouija board again, but I must say, these incidents were very convincing. I guess I just have to figure out in my own mind if this is real, or I'll find out in the next life, one way or another. Thank you so much for reading. Yesterday afternoon, Monday, August 26, 2006, I was home alone. My dad was at work sometime with my mom, and my brother was out somewhere. It was just me and my two dogs. It was about 1 p.m., or maybe a little before when this happened. The TV was on, but not loud on, and both families next door were not home or outside. I was just sitting on my couch watching TV when all of a sudden I heard a strange voice of a man say some kind of word. This was very strange because I've never heard such a strange voice before in my house. Maybe this voice was because I was using this Ouija board at the time that I found in my basement. I've heard a little girl's voice and other voices, but never a strange man's voice. The voice was coming from upstairs, so I got off the couch and said, "Is anyone there? Hello? Is anyone there?" Nothing. I heard nothing. So I went back to watching TV. Oh yeah, about a week ago, my brother told me he thinks he keeps seeing some kind of shadowy figure walk by when him and I are watching TV. Kinda creepy. Thanks for reading my short story, and I hope you have a great day.
This is true, and it happened to me about 16 years ago. I've rarely spoke of it, and I don't think my wife even knows about it. Well, I grew up in San Diego, California. I lived on a ranch from the time I was 3 until my early 20s. I've seen many things, and I generally don't talk about them because of how strange even I think they are. I've one story that I remember very clearly though. I was in high school, and just so you know, I've never been into drugs, and I didn't drink until after high school. My experience happened while sober. One winter night it was windy and generally cold. San Diego cold was probably in the 50s. I was the only person home. I'd stayed up watching movies. Eventually, I got bored and decided to get ready to go to bed. As I was walking from the bathroom to my room, I noticed all the downstairs lights were on, including the outside lights and the light in the pool. I did think this was odd, but I didn't think twice to go and shut them off. I went downstairs and turned off the house alarm. I had to go outside to shut off the light for the pool and the driveway lights. I re-entered the house, rearmed the system, turned off all the lights again, then I went up the stairs to go to bed. I turned off my light in my room, and as I did, the driveway lights outside turned on. This not being the first weird thing to ever happen to me, I said this is bullshit. I went downstairs in the dark, and as I stepped off the stairs, the kitchen light turned on. I turned off the alarm first and went outside to shut off the driveway lights. As I shut the switch off, I said, "Don't do it again." I went back inside, rearmed the system, and then went to the kitchen where those lights were on. I shut them off and then made sure nobody was home. They weren't, and I went back to my room. Back in my room and the house is in total darkness. I was standing in my doorway making sure the lights were really off. I shut my door and got in bed. As I grabbed the blankets, I noticed the hall light was now on. I could see the lights coming from underneath my door. I didn't think that this was too much of a burden because the switch was just outside my room. I was kneeling on the end of my bed and I opened my door. I leaned around the corner and I flipped the switch off. As I did, there was a light from the top of the stairs. The light was bluish in color and not overwhelmingly bright. Down the hall, maybe 8 to 10 feet from me, was an American Indian standing in full dress, standing very tall and very proud. The bluish light was coming from a weird fog he had around him. His arms were crossed and one fist was clenched and the other had a hatchet. I couldn't see through him. It was like he was really there. I shut my door, waited a few minutes, maybe a lot of minutes. Point is, I went back out there. I rechecked every closet, under every bed, all the bathrooms, and nobody was in this house except me. Like I said, this wasn't the only weird thing that I've seen or experienced. Still, to this day, I can remember the details of the Indian. My name is Don, and I'm writing about experiences that happened over a 26-year period at Mary Knoll Avenue, Lindsay, Ontario. It was half of a duplex. I moved into the place with my family in November 1979 and felt that there was something not quite right, but I couldn't put my finger on it, so to speak. Shadows seen from the side of my eyes is all that I seemed to see, but some experiences of friends who met each other at my house over the years had seen and convinced me something was going on. It got so that kids to this day on Mary Knoll Avenue talked about the haunted house at the bottom of Mary Knoll across from the park. To be honest, I don't know if the lady who moved in last year in July of 2004 has experienced anything or not, but I'm guessing she might have. We got settled in, and my friend Sandra came over and stayed overnight, and she told me the next morning she was watching TV, and from the corner of the living room, she saw a wraith, who she described as approximately 16 years old and Indian, in a white buckskin outfit, and very pretty. The wraith seemed to communicate with Sandra, but couldn't quite get through, yet Sandra felt she was trying to let her know she meant no harm. Lights would turn themselves on when no one was in the house, and even I was standing or sitting outside having coffee on a nice summer night. Another friend also named Sandra came over with her husband Albert, and they both witnessed my cable box, old kind with wire attached, turn the TV on and the channels change on their own. It had a lever, which you pushed up or down to get the stations. I took it back to the cable company where I rented it from and told them it kept changing stations on me. You can imagine the reactions when I told them what it was doing. That was in the early 1980s. Albert told me that I was living in what was known as the French Indian Village. He would know about it as he was Indian from Curve Lake and lived in Lindsay for a long time. Albert also felt something was there. He said the Indian Village was approximately from Sakaga River to just past the Weldon High School and from King Street to Hillside Drive. In 1981, a girl by the name of Pam babysat for me on Wednesdays when I went to meetings at the church, and one day I came home to a note that said she took the kids to her place to sit as she was scared. I went over and she told me she heard heavy footsteps coming up from my basement stairs, and then the basement door seemed to breathe in and out, and she was petrified with fear of what was happening and got the kids out of the house and took them up to her place. My neighbor Pat told me of feeling someone touching her toes while she was sleeping, and of a dream her sister had of an Indian girl about 16 in a white buckskin dress coming through the wall between my bathroom and the second bedroom upstairs. Her sister knew nothing about what had been going on in my home, yet described the same girl that Sandra did. Margaret and her son Bert and her daughter Ellen was visiting me this one time in spring of 1982 or 3, I think it was, and my little parakeet in his cage on its tripod was with us, and Margaret was enjoying his chirps when the tripod suddenly lifted up in front of us and gently set the cage onto the floor. My white cat Pinky looked through the stairway uprights and meowed. I think she told me see I didn't do it. As for the week before, I had blamed her for the cage being knocked over onto the floor. I guess I was proved wrong. Elle gave Margaret my little parakeet, and she took him home with her across the river. My husband Everett had strange things happen to him while in the basement. Stuff disappearing and being poked in the waist while sitting at his little table in the far corner of the basement, once in a while being pushed on the stairs going up to the second floor. He thought he was just clumsy or something, but Pat's son Keith, who was about 9 or so, had the same experience of being pushed down the stairs, and Margaret was pushed into the hallway wall on the main floor. My husband also seen people come across the lawn or come in before they really did. Once I came in, and he asked me where the heavy lady was who was walking beside me coming up the driveway, and I didn't know who or what he was talking about. He often saw a shadowy child coming and going up the stairs. About 1992 or 3, my neighbor and a friend moved out, and a lady by the name of Penny moved in, and a few days later she came over and said I may think she was crazy, but she kept seeing Indian ghosts floating around, and some had slit throats. She felt it very weird, and didn't think I believed her, but was surprised when I did, as she told me the stuff that other people had over the years. I'd made it a point not to tell anyone new of what I heard unless they asked. Rob and Jen moved in next door to me in 1998, and one day, as Jen and the children were at my place helping me sort out some toys that I was giving away, and Rob came home and went into their place. A few minutes later, he came over and looked in my window, then came in with a very strange look on his face. He said he thought he saw Jen sitting on the sofa when he backed his truck in and went in to see no one was there. The weird thing was, the TV was set to APTN, and a show about Indian life was on. In 1999, he heard drums and smelled smoke, and being curious, looked out his bathroom window and saw a long home in what seemed to be an Indian campsite.
His son Chris came up from Osho on March 8, 2001 and had a new digital camera with which he took some pics on the Rainbow Bridge and of his sister in her room. When they were downloaded into the CPU, he was shocked. The one picture had a startling revelation. It was a foggy illusion of a picture of a wolf head in the smoke. My friends, new and old, have talked over their experiences with each other when they were introduced to each other and found their experiences were somewhat similar. I lived in the housing unit from November 1989 to July of 2004. There are many other tales, but these ones are the one that I remember most. Thanks for reading. I am writing about an incident which occurred during my brief stay in Prescott, Arizona. I was in the community college at the time. One night, my friend and I were walking to the local music store. It was about 9 o'clock. The moon was out, but was not full. There was enough light from the moon to see our way around though. We headed down the hill next to the dormitories, and at the bottom of the hill we saw something, but what? We did not know. As we got closer, we saw a form appear out of nowhere. When we reached the bottom of the hill, the light from the moon showed us a man was standing there, an Indian to be exact. The man was dressed in blue jeans, a light blue shirt, and a blue jean jacket. His head rested crooked on his shoulders as though broken. His leg was bent in as though it was broken as well. The area at the bottom of the hill had at one time been the site of a car accident, where a car was hit by an oncoming train, and both inside were killed. Both people inside were Indians. Anyway, we passed the man, and he spoke one word to us, which was hello. We returned his salutation, as nervous as we are. We heard gravel being walked on behind us, and when I looked back, no one was there. There was nowhere the man could have gone without us seeing him walk away. The time between us seeing him and him disappearing was no more than 10 seconds. The strangest part of the whole incident occurred 1 year later. I was in Belgium visiting my parents. One night, I was driving a friend's daughter home from Girl Scouts when standing on the sidewalk I was passing was the Indian. His head was still crooked and his legs were still bent. It surprised me to see him, and when I looked back, he had once again disappeared. I still have yet to find an answer to these strange incidences. There is the chance that I've seen him again in my new home area, Richmond, Virginia, although I'm not sure. But thanks for reading. I've decided to write about my experiences on this website, as I'm hoping that someone will be able to help. I never truly believed in ghosts until I experienced a ghost encounter for the first time about a year ago. Since then, I've had 2 other very bizarre experiences. I was sleeping in the basement at my boyfriend's place with the 2 dogs at the end of the bed. Everyone was sleeping. It was about 3 to 4 a.m. I just woke up in a jump as if someone just had whispered something in my ear. At the same time, the dogs started barking. I thought I had probably just scared them, but at the same time, I felt a presence. I told myself I was half asleep and was just imagining the entire scenario, so I got off the bed to make my way up the stairs, knowing the dogs would just follow me as they always do, but not this time. As I was making my way up the stairs, the dogs had not stopped barking and had actually started to get aggressive. They were both staring at the wall at the head of the bed, growling and gnashing their teeth in a way I had never seen them do before. It was as if they could sense a presence of harm. I quickly reminded myself that I was probably just still half asleep, so I grabbed one dog under the arm and the other by the collar, and off we went upstairs in another room to sleep. A few months later, again, I was sleeping at my boyfriend's place, but this time alone in his bedroom. I woke up again in a jump and felt something watching me. I glanced in the mirror across the room when I saw an old man looking straight at me. He was dressed in vintage clothes, similar to the leather ceremonial gowns that many Canadian Aboriginal peoples would wear in the past. He had a long braid falling on his right shoulder and blue eyes. At that moment, I just froze and hid under the blankets. I told myself I was probably just half asleep and needed to calm down. I thought to myself, now that you're awake, if you really think this is happening, then check to see if he's still there. So I did, but he was gone. My last bizarre experience confirms the other 2. I know I wasn't sleeping or imagining this. Again,
I was sleeping alone in my boyfriend's room. It was last winter and my alarm clock rang at 6:30 a.m. It was still pitch dark outside. As I pressed the snooze button, I heard footsteps coming up. The footsteps sounded like my boyfriend's father's dress shoes. As the steps were getting closer, I heard the dog who was in the other room slightly bark a few times, so I tried to call out to him. As I attempted to do so, my voice was disappearing. I was feeling more and more pressure to my chest and could not call out. Meanwhile, the footsteps are upstairs and heading towards my room. The closer they got, the more pressure was released to my chest. I could barely breathe. I was so afraid. I put my head under the blankets to calm down. I thought to myself, this can't be happening. I must be having a panic attack, which would explain why I'm having trouble breathing. So, in order to calm down, I tried to take deep breaths and focus on getting calm again, until the footsteps stopped at the end of my bed. I figured I just got scared and imagined the whole thing. So I told myself, just like the last time with the old man, if you think there's something there, then why don't you take a look? As I slightly opened my eyes, something was at the end of the bed. I was too scared to open my eyes fully and look at its face. I glanced at the body. It was standing right at the end of the bed. I could feel it looking at me. I tried to call out, but the pressure from my chest was too intense. I was frozen in fear. The only thing I could think to do was to pray and ask my grandfather, who passed away several years ago, to tell this thing I didn't want to talk to him or make any communication with him. After a few seconds of praying, slowly, the pressure from my chest was released. I looked to see if it was still there, but it had gone. That was my last encounter with a ghost. I get the feeling it's trying to communicate something to me, but I'm too scared to confront it. What should I do? Hi, I ran across your website and I wanted to share a ghost story from my local area. Back when I was in high school, my boyfriend and I decided to go driving through the Joshua Tree National Park out here in Joshua Tree, California. It was really late when we were driving up a winding road towards Key View, a popular lookout spot in the park. We drove past what looked like a Native American man walking towards us as we passed. I told Andrew that we should turn around and see if he needed a ride, so we did. When we drove back, we went a good couple of miles and we didn't see him anywhere. We searched the area for a little while with no trace of the gentleman, so we gave up and just went on our way. We drove past what looked like a Native American man walking towards us as we passed. I told Andrew that we should turn around and see if he needed a ride, so we did. When we drove back, we went a good couple of miles and didn't see him anywhere. We searched the area for a little while with no trace of the gentleman, so we gave up and just went our separate ways. The next day, I called the ranger station at the park to report what I had seen and that there was possibly a lost hiker. Unfortunately, a common occurrence here. They told me that several people had reported the same thing within the past 10 years. It seems that the park was previously home to some of the Native American tribes of California until the settlers began showing up in the 1800s. As a side note to this story, about 6 years ago, I was talking with two of my best friends about strange things we see out here, and my roommate Demita mentioned during a camping trip up by Keys Views, she and some other friends had seen the same Indian man I had seen. Valerie, the other friend there, immediately described the man's clothing and his age, saying she had seen him several times since he had lived up at the gate of the park. I hadn't mentioned my sighting at all until they spoke of it. My first story was one my dad told me. It was in Kingston, Massachusetts. My dad and my uncle were sitting in the newly finished basement. They were talking when my uncle stopped and calmly said, "I just saw an Indian woman with a basket of food on her head walk right through here and through the wall." My dad asked, "What?" My uncle repeated again, remaining serious. This gave my dad goosebumps because my uncle's level-headed and doesn't lie about stuff like that. My second story takes place in Buffalo, New York. I was 8 years old and had been living there for 5 years. It was the night before Halloween. My uncle was visiting. My friends were also there as well. My uncle and dad were inside,
and me and my friends, let's call them R and W, were outside in my backyard since it was such a warm night. We were playing around when suddenly the fence door, which was locked up tight, flew open. My friends and I ran inside. We went up and played video games. While my friends were playing, I looked out the window to see something that scared the heck out of me. There was a distinct gray figure of a man who was Native American standing in my backyard. Then the figure turned its head in my direction. Then it disappeared. I wish I would like to live without these experiences, and maybe my uncle as well, because I'm sure it petrified him as much as it did me.
Some people think that we are crazy, but I believe that you believe that it is real. In 1972, my parents purchased a house and we moved in. I was 5 at that time. During the 5 years that we lived there, so many strange and terrible things happened. Right after moving in, we had a sense that we were not alone. Late at night, my sister and I would see a man standing over us while in our beds. I got accustomed to sleeping under the bed for years. We would lock our door, and he would unlock it. We would put things away, and he would take them back out. He was always taking things and placing them in the exact same spot a week later. We asked neighbors about the house shortly after moving in, when we arrived home from shopping, and it sounded like there was a party going on inside. When the door was opened, there was nothing, just silence. That was when we started asking questions about the property. One neighbor, who lived next door for over 50 years, told us a heart-wrenching story. It seems that a family of 4 had lived in the house in the late 1960s to the early 1970s. Man, wife, and 2 sons. In 1969, one of the boys was crossing the street and was hit and killed by a speeding car. The other child was also killed in the same spot, same time, same way, 1 year to the date. The mother was so upset that a few days later, she hung herself in the living room. The father came home to find his wife, and he shot himself in the kitchen. This was 2 years before we purchased the house, and had been on the market since the tragedies. I cannot say as to whether the spirit was content with us or not. For instance, at the age of 8 and my sister 11, she got sick and was admitted into the hospital as dead on arrival. Thank God the doctors did not give up. They saved her life and gave her back to us. She was diagnosed with encephalitis, a deadly disease during that time, and still is. She was in the bathroom when I found her that night, and in the mirror appeared a shadow of a man's head. We have since destroyed that mirror, but the shadow was never there before her sickness. Second instance, we moved and rented the house out to my aunt. One evening my uncle had went to retrieve some items he had in the garage. 2 of the items were antique shotguns. We have never been able to find shells for these 2 guns, and they're in shadow boxes now. As my uncle picked up one of the guns, the other slipped and went off. He was shot in the neck and shoulder and almost died from the injuries. Thing is, there was no proof either gun had been fired. Police could not find any powder residue anywhere, but they concluded that the shot came from that caliber of gun. Third instance, I moved back into the house in 1986, shortly after the birth of my son. After being there a week, it was extremely hot that summer. I had a feeling something was wrong with the baby. I went into the room and noticed that it was blue and ice cold. As I rushed him to the hospital, he was coming around. At the hospital, they said nothing was wrong with him, and he sent me home. I moved that night. I only go into the house if a renter moves out. Nobody ever lives there long. I still get locked into the rooms. I feel his presence all around me, and the hair stands up on my arms. We have never been able to get a minister to go in the house. We always get told that evil lurks there. There are many other instances, but these are the ones that really bothered me the most. I'm 60 years old at the present time, but when I was in my early 20s, I married a very loving, handsome man, and we moved into our first home, which was a big red brick house in a small town. The house was separated into two halves, an upstairs and a downstairs. We lived in the bottom half. Soon after moving into the house, we gave birth to a beautiful daughter. Our life was fulfilled. Back then, I was still very much in love with my husband, and even today I am. And he was ever so proud of his little Joy Lynn, our daughter. Our life couldn't be better at this point. Until one day, during a hot summer, the family above us had to move due to work, and I was asked if I could clean and paint the upper half and tried to find a new family to move in. I cleaned a little one day and then decided to start again early morning when the sun wasn't beating through the windows. And so I did. I started at 5 a.m. and decided to take a break and do one of my own chores that needed tending to. I left the door open that led to the upper half of the home and began to wash some clothes. When I went out in the yard to hang them, I thought nothing about my very curious 5-year-old daughter being alone in the house. I was only right outside the door. I went back in the house to make lunch for her before I began to clean again and called for her and got no answer. I began searching for her and she was nowhere to be found. After searching the streets, I called my husband home and then contacted the authorities. They found her daughter. She had explored through the door that was to the upper half of the house and climbed up into the attic, and when they had found her, she was dead. I was in shock. I was only outside for a short time, and she had no marks on her body to show cause, and the medical people couldn't even explain what the cause of death was. This was the hardest thing I even had to endure. One night, while lying in bed, trying to reenact the day out in my head and figure out what could have happened, my husband made a strange noise and yelled, "Did you see her?" I sat up and asked what he was seeing, and he swore my daughter had entered the room. I assured him no one was there, and that his mind was playing tricks on him because he missed her so much. That was one of my many long tearful nights, and it happened several times a week, until exactly 8 months to the day that our daughter died. When I was leaving to go to the mill, I found my husband's lifeless body lying on the basement stairs that led to the outside, and in his hands, tightly clutched, was the doll my daughter lost the day before she died. The doctors say it was a heart attack, but at the young age of 30, I think he had too much strain on his heart over the loss of his daughter. I began to blame the house. It took my only happiness from me. I moved out shortly after, but rumors have it that the families that lived there soon after swore to see a man and a little girl walking the house in search of each other. This is my true but sad story, and someday we will be together again. As for the house, it still stands, and every so often I drive to see if I can get a glimpse of my family it took from me. Sunday, September 16th, 2001. Very early in the morning, around 6:45 a.m., I witnessed what I would speculate is my first ghost experience. Before I go and tell you what I saw, or what I think I saw, I think I should mention all the details from the night before. I live in Pennsylvania, and my fiance lives on the border of New York and New Jersey. We were driving home from his house that night at about 12 midnight, which was about a 2-hour drive from a funeral we had attended earlier that day for his grandmother. As we were driving home, we got to telling each other about different ghost stories and urban legends. At first I was scared, getting creeped out by each story. However, after about an hour and a half of stories, I started to relax and enjoyed listening to them. When we got to my house, we decided to look for ghost stories on the internet. We got into reading in-depth stories and looking at pictures. At about 4 a.m., I put him to bed in my guest room. I still live at home with my parents, and they're very uptight about him and I sleeping together. The guest room is filled with porcelain dolls, many put in the closet due to being too freaky looking for him at night. He went to bed with the light on, again being afraid of the dolls, in the empty room. I went back to my room and stayed up for another 2.5 hours, being afraid myself. I wasn't afraid of dolls, but instead my room. My house is about 12 years old. I've been living in this house ever since I was 6. We moved in right after my 6th birthday in October. The area is new, and we were the first people to ever live there. The area before this was a dense forest, and it wasn't torn down until a year before the house was built. The area wasn't a graveyard, nor was it ever. When I was younger, I used to think the area was, so I went and did research directly where my house is located. As a child, I was sent to school in St. Anne's, a Catholic school in the area. I went to church either Saturday night or Sunday morning for years and years of my life. When I got to about 5th grade, I started to not believe in God. Around the same time, my parents were asking priests to come over and bless our house. I asked my parents nicely to keep the priests out of my room, not wanting it to be blessed. At first, my parents thought I was into the devil, but I explained that me not believing in God meant no devil either. When I reached 9th grade, I dropped Catholic school, and my parents no longer started to attend church. I know I've been going off subject, but I guess I should give you the background information before the details. I didn't want to go to bed at all, but I knew I should, so I waited until the sun came up and crawled into bed. My room is the hottest room in the entire house. It is so small. By the time I had gone to bed, I had gotten so cold that I had to sleep fully dressed with a sweatshirt on. I never even did this in the winter. When I was under the covers, I looked up at the ceiling. Maybe it was my imagination, due to all the fright I've been going through, but it looked like something was above me. I started to doze off for a second and looked straight up at the ceiling. What I noticed was absolutely terrifying. I noticed a spider, only had a human face. It was translucent, and it looked at me with piercing eyes. The eyes were even red. I closed my eyes yet again, and when I reopened them, everything seemed fine, and there was nothing on the ceiling. I've never in my life been this scared, and I've never in my life imagined things, even when I was scared. I closed my eyes and refused to open them. I fell asleep, from what I recall, a few minutes after. Later the next day, at around 8 p.m., Derek and I had been talking about what happened the previous night. We were both hungry, so I decided to go downstairs and go find something for him and I to snack on. When I came back up, we started eating, and he casually drops the line. He told me that while that was happening, last night he saw a person in the distance while the door was open in the hallway. He said he knew it was a ghost because it was transparent, but not transparent enough to notice the spiders crawling all over this person. He noticed it for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. He was absolutely terrified, even though he seemed really nonchalant, telling me the story. I could see it in his eyes. A split second later, he felt a cold draft enter the room. Although there was no windows open at the moment, before this, I never really believed in ghosts the way I do now. However, maybe we were both scared and imagined this. And one day though, everything that was told in this email is true and exact. Nothing was exaggerated. I would really like some help and hope maybe someone could answer my questions. Please tell me if you think we're both seeing things, or if maybe our willingness to believe has brought out a spirit. Whatever the case, it was horrifying, and I do not want to experience the spider ever again. I'm an agnostic, or truth seeker. My wife is not, but both of us are open-minded people. We also believe that spirits exist, as well as ghosts, and my wife considers it creepy, while I simply remain fascinated with them. We moved into an apartment just after we were married, in 1999. I believe that there are ghosts and residual energies in various places in our apartment. The place is the standard apartment layout, and every once in a while, night or day, doesn't matter what time, she and I, or both, would hear the sounds of footsteps on carpet going down a short hallway. These were not boots in the hardwood footsteps, but more like bare feet on plush carpet. We felt that the ghost was female and very sweet. She would just walk down the hallway towards the bedrooms. If I were in one of the bedrooms, I would always have a small feeling of happiness go through me after I heard her coming. The way you would feel if someone smiled at you. Occasionally, we would feel her watching us from the front room or back bedroom. Evidently, the hallway was where her domain was. There were never cold spots, but my wife would occasionally feel the lady next to her when she walked from the bedrooms to the front room. The lady made my wife feel rather creeped out. However, she startled me once when she came running into the bedroom, eyes wide, and told me that the lady moaned in her ear, as if trying to say something to her. So for the sake of my wife, we stood in the hallway and asked the lady nicely, but firmly, that she could remain, but to not make her presence known to us. We also informed her about the light and how she could enter into it. Since we had no more occurrences with her, in the small bedroom, there's either residual energy or a passive ghost. I feel watched when I'm in there, and it's usually 10 to 15 degrees cooler, even with the afternoon sun spilling in. I don't think my wife feels it, and no one else does either, but I felt it so strongly, so I placed a micro cassette recorder in there with a sensitive mic and recorded for the duration of the 30-minute tape. The only odd things I've heard on the tape are an occasional whistle that changes in octave. The second only lasts for a half a second, but it's an audible, breathy whistle that goes up an octave, like first part of a wolf whistle. That was interesting, and I'd dismiss it if it weren't for some of our possessions being misplaced that suddenly appear in odd places. Our truck keys suddenly disappeared this morning without a trace anywhere. The truck was searched over twice, and the apartment was searched. So I made duplicates at Home Depot and gave them to my wife, who used them to drive to the doctor's appointment. When the appointment was over, we walked back out to the truck and opened the door with a duplicate key. There on the driver's side seat was the original set of keys that were missing. She would have felt them under her bum if they'd been there before. She called me at work in hysteria, telling me all about it. I don't mind ghosts being around. I consider them friends, or at least I try to make friends with them. They are, in fact, just spirits without bodies. Some are angry, some are nice, and even some are jokers. When you come across one, you should respect him or her just like you would a complete stranger. Make friends with it, or ask it to leave if you wish. But don't disrespect ghosts because of childhood, Halloween stories. They are intelligent humans who are a bit confused about where they are. If you happen to have one around you, simply ask it to walk into the light where friends and loved ones await them. This experience is not that exciting to hear about. I do not wish to embellish it with creepy anecdotes or a mysterious plot, but nevertheless, this is how it went. I attended Hagengrove Military Academy in Chatham, Virginia, a town that in itself is stuck in time. It is the home of racists, bigots, and sadists who have inherited land from their ancestors. It is not a place in which I would suggest visiting. Having said that, I used to make a trip with some of my classmates in a beer store, 57's, which was an hour-long walk through pasture and woods from the campus. We never left with the intent to be caught by school officials, one of which, Captain Stout, a double Medal of Honor veteran who is as sneaky and stealthy as anyone on the planet. The penalty of being caught was very high. We did not mention this experience to anyone who was not present. It surely would have spread. We were on our way back from 57's. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, a little buzz from cheap beer with the intent to distribute alcohol to other students, when the three of us, mainly my roommate and best friend, stopped dead in our tracks for no reason. I'll remember the next sequence of events until the day I die. We heard the unmistakable war cries of rebel soldiers on the charge. It is a sound somewhat akin to imprisoned tribesmen intent on killing you. From atop a hill, directly in front of us, through the trees, came 30 to 40 purely solid figures charging, apparently unconcerned with us. We hit the forest floor and did not make a sound as we witnessed a battle. First 10 or 12 volleys of gunfire, and finally hand-to-hand combat, and then retreat. It is pointless for me to explain every troop movement I witnessed. Just use your imagination, and you should understand. The whole incident lasted no longer than 2 to 3 minutes, but the cries of those men will haunt me forever. Ever since I was a little girl, I've seen things or felt things. I haven't decided if I follow the feelings and spirits, or if they follow me. When I was 7, I lived in a huge farmhouse. I was awakened one night by a cold feeling on my cheek, almost like someone was placing their hand and just brushing it against my cheek. I sat up in bed and looked around, expecting it to be my sister trying to wake me up. Instead, I was greeted with an empty room. I tried to fall asleep all night and couldn't. For weeks, I refused to sleep on my own room and stayed with my parents. About a month later, I was back to sleeping in my room and was awakened again, but this time by the closing of the side door downstairs. I thought it was my father coming home late, so I walked into the hallway. What greeted me on the stairs still scares the daylights out of me today. When I got to the stairs, a lady that I had never seen before was walking up the stairs, or so I thought. But when I looked closer, I realized that the woman was floating up the stairs. She wore a dark brown skirt and a white blouse covered by a jacket. The white blouse had been stained in red in a few places. When I squinted my eyes to try and get a better look at the blurred image, I saw that the woman's face was battered and covered in blood. I was frozen in my tracks and unable to move. I just stood there. She didn't appear for too long until she ultimately faded away, but I'm convinced that the presence was a former owner of the farmhouse I used to live in. In my last antidote, I introduce you to my mother's family, the Sorensens, who lived in East London, South Africa, during the first half of this century. In fact, most of the family members remaining alive at this time are still living in East London, although a few have also moved to other cities in the country. Families were, in those days, much larger than they are nowadays. And my mother's family, which had 12 children, was not unusual. This story concerns one of my mother's brothers, Nigel, who was, for some reason, nicknamed Boy. I've always known this story for as long as I can remember, but 2 weeks ago, I formally interviewed my mother. Before I start the story proper, let me give you just a little background on my family. My maternal grandmother's name was Mina, but I was, however, never fortunate enough to meet her, as she died some years before I was born. She and my maternal grandfather, Chris, did, however, instill in all their sons and daughters a deep and abiding belief of all things spiritual and religious. and the whole family were staunch Catholics. My mother and her brothers and sisters believe in ghosts and spirits, and, in my mother's own words, firmly believe that spirits of those people that we are close to in life remain close to us after their deaths. It was not uncommon, in the days of the beginning of this century, for an above average number of babies to die when very young. In my mother's family, however, only the firstborn, a boy called Ivan, died in early childhood, and the remaining 11 were all healthy and thrived, until 1944, that is. My uncle Boy, who was 30 years old at the time, came home one night after having a few beers, and, as he did not want his mother to smell the alcohol on his breath, he decided to spend what remained of the night in his car that was parked outside their family house in Park Street. He did not have a peaceful night, however, as he was unfortunately brutally attacked and robbed. His attacker had on a pair of army boots and forcefully kicked my uncle on the head, so forcefully in fact that the boy later contracted and died from inflammation of the brain. He died in a hospital on July 2nd, 1944, and was buried by the family near the end of the month. The entire family was devastated, as he had been much loved. He had been the joker of the family, and always used to perform practical jokes on my mother and her older sisters, dressing up as Dracula and jumping out to frighten them and so on. He apparently had a very loving nature and a great sense of family, but had never married. On the day of the funeral, my grandmother, my mother and her sisters Lily, Janetta, and Edna locked up the house in Park Street and prepared to walk to the church, which was just down the street. They had recently received a large arrangement of St. Joseph lilies from a family friend in sympathy for Boy's death, and the flowers had been placed in a vase in the dining room before the ladies had left for church. No one was left in the house, and, furthermore, no one, other than my grandmother, had keys to the house. After the service was finished, they walked back to their house, and my grandmother unlocked the front door. The dogs were very excited to see them, most probably wanting company after having been left alone for so long. My mother, being the youngest, rushed past the others and into the dining room. She stopped dead in the dining room doorway and turned around. That's when she noticed the apparition of Boy standing right there. He had a completely blank expression and simply just pointed in the corner of the dining room. That's when my mother looked to see what he was pointing at and was horrified. She saw what appeared to be a dark figure with robes on and a hood sitting on a rocking chair. A second later, Boy disappeared, and so did the mysterious hooded figure. The most interesting part of this whole story is my mom told me that the chair was still rocking by itself moments after the hooded figure disappeared. I know this all sounds a little hard to believe, but believe me, this was a real occurrence. Believe it or not, ghosts and spirits do exist. You just have to be open to seeing them. Oh, and by the way, those lilies that you saw earlier in the story, the ones I mentioned, yes, they were face down where the apparitions were, 2 of them. I worked in a movie theater that used to be a theater before, but not movie, but stage. As a matter of fact, the stage is still there, complete with all the vents, dressing rooms, and the overhead mechanisms to control curtains. It was a very happening place during its time. There was a dining place called the Kit Kat next door to the theater, and a hotel on the other side. When the stage was closed, the place became a movie theater with 1 screen. It is still set up as a theater would have been in the area's segregation. It became a 2-screen movie theater recently, and the balcony has been closed off. There have been some pretty weird things going on upstairs. I was talking to the manager one night about something that happened as I was leaving pretty late. It sounded like something upstairs in the old lobby fell. Something big. I went up with a friend to check it out, but nothing could have fallen. After I'd gotten about half of my story out, the manager finished the story for me. He said that he experienced the same thing. We've both heard voices upstairs and footsteps on carpeted floors. No one ever really experienced anything, or they don't talk about it. Up until a few months ago, no one ever saw anybody. Well, that all stopped pretty recently. I've seen 2 men. I'm the only one who has seen anything. One of them was a shadow person. He was a very dark presence, so dark in fact that he almost appeared to be a cloud floating around the room. In fact, that's what he had been doing when I saw him. By the way, you could still make out the outline of this figure. He was also wearing a top hat. The presence that I saw was upstairs in the balcony. The feeling I got off of him ranks up there with the feeling I got the one time I encountered the shadow person. This guy, however, looked like he was some sort of construction worker. The manager, which is my uncle, has been doing a little bit of research and has come up with very little information. I've written a narrative about the man upstairs. My fiance drew a picture of him without my knowledge, just from the description I had given him. I saw the picture one day in the backseat of his car, and it sent chills through my body. The city is wanting to tear down this building and put an even larger theater in its place. We do not know how long the owner of the building is going to hold out on selling it. Hi, I'm not sure if this is a ghost story, or just me being nervous because of old fables, but I'll share it with you anyway, and I'm anxious to hear what you think. First of all, I'm from South Louisiana, where ghosts, voodoo, and haunted antebellum homes are a way of life, or at least a big part of the history down there. About 3 miles from my parents' home, where I grew up, there's an old plantation house, which I believe was built in the 1800s. I know that I'm going to skip around because I feel like I have to explain everything, but please bear with me. While I was growing up, I always felt scared to be outside or even alone in my parents' house, but I don't think the house itself was haunted, but maybe the area, because it was so close to this old house. I actually never even noticed the house until like only 6 or 7 years ago, when someone finally bought it and decided to refurbish it. The house was once known as the Stephanie Plantation, then as the Halfin House, and I believe that there was also one more name for it, but I can't think of it right now. The new owner put a lot of effort into doing research into the history of the house and how it looked. Pretty much to find out anything and everything about it. First of all, he was a friend of my father, so we got to see the house through many stages of its rebirth. The new owner took before and after photos of the house. The before photos really scared me. There were, I believe, 5 faces or bodies of ghosts in the pictures, but they were very clear. One looked like a man, maybe with a beard and very proper demeanor. Another was a lady in the ball gown. That was what the silhouette looked like, and possibly a crown. Another looked like a small child looking out of the window, and another just a blur. One looked like a man screaming, and it seemed to have chains on his wrists. I don't know what exactly to say about these pictures, but I know what I saw, and I know how the house felt, and I believe them. I've always felt a type of sixth sense, if you want to call it that. My dreams often come true. ESP is a frequent thing for me, and I always get these feelings. I'm not trying to say I'm psychic, because I'm not sure exactly what this is, but I have come to try to use them more and more. Anyway, the house was very cold, even though it was the dead of summer, probably 100 degrees and humid. The typical South. Anyway, it had this very eerie and unwelcoming and not very peaceful feeling to it. And as weird as it may seem, I kept getting like these glimpses or flashbacks that were very dark, but they were of this house. The new owner had tons of stories of hauntings by him and previous visitors, or just stories that were documented. I talked to this friend of my mother-in-law who is really into this stuff, and she seems to think that for some reason I have a connection with this house, that it isn't just me being a channel. I don't know what to think. I don't really want to know. Every time I visited this house, I would get the creeps, and always in the same places. There was a small closet-looking space at the top, 3rd floor, which was recorded to have been used as an infirmary in the war. I was standing near it, thinking. I was getting a funny feeling about it, and didn't notice my brother behind me. As a joke, he picked me up and pushed me inside of it, and I'll never forget the black flash, if that makes sense, that came to me. I'm not sure if I actually saw it, or just remembered it, but it was one of the single most frightening events to date. It was like I could hear, just for that brief second, screaming and cries, and see so many people in that small space. I don't know, I guess I can't really explain it. Anyway, the room that was supposed to be the infirmary still has bloodstains on the floor, even though the original boards have been removed and replaced. I truly think something more happened up there. So then all of a sudden, this guy and his wife up and sold the house to my father's cousin, Curtis. He got a grant from the state to do further research on the house, and he actually tracked down many original pieces from the house. In the meantime of all of this, I get engaged, and one day, I woke up and something told me that I should have my wedding pictures taken in the old Halfin house. So I called him up and asked if that would be okay. He was reluctant, because he really didn't want any more pictures taken and of the house, but finally agreed. So I went back, because I was so totally drawn to this house. Since Curtis has been restoring this house, there's a much more peaceful air in it, really. And anyway, as I was walking around, I prepared myself to be more open to anything. I walked in the ballroom and got this very clear vision of this lady with a beautiful gown and crown on, maybe the lady in the picture. And even though I already had my wedding dress picked out, I immediately went home and asked my mother to make the dress exactly as I told her, and she did, though she found it was very hard to understand me sometimes. Anyway, the dress turned out beautiful and exactly as I had envisioned it, and of course, I topped it off with a small crown. I went and took the pictures, and when I walked out of the room, dressed that way, I felt the most wonderful, peaceful, and almost happy vibe rush in and out of me. It was like just me looking that way brought peace to the house. The pictures went well, but there are a couple questionable ones, which I want to send to you, to examine when I received them back from my mother. They were taken on a dead tree, but where we believe someone, or more than one, was hung to death. In the tops of the trees there is a mist. I thought it was the sun, but some say no. I would just like to see what you think. Anyway, to thank Curtis, I sent him a blow-up picture of the entire exterior of the house, with me standing on the balcony of the master room. He later came to tell my father that he can't explain it, but since that day, there has been a great peaceful feeling in the house. I'm anxious to hear what you think, and then again about the pictures. I hope I have not wasted too much of your time. Thank you. I've had several ghost experiences, but the one I'm writing happened when I was about 16. We lived in a very rural area, in a big tri-level house. The bedrooms and a bathroom were on the top floor, a small bedroom, a bathroom, the kitchen, and a huge living and dining room were on the second, and the bottom floor was a 2-door garage. The master bedroom on the top floor had once its own deck, and still had the sliding door, which now leads to a 16-foot drop to the backyard. It is important to know this, because we often would hear someone knocking on that door, even when we had the blinds open and could see there wasn't anyone there. The stairs from the second floor to the third went straight halfway to a landing, then turned right and went up the rest of the way. On the landing on your left, if you were going upstairs, was a picture window. I was standing at the top of the stairs one afternoon, calling my two younger brothers. The youngest, Lee, came to the bottom of the stairs and asked what I wanted. He and Chris were getting a snack. I was going to answer him when I felt a hard shove against my shoulders. I fell down the stairs to the landing. My brother raced up the stairs to the landing, calling our other brother. I stood up with Lee's help. Since I was okay, I shrugged it off as an accident and forgot. Weeks later, my brother was in the house by himself. He was coming downstairs. I can see him through the window, and he tumbled down the stairs to the landing. He swore someone pushed him, but he and I were the only ones home, and he had been the only one inside. The next day, stupid kids that we were, we decided to test it. Lee stood at the bottom of the stairs, Chris stood outside and watched through the window, and I, really stupid, okay, stood at the top. I felt something push me, and I started to fall again. I caught myself on the rail and was standing. Something I couldn't see was trying to pull my hands off the rail. I got up and ran down the stairs in record time. Chris said he couldn't see anything, but Lee swore he saw a shadow chase me from the landing down to the second floor. After that, none of us would go down the stairs alone, and we always ran. For some reason, they wouldn't tell our parents to decide to move. Only 6 months after we started living in the house. When I was 9 years old, we moved to a house in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. My mom had just gotten remarried, so I now had a stepfather, whom I absolutely despised. About a year or so later, my dad started renovations on the house. We added almost half a house on. There was a 3-season porch, a mudroom, a bathroom, and 2 basement bedrooms. My sister moved out of her bedroom to the new one in the basement. A few days later, I was in my bed. My bed faced the wall by the door, but I couldn't look out down the hall. I had only been in bed for a few minutes. I looked up because it felt as someone was in the room with me. That's when I thought there was my stepfather standing at the foot of my bed. He was wearing what appeared to be a hooded trench coat and appeared as a dark silhouette. Looking back, it didn't really initially terrify me because I just thought it was my stepfather playing tricks on me, as I said. Boy, was I terrified. I yelled, "Ken, get out of here." Suddenly, my mom, who was in her bed at the end of the hall, yelled back at me that he was asleep in the bed next to her. Suddenly, the figure disappeared. I ran as fast as possible into our bedroom. There was my stepdad, sound asleep and snoring right next to her. I told her what I saw, and she just told me to go back to bed. The next morning, at the breakfast table, I started telling everyone. My oldest brother described the man in the hood. He also said he's seen the man in his bedroom at the foot of his bed. His bedroom was in the basement, located right under my parents' room. He also thought it was our stepdad, until it vanished. He just thought he was hallucinating or something, and didn't tell anyone. Honestly, now, I really wish it was my dad. Hi, I'm a 21-year-old student in Chicago, Illinois. I'd like to tell you my story, and if possible, ask for your professional opinion about a few things. I've experienced spiritual and ghostly activity for about 11 years now. I used to be frightened by these experiences, but now I'm quite intrigued. However, one incident stands out in my mind and still bothers me to this day. This is the story that I would like to tell you about. About 5 years ago, I lived in an apartment on the second floor. It was an unusually warm summer's night, so I decided to sleep on the couch, with the sliding door open to let in the breeze. I woke at about 2:30 a.m. to a horrid stench and a strange coolness. Confused, I looked around the living room. I looked then, and directly in front of myself, and I was lying on my right side, with my right arm tucked under my head as a pillow, and I saw a figure. I was frozen with fright as my eyes began to adjust to the darkness, and I saw the figure's face. At this point, I was thinking that someone broke into the apartment. However, this was no person. This ghost had a human-shaped face, but it was a grayish-white color. Its eyes were darkened, and what I remember the most was the huge prominent cheekbones. Furthermore, this thing only had a torso and a head, nothing else. Suddenly, with great quickness, its head descended, positioned its face directly in front of mine, stared at me for a moment, and as quickly as it descended, it pulled its head back to the original position. I began crying at this moment, and that's when I felt a sort of punch on my chest. It then seemed to kind of run off into the kitchen, and then I heard the door slam. I jumped from off the couch, turned the lights on, and checked the door out. The door was locked from the inside, so there was no possible way that someone had broken into the apartment and left through the kitchen door. To say the least, I was badly shaken. I took a moment to collect myself. When I realized my chest hurt, I went to the bathroom and pulled down my pajama top slightly, which revealed a large red mark, as if someone had punched me. This mark eventually developed into slight bruising as the morning came. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. Since this event, several other experiences have occurred, none as frightening as this, thank goodness. However, a cluster of events did occur directly after this experience. For what reason? I'm not sure. I did go to the library and search for possible causes for such an occurrence. The closest I got to a logical answer was something called a night terror, which I'm sure you are familiar with. But I've excluded this as a possible explanation, for many reasons. The only thing I can think of is that I had seen a ghostly entity. As to why there was a stench or a cold chill associated with the experience, I can only guess. Also, I've always been under the impression that spirits cannot harm the living, but I simply cannot believe this to be true anymore. And this is an experience that I had when I was younger. It's a little short, but it remains my creepiest ghost story I've ever had. I had to have been 8 or 9 years old when it happened, and yes, it sounds a little corny, but it was truly an unforgettable and authentic experience. It happened to be dark and dreary on this night. It had been raining really hard, and I had no choice but to walk through the rain. The rain just kept pouring down, and all I could think about was how miserable I was from the rain, and just wanted to get to my friend's house faster. I think it was around 10 p.m., and I was walking through the neighborhood park to my friend's house on the other side, when all of a sudden, I saw my dead grandmother appear from out of nowhere. Oddly enough, it was a year to the day of her death from cancer. She just looked as she did before she got sick, though. She looked wonderful. Of course, I wasn't sure if it was really her, so I walked up to her and called out her name. The wind became harsher, and the rain fell harder, and as she reached out to me, I could see she was in pain. It was at that very moment that her face changed, and she became scared, and looked as though she needed my help, and it was then that she disappeared. I had to have been 3 to 5 feet away. Needless to say, I ran as fast as I could to my friend's house and didn't say another word that very night. I was sent to live with my grandparents when I was 3 years old. I love my grandpa with all my heart, and he and I became very close because he could not work due to a serious heart condition. We took wonderful care of each other. Even at the age of 5, I've always been very responsible due to my grandfather's ill health. One day, when I was 9, my grandma kept me home from school to look after Grandpa because he was not feeling well. About 9:30 that morning, he went to lay down because he said he did not feel well. I went in about 10:30 to take his temperature and discover his fever to be 103.4. I rushed and called my grandma and mother immediately. In turn, my mother said she was going to call an ambulance, so I was to get Grandpa ready and wait for them. As I did this, my grandpa called me into his room and told me, "Pumpkin, I love you very much and you know this. Even though you are young and in time will forget different things about me, just always remember my love and the way you feel. I promise you this. I'll always be there with you, and you'll always be in my heart." I will always remember him saying this, because that was the last conversation he ever had. I never got to say goodbye, because he fell into a deep coma, and they wouldn't allow me into ICU to say goodbye. He then died on May 26, 1983, at 5:36 a.m. I know this for a fact, because he had given me his watch to hold on to while he was in the hospital, and it stopped at that very second that they pronounced his death. Now, while that is odd enough, the best part is yet to come. 3 weeks after my grandpa had passed away, my grandmother became very ill and was put into the hospital, so my sister, brother-in-law, and myself stayed out at my grandma's house. My sister had a cat that whenever someone came down the stairs, it would run to the basement door and cling to the screen to be let out. Well, one night, at about 11:30 p.m., the cat was sleeping with me on the couch in the basement when it jumped down and ran to the door to cling onto the screen, when all of a sudden, we heard footsteps. Now, the house is locked, my grandmother is in the hospital, and we are all in bed, downstairs. My brother-in-law grabs his baseball bat and tells us to call 911. At first I was very scared and was crying. And then they went upstairs. The footsteps stopped, and all of a sudden, my grandpa was standing in front of me, holding the note I had put in his pocket the day of the funeral. He had a tear in his eye and told me not audibly, but I could see his lips move, that he loved me and would always be there with me. Ever since then, any major life event, graduation, marriage, the birth of my 2 children, anything, I felt this love at one time or another, and have felt a huge sense of calmness. I guess this would be a second account of a previously encountered ghost story. I had the same thing happen to me as in the story below on Denton Road, Ypsilanti, Denton Road Bridge. The story goes that a group of kids were playing chicken near Denton Road Bridge, and one of them proved to be Chicken. His car swerved off the road when they reached the bridge, and they crashed into the river below. Many people claim to see a light come out of the river and chase their vehicle to the end of the road if they stop at the center of the bridge at night. I'm a racer and have a very fast, very built up 1969 Dodge. One stopped on this bridge simply because we were lost, and a pair of headlights came up the embankment and behind me and started coming up on me very fast. I thought some drunken redneck was out four-wheeling and was going to rear-end me. The car was in gear and running, so I simply stepped on the gas, and the headlights behind me pulled up within a few feet of my rear bumper. I floored it and the light stayed right on my bumper. Couldn't see a thing behind me because the brights were on the car following me, and they were far brighter than any car I'd ever seen. I had the speedometer buried past 120 miles per hour, and they were 2 feet off of my bumper. I remember the red glare of the brake lights lighting up the road behind me some, and the moon was very bright that night, so I could see the way to the bridge practically, and there was not a car on the road. I was a little stunned, and almost lost the car at the turn. We went back to make sure that no one behind us had got into the ditch, and there was nothing. And then I got freaked. Made it back to Windsor in record time. I don't know how to start this, other than saying several years ago, when my children were small, we moved out into the country on the Washington side and lived in a home that I feel has some strange paranormal or ghostly things going on in it. I would have to say that during that time, there was something in there causing all havoc in our home. To make it short, I used to on a regular basis have something come to me, and I'm not sure what, but let me explain what it looked like. I would wake up from a sleep most of the time, but sometimes I was fully awake in bed when it would happen, but for the most part, I would wake up from a sound sleep and notice this lavender-colored smoke, or whatever you want to call it, coming from the corner where my closet was, and it would do different things at different times. It would wrap around my perimeter of my room, and then go to the end of my bed, and separate into 5 different lines, and then dart at me, and then would go away. Sometimes it would wrap around the room, and then come down from above, into 5 different lines. The first few times that this happened to me, I was very frightened, and would wake my husband up, and of course by the time I could wake him up, there was nothing there. He slept very hard. This went on for a whole 7 years that we lived in this home. During that time, my husband also became very mean and violent. Also, in the room adjoining where my closet and my son's closet connect, my son was having these horrific nightmares that we could not wake him up from. We would sit there for sometimes 20 to 30 minutes, trying to wake him up, and he would be begging for his mother or his father, and crying out, asking them to go away and leave him alone. He would describe them as ugly and short, very ugly and mean looking in the face, and they would torment him and scare him and try to hurt him. This was heart-wrenching for me to see him go through this and not be able to wake him up. I would cry right alongside of him when I was holding him, rocking him, trying to wake him up from these nightmares. All of my children used to tell me that in the house, they would see a ball of light sometimes that would move quickly through the home. I saw that occasionally as well. Our television was something quite interesting as well. It would turn off by itself while we're watching it, and then it would turn back on with the remote, and then it would turn back off again. We could play this game for a few minutes, and then it would stop. This only happened a couple of times through the TV. I do feel that there was something evil in that home, because many things went on in that home. What the lavender-colored smoke was, or the ball of light, or even my son's terrifying dreams were, I have no clue. I don't have a great deal about that kind of stuff. I do feel that I have many experiences though, and had some in other homes as well. Who knows, maybe they follow me, but the home in Washington was not a good ghost, if that is what it was. Our family went through some of our hardest times in that home. Can you tell me what the lavender smoke was, or what the ball of light was? I would be very interested in knowing. You could respond to me. Thanks so much. I'm from the Southern California area, so here's how it goes. I was born in the Los Angeles area, but my parents bought a brand new home in the Orange County area. The city of La Palma, to be exact. The house was located on some ranch of some sort, because our backyard faced a very large open but fenced field, with some cattle roaming around in it. Mind you, these are tract homes, as we know it today, and at the time, it seemed like we were living in the boondocks. I mean, looking back at it now, it was a rather very lonely area, but it all had these new tract homes. You know, one supermarket, one library, one hospital, fire station, and police station. You get the idea. Well, the funny thing was, we were only 4 blocks west of Knott's Berry Farm. That is, if you stand at the main entrance, as you get closer to the park. Anyway, the house was well built, new carpet, plumbing, the whole works with upgrades. But on some occasions, I was very scared downstairs in the family room. I was even scared in my own bedroom. I mean, my room looked like a toy room display, so there was no reason for me to get scared, just out of the blue. I mean, I was playing in my room, and it seemed as if evil walked in the room. I got this incredible feeling of hate towards me, as if I shouldn't have been there. It's happened to me several times in the house, and at 7 years of age, I didn't know anything about the supernatural or paranormal activity. Another occasion was during a Saturday afternoon. My mother and I were upstairs, and suddenly, we heard this slamming and crashing noise, and as we came down the stairs, we saw in the living room my mom's favorite painting smashed on the floor. It looked as if someone broke it in anger. I mean, the frame was just trashed, and the small pictures around the one that got smashed were perfectly hanging straight. The ghost made itself seen again in the late afternoon. This time, my mom was doing some house cleaning, and as she turned to one side, she looked up towards the stairs, and she saw a man wearing a white cream-colored suit in pristine condition, except he didn't have a head. No Hollywood genre or anything like that. I saw the same thing myself. This time, I saw him at night, at the end of the hallway. This was very real, and very scary. Another time, as I would sleep at night, the beds were occasionally kicked very hard. Also in the master bedroom, the sliding glass mirror doors were slamming back and forth, and the dresser drawers were also slamming in and out as well. All these things would happen separately from each other on different occasions. The main boulevard is La Palma Avenue, and the street of the house is Comstock Circle. We lived there from 1970 to 1975, my parents and I. And that is the most scary and terrifying ghost story I have. Thanks for listening. I had recently sent a story about my grandfather visiting me about a week after his death. Well, that was one of the more comforting things that has happened to me. The next story I'm about to submit actually happened as a dream, but to this day, I feel a very strong connection with it. It all happened about 6 years ago. A 10-year-old girl mysteriously vanished from a sleepover at her friend's house. I never met this girl, and although we only shared the same first name, I had several odd dreams about her after her disappearance. One day, about 1 week after the child turned up missing, I woke up early one morning to go to work. It wasn't like any day though. I woke up feeling very sad and upset. I didn't have any idea why I was feeling like this, but something just wasn't right. So, I continued to get ready for work. When I got there, I still had this bizarre feeling that something big was about to unfold. About an hour into my long workday, I forgot about the feeling and went on with my day. A woman I work with came into work about an hour later and then asked me, "Did you hear they found the missing girl?" All of a sudden this feeling came back. I said yes. They found her in a dumpster wearing her blue nightgown. She replied, "Then did you hear?" I then started to cry uncontrollably and said no. She, the young girl, came to me in my dreams and showed me where she was and told me that I no longer had to play with her because it was time to move on and now she could rest in peace. The woman just looked at me in disbelief and really didn't know what to say, and neither did I. I then realized this poor young soul felt compelled to have someone to be with her. Why she chose me, I will never know. Again, we did share the same first name, but other than that, I cannot explain what happened. Most people I tell this story to have a tendency of just looking at me with an odd expression on their face, but I too believe that it was all just more than a dream. I've never seen any ghosts or had any sort of experiences with the supernatural, but my friend, Amber, has. She was friends with this guy named Seth, whose mother was my high school coach. She was telling me about this house Seth's parents bought in Monticello, Florida, about 45 minutes away from where we live. It was a real old house with lots of land around it. This house is a weekend house for Seth's family. One day, Amber was invited to spend the weekend with them. She told me that on the way up there, they tried to warn her not to get scared because there were ghosts there. She thought they were pulling her leg and was laughing and playing along. When they got there, Amber was impressed with the 2-story wooden house. It was built in some old style from the 1800s, apparently. She walked upstairs to her room for the weekend and was given a tour of the house. Upon entering one room, she smelled something sour and bitter. It was right beneath the attic. She couldn't describe it to me, but let me know it wasn't pleasant. Then, she was led to the attic, supposedly the most haunted room. There were old rusted chains and shackles attached to the walls. A long time ago, a slave owner owned this home. The slaves would be punished by whipping and being shackled in the attic, with no food and water for several days. Amber said she had no eerie feeling, and didn't see anything out of ordinary. Later on that night, Seth and Amber were staying up late and playing games. They dared each other to go up to the attic, knowing the stories behind the deaths of slaves in the attics. When they went up the stairs and turned on the lights, they smelled that sour and metallic smell and saw dark stains on the floor that wasn't there previously. Amber said she had never been so scared in her entire life. She thought her heart was going to stop beating because it was beating so fast and hard. She and Seth went downstairs, wasting no time at all. Amber couldn't sleep at night because she was certain she could hear the groans and cracking. The next day, Amber came straight home and refused to come back to the house again. I talked later on with Seth's mother, my high school coach, and she said it was true. She gave more stories about how she'd find things moving or missing, how she smelled cigar smoke when no one smoked. She told me how she would come home at night and all the lights would be on in the house. She told me she had not seen any ghosts or even felt threatened. She actually thought of them as her friends because they would turn on the lights for her at night when she came home. I wouldn't be able to stand it. Weird, huh? It makes me leery of my own house, even though my parents originally built it. I have a few experiences. In 1976, I was living in an old building, and every night, I would hear footsteps, heavy ones, walking on the floor above me. I then asked the apartment manager, who lived upstairs, and learned that no one did, and there was a crawl space. He checked it, and no one was there. So on a weekend when I knew no one was in the building except myself, I decided that if I heard the footsteps again, I would not be scared. Then the footsteps began pacing all night. I kept my wits and made plans to leave. I left the building. Second experience, about 1985. I was at work early one day, 9th and Market, and was going into the bathroom. A woman went in before me, not less than 1 foot in front of me, and so when I walked into the bathroom, no one was there, and I looked under all the stalls, and still, no one. Yet there was one way into the bathroom and the same way out. The woman just looked like a solid body. The same thing happened once again late one evening when I was going into the bathroom, and I just rushed in just behind her to see her, and when I got in 2 seconds later, no one, not even in any of the stalls. Later I learned that the cleaning staff in the building saw the same thing. They saw the woman enter the bathroom, and they waited for the woman to leave the bathroom, but no one left, and when they went in to find her, she was not there. In 1977, a friend committed suicide. All that weekend that she had died, I was depressed and could not shake the feeling. Then on Monday, I went to my university library, and as I sat there trying to read late in the morning, I hear that someone yelled in my ear, except it penetrated my body, that Holly committed suicide. I jumped and looked around, but people were quiet and no one was saying anything, and I thought, where did I hear that? And I must be thinking negatively. I became uncomfortable and left the library to shop. When I returned at about 6 p.m. to read, a woman came up to me and said, "We're looking for you this morning. We're talking about you and wanted to tell you that Holly committed suicide." I said, "So this is true what I heard?" I was told to call Holly's husband, and he verified it and said he searched for me the whole entire weekend. The next day, a strange thing happened. In my grief, I meandered my way to work in a different direction, passing a funeral home where I noticed a coffin in a hearse, and my heart and love went out to it. Then, after I got to work, I checked the obituaries for the funeral home where Holly was. It was the same place I passed that very morning, and so I invited a friend to come with me to pay my last respects to Holly at noon. I met my friend at the funeral home, and we were told that Holly had been sent out that morning for cremation. She had been the only one sent out, and she was in that coffin in the morning in that hearse that I passed on my way to work earlier. In 1982, when my father died, I woke earlier in the morning and was calm. Then my mother called to tell me he died. Everyone in my family woke up, and my mother got out of bed, sat by the phone, then it rang, and she got the word. At this time, I could hear people cry. Only the sound came from their body and not their mouth. My brother was in a deep grief and not crying out loud, but I could hear his spirit cry, and he just had a sad look. In 1992, my mother was very ill and in a rehab center. I did not like staying in her house because I thought it was haunted. On this particular morning, it was 5 a.m., and I was typing and printing a letter on the computer. I typed most of the letter, got up and stuck a mug of water in the microwave, and set it for 1 minute. Also, I prepared a plastic cone with filter and coffee in it. Then I rushed back to the computer to print the letter. I added a few lines to the letter, and then began to hear the microwave beep and beep. I ignored it, then the beeping stopped. I got this creepy feeling, but I ignored it, and then I thought the microwave had a timer, and so the beeping stopped because of the timing, not because anyone opened the microwave door. I printed the letter, ran to the kitchen to get the mug of water out of the microwave, and poured in the cone. I found instead that the mug had been taken out of the microwave, and the coffee was made, waiting for me on the ledge of the kitchen counter. Yet I know I did not get up from the computer to make it, because I made a conscious decision to ignore the microwave and finish my letter. My mind worked overtime to figure it out. I grabbed the letter and left the house that morning and told whatever did that it was taking the coffee. I didn't really appreciate it. Other things happened, like the rustling of papers when I was trying to sleep, etc., and I had to leave the house. Sometimes, I've heard other people think that they were not directing their thoughts to me, as what happens with schizophrenics. Enough for now. This isn't my story. or even the story of the person who told me, but I thought I'd share it anyway. This was told to me by the music teacher at my high school. The college he attended, which I won't mention the name, is up north. I'm not sure when it was built, but the main building of the college was a Catholic monastery. There have always been stories around the college that a monk went crazy and killed himself in the monastery. People in the college have reported strange happenings and sightings of what appeared to be a monk. The story that I know comes from a janitor who works at the college. On the weekends, one of the custodian's jobs is to break down the classrooms. This means that they have to stack up all the desks and chairs up against one wall. The janitor had just finished doing this and walked out the door and locked it from the outside. There is only one door into the classroom, and it is the one he has just locked. The windows in the room can only be opened from the inside, and the janitor was the only one in the room. As he turned to walk away from the door, he hears loud crashing and banging coming from inside the room. He immediately unlocks the door and steps inside. What he finds is that all the desks and chairs have been thrown all around the room. Drawers from the teacher's desk were ripped out and papers strewn across the room. There is no way any possible human could have been in that room and done that damage in a matter of seconds, then run out without the janitor noticing. As I was reading your website, I was recalling my own happenings. None were ever harmful to me, but I do sleep with the light on most of the time. I believe I have a following, whether it be the same ghost or if I have some attraction for them. It started when I was about 4 years old. I had this imaginary friend. I named him Jingles. From what I am told, I do not recall any part of Jingles other than what I was told by my family. I made my friend Jingles so believable that everyone in my family actually started to believe there really was someone named Jingles. I would talk to him, play with him, and of course, if anything was broken or stolen, Jingles did it. If I was good and got a treat, Jingles had to get one too. Jingles remained my friend until I reached first grade and moved to a new home. While in the kitchen with my sisters and mother, a man's voice from the woods called my name. I was about 8 years old then. We all froze with our mouths dropped to the floor and our hearts racing. All 4 of us could not have imagined that someone called our name. I was young, so my mother made a joke about it, and it was forgotten. Throughout my childhood, strange things happened in this house. Images were seen out of the corner of my eye and my family's eyes, but we would just chalk it up to our imaginations. Certain toys would flip in the air, stuff like that. I was scared for the moment, but never afraid to be in the house. Over the years, we have found what I believe to be cow skulls in the backyard. 2 were found, but no one in the street has any cows. We don't know where they came from. This house that I lived in as a child eventually became my home. My sister lived in the in-law apartment below me. She would always ask me what I was doing up there, because she would always, even when I wasn't home, hear jumping and walking around. What makes this so strange is that once I moved out of the house, the noises stopped. After moving out of my parents' house and into my own home about 9 months ago, there seems to be extra guests. I hear voices, but can't make out what they are saying. I often hear a muzzled radio sound. I hear running water. The house is always making house noises, but around 4 to 5 a.m., the noises stop and the house is dead silent. Often a cool breeze would find me, even when there is no wind. I can't explain the feeling that I'm not alone. My children, 9 years old and 8 years old, keep saying that they want to move because they think the house is haunted. I don't think moving is going to solve that problem. A little background on the house I own. It is 30 years old in a waterfront property. I found out that the owner of the home died of cancer, not in the house, but has died. There have been 11 deaths around the lake, and they've all died of the same cancer. When I was 9, my grandfather died in the dining room of his house. It was not unexpected. He had been very ill and was bedridden. Shortly after his death, we moved in with my grandmother due to the fact that she was also ill. She was a very unhappy and hateful person. She blamed all life's injustices on my late grandfather and hated him for dying. After we had moved in with her, we realized how serious her illness was and took her to the doctor. She had Alzheimer's. As her illness progressed, my parents could no longer take care of her, so they placed her in a nursing home. Big mistake. She transferred all of her anger from my late grandfather onto my father. During the last stages of her illness, she would repeatedly tell us that she did not want to be buried near my grandfather, that she had spent all of her living years with him, and she did not want to spend eternity next to him. Well, as fate would have it, my grandmother passed away. Funds were tight, and we not only had to bury with my grandfather, but her casket was placed on top of his. We had no other choice, because all of the extra money we had for her funeral was used to care for her in the home. Anyway, on with the story. After my grandmother's death, strange things began to happen. During dinner, the back door would just fly open, or at night, the sheet would be tucked around my body while I slept. We always made jokes that say that grandfather was home, or he was looking in on us. Then, things took a turn for the worse. One night, my father awoke to the sensation of his legs being pressed into the waterbed mattress. Once he was fully awake, he realized he could not move, and whatever was pressing him into the mattress was continuing up his body. He glanced over to get my mother's attention, but could not speak. This entity was now cutting off his breathing. Finally, he thought, "Mom, I am sorry. I had nowhere else to put you." And then it all stopped, as fast as it started. The next morning at breakfast was when Dad told us about his experience. The next night I had a similar experience, but chalked it up to dreaming. I figured that I heard my dad telling us about his experience, and that I was just dreaming based on that. Now, let's jump ahead 9 years. I'm married, and have just given birth to my first son. It was morning time, and my husband already left for work. I thought I would just take a short nap and rest, while that baby was not fussing. So I dozed off to that place between sleep and wakefulness, where you're not fully totally asleep, but resting. The next thing that happens is something that I'll never forget. I began to feel my body being pressed down into my waterbed mattress. I could not open my eyes, but I knew I was awake. I could hear the television and my son cooing. I could not move, and then I began to hear this voice, a horrible, evil voice that not even a word can describe, saying, "You know I love you." This went on for what seemed like an eternity, but was only probably about 2 minutes. Then, in my mind, I thought, "Dear God, what is my baby seeing?" And just as quickly as it started, it stopped. I've not had many experiences since then, and that was just 2 years ago. My question is, was it my angry grandmother or something else? If anyone has any suggestions, please email me. I'm on your website because my boyfriend runs a theater in downtown New York City and has otherworldly occupants. The building has been around since 1897 and was a school until 1978, where a fire killed a little girl. Now, it's an arts community, with theaters and artists that occupy the studios and occupy the whole of the building. My boyfriend and a couple other people who run the theater have seen and heard things. I myself have felt the cold associated with presence in a particular room. All my hair stood up on end, and in my gut, I felt we needed to leave the room. These are two particular events which solidify my suspicions. I got a call from my boyfriend one night to tell me he was coming home early. In the background, I heard male laughter, like someone was playing a joke on him and really enjoying it. I thought nothing of it. He works with a couple guys down at the theater. When he came home, he told me he had been dumping the evening's garbage. The dumpster is at the bottom of the stairs on the north side of the school. As he was going down the stairs, he saw a figure cut across the room at the bottom of the stairs. He called out, thinking it was the building's handyman. No answer. He reached the bottom of the stairs and deposited the garbage bag and headed back up the stairs to get the other bag of garbage. At that moment is when he heard what sounded like someone dragging the bag he had just deposited. He stopped, turned and called out. The noise stopped. He dismissed it and brought the other bag down. He headed back up, and the same thing happened. This time he did not go back down, but instead called to tell me he was on his way uptown. Later that night, in bed, he told me what had happened. I asked him who was with him when he called me, and he said he was alone. All my hair stood on end. Who was that laughing then? I asked. He said he was alone when he called. I think he thought it was my imagination or a bad connection, but now I know what I heard. Now last night, I was at the theater, some fashion show going on there. My boyfriend tells me what happened the night before. He'd spent the night at the theater on a pull-out mattress the guys kept there for late night work. It was around midnight, and he was not asleep. He was staring up at the ceiling, rethinking his day. He heard his name called out. Then the door to the office slowly closed, as if someone was closing it from behind. He responded and peeked out to his desk, to see if somehow a cat had found its way into the building, which is ludicrous. One doesn't see cats around there. And of course, he found nothing. All the windows were closed, so no breeze blew in. He said he then heard what sounded like whispering outside the office door. Lots of whispering, stage whisper, of gibberish with some strong hissing sounds, almost like a snake. He called out again and banged on the door. He went back into the adjoining office and went towards the door. He then felt a cold coming in from under the door. He placed his hand in the crack at the bottom of the door and felt no breeze. Then, a scratching sound, fast repetitions, like a dog scratching to get in, started. This was too much for him. He packed up and calmly walked out. He said he was a little afraid to walk back once he left the theater office, afraid of what he might see. I think being a theater, and many actors who love the space, left parts of them when they died. The founder died of leukemia, and loved and lived for this theater company. The little girl who died in the fire also stands my hair on end. Last night, I also found out the other guy who hears and sees things, that he hears that same playful laughter in the theater, just like I heard on the phone that night. Also seen figures sitting at the bar, footsteps heard. And that's my story. Thank you. Hello. I'm writing about a few experiences I had at my home. The home is called Edgefield Manor. First, I want you to know that this may sound like the classic haunting in a big old mansion. Well, believe me, what lives in this house is no Casper. I moved in the fall of '86. The estate is huge, gardens and rooms upon rooms. It was originally going to be condemned. Well, anyway, here's a couple of my experiences. One day, I was in one of the parlors. I got up to turn the light on, and as soon as I did that and turned around, I saw a whitish figure glide across the other hallway. Another thing there is poltergeist activity. Explain this to me. The home has a ballroom. I went inside like usual. The grand piano was in the same place as it has been when I moved in. I walked out for 5 minutes and then came back inside. The grand piano was moved across the floor, pushed to the other side of the room. No indication of any noise. It was just moved. There are many others, and I have pictures. If you want more stories or pictures, just email me. I know this is kind of short, but it's always terrifying. Hi, my story begins in Maine. Our family owns a cottage in Castine. We go there every year. We're going next week, actually. The house belonged to my great-grandfather. The house dates back to the Revolutionary War times. People have died on the front lawn. The house is a 3-floor tower. This is a story about a crazy lady who used to live in that house. She used to scream out of the tower at people. Well, I think I saw her in the tower one night. When my great-grandfather lived in the house, he claimed that he saw it a few times when he would read on his rocking chair in the living room. He said it would walk in front of him. 3 other people in my family saw the same thing. I never heard the story about the crazy lady until I brought up my experience to my parents after we got back from vacation. The funny thing was, this ghost, it was wearing a maiden's outfit. When my dad told my grandfather, he said that I experienced it exactly as he saw it. I've never heard the story until I saw it. I am no liar. I was really never told to believe in ghosts, if they were real or not. This started when I moved to Missouri with my family in 1995. The first home we rented when we arrived, something was very uneasy about it. I not only felt it, but my eldest son did also. One evening, when the 3 sons were in bed and my husband was working late, I was up watching TV late. When I decided to go to bed, I left a low light on in my bedroom. As I was walking down the hallway, past my son's room, there was a blur. I thought it was because my eyes were tired, and there was a mirror on the back wall of the hallway. But as I continued walking, my left eye got real blurry, and I felt a cold chill go through me. There's a basement to this house. I had my washer and dryer down there. I also had my kid's Sega game there. I felt very uneasy every time I went down there. My eldest son heard something pounding on the Sega controllers. He said at one time, he saw some kind of figure down there. The figure was bent over, blurry blackish gray, and it had no real face or features. He said it stood there, and it was shaking its head. He would be downstairs playing, and hear someone coming down the stairs, and no one would be there. My son was very uncomfortable when he first walked in. He said he felt sick to his stomach. When he saw the figure, he felt sick also. We have since moved, same town. We have moved into another house that has been lived in by many people, but not for long periods of time. Someone told me that the reason nobody stays in this house very long is because it is haunted. Again, me and my eldest son have been the ones noticing everything that has been happening here. I hear feet scooting across the floor at night, but no one is there. My son has seen a bright light flashing in the corner of his room. It is in the upper corner of his room, where no lights shine on the wall. I've also seen this myself. He has also seen 3 lights, spinning lights, beside his bed. There was also a time that he felt his bed shake. My son has cancer, and he had been going through a time that he could not sleep. It was right around the time that he felt his bed shake. We do not have an uneasy feeling about these experiences. They are quite comforting. I had an uncle. He was killed on a head-on accident when he was riding a motorcycle, and he was hit by a drunk driver. This was around maybe 20 years ago. I think of him very often. I was just wondering if it was him that was there with my eldest son and me during this time that he, my son, is going through this cancer. We aren't scared of his cancer, even though it's rare. My uncle was a very spiritual man. I feel that this is his way of letting us know that my son is going to be alright. We will get through this year, and his cancer will be done. I have 2 other sons, and they've not experienced anything. Neither has my husband. I told him, and felt foolish. I felt he thought I was crazy. To start my story, I've had these experiences for a good part of my life. It started long before I was born, in a house that has been in my family for almost a century. My oldest brother Mike, he was around 3 when he saw the presence of my great-grandmother in a corner in the attic during a visit to see our grandmother. This house is an old 2-family home with a basement and an old apartment attic that had been dismantled in the 50s. My family moved into the house in the late 80s. Since the house has been in my family for almost 100 years, the house has seen many losses, and a lot has occurred inside the home. The attic had a very high spooky factor to it, I guess you would say. The house had a very spooky feeling to it all over. A lot of 2-family houses, built in the 1900s, in the New England area, I've been told had a door that led into the living room. The door was for coffins to be wheeled into the living room, so the wakes could be done in the home. Knowing this always freaked me out. The doorway had been covered decades before my family moved in, but the eerie outline was still there on the living room wall. Now that I give you a feel of my old home, I'll explain my happenings. I lived in the house for 10 years. I have 3 older brothers. My oldest brother, Mike, heard and saw a lot happen in the house. He didn't always tell the rest of us, for I guess reasons of his own. I started having things happen 7 years after we moved in. When I was younger, I thought they were just nightmares. June of '96 for my birthday, I received a dog. August of that summer, my parents were staying in our summer home, and my brothers and I were home. My oldest brother Mike and I were lying on my mother's bed when all of a sudden, my dog went wild. She went from a dog that never barked or growled into an attack dog. She started barking and growling at the wall, and when we pushed her towards the wall, she cried and whimpered and shifted herself back towards us. I, being brave, stood in front of the wall and tried to beckon her towards me. She just barked and kept at her growling. My brother Mike and I were convinced we weren't the only 2 watching TV and left the room. My brother and I kept what happened to ourselves, and later that night, my brother Joe came home and slept in my mother's room. I slept in the living room, and my brother Tom was watching TV in the room with me. At 4 a.m., Joe and I heard my mother's sliding bedroom door open and shut 3 or 4 times. The dog started going nuts again, and Tom jumped up and ran to see what was going on. Joe sat straight up in bed, terrified by what he had seen. That night, the three of us slept in the living room. Mike and Joe and I have heard voices of two men talking to one another. I've heard the doors open and shut, and when I went to see who it was, no one was there. Mike, he once saw what he thought was Joe. Joe looks just like my uncle, who had died in the house. Mike said hello to the figure and went to his room. When he came out of the room to talk to what he thought was Joe, the figure was gone. And when he finally saw Joe again, Joe told him that he was just getting home from work and hadn't been home since that morning. Mike had slept on the bottom bunk of a bunk bed he had in his room. Joe used to sleep on top, while long since then, slept on the couch in the living room. Mike swears he could hear someone shifting on the top bunk, even when none of us were sleeping on top. Mike would hear two men conversating on the top bunk, but he could never understand what they were saying. These are just a few of the experiences we've had. My mother, father, Tom, and I, we all moved out of the house in '97. Joe and Mike still live there. They still experience things happening at the house. I lived with them from November '98 till July '99, and I had no experiences. I visited them 2 weeks ago and stayed overnight. I slept by my grandmother's on her pullout, and something almost jumped at me. I can't even explain what happened. It was pitch black in the room, and my mother was next to me. I turned my body and opened my eyes, and it almost a flash of light, but with a dark figure behind it, leaped at my face and disappeared. I got so startled, I started crying. I think that whatever was in that house has followed me, or something is new in my home. When I leave my room sometimes, or even when I'm sitting in my room, my stereo would turn on, and my Jewel CD will come on. Last time I came in the room, the song Adrian was on. If you know Jewel, it's a song about a young girl who is a child who becomes disabled. I have no pictures or sound bits to share, just what me and my brothers have experienced. I know it's long, and some of my things may seem a little wild, but what I'm typing is nothing but the truth. I don't really know where to begin with my story. I told very few people about it, for the fear they might think I'm crazy. I'm glad to have found a place where I can talk about it freely. I'm 26 now, and have not experienced anything like this since I was a small child, but it changed my life forever. When I was around the age of 3, I was still sleeping with my mom and dad. There were several things that happened around this time. I will start with the worst first. One morning, I'd just woken up, and I turned over like I always did. But this morning, I saw the most horrifying sight that no 3-year-old should have seen. Laying next to me was this terrifying demon. I know it was a demon because of its eyes. It had a human form of a woman and was nude. It was about 10 feet tall, had thin bony fingers, and the darkest eyes. It was like you could almost see through them. You could just feel the pure evil. It had the most wicked smile on its face, like it was taunting me. I stared at it for a few seconds, and then turned back, hoping I was dreaming. Then, I felt the bony finger poking me in the back, as if to say, "Hey, you." I turned back over, and it was still there, grinning that sickening grin. I watched it get up to go to the window, which was closed and about 20 feet off the ground. It turned and gave me one last grin and went out the window. It was also around this time that I awoke one night to see 3 demons. They seemed to be like children. They were standing in the doorway, laughing the kind of laughter like I've never heard before. This was the same room where I'd seen the other one. At the age of about 7, I awoke one night to see a Grim Reaper standing by my bed. Needless to say, these things have disturbed me all my life. I also saw my grandfather and his past child after he had died, but that was a peaceful sight. I have not had any other experiences since I was a child. Oh, they've always been noises that I could not explain, but nothing like before. It was like the experience did something to me. I've never had normal dreams, not as a child or as an adult. Always strange dreams and nightmares, like I have some way of knowing when a spirit is near or a house is haunted. Some people call it a gift, but I just wish I could understand it and what happened to me as a child. Thank you for letting me share my story. I've always believed in paranormal things. I've had many encounters with ghosts, and it's never really bothered me. My daughter was born in 2006. Around the time she was 1.5, we moved into a nice older house. The first night in our new house, we were camping out downstairs because our beds hadn't been unloaded from the truck yet. Around 2 a.m., I was woke up because you could hear the sounds of someone walking around in a room above the kitchen. I just blew it off as an older building and such. I walked upstairs when I continued to find her closet doors open and things scattered around her room like someone had been in the boxes. Again, I just blew it off as my kid brother playing a trick before he left. The next morning we were setting up her room, and I noticed her sitting there, acting like she was playing with someone. It sort of gave me chills, because she was actually talking to someone. I just ignored it, but later, she started mentioning the man. 3 days into living there is when things started happening. Her room has never been warm. I can turn the heater up to 75 degrees. I've bought a space heater. The landlords have came and checked the windows and insulation. Everything's normal. Her closet doors open at random times by themselves. Now at almost 3, she still talks about the man in her room. She's informed me that the man tells her she can do things, be bad, and do things after she's told no. She still sits around and talks to no one. We lived 14 months, with just little things happening all around 2 a.m. Her bedroom door slams shut, and you hear stomping down the stairs. The laundry room doors open and slam shut. The water in the bathtub turns on by itself. But lately, things have become more aggressive and frequent. I decided to decorate her room. I put new curtains up, her new blankets on her bed, and hung clothes in the closet. I walked downstairs, leaving all the lights on, but shutting the closet doors. I was downstairs maybe 5 minutes. As I entered the hallway, I noticed her door closed. Nothing new, but I opened it, and there was this rush of cold air. Again, nothing new. The light was off, and you could feel someone in the room. It was an angry sort of feeling, like someone was glaring at me. I ignored it and turned the light on. The curtains I'd just hung had been ripped off the rod and lay in the middle of her room. Her new blankets and sheets were off her bed, and her closet doors again wide open. My daughter refuses to sleep in her room now, saying the man scares her, that he yells at her. I've placed crosses and went as far as to have my house blessed, and nothing. In the last 2 months, I've been woken up to someone screaming in my ear. The sound of my front door opening and slamming shut, and my bathroom shower turning on, all in the 2 a.m. hour, and on nights my daughter's at grandma's house. There are some stories that my family and friends have passed on, and I think you might find them quite interesting. I'm a great fan of your website. I've some stories that I've heard from family. Here's one that my grandpa encountered. His father had recently died in 1993, and the night of his funeral, he was awoke by something. He didn't know what it was. He was just awoken by whatever it was. He looked over, and his father was standing there, saying, "I'm okay. Please do not worry." My grandpa got a drink of water, and his father left. He went right through the door. Then, I have one from family friends. This was when friends Steve and Rita had moved into a new house. They had seen several apparitions that they have not really explained, but really just blobs. Then, here comes the scary part. Here are two stories that I've also inquired from the same person. Rita and her husband and two friends were in the family room in the middle of the day, talking, and all four of them saw a shadow jump from the balcony, slide across the family room, and go under the couch. Steps have also creaked, and toilets have flushed for no apparent reason. This was also a new house, with no history of violence on the property. Now for the second story. A couple of nights later, Rita was sleeping and woke up to feeling like someone was sitting on top of her, trying to choke her. Steve woke up to Rita's screams and flipped the lights on. She told him there was a man with a plaid shirt in the room, trying to choke her. No one was in the room. She got up out of bed and went to the dresser, looked in the mirror, and he was behind her. A lumberjack-looking man in a plaid shirt standing right behind her. This also might sound kind of weird, but my mother Bernadette lived in a new neighborhood when she was little. Outside of the development was a field with a very small house, almost a shed. Whenever my mom took a walk with her grandma, a little girl would come running out of the house and shed and talk with them. She was always dressed old-fashioned with a dress on. She resembled a little girl like Shirley Temple. She said her name was Judy. My mom saw her several times. Her grandma also did too. Years later, when she mentioned Judy to her mother said that nobody had ever lived in that house. It was used for storage, a shed, and said my mother was making it up, and that it was a story. We have never figured out if it was a ghost or not. My great-grandmother remembered her too. As a side note, I've passed this particular field many times, and have seen the shed, but have not had any strange things happen to me when passing the area. Like my grandmother has said, no one has ever lived in that shed, so I don't know. My name is Rodney, and I would like to share a story with you that happened to me and a friend of mine. First, I'll give you some background. It's the early 70s in Enon, Ohio. My friend Mike and I were very close because both of our parents had gotten divorced around the same time we were in our early teens. We shared similar interests in magic and trickery in the occult. We used to save our money and either buy magic tricks from magazines or make magic tricks from plans that we would buy for our act. We appeared on a local after-school show for kids a couple of times, and in doing so, we got to meet a local famous person named Dr. Creep. He had a Saturday night show where he would host and show scary movies, and he also did magic. Dr. Creep was really knowledgeable and had a lot of contacts. He told us of a local magic shop in Dayton and gave us directions. We couldn't drive at the time, but I would beg my older sisters to take us there. Discovering that magic store opened us up to a whole vast world of new tricks and illusions. The shop also sold paraphernalia for smoking, and it had a lot of what we now refer to as goth type of clothing and jewelry. Well, as we were getting a bit older, the movie The Exorcist came out, and we thought that what a neat idea it was to put some drama and stage production into the act to make it more of a show. We both attended a vocational school, so there were a lot of talented people there, and we found a couple of girls that liked to dance. We added dancing demon girls to the beginning of the show using blacklights, dark jumpsuits to conceal the girls under the sheets. The music was Mike's Oldfield's Hearst Ridge. I think that was the title. The stage was very barren when the show started. Only a small table with dimly lit candle, and the dancing girls could be seen. The dancing girls' dance ended with them meeting in front of the table, and big flash exploded, and as the lights slowly illuminated, they would reveal a transformation in the whole look of the stage. There was now a 10 by 12 painted dragon silk tapestry hanging beyond the table, and 2 silk banners of Beelzebub artistically lit with eerie lighting, and I would be standing where the dancing girls had disappeared in my cape. Most of our tricks and illusions were dark in nature. My friend Mike moved to Houston a year before we graduated high school. He got a job at the Galleria Mall in the fun shop. After I graduated, I moved to Houston and stayed with Mike at his mother's house. I also got a job at the fun shop. Eventually, we pretty much ran the place, and again, we found a lot of new outlets for magic and the occult. Eventually, we moved into an apartment together as roommates. Our interest in the occult grew, but only out of curiosity, and it gave us an air of mystery to other people. As we made more friends, and our reputations as being a little different spread, we decided to really mess with people. Mike's bedroom had a huge closet, and being young, he didn't have a lot to put in there. We decided to dress it up and make it look like a devil worship, after with the banners we had, and with the skull-shaped candles and the magic tricks. Our plans were when our friends would come over, we would show them that, and they would freak out. The very night we did this at about 12, I awoke to a pounding on a wall between Mike's room and my room. I sat up and yelled, "What are you doing over there?" The pounding continued unrelentingly. I got out of bed and went over to the wall and yelled, "Knock it off, I'm trying to sleep." The knocking got louder and didn't show any signs of stopping, so I went over to Mike's bedroom door and knocked and said, "Mike, stop it." The pounding continued, so I opened the door to see Mike sitting up in his bed, looking at the closet. My eyes went across the room towards the closet, and as my vision passed his dresser, I saw the door slowly closing. I asked Mike what he was doing banging on my wall. He said it wasn't coming from the wall between our rooms, it was coming from the closet. I continued looking onto the closet. As I saw the door, it was breathing and jostling, as if someone was trying to get out. Then it stopped suddenly. We were scared witless. We gathered up enough courage to both walk over, and we pulled open the door with ease. The closet was freezing. We looked around and saw no one or anything. The apartment we lived in was brand new. No one lived next door. Our neighbor downstairs was gone for the weekend. We asked the people behind us the next day why they were banging on the walls, and they said that they hadn't, and that they didn't hear anything the night before. We immediately started ripping all the decorations down. I'm still very much fascinated with the paranormal, but I will not invite it in. I have another story I will share with you later, but as for now, I hope you enjoyed what I gave you. My parents own a lake house in northern Indiana, and we used to have a neighbor named Mr. Campbell. Sadly, Mr. Campbell was quite old and depressed, and one day he left a note and enough food and water to last his dogs at least a week. He said his body could be found in the lake. I couldn't remember if it was ever found though. This story has many parts, all leading to the same conclusion. Mr. Campbell's ghost haunts this property, but he seems to be quite calm and docile. The first instance, well, a rich man, Richard, bought his property, tore the home down, and built a $2.5 million house. Richard was extremely nice and was always coming over for dinner. One day, he told us that he thought his house was haunted. He had an entertainment system installed that requires him to climb a ladder to fully turn it on or off. For that reason, he always left it on and left the ladder in the garage. One day he had guests over and was going to put on the Indy 500, but the system was powered down. He said he watched TV the night before and no one had been in the house. At first he just assumed it was a power outage or something. He got the ladder and turned on the system. However, all of the settings were messed up. The volume was turned down very low, and the radio was on and set to a 50s station. The TV was off because of the radio. When he turned on the TV, it was tuned static rather than the Discovery Channel Richard had been watching the night before. He said he played it off as an accident to his guests, but that it kinda spooked him. Later, after this happened, again Richard assumed Mr. Campbell wanted to listen to music, but didn't want to disturb anyone, because no one had heard the music. Richard also had a roommate named James. The thought is that they were lovers, but no one really asked. Richard would travel to Chicago a lot, and James would be home alone. One night, my sister and I were watching TV in our room and saw lights shining outside and heard men talking. We looked out our window and saw about 3 police cars and about 6 policemen walking all over the house, looking at windows and knocking on the door. We went outside with our dad to see what was going on, and the police asked if we had heard or seen anything suspicious. We said no. Why? They told us someone had called 911 from the house, but only breathed into the phone for a couple minutes and then hung up. We told the police that Richard was gone, and usually when he was gone, James would visit his mother down the street. My dad called James' cell, and he was at his mom's for a dinner and a movie. He said he was planning on leaving soon anyways, and came to talk to the police. James let him in, and they searched the whole house, but no one was there. However, in the kitchen, a burner was left on high. James said he made pasta to bring to his mom's and must have forgotten to turn off the burner. After the police left, James said he sometimes got a strange feeling in the house, like he wasn't alone when he knew he was, but that he never got scared. It was more like being watched over than stalked. My sister and her friend were sitting on our screened-in porch one Friday night after we got to the lake house late. They saw a man walk from the pier to Richard's house, and my sister called out, "Hi, Richard," or James, whoever it is. But the figure didn't stop or reply. He just walked up to the house and disappeared. The girl said a light never came on, and he never heard a door open. The next day, Richard was doing yard work, and my sister mentioned the night before and jokingly accused him of ignoring her. He told her he had not been home last night, and that he had just gotten back from Chicago early that morning. He also said that James was in North Carolina for the week for his sister's wedding. My sister and her friends were confused because they had both seen the man, and they were worried they had seen a robber. Richard asked if the outdoor lights turned on, and they said no. Why? He said he has motion detector lights, So if there was a person by the house, the floodlight should have come on, and his alarm didn't register entry last night. The next incident, Richard had to move to Chicago. It had gotten to be too much for him to constantly be driving back and forth, so he bought a flat in Chicago and put the house up for sale. James left too. The new owners are really quite annoying and full of themselves, so no one ever told him about the possible haunting or the house's past. One day Janet came over and asked us if the house had a story. I asked why. She said she had been in the shower when she saw an old man staring at her. She screamed and he just disappeared. We told her about Mr. Campbell and everything, and she sort of freaked out. They tried to sell the house, but couldn't. She still says the old man watches her every now and then. The housekeeper says she has never seen the old man while she was showering, but that she thought she saw him one day while she was cleaning. He was in the entertainment room, listening to music. She also said that the 5 dogs will stare at all the same spot for several minutes on end, tails wagging, as if they were being talked to. We still talk to Richard, and he has told us many stories about the house, rearranged pantries, the entertainment system being changed multiple times, and other various things. We think Mr. Campbell haunts the home because he can't move on. My mom says my experience must have been Mr. Campbell trying to get away from Janet for a while. That incident was before the shower, but Janet was already in the home with her husband. We still hear the beeping every once in a while, and we all just say, "Hi, Mr. Campbell, you can visit as long as you like." The dog stopped staring and following him after about the 10th time. They'll look up just after the beeping, and just before we hear him leave. I'm a bit of a baby, so I still get creeped out when I'm alone at night, even though I know he has never done any harm. My parents are the last people I think would believe it, but with so many incidents, we think he is there living out his days watching others. Maybe he regretted saying goodbye prematurely, and because of this is what keeps him from going to the other side. I was visiting my mother and some friends in Florida, and stayed with my mother while vacationing, to cut costs of course. She works nights at the local hospital, so I'm there alone from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. when she works. It was a Friday evening, and my mom had just left for work. I was hungry, so I went out to grab a bite to eat. I got back to the house around 8 and called my friend, who was supposed to come over to keep me company, but he was running a little late. So I decided to keep myself entertained as I waited. I was in my room listening to music and stuffing my face when I heard what sounded like church bells. Now, these bells would have had to be kind of loud because I listened to my music on blast. I turned down my radio to hear the sound more clearly, all the while thinking to myself, there are no churches in the area that I know of, which made this all the more strange. As I listened, I heard the sound fade off into the distance, as if traveling away. I sat for a couple of minutes and turned my music back up and continued eating. About 15 minutes later, I heard something like someone trying to get in through the back door. My mom's house is a little older. I'd say about 40 to 50 years old. For someone to pry open the back door would not be a difficult task. So naturally, I ran to the back door to see what was going on. Once there, I saw that no one was there, but the glass in the door near the knob was fogged up like cold water would do in a glass cup. Thinking that was a little strange, I grabbed the handle to open the door, and I let to scream bloody murder. The handle on that door was sub-zero cold, and it really caught me by surprise, just from how incredibly cold it was. I stepped out into the porch, turned on the light, looked around a bit for anything suspicious, and when I saw nothing, I reluctantly went back inside. Concerned, I kept my music to a minimum, just in case anything else happened, as it surely did. About an hour later, I got a call from my friend. Now this is strange. He lives about 5 minutes from my house driving, and about 20 minutes walking. Apparently, he came over to the house and rang the doorbell, heard my music playing, and figured that when I didn't answer, I was in the bathroom or something. He called my phone, but it kept getting cut off after the first ring, so he decided to go back home and come back since it's not far at all. He claims that as he was backing out of my driveway, he saw the front door open. He rolled down the window to see if it was me. He said as soon as he got the window all the way down, the front door violently slammed shut, so hard that my friend thought for sure that the front window should have shattered. I heard none of this. Around the time that he came over was coincidentally the same time I heard the strange bells. So, I was a little spooked and told him to come over. So he said give him about 15 minutes and he would be over. Well, a lot can happen in 15 minutes. I got off the phone with him and went to the bathroom to freshen up a bit. I washed my hands and face and dried them. I was heading back to my room when I heard a faint sound in the living room. I was a little apprehensive to see what was making the sound and started thinking that perhaps I wasn't alone in my mother's house. From my bathroom to the living room, there is a long hallway. As I walked the hallway, I sensed a presence, and it felt like a large presence, however that feels. Upon entering the living room, I looked up and saw what looked like a clergyman. I could see him clear as anything. My reaction wasn't what one would expect. Looking back on the incident, it seems unusual to me as well. I began to cry, almost uncontrollably, and I still have no reason as to why. That's when I heard a knock at my door. My friend had arrived, and as I stood there, I saw the apparition seem to fade to nothing as he continued to knock and rang the doorbell. I opened the door to my friend, who seemed a little shaken himself. He asked me why I'd been crying, and unsure on what to tell him, I simply said that I saw something sad on TV. He asked if anyone else was in the house because he saw someone leave out the back door. I told him it was my neighbor. I've had many things happen to me. Dreams and visions have been a part of my life for as far back as I can remember, but none of them compare to this incident. Weird, huh? I was only about 3 years old when I first started seeing things in my old house. It started with the noises in the attic. I would hear a rocking chair rocking in the attic directly above my bed. However, that portion of the attic had nothing in it at all. The floor wouldn't even have supported the weight. My old house was a 1950s home. The basement still had an old coal room. However, the coal chute was sealed shut to prevent breaking in. The coal room was directly below my bedroom and was the only part of the house no one ever went into. I can only ever recall even seeing the door open once. It was an empty, depressing kind of room. In addition to the noises above, I would sometimes hear footsteps in that old room below me, or footsteps on the basement stairs. The first time I ever saw anything was, as I said, when I was around 3 years old. I woke up from my sleep in the middle of the night to see a young girl standing by my bed. She had brown hair and green eyes and wore a 19th century style green nightgown. She looked to be about 8 years old. She frightened me at first, but I didn't get malicious feelings from her, and gradually I accepted her. She appeared to me often throughout my childhood, and even now I see her occasionally. The other ghost I saw was much scarier. I wasn't the first one to see him. My younger brother was. He was a tall man who held a knife in one hand and wore black. My brother began seeing him when he was about 5 years old. The man would appear in his closet, began to walk towards him, and then my brother in his fear would scream, and the man would disappear when my parents came running. I've never told anyone about my experiences with ghosts, for I was afraid I would be called crazy. My brother told us all about what he saw. He saw the man a total of 4 times, once in each of our bedrooms and twice in mine. I saw the man twice, but I didn't begin seeing him until I was much older, around 9 years old. I always got a fairly bad feeling from the man, and Victoria, the name I gave the little girl, would always disappear before he appeared. I got the sense that she was scared of him for some reason. In addition to this, when my great-grandma passed away, I inherited her jewelry box. The first night I had it, I'd left it sitting open on my bedroom floor. When I went to bed, I was around 6 years old. I was lying awake in bed when suddenly the movie in my VCR fell out of the VCR and onto the floor. A few minutes later, my TV turned on. There was no one else in the room at the time. As I got up to turn it off, it turned itself off. A few nights later, I'd once again been playing with the jewelry in the jewelry box. I awoke to find my basketball bouncing itself repeatedly against my dresser, sideways. There was no one else in my room at the time, and it kept it up for over a minute. After that, I became frightened and stowed the box away in the back of my closet. To this day, I will not open it, even though I'm now 16. The scariest thing of all happened when I was 11. I awoke in the middle of the night, unable to move the lower half of my legs. Terrified, I sat up to see a strange black shadow sitting on my feet. It was blurry. That may have been partly because my glasses were sitting on my bedside table. At first I thought it was my black cat, but quickly realized that it was much too big. It was transparent. It was about half the size of a small child. But the thing itself isn't what scared me. It's the feeling that I got from it. I felt terrified, like I've never felt before in my life, as if the strange shadow was pure evil. I struggled to move my legs, and then ran into my parents' room and woke them up. It's the only time I've ever told them of my paranormal happenings. My dad came into my room and turned my light on, but of course, the thing was gone. He insisted I was dreaming and tried to get me to go back to sleep, but I slept on their floor for a week straight after that. I've since moved into a new house. My grandma died here, and we moved in afterwards. Because she left it and everything else of hers to us, I don't have as many experiences here. But there is one that really stands out in my mind. I awoke in the middle of the night, and I could feel someone laying against my back, their knees curled under mine, and their arm around me. I freaked out and literally jumped onto my floorboard and flicked my light on, but nothing was there. My mom was woke up from the commotion, and I told her about it. She told me it was my grandma, who who was keeping me safe as I slept. And then a few days later, we drove to the cemetery where my grandma is buried. We took my grandma's dog with us. Once we got to my grandma's grave, the dog went crazy. She began to bark and whine and paw at the windows frantically. We thought it must have been a squirrel or something, but there were no animals in sight, not even a bird. My mom thinks that the dog saw something we couldn't, and I have to say I agree. I've had many experiences, and these are just ones I was reminded of by reading other stories on your website. I wrote a lot. I tried to narrow it down a bit. I've tried seances and things with my very good friend who has similar experiences to mine, and we've been successful at this. It really shocks me sometimes, because we'll both get an image in our head or see something, and we can finish each other's sentences. That's how precisely we see things. I definitely believe in the paranormal, and I hope to show other people the truth. I lived in this area for over 30 years. Robinson Woods is the home of the Chief Chichi Pinque, as it is spelled on the sign, in the site of his burial marker. He was the last chief of the Potawatomi Indians, and he was related to the Robinson family. He died in 1953. There have been numerous ghost hunting expeditions conducted here, with reports of drums and shadowy forms of an Indian in pictures in the woods surrounding the memorial marker. These woods are connected to Catherine Woods, west of East River Road, south of the Kennedy Expressway. There's a trail that leads from behind the Chief's memorial marker, going to a small branch of the Des Plaines River. It is along this river that John Wayne Gacy buried several of his victims. Additionally, there have been numerous bodies found here over the years. In the late 1950s, 2 brothers went missing and were killed, and their bodies were discovered here. The area of these woods, more towards the Catherine Woods side, just south of the expressway, is where the American Airlines flight went down, killing all on board. On the east side of the East River Road, there used to be a horseback riding stable called Happy Days Stables, which was the site of many illicit doings. John Wayne Gacy was known to be friends with one of the stable hands that worked there in the 50s and 60s, and he was a frequent visitor there. This stable hand is the one who was responsible for killing the 2 brothers in the late 1950s, and it's local legend that Gacy participated in the murders. Of course, both Gacy and the other man died without ever revealing the truth of this. These woods have been the site of more phenomenon than can be counted. Generations of kids have gone there to dare each other to face their fears. I've personally experienced the drums in the woods, the face of an Indian behind the marker, felt overwhelming fear, anger and sadness, and evil along the river behind the trail, and horrifying fear around the airplane crash site. That's my story, and many others, and the rumors surrounding this area. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I lived in Norwalk, California, with my mom and my soon-to-be stepfather in a 2-bedroom apartment. There are 2 things I remember most about living in that apartment. One was the beautiful Princess Canopy bed I slept in, and the other was the floating woman's head I would see coming into my bedroom from the hallway. I have and will never forget that image. It looked like an older woman with long, coarse gray messed up hair with some kind of hat. The first thing I think of when I remember her face was she looked like a witch. Pointy nose, moles on her face. From the moment I started seeing her float in, she just stared directly at me, went around the poles of my bed, and coming right at me. I would always put the covers over my head knowing she was right on top of me, and shut my eyes hard, and pull my fingers in my ears until I felt ready to look again. I've always believed and been interested in paranormal and ghost stories. After my grandmother died, I felt her hand on my shoulder in my then boyfriend's house. I turned around. Nobody was there, but for some reason, I knew it was her, and I didn't feel scared. I felt she was letting me know she's okay and with me. Lately, my sister and I have been looking at paranormal sites and researching videos and pictures of ghosts, paranormal stories. Your site is my favorite right now. A few years back, I was at the White Horse Bar in Maloa and was doing a gig. When I was done, I left the back room and walked through the kitchen area, passed by a guy in a white outfit who was preparing food, or so I thought. I put my stuff out of my vehicle, came back in, and was going to get a bite to eat. I asked for a menu, and a barmaid gave me one. I ordered food, and the barmaid headed back to make me my food. After a while, she came back with my food. Her and I talked, and we started dating shortly after that. Well, a week or so later, I met the whole crew, 3 girls, and the owner. I asked where the chef was, and the owner told me they're right here. I laughed and said, "What about the guy?" They all gave me a funny look and said there is no guy. I had explained the guy I'd seen a week back that appeared to be a cook dressed in white clothing that's similar to a chef and was facing the kitchen stove that I walked by. They all gave me a weird look, and from there, the owner talked about seeing shadows going across the back room area late at night, and no one was there. He told me the owner prior said a ghostly head was said to appear down from above the bar one time in the past. There was a time that I had to change the light bulb, and it had to be replaced. The old one was loose and burned out. I tightened the new one in place and tightened down the fixture, and we were sitting down my girl at the time, and the owner and another of the bar ladies and I joked, the ghost will probably be here to flicker the lights, and the light will burn out. The crazy thing is, a couple seconds after that, the light flickered and went out. The owner got another light bulb, and I took the fixture enclosure off to find the bulb loose, but still good. One of the barmaids researched the property and told us the place a long time ago, back in the past, was a feed store, and that a guy in his teens got crushed to death from fallen feed sacks. I was born in Singapore in 1951 to British and Australian parents. We lived in various cities in Malaysia during the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. In 1957, we arrived in Kuala Lumpur, where we stayed until mid-1975. We moved into a company-owned house at Freeman Road, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The history of the house is as follows. It and the house next door, number 17, were built just before World War II by the late Dato Gunlay Take, a then well-known architect, who became an early Malaysian High Commissioner to either Australia or Canada. He built them for his daughters. During World War II, the 2 houses, along with a large semi-detached house immediately behind, on what was then known as Gulfview Road, were taken over by the Japanese Army's secret police and known as the Kenta Pai, equivalent of the Nazi Gestapo. The 2 houses behind were used as Compay offices, and the 3 in Jalen Freeman became senior military officers' brothels. The women in the brothels were both Asian and European, the latter being drawn from a pool of captured civilians and military nurses. Comfort women was the term used by the Japanese. Male military POWs were used as gardeners and cooks, etc. These staff, if they fell from favor, were executed, and some were obviously buried in the ground surrounding the houses, as some years later, we did find scattered human remains when excavating the gardens for our new orchid beds. On the advice of our doctor, who identified them as human in origin, we quietly reburied the remains. He said that if word got out as to what we had found, we would never get any Malay or Chinese domestic staff to work for us. After the war, the houses were returned to their owners who, knowing what the Japanese had used them for, promptly put them up for sale. They were all bought by large companies at bargain prices, who used them to house senior expatriate staff. Gunlay Take was no different, and in 1947, sold his 2 houses to the company my father worked for. The 2 company houses were 3-bedroom houses of 2 stories, double brick construction. There was also a long narrow room, forming a roof over the carport at the front door. This room was to play a significant role in what we were to experience over the following 10 years. In our house, this room was turned into a large walk-in linen press and storage area. To enter it, one would take 1 step down. When we moved into the house in early 1957, the first thing my mother noticed was that this room was extremely cold, as if it was air-conditioned. In tropical Malaysia, a non-air-conditioned room this cold is not even practical. Our dogs would never go into this room, and when passing the entrance to that room, always hurried past with tails between their legs. Nobody would really stay in that room for very long. It had a very uncomfortable atmosphere. However, sometimes after running around and playing and getting very hot, I would go and sit on the step at the entrance to the room to cool off. I was 5 years old and knew nothing about ghosts at this time. The main bedroom, on the extreme right-hand side of the upstairs part of the house, as one faced out towards the main road, had its own full bathroom, and the other 2, also upstairs, shared a bathroom via separate doors leading from the bedrooms to the bathroom. These latter 2 were adjoining each other. One was on the extreme left-hand side of the house, and the other at the back, with windows looking out over the back lawn. This eventually became my room. All the doors were heavy solid, with solid brass latches. Windows were hinged teak framed and had a bamboo awning type blind that rolled down over the window to give shade from the sun. Downstairs was a separate formal dining room, lounge room, kitchen, toilet, and downstairs storage room, as well as a storage area under the staircase. The lounge room opened up onto a rear veranda area. Remember, the temperature was over 85 degrees Fahrenheit plus all year round. As per usual, European expatriate practices of the times in India, Malaysia, Indonesia, Hong Kong expats had domestic servants to look after the household chores. All expat houses built prior to the early 1960s had separate servants' quarters on the property. This house had a 3-roomed building with shared kitchen and bathroom, and it had a car garage building sited at the rear of the property, about 20 meters from the main house. About 3 months after we moved in, funny things started to happen. The first incident was the appearance of a white cat. Interestingly enough, it always followed the last person who went into my parents' bedroom at night, the bedroom at the right-hand side of the house. This cat made no sound, but appeared from nowhere and scuttled into the room as the door was opened. This bedroom was air conditioned. A thorough search of the room failed to find the cat, but next night, there it was, entering again. At the time, we had no cats. This cat was seen every night until my parents moved to the middle bedroom, which was nearer to the room that my younger sister and I shared. Their old bedroom was then turned into a guest room. Over the years, visiting guests who stayed overnight with us also saw this cat. One evening, about dusk, my mother, looking through the lounge window, witnessed a woman with long red hair, wearing a sort of white nightgown, standing near the front gate. She thought that this was unusual and walked out the front door to go talk to the woman. As she walked across the lawn, the woman walked away and went behind the hedge, which formed our front fence. When my mother got to the gate, she looked in the direction that the woman had walked and saw nothing. 3 nights later, my father saw the same woman walk into the entrance of the servants' quarters. He followed her, but found no sign of her when he entered the building. She was never actually seen in our house, only on the front and back lawn and in the servants' quarters, but she was regularly seen in the house next door, number 13, and also in one of the houses behind. The occupants of both these latter houses often saw her sitting on the edge of the bed brushing her hair, but there was never a reflection in the mirror. When spoken to, she would turn her head, smile, and slowly fade from view. We also saw an emaciated man in a military uniform. He was seen in our house, both upstairs and downstairs, as well as outside. One evening, my mother saw what appeared to be a body lying under a shroud in the front garden. About 8 years later, I also saw this figure, for lack of a better word, on the back lawn at first light one morning, and again at about 3 a.m. on another morning. From time to time, we would also see an old Chinese woman in the lounge room. She was wearing a white starched linen top with black pajama pants, cut in a traditional Chinese style. This used to be the standard Chinese domestic staff uniform in the immediate pre- and post-World War II era. We referred to them as black and whites. By the 1960s, the next generation of Chinese female domestic staff had abandoned this tradition for more colorful pajama suit type clothing. One would look up from reading a paper or a book and see this old woman standing in front of you smiling. She would then fade quickly from view. She was only seen in the lounge, in broad daylight, but never when there were a lot of people around. One evening when in my mid-teens, I arrived home from visiting a friend. As I walked down the drive, I noticed that the lounge room was lit up and a man with shiny, neatly combed black hair and wearing a khaki uniform was sitting in a chair with his back to the window and reading what appeared to be a newspaper. I got the impression that he was Asian and thought he was a friend of my father come to visit. Later, I recollected that the furniture in the room was different to what we had in there. When I entered, I found the whole house, including the lounge, to be in darkness, the rest of the family having gone out and the servants retired for the night. Thinking back, I think this man was probably a Japanese military officer. I only experienced this once, and my parents never did. Occasionally we would also hear a woman's voice calling out in terror. We couldn't figure out what she was saying, because she was saying it in Japanese. It was then that my parents realized that what we had seen and experienced were most likely the spirits of those who suffered there. After finding this out, we began to suspect that the cold room I described earlier in this narrative may have been used as a place for the ill treatment and execution of prisoners. My father learned that after the war, health authorities advised that the original septic tank was too close to the house and a new one had to be installed. While digging the new pit, workers had dug up human remains. We left the house in 1967 to move to a new house nearby. The next occupant, also working for the same company, also experienced funny things, but didn't actually see anything strange. This family's dog on several occasions also dug up human bones from the gardens. In the interest of preserving the local peace, they also quietly reburied the remains and said nothing. I didn't find out about what they experienced until many years after they had left Malaysia and returned to England. The company sold the houses in the mid-1970s after my family had left Malaysia. The houses at 15 and 17 were torn down, and a large mansion was built across the boundaries of both properties. However, this was demolished after a few years, and since then, the 2 blocks have remained vacant. In 2008, they are still vacant. This is a prime land in an inner suburban area, but the land is still vacant. The house at number 13 is still standing, but is abandoned and half the roof is collapsed. We wonder just what was found when the site was excavated for the new building. Also, the reason why the new mansion was also demolished and the blocks left vacant. Maybe the souls of those poor victims still occupy the site and are not at rest and reappeared in the new building. I was shocked to see that in Lovejoy, Georgia, there were apparitions. I too had an experience, but didn't think much about it, especially after everybody looked at us. My mother-in-law also saw it, as if we were crazy. We used to live in a new apartment complex. One day, I was sitting on the counter eating lunch, and my mother-in-law was in the living room. As she came towards me to get to the kitchen, we both saw a man going towards the room at the end of the hall. Our first instinct was that one had broken into the apartment. We did get a chill, but at the same time, we didn't seem it was a big deal. We just figured it was the fact that we had gotten scared. I grabbed the phone and we walked towards the hallway. When we looked, we saw nobody. We thought they had gone into the bathroom or the laundry room. When we saw nobody, we looked in the closet of the room, but again, didn't see anybody. After we came to our senses, we realized that nobody could have entered because we would have heard the door and the alarm would have went off anyway. 2 guys that slept in that room told us afterwards that they would have trouble sleeping for a long time. On occasion, they would hear the water running, but they thought it was the other one. After sharing these experiences, we have come to the conclusion that this was in fact paranormal. We called the leasing office and asked them if anything had happened in that apartment, or if they knew of anything of this nature in that area. They obviously thought we were crazy and replied that they didn't know anything. Now that I have found this, I feel relieved that now, thanks to this, my family believes us. I'm of course referring to your site. Thank you for letting me share my story. There's a lot of things in my life I've seen over the years, but nothing has disturbed me quite like this. It was the weekend of break for myself and my mom, and we decided to go up to Oklahoma City to see my cousins. Everything was great. I got to see some relatives, and nothing seemed quite out of the normal. That is as far as normal went that night. While taking the 4-hour drive back, I noticed that the moon was very huge and blood red. Of course, I didn't know about the eclipse that day, so it was cool to watch as we drove to Ferris, which is a tiny town between Lane and Antlers. I remember that my mother pulled into the Veterans Bridge in Aloka when a couple miles down the road, I happened to look up and an elderly couple was standing on the side of the road, staring across as if watching something. It reminded me of the Grant Wood painting of the farmer. I remember looking at a clock a moment before and saw it was midnight. The moon was still out and still red. What makes it even worse for myself is that my mother also caught a glimpse of them. I turned around shocked, and I felt like if I turned around, they would be flying behind us screaming. I've passed by several times since then, and every time I get a shiver up my spine, remembering what happened that night. I still get teased a bit about it, even to this day, even though my mom was pretty spooked out herself. My dog and I have been traveling the mountains of upstate New York and Pennsylvania for 17 years. So when he left me last February 2007, I brought him to his favorite spot. There was still snow on the ground, and tracking through the woods at this time was very difficult. I tried to break ground with the pick that I carried, but the ground would not permit me. I found a nice spot and laid him under some brush beneath some trees. I told Dylan I would be back. 3 weeks passed before I was able to get back to him. When I was driving up the dirt road, all I could think about was how I was going to find him. Being where I'd laid him down, I thought I'd find him in pieces. Was getting sick to my stomach. He was my boy, and this had to be done. When I reached him, it was just like I had laid him down. Thought this was weird. He wasn't even stiff. It was like he was waiting for me to come back. It was nice being with him, even though he had passed. The rest of the afternoon off and on, I dug his grave, going very deep so the wild animals couldn't dig him up. I took off my coat and wrapped it around him and laid him in the grave. Dusk was setting in, and all of a sudden, I heard children moving all around me, laughing and giggling. I knew this wasn't natural for children to be where we were, for the closest house was at least 10 miles away. I still dismissed this in my mind, as the circle we were using around me kept getting smaller. I would stop every now and then and listen, but I would hear no breaking branches, which should have been happening. Thank God I already had a cross I made, for night was now upon me. When I was tracking up the mountain towards my car, these spirits were in a horseshoe behind me. Every now and then, I would turn around to keep them behind me, but this still didn't stop the giggling. Never heard this type of laughter before. When I made the clearing where my car was, the noise finally stopped. I popped the trunk open to put the pick and the shovel in. Then I leaned over the hood of my car. There stood 5 solid white entities at the edge of the woods. They were not children. For the past 11 months, I've been visiting his graves to make sure his resting place is kept up and comfortable. Once, I saw a dark figure that drifted across the opening. Another time, this figure was floating 7 yards from me. I even heard bullfrogs croaking. I'm an educated man. I'm not crazy. Can't talk to anyone about this without people thinking I'm weird or mentally disturbed. Either way, this was a tale that I thought you'd enjoy. It's 100% real. I swear my life on it. I know I may only have my word, but it's the best I can do. I've worked at St. Francis Hospital in Peoria, Illinois for over 20 years. I've seen some of the nun ghosts on the 7th floor, where the laboratory was when I worked there. The morgue was also on that floor. I was working third shift one night. At times, we took the back elevator, the service elevator, to the floors to draw labs when needed. As I was walking down the hall to the elevator, I saw a nun getting onto the elevator. I yelled out to her, "Please hold the elevator, sister." The door started closing. Thinking she did not hear me, I hit the down button as it closed. The door opened, but there was no one on the elevator. There was nowhere else she could have gone, for it was a dead-end hallway. To take the stairs, she would have had to walk past me. This was a strange night, and it took place many years ago. Another moment, it was fairly late, and I was again on my way to the elevator. This time, I made it inside alone, and as the elevator was closing, I saw a man in a white lab coat standing all the way at the end of the hallway. At the time, the hallway was pretty dark, but there was just enough light that you could see down it. I knew for a fact that there was absolutely no one else on the floor at the time. The image of the man in the lab coat, and also the nun, will always be engraved in my mind. This hospital has always had a reputation for having had ghostly visitations from previous employees who used to work there. Some of my coworkers have experienced this as well. When I was describing what I had seen to a current coworker, she was a bit startled from the revelation. That's because one night, she had taken the elevator to the morgue, and when she got down to it, she could have sworn that she saw a figure or dark shadow in a praying position, kneeled over. She said the figure was an outline of a person. No distinct features, almost cloud-like, but could definitely tell it was made to be some sort of person. My theory is that the nun appeared once again to help with the newly deceased transition to the other side. I'd also like to think that the man in the lab coat was a former employee of this hospital. Either way, there's quite a bit of haunted history here, and I'm not sure how to deal with it at times. Since I'm fairly used to creepy happenings, it no longer frightens me like it used to, but there's always a bit of excitement in telling these tales to those who haven't heard them before. I believe there is a portal to the other side that humans have access to, and eventually we'll transport ourselves to this world. As for now, we're just getting a glimpse of the afterlife. This is an authentic story, and it happened to me. I've already posted this on allaboutghosts.com, but I've not heard anything about this place other than my story. Maybe someone out there has had a similar experience, or even paranormal things happen at this place. What made me want to add my story here is when I read the story about Tacoma, Point Defiance Park, 5 Mile Drive. This story grabbed me and was almost disturbing to me because it is so closely related to mine about a little girl. However, this was no ordinary looking girl. She was looking real, of course, except she had no eyes and was smiling, and then all of a sudden she disappeared. I was searching here to see if there was anything from my spot at Eagle Falls. When I went to this favorite swimming hole of mine on Sequoia River. This is a very beautiful swimming hole, almost lagoon-like, where the river flows, with falls into a pool of deep colorful water, and under the water, on the side of the walls, there are huge giant flat rocks that drop off down where you cannot see the bottom. The rocks above have been carved into the star-like settings that have become flat, and then go down into where the river wall is. Across the river, which is only about 50 feet or so, there are rocks where people can climb to. There is a rope swing tied to a tree on this side also. It's a popular spot for people to swim in the summer. I really like this place for swimming and floating on my raft of flippers, so I can move faster to swim up the currents of the falls better and ride the river down. This brings me to my story. I was headed towards the place where I was going to do just that, and noticed there were two people to the right of me, a man and a woman, one sitting next to the rope swing, and the other climbing up the rocks. And to the left of me, there was this little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, and standing about 3 feet away from me, on the edge of the rock by the water with her head turned slightly, and just smiling at me. I am swimming still almost to passing her, and notice she's still smiling, so I smiled. I waved to her and said hi. She still smiles at me, but says nothing back. I looked at her again, this time into her eyes. We locked eyes for a second, and that is when I noticed her eyes were very dark, to the point where I couldn't see her eye color. They only looked like black holes, almost hollow-like. Everything about this girl seemed normal, except for her eyes. She had a cute little swimsuit that was lime green, with little white flowers on it, and a little ruffle around the waist. She was tan, and had golden blonde shiny hair that came down past her shoulders, and also had bare feet. She was alone. There was nobody above her or next to her. I was thinking that maybe she was standing there watching her mother swing from the rope swing, or something, but as I swam a little bit past her, I suddenly turned to look back, because I feared her being too close to the edge, and wanted to let her to know to step back. But as I turned to do this, she was gone. Now, I was wondering how she could climb the rocks that quickly, and how she could be completely out of sight when I only turned for a second, then looked back. Surely I would have noticed her walking away, at least if she did climb the rocks, or even if she had fallen in, I would have heard the sound of water splashing. I was only a few feet away from where she was standing, and I quickly went to the area where I saw her, and nothing. I looked above and further back where some people were sitting by some trees, and looked down along the banks where other people were sitting, and with kids, and no one looked like her, or had blonde golden hair, or the same bathing suit on. At this point of feeling very confused, I felt a cold chill come over me, and my hairs and my arms were standing up. I felt a sadness and chilling feeling, and had a vision of the same girl falling into the water and drowning. I even felt some pain and a little bit of anger type emotions right there where she stood while I was still trying to see if I could find her. I thought, where are her parents? Why is she all alone? So I swam back up to my spot by the river and told a friend I was with what happened, and I pointed to the rock she was on. He said it sounded and even looked like I saw a ghost from the way I was acting. I asked him if he would go back with me to look for her, and he said no way, that is way too creepy. I don't want to go over there with you. I'm thinking about how this situation is so crazy, and the fact that it's daylight even. I'm going back to see if I can see her, I said. Determined to find her, I swam back to the spot where it happened and looked all over the area where people were sitting, and still, no little girl in a green bathing suit. I started looking in the water to see if I could see anything from down there. Nothing. And the girl across the river that I thought was her mother was not. She was with the guy on the rock still. Then again, I get the chill, and I'm feeling sad, and start becoming afraid of the spot, and even swam away from it again, thinking this doesn't make any sense, then wondering if I'm the only one who saw her. Did the people across the river even see her? This is a wide visible area where you can see everyone around you. Am I losing it? Then I remember those eyes she had were actually hollow. The smile she made, and just kept smiling at me. How she didn't even move from the time I swam towards her, stopped, made eye contact, and said hi, then kept swimming, only a few feet further, then turned around to say she was close to the edge, or, where is your mother? Somebody should be with you. I truly believe what I saw was an entity of some sort, and perhaps this little girl might have fell into the river and drowned, right where she was standing. I've heard some stories from here of people dying at the spot by swinging from the rope swings and jumping from the high cliffs, which happened right across from where she was. I also believe I wouldn't be so disturbed by this if it all seemed normal, but it didn't, and for some reason, she didn't seem to fit in. I wrote to ease my mind, and maybe to just get it out somehow. If anything at all, I will probably never know why she picked me to see her, but I will never forget what she looked like, or how she stared at me and smiled for so long. Maybe she was looking out for some people swimming in the river. Who knows? Well, this is the end of my story. Up until I was around 10, my mom, sister, and dad and I lived in a house called Fielder's Green, which was in Lanark, Cornwall. The house must have been around 50 years old, and was originally 2 cottages joined together, meaning it was fairly big. To begin, the only things that would happen would be the odd cold spot, and often I felt like I was being watched. Another time, my mom went to use the downstairs bathroom, leaving my dad in the kitchen, when she heard a man cough loudly outside the door. Thinking it was my dad using the study, she shouted something, only to hear no reply. She left the bathroom. There was no one outside, or even in the study. When she went back to the kitchen, my dad was at the same place. She asked him if he had followed her to the bathroom, which incidentally wasn't near the kitchen, and he said he hadn't moved. There was no one else at the house at the time, apart from me and my sister, and we were in bed. Another thing that happened was when my mom, my dad, and my dad's friend were sat in the kitchen late one night, when they suddenly heard an almighty crash from my bedroom upstairs. My mom said it sounded like a full-grown adult being thrown to the floor. Thinking maybe my wardrobe had toppled over or I'd fallen out of bed, they ran upstairs and found me fast asleep with nothing out of place. Later on, they even got someone to check the chimney in my room to see if a stone had fallen down it, but they found nothing. To this day, we don't know what the crash was, or indeed who made it. The most unexplained incident, however, was the sound of a singing lady. My mom and dad were asleep in bed, and they were woken by a tuneless humming outside their bedroom door. There was no way it would have been me or my sister, as we were only young, and it was quite clearly the sound of a woman. The sound came along the corridor from my room and gradually disappeared downstairs. Another time, my mom, sister, and I were inside my mom and dad's bedroom, helping my mom fold up some laundry. My dad was outside mowing the lawn, and we could see him from the room. After we had finished, we went to open the bedroom door, which was shut. We couldn't get out. The door had no lock on it and wasn't jammed. There was no draft in the room, as it was an airless summer's day. It felt like someone was standing outside, holding onto the handle to prevent us from leaving. My mom, who was obviously stronger than me and my sister, tried the door too, but there was no lock. In the end, we had to shout outside to my dad to come and let us out. He opened the door easily, and there was no sign of it ever being stuck. We left that house when my parents separated, and I found out from someone that knew the current inhabitants that they too were experiencing strange things, such as their child's toys being turned and turned off – during that night. My friends and I went to Cypress Valley Cemetery in Villanova, Arkansas. We come to your site and have tried out some of the places and have gotten good responses. We parked our car out front and went into the gates around 3 in the morning. There were 4 of us. There were 2 guys, and then my best friends and I, who are girls. The guys went in first, and we followed them soon after. Immediately entering, we all had a very strange feeling come over us. My best friend and I decided to go back to the car and let the guys walk around and explore some more. We were alone in the car for nearly 20 minutes with the windows rolled down because we were smoking when we started hearing screams from the distance. They sounded like they were coming from a woman. We saw no one else there. Then a few minutes later, my best friend saw the outline of 2 men walking on one end of the cemetery. She assumed it was our guys, so she called their cells, which when they answered, the lights from the phone showed us that they were on the complete opposite end. There is no way that they could have made it over there that quick. When we finally decided to leave, they got in the car and we sat for a minute. We had the windows rolled down, but it was about 68 degrees outside, so it wasn't cold at all. We all felt as if the air conditioning was blasting on us, but there was no source of air. It was very strange. Strange things kept happening to us later the next day. We go ghost hunting almost every weekend and have been to many places, and this one was by far the scariest place. It just felt very uneasy, very dark. Just thought I'd let you know. Here's one of my stories of paranormal activity. From being very young, my brother and I had always experienced things we knew were not normal. But of course, our grandparents, whom we had lived with since we can remember, brushed it off as childish imagination. As we were growing up, we saw less and less unusual happenings. It all began when I was 15 years old. My brother at the time was 17, and our grandfather passed away. My entire family reported seeing him the night after he passed away. Now, my family has its skeptics and its believers, and every one of them reported seeing him laughing and looking much younger and healthier than they'd ever remembered. He smiled at them all and said goodbye. Now, my brother and I had not seen this apparition, so we brushed it off as their subconscious projecting an image they all wanted to see. Of course we were believers, but we thought if anyone would have seen him, it would have been us, for we had been there for him when nobody else had ever been. Well, our thoughts came to reality one night, around 5 months after his passing, and this supposed collective haunting. My brother and I were up in his room playing on the PC. My grandmother was out, and my little sister in bed. Now my grandfather, or Daddy, as was his nickname, always enjoyed his music and always had it on extremely loud. We were laughing at something on the internet when John Lennon, Imagine, began playing very loudly downstairs. Well, at first, we thought it was a cruel joke by our neighbors. This particular song had been his first choice for his cremation, and so I, being the braver of us, stormed downstairs to find it was indeed coming from the office room that was my grandfather's. I walked into his old room to find it was freezing, and there were no windows or doors open, and the CD player was not on, and the music was still going. Then, there was a knock on the back door. Usually our neighbors used our back door, and the music stopped. My brother was now downstairs with me, and we thought it must have been our neighbors there to complain and the noise, so he unblocked and opened the door. Opposite the door was an outside toilet, and as my brother opened the door, he froze. His face paled, and I could tell there was something wrong. I looked outside to see nothing, but incredibly shaken by the music, I slammed and locked the door, turned every light on in the house, bar my sister's, as she was seemingly sound asleep, and sat downstairs, waiting for my grandmother. To this day, my brother will not tell me what he saw outside, but I doubt it was the friendly spirit of my grandfather coming to say goodbye. The reason I believe this is because the morning after, my little sister said, "Do you believe in ghosts?" I didn't react and merely asked why. She then replied that the night before Daddy had been in her room when she was crying about his passing, telling her to shush, that everything was okay and he was happy. Also, my neighbors, who were really quick to complain, never mentioned any loud music coming from our house. So I really want to know why only us heard this music, and more importantly, who had been outside when my brother had opened the door. There is a 2-story house right in the center of town that I lived in 1958 or 1959. It is known as the Old Van Delzum House. Both my cousin and I experienced odd things in that house. There were many times that we would hear footsteps, such as a man wearing boots walking from the upstairs front bedroom towards the back bedroom to the left of the stairs. My cousin also said that she saw an old apparition in the backyard. I went to see the psychic Carol Pete this week and showed her a picture of the house. She said she felt it was a soldier from the Civil War era. Also, she said that many horrible things happened on the property. No one ever died in the house, so it is connected with the land it sits on. We stayed there only about 2 or 3 months and moved to another location in the same town. I also found out that I am a psychic medium, have had many unexplained things happen through the years. This soldier is not threatening. He does not know he is dead. Wish the house was mine so I could try to help him. All this has been burned in my memory for nearly 50 years. Hi, my name is David. I'm a French student, and I wanted to share some eerie things that happened to me and to some of my friends with you readers. My grandfather died last year. He was a total atheist and believed that supernatural was just some bullcrap, and that people who got interested in it were pitiful fools. What's more, he was a convinced internationalist communist and often led some speeches against God and the church. I was the contrary of my grandfather, a conservative Christian loving God in fatherland, so the situation often led to arguments between my grandfather and me, as we're obviously on a different wavelength, but it didn't matter. He was my grandfather. I was his grandson. He loved me, and I loved him as well, and we would often laugh together. Well, as a Christian believer, I believe and still believe in hell, and I feared that my grandfather would go there after his death because of his resolute anti-God feelings. So I said a lot of rosaries so that God would put him on the right way. One day, as I went back from the university, I got a phone call from my mother. She told me that my grandfather had been sent to the hospital in order to cure a little pain in a knee. But when the doctors started to inspect his general state of health, they found out that my grandfather had a generalized cancer, and that is why he felt so tired. I got so upset hearing that I rushed to the church and put a candle to the Holy Virgin so that she would get the forgiveness to my godless, communist grandfather. I went to visit my grandfather in the hospital, where he was sadly ending his life, and I could notice no changes in his mind and moral, and his calvary in the hospital bed lasted for months. Here's the moment when my story becomes interesting. In my prayers, I would always ask the Holy Virgin to save him and let me know by a sign that she had taken him to the right place, near the God and far from hell. It was an ordinary night. I was reading in my bed with my bed light and listening to the outside noises as usual, and I closed my eyes to sleep afterwards. Oh God, I can never forget what I lived this night. It was about 5 a.m. because it happened just a moment before I woke up. I had a very powerful dream, and it looked so real that it is still sculpted in my memory. I dreamt about a giant curtain of red velvet with a portrait of my grandfather hanging on it. I looked at this picture, and my eyes looked leftwards and saw that the curtains were open like on a theater. Behind these velvet curtains, I could see the sky filled with orange clouds, lit like on a wonderful sunset, or dawn, I don't know. And suddenly, I saw a boy kneeling in the darkness in front of the scene, and I recognized myself. I can't figure out why, but I know that the boy in this dream kneeling was me in person. A short moment after, a young woman went out from behind the curtain, from the lit side. She had a blue dress and a blue veil. Both were blue, one dark, the other clear. She looked like Raphael's Holy Virgin in the painting. I remember her peaceful face that made me feel peaceful and tranquil. The lady sat in front of the kneeling boy, me, and started talking to him. I would see the lady's lips moving, but no sounds coming from her mouth. But I distinctly remember her beautiful eyebrows. After talking, she showed me something behind her. It was a ladder, a beautiful multicolored ladder that went in the orange clouds. The ladder went through a hole in the clouds, and this hole had incredibly powerful light coming right from it, and it throwed rays of light. It was noisy like a storm, though not frightening at all, not at the contrary. My dream stopped with this vision of delight. I'd forgotten the dream on the following morning and went downstairs for the coffee. My mother was standing in the kitchen, and her eyes were painful. As I held my cup, she told me that my sister called from the hospital and that my grandfather passed away. I was waiting for this event with pain, but I got psychologically ready. Anyway, tears began to go out from my eyes, and I began to cry and go in the garden to think. And as I was walking through the trees in my garden, I suddenly remembered that strange dream of the night, and I was thinking that it was the sign I was waiting for, and that I beseeched the Blessed Virgin to send me. I was so grateful. I went to the church and told the Holy Virgin thank you, but I wasn't expecting such an intervention, but another prayer of mine had been made. However, if you're thinking that this story is going to be about light and positivity, you thought wrong. Because one day, a few days before the funeral, I was visited by a spirit with horns. That's right. I was lying in my bed asleep when the door slightly opened a little bit, and I was greeted by this creature, this horned figure. It was definitely a black mass, but it was just standing there as I was trying to regain consciousness in the middle of the night. It stared at me with its red glowing eyes. That's all I remember, the dark outline of this dark mass and the horns protruding out of its head. It was there for about 40 seconds, and I'll never forget the sight, and it just slowly disappeared. I have no idea what connection this is to my grandfather, or even if it means something, but it definitely rattled me to my core. I started to get a lot less sleep, and on days that I would get sleep, I would have these terrible nightmares of the same horned figure. In one of those dreams, the horned figure would be seen off into the distance, with again those glowing red eyes, and there would be candles scattered about, with the only source of light coming from the candles. They were all lined up row by row and in a line that eventually led to this horned figure. I remember waking up instantly after that dream and crying profusely. I yelled out to my grandfather. I said, "Please save me from these nightmares. I'm sick of these nightmares." Fast forward a few days after the funeral, and the most spectacular thing happened, though it was a little unsettling, not even going to lie. And I feel like this was truly confirmation that God was answering my prayers. We have this massive full-body mirror that rests in the living room. This is where I saw my grandfather in the mirror, standing right behind me. It happened so fast, and it disappeared so quickly, that I had to regain my composure and not freak myself out too much, because I knew deep down inside that my grandfather was here to tell me it was okay, and that I shouldn't fear evil. Was it a possibility that I was so distraught over losing my grandfather that I thought I was losing my mind in the process, and I was just imagining everything that I was seeing? I don't know. I can see why people would think that after this story, but what I do know is that I contacted my grandfather and maybe some unruly spirits, maybe deep below the surface, that we can't always reach. And it's truly terrifying, but also comforting to know that my grandfather has my back, even in the afterlife. One early morning, I'd been sitting in my family room, reading the newspaper. It was a very quiet morning, and I was all alone. The sun was coming through a bedroom window off the family room and shining down the hallway. It was one of those extremely bright sunrises, the kind where you can see dust particles floating through the air. I glanced up as I was turning the newspaper page. I then saw in the sun rays the outline of what looked like a man. It had a light black to gray color. It had no details, just the outline of its body. It was about 3 feet off the floor and had no legs from around the knees down. I could see the arms. It had no hands either. I just remember telling myself, "Wow, it's a ghost," and I took it all in. I told myself not to turn my head or blink. The ghost appeared to be looking into the bedroom. It turned its head slightly to the right. At that point, I had to blink. My eyes were drying out. When I did that, it was gone. I then got up and put my hands through the spot where it was. I guess I wanted to see if it would be cooler or something, but it was the same temp. I just stood there in amazement of how cool that was. I also needed to add, it was no one's shadow, and it's hard to describe, but it was not a shadow. I could see the dust particles going through the figure, and the figure was in the middle of the hallway. It was 3-dimensional. It actually looked like a hologram. I really love those rare ghost encounters. My parents bought a house in Newborn, North Carolina in 1970. It was a brand new home in a new neighborhood. I lived in this house with my parents and younger sister until I went to college in 1994. The house was a 3-bedroom, 2 full bath ranch with a carport. Before I was born, my father enclosed the carport and turned it into a large den. The original steps, carport door frame, and window frame remained and led up into our kitchen. It was an interesting layout because you could look through the open window frame from the kitchen and see into the sunken den, or vice versa. The bedrooms were on a long hallway at the back of the house. The hallway could be reached by two doorways, the kitchen and living room, actually one big circle. The first bedroom in the hall faced the street. The bathroom was next, another bedroom, and then my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. The room next to my parents' room was mine until my little sister was born. I was 5 years old. I was moved down to the first bedroom. This room gave me the creeps. The closet door would slide open a bit on its own, which my parents said was probably a draft from the heat or air conditioning. However, after someone broke into my bedroom window while I slept and stole a few things from my room, I never stayed in there again, usually sneaking into my little sister's room and sleeping with her or sleeping on my parents' bedroom floor. I constantly slept with the bathroom light on and a bright night light or lamp. I would wake up in the middle of the night and hear odd noises that made me feel paralyzed and cold all over. One would think these irrational fears would subside with age, but they seemed to intensify over the years. One recurrent incident that still bugs me occurred in the kitchen, den area. Whenever I would be sitting on the couch watching TV, I would see the silhouette of a person walk by the window frame from the old carport. I would assume it was my mom or dad because the shape was tall. What would scare me to death was the fact that no one would appear at the door leading to the steps after I would see the shape walk by. Many times I would call out to my parents, thinking it was one of them, but no one would answer, and then I would walk up the steps and look into the kitchen. There was never anyone there. Most times, this would happen when I was home alone. On numerous occasions, my parents would come home to find me sitting on the front porch steps or sitting in my car with the doors locked. This went on for years, and I was very excited when I moved out to go to college. Years later, I went to visit my little sister and stayed with her in her college dorm room. We were telling ghost stories with some of her friends when I told her my accounts of the shadow. I was in mid-sentence when my sister finished my thought and described the incident in perfect detail. I had never told my sister about this because she was much younger and I didn't want to scare her. Needless to say, we were both shocked and had goosebumps. We compared stories, and it seems we had very similar experiences in that house. My parents eventually built a new house about 10 miles away and sold that house. I wonder to this day if the new owners have ever experienced any of the oddities that my sister and I did. I'm 28 years old now. The paranormal has always interested me, but only recently have I started to research it. I've come to believe now that some things I've experienced as a child were probably more than nightmares. I believe my encounters were that of the paranormal, edited with a touch of child's imagination. Contrary to what you might believe, I think my touch of a child's imagination is what scared me the most. I decided to share with you those experiences that could be considered nightmares for your entertainment, but also those that I truly believe are paranormal. At the age of 5 to 7, I can't recall for sure. One night, I was lying in my bed, asleep. I felt something moving at the bottom of my bed. and the next thing you know, I felt like I was being dragged out of my bed. My covers had tightly wrapped themselves around my legs, so tight that I couldn't move them. I yelled, "My bed is eating me! Help! Mommy, Daddy, help!" By the time it stopped and parents got into the room, half my body was hanging off the side of my bed, while the other half was hanging on for dear life. You know what my parents' response was? "That's what happens when you don't fix your bed every day. Your bed eats you." No, really, I still never fixed my bed after that. I disproved that theory fast. It never happened again. I look back now and realize that whatever it was in that house had a weird and somewhat morbid sense of humor. Check it out. Several other times, I would wake up from a rather deep sleep, turn over, and open my eyes as if something told me, "Wake up, Steph." Sure enough, I would open my eyes and one of two things would be sleeping next to me. A. Bo Duke. He was like a hero to me at the time. Or B. An orange mummified witch with a cone-shaped hat and empty eye sockets. Now, you would think waking up next to Bo Duke saying "Hi, Steph" would be cool as all heck, but no. I would freak out, jump so high I would fall off my bed, and thump and run to my mom's room screaming, "Bo Duke is in my bed, help." It was way more dramatic when I saw the witch. Now, here's what really makes me think it was actually a spirit playing games with me. As I got older, about 10 years old I would say, the occurrences were not so graphical. I would still hear a voice say, "Wake up, Steph." I would open my eyes and see a pitch black silhouette of a man standing in the far corner of my room, about 6 feet tall. I would blink my eyes a few times. He was still there. I would pull the cover over my head and then peep out. He was still there. Of course, I then freaked out and ran to Mommy's room screaming, "The boogeyman is here to get me. Help, Mommy, the boogeyman is here." This would happen several times a month, for a good year or so it seemed. The last occurrence was years later, when what believed to be the same silhouette mentioned above ran across my room. First, I saw a blur run down the hall to my left and stop at the middle of the wall near the footboard of my bed. It took a moment for it to take shape, but it was definitely the silhouette of a human. I started to dart, and the moment I moved, it darted towards the other wall and vanished. I freaked out and flew to my dad and told him that there was someone in my room. Years later, when I was old enough to understand, my dad told me of the ghost of an old lady that dwelled in the house. She was a nice, but sometimes grumpy old gal. However, that doesn't explain the man that was in my room. I still can't figure out if the Bo Duke witch thing was truly a nightmare, or a spirit messing with my head, using the touch of a child's imagination. I've been to Gibbs Bridge twice, and we have seen something every time. The first time the signs kept changing. There would be a lot of writing on the signs, or none, every time we came around. I looked back and thought that someone was messing around with us, and I saw a figure standing alongside of the road, ran by the guardrail, and disappeared. Then, I kept seeing something black out of the corner of my eye. My cousin was with me, and she started to scream, and me and her both heard moaning over her screaming. Then, it was me and my sister and her friend. The signs again kept changing, but only a few, not at all like last time. We took pictures and got orbs. Then, we saw a figure again by the sign, and disappeared. We went all the way down the street and turned around and saw a big bright light. I told my sister it was probably a car, so flash your lights to let them know that you're coming. She did that, and the light was gone. It kind of looked like a motorcycle light with handlebars. I know the whole story about it. Then, we turned around again and saw it again. It was not the street light at all, because we turned around going back to the bridge about 10 to 15 times. It only showed up about 3 times. The weirdest part of that night was we left, and my sister's phone was in the center console. Nobody was touching it. Somebody that we know called us and wondered why we called. Nobody did it. It was in the center console the whole time. My sister looked down and saw her phone hanging up, and they said we left a message. It was all 3 of us talking, and it was muffled. Tell me what you think, and go out there sometime again. Thanks for reading my story. Back in the early 90s, a wealthy family who lived in Corona owned 2 homes. One large home they owned was on the south side of Corona, overlooking the 15 freeway. The other home, used later as an office, was the old in-town district on Corona's famous Grand Avenue. As the story goes, before the husband and wife met and got married, the husband lived in the large house on Grand Avenue. The house once been a funeral parlor, and almost nightly, the husband would hear talking and other noise coming from the room next to him. He would check the room, only to find it silent and nothing out of place. After he met his wife, they purchased the large house on the south side and turned the Grand Avenue mansion into an office. One of the children of the family went to my school, and he claimed that their family had experienced all kinds of strange phenomena in the old mansion. One instance, a soda can was completely knocked off of a nightstand right next to a bed that he was sleeping on, and constantly they would hear footsteps upstairs. And the mother once said she was in the bathroom and the door suddenly flew open. All of the windows were closed, eliminating any chance of a drift. Another night, the family drove past a mansion, as they often would, to make sure it was secure. Remember, nobody lived there at this time. It was only used as an office. As they drove past the house, they noticed every single light in the house was turned on. They went in, turned out the lights, and left. They checked with everyone who had a key to the house, and everyone assured them they had not turned on the lights. It is claimed that the atmospheric pressure in the backyard is different from the rest of the area. These stories were all interesting to me, but I still had some skepticism, until one year, the family was going to go on vacation to visit relatives in Texas, and they asked my mother and me if we would watch the mansion for them while they were gone. Keep in mind, neither my mother nor I knew anything about the house, including the strange phenomena. So Monday morning, we got to the house and settled in. My mother, a school teacher at the time, was grading some homework assignments, and I, only about 5 at the time, was fast asleep on the couch. My mother got thirsty, so she stacked the homework assignments in a pile, went to the kitchen for some water, came back, only to find the paper strewn all over the table and on the floor. I was still fast asleep, and there were no open windows. Later on that day, she was in the kitchen again, and she heard me crying in the other room. She ran in to see what was wrong, but again, I was fast asleep. I did not appear to be restless, as if crying in my sleep. Later on that week, We both occasionally would hear footsteps walking around upstairs. It is a very old house, as you can see from the attached photo, so naturally, the floors are very creaky. These were definitely solid footsteps. We constantly went upstairs after hearing the steps, only to find the place empty. After the family returned from their vacation, my mother had mentioned to them the phenomena we experienced. They laughed and explained to us that it happens all of the time. They described the entity as a friendly ghost who likes to play pranks on people, hence the bathroom door flying open. The family eventually moved to Texas and sold the mansion to somebody else. I never returned to ask the new owners if they have experienced anything. Perhaps somebody around this area might want to. My name is Prenta. I lived in Hamtramck, a suburb of Detroit, Michigan, in a 2-story flat on Grayling Street. The apartment itself has a long and bloodied history of violence and death. Not only did I experience multiple ghostly apparitions, such as a man in a long beard that resembled Abraham Lincoln, but demonic possession, as well as poltergeist activity. The demonic possession was incredibly startling. It wasn't something that occurred inexplicably. I had a boyfriend who was connected to negative energies, and an evil spirit named Harold latched onto him. My boyfriend had never been once an aggressive or temperamental person. However, after staying together in that apartment for a lengthy period of time, our relationship began to sour. He would often talk in his sleep, which was something he had never done in the 7 years previous, and we had lived together for a long time. One night, he was sleeping right next to me. For some reason, I remember I had a difficult time trying to rest, so I was tossing and turning in bed. My boyfriend was dead asleep. Not a second later, he starts whispering. He keeps repeating, "Harold's here. Harold wants to play." Although it scared me half to death, what he said after that truly shook me to my core. He uttered some unnerving words, something about how he was going to take care of my suffering soul. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore, and I woke my boyfriend up. He was in a pure state of delirium. I told him he was talking in his sleep, and when I told him what he said, he looked at me as if he were terrified. That's because he said he had a dream about a man named Harold. My boyfriend told me that in his dream, he was in the mafia, and Harold was his mob boss. He wore a pure white suit and looked like a traditional mobster from the 1920s. Well, a couple days later, I was cleaning my apartment when I discovered a secret room that I never noticed before. It was basically a walk-in closet. The room was empty except for a small cabinet with a drawer. I opened the drawer, and in it was an old newspaper from the 1930s. I kid you not. In this newspaper was an obituary about a man named Harold. The obituary didn't say he was part of the mafia, but he was a World War I veteran. I believe that Harold used to live in this apartment. My boyfriend told me that Harold appeared once while he was in the shower, and I was away at work. I often worked the night shift at a hospital, so I'm often away at night. He heard a crash coming from the kitchen that startled him. When he went to investigate, the dishes that were on the countertop somehow fell to the floor. He then returned to the bathroom to brush his teeth, when he saw the face of a young man staring back at him in the mirror for a second, right behind him. It was so quick, but long enough to notice. He then had an idea to photograph the bathroom, a picture directly facing the mirror, and then the bathroom itself while standing from the doorframe. What he saw was incredible. It was an orb, clear as day, appearing right in the mirror. Either way, I was convinced that later on, my boyfriend was possessed by Harold. He became a shell of his former, laid-back and friendly self. He transformed into a vicious, aggressive, and easily agitated person. We eventually had to have a priest come over to bless the apartment and to perform a prayer on my boyfriend to release the spirit who could be inside of him. After we moved out of the house, the feeling of intense rage and negative energy seemed to subside almost entirely. He stopped talking in his sleep. He was more easygoing, and he started to become the man I fell in love with years ago. Still, there was one experience that I had while in that apartment that I'll never forget as long as I live. It was the evening, and I was starting to settle down on my first night off from the hospital in days. I walked to my bedroom to change. In the bedroom, there is this huge mirror that I often use. As I was walking through the bedroom, I was looking at myself in the mirror. That's when I saw a woman dressed all in black with a scarf. It must have been some kind of babushka woman. I instantly closed my eyes out of pure fright, and as I opened them back up again, I returned to look back at the mirror, only to see that this woman had disappeared. I only saw myself. All of these events are 100% true. I know sometimes when people tell these types of stories, they are often met with a high degree of skepticism. I should mention, though, that I have high integrity, and I think it is foolish to tell pointless lies just for attention or to have a good story. The possession, Harold, the poltergeist activity, and the babushka woman were all signs that something awful wouldn't leave that apartment. At this point, I'm just thankful that I don't have to experience that ever again, and that my boyfriend isn't being used as a vehicle for paranormal entities. I would say this is a story of a haunted house, but it isn't. Until about 10 years ago, it was just a haunted house in my book. I met my husband over 30 years ago. He told me about a house that he used to live in that had some very strange things happening in it. It was local, but he never wanted to go anywhere near it. He said that it was very old and had been built by a young person who had some of the wood and granite that made the fireplace sent from Ireland. Anyway, the story is that when he married his wife, she came with her mother, a real shrew. She harped at him and distressed his wife to the point where he went mad and killed them both, then ran screaming that the demons of the house had made him do it. My husband's family moved into the house in the early 60s. During the years they lived there, they heard doors closing and footsteps on the stairs, as well as the smell of coffee and frying bacon in the middle of the night. His mother was quite a gardener, but could never get flowers to grow in the yard. He said the whole family was quite uncomfortable in the home and eventually moved. We had been together for a few years when we heard that the property had been sold for a mini storage lot. We were talking about it with my sister and some friends when my husband told the story. The friends asked to see the house. I'd never seen it to this point, and I'll admit, was more than a little bit curious. We finally talked him into going, and away we went. When we turned onto the street, we got a really creepy feeling, but when we pulled up to the house, I was absolutely terrified. There was not a living blade of grass or anything else on that lot. We live in Washington State, and this was March. The house was dark and very ominous. I refused to get out of the car. So did my sister. The guys, 3 of them including my husband, took a flashlight and headed around to the back of the house to see what they could see. After a few minutes, we saw a flash of light on the 2nd floor. A few minutes later, we saw the front door open, but nobody came out. After a few minutes more, they returned to the car. We commented on the fact that we had seen the light, and they told us that they had never turned it on. Then we asked them why they didn't come out the front door. They told us it was locked, and that they tried it before going around back. I was always skeptical about the stories connected with the house, but after they tore the house down, the mini storage was plagued by problems and eventually went out of business. The property sits abandoned and barren. Still nothing lives there, and it's still as creepy as it was years ago. I've got a story to add to your website. I've gone back and forth about someone having come check it out. Just not sure I'm ready for it. But here goes my story. My husband and I moved into a new house built on a minor Civil War battlefield. We know there was another house in the vicinity. There was also a tree that was referred to as the hanging tree, not far from our backyard, on which about Union soldiers were hung. Soon after moving in, we noticed odd shadows and white lights that seemed to move across rooms with no apparent source. We tried to account for them by cars passing on the road, but never could pinpoint anything. One evening, we were watching TV when a shape ran past a door to what eventually would be our deck. The door was a good 4 feet off the ground, but the person running past ran level with the door itself. My husband and I ran for the door, flung it open, and my husband jumped down and ran in the same direction. At that time, we were the only house on that end of the street, and being a very small town, it's very quiet at night, and sounds carry for quite a distance. We didn't hear anyone running, nor did we see anyone. We were spooked, but figured it was a kid, and our eyes played tricks on us. Not long after that, my husband jumped off the couch and ran for the door again because he said someone was standing there looking in. Again, level with the door and no deck. There was no one we could see when we went outside. Some months later, I was up around midnight cleaning the kitchen. My husband had gone to bed and shut the bedroom door. The bedroom was at the top of the steps and the door in plain sight. I was watching TV across the great room when I saw out of the corner of my eye a man leaning around the corner of the hallway wall and smiling at me. As I turned my head, I was ready to yell at my husband for sneaking up on me when I realized the man's hair was long and blondish, and my husband's is dark brown and short. I also realized the man was wearing a white t-shirt with full sleeves, nothing my husband owned. I couldn't see anything from the waist down. While I stood there staring, he simply vanished. I immediately ran to the hall and noticed that the bedroom door was still shut, and if anyone had gone out the front door, I would have heard it. There was nothing, no sign of anyone. When my husband got up for work, I told him what happened. He said it was my imagination. I didn't think so, but we left it at that. However, I started turning on the lights when he left the house for work, since he left at 3 a.m. A few weeks later, though, my husband was in the front room at the computer. To the left is a table with an antique mirror hanging over it. My husband saw movement in the mirror and turned thinking it was one of our cats on the table. Instead, he saw a man's shoulder and arm wearing a white shirt, walked past in the mirror. My husband simply got up and walked outside until I got home. During this time, my son, who knows no fear, would never stay downstairs at night by himself. He said he was creeped out, like someone was watching him from outside the door. My daughter, a typical teenager at the time who kept to her room, would often come downstairs to hug me and sit close to me. When I'd ask her if something was wrong, she told me that sometimes she felt someone was sitting on her bed, and that she saw things move out of the corner of her eye. The strange thing is that my husband and I never told the kids what we saw until they were 18 and 19. There was a time when activity seemed to stop after my husband, getting the idea from my friends, stood in the center of the house and asked whoever was there to not show themselves to him. He was left alone after that. However, recently, we've been experiencing marital problems, and my husband moved into another bedroom. I'm now hearing footsteps in my room, and I'm constantly woken up by what feels like someone sitting on my bed. I'll roll over, but there won't be anyone there. One night was unusually bad, and I had to get up earlier than normal the next day for a class. Around 10 p.m., I said out loud that I needed to sleep, and he wasn't letting me. If you wanted to bother someone, to please go harass my husband. Strangely enough, it got quiet, and I fell asleep, only to be woken at 11 p.m. by my husband, who was in the bathroom, frantically looking for someone to stop an area on his leg from hurting. He has psoriasis, but this particular time, he said it felt like someone was poking him with needles. The area was deep red and gave off heat. A very odd coincidence to say the least. We've also had things go missing: a tablecloth, a 15th century style costume, and various little things that turn up in different areas. We have yet to track down the tablecloth or the costume. I did tell the ghost not to hurt my husband. My uncle and aunt now live in a house near the bank in Auburntown. When I was a little girl, my best friend Steven and his family lived there. They bought the house and were told that the previous owner, an elderly lady, still haunted the house. They put little faith in the story and never let it bother them. I remember playing in Steven's room and smelling an old lady smell, like medicine and lilac perfume. We never felt threatened by a presence at all. The smell would usually fade away just as quickly as we smelled it. However, one night, after the family had gone to bed, Steven's mother was awakened by the sound of toys making noise in Steven's room. Steven had one problem. He was highly susceptible to nosebleeds. The slightest bump would set off a massive flow of blood. Steven's mother thought it was strange that he was awake and playing with so many noisy toys at once in the middle of the night. Also, the rocking chair in his room where she would often read him bedtime stories was rocking so hard that it was banging against the wall. She ran down the hall to his room, and when she opened the door, the toys went silent. The rocking chair slowed down. She looked at Steven in his bed and saw that his nose was bleeding very badly, and it was going down his throat. He might have drowned in his own blood if the very sweet lady's ghost had not raised such a racket that night. My grandmother Emily was a hard-working wife and mother, and during the Great Depression, she held her family together even when her husband, Grandma William, died suddenly. He left her widowed with several children to raise. She was a down-to-earth person and a practicing Catholic, so was not given to superstitions, but nevertheless had some encounters with the otherworldly. One time, for example, she was on her way to visit one of her brothers, an elevator repairman. On the way there, getting off the train, she had a sudden premonition of his death. She got a hold of herself and rushed to where she was supposed to meet him. It didn't take long for her to arrive at his workplace, an elevator station, where he had to do a repair job. She saw a noisy crowd assembled there, and she inquired what was happening. She was told that a repairman had been killed in an accident. It was her brother, the very one whom she had gone to meet, and about whom she recently had a deathly premonition about. I explained this as a prelude to her ghost story. Among her other siblings, she had a brother who was a decent man and a barber by profession. Unfortunately, they had a disagreement, which escalated into a parting of ways. He uncharitably held a grudge against her all the while. Time passed, and one night, while she was asleep and her husband were asleep in bed, she was suddenly awakened out of a sound sleep and noticed a person kneeling near the side of the bed. It was her estranged brother, garbed in his brother's smock and weeping bitterly. He was apparently suffering. She was startled and confused and didn't know how he got in her house and bedroom in the middle of the night and why he suddenly showed up after choosing to cut himself off because of a silly grudge against her. She began to speak to him and ask him what was wrong, but he interrupted his sobs to say, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." And with that, he completely vanished. She was amazed and woke up her husband, relaying to him what had just occurred. As they lay there discussing it, the telephone rang. Her husband answered, and it was for her. When she got on the phone, she was informed that sadly, there had been a death in the family that very night. It was her estranged brother, the barber. They understood this ethereal visit from beyond the grave to be the soul of the departed brother, and that he was given the grace to appear from his purgatory to his sister in order to make up for his uncharitable bearing of a grudge. A requiem mass was offered for him, and they prayed for his soul. He never appeared again. I come from a long line of psychics, and I must have been about 7 when during an afternoon nap, I woke up after a very frightening dream. At the time, we were living in Mount Butler in Hong Kong Island, and Mom's family lived in Capiz in the Philippines. I ran out of my bedroom into a room full of family and friends to tell my mom about it. I saw this Filipino man in a wooden box, dressed in a cream shirt and brown trousers, and lots of our family were around him crying. As a young child, I'd never seen a dead person before and was distraught by the experience. My family consoled me and told me not to worry, but it brought to their attention that I too had the gift. It was only a few years later that I was told that the person I saw was my uncle, who had been shot by the local militia in my mom's village in the Philippines, and it surmises that the clothes I saw him in were the clothes he was buried in. So it turns out that I had a psychic snapshot of the actual Filipino funeral rites, whereby the body is kept in the family house for a period of weeks so grieving people can pay their respects to him. This brother of my mom's, she had been having prophetic dreams around the time, warning him to leave town because something bad was going to happen to him. He didn't believe her and was shot by the local militia after a dispute. It is Filipino superstition that during this period that the body was stored in the family house, the spirit visits the family on the 3rd, 5th, and 7th day after their death. This, as it turns out, was during this time that we both had these visitations. Mom was in the kitchen washing dishes when she heard who she thought was Daddy coming back from work. That's when she saw a man from the corner of her eye, standing in the doorway, wearing a light shirt and brown trousers. So she chatted to Daddy for about 5 minutes about his day and what he had been up to, when it occurred to her that he didn't answer her back once. She turned around to ask him a question, and then she realized that there was no one in the doorway at all. It was at this point she was a little bit spooked, as she remembered my description of Uncle Fred in his coffin, and hurriedly went to check on Daddy. He had come in when she had heard him come in, but had just fallen asleep on the bed, fully clothed, in knit-wearing brown trousers and a white shirt. So it was her brother's way of saying goodbye, and I guess to say sorry for not having listened to her when she warned him. A few years later, it was 1987, around about the time that Edward Yule, Hong Kong's governor at the time, passed away. We were still living in the same flat in Mount Butler, but my sister and I had moved from the room we were in, as that had been converted into Mom's nursery, where she looked after preschool children during the daytime. We were now in the room where I would have my bedroom, until we moved over to the new territories. I must have been about 9, so my sister would have been 4. We shared a bunk bed, and her being smaller, stayed on the lower bunk. I awoke to pitch black and the sound of flip-flops walking up and down our corridor. I thought, this is strange, as it is custom to remove your shoes at the front door and to wear slippers around the house. As I heard these flip-flops getting closer and closer to my door, sheer terror took over. I whispered to my sister, "Chris, can you hear that?" No one answered back, so I was trapped on the top bunk with nowhere to go, with this noise coming closer and closer. I hid my head under my blanket, like most kids do, wishing it to go away. I said this time, more incessantly, "Chris, can you hear that?" And something hissed back at me, "Yes." That did not sound like my sister at all. At this point, I was terrified. I tried to gather all my strength to get out of the bed, but I was too scared. After what felt like a millennia, I eventually gathered enough courage to jump off the top of my bed, ensuring by no means that I touched the lower bunk and charged into my parents' room across the corridor from our room. I was so embarrassed being so old and being scared, I didn't actually get into their bed, but spent the rest of the night curled up in a ball at the foot of their bed. It turns out that my sister wasn't in our room at all that night. My question was, what was that in the corridor and in the bunk bed with me? The strange pink light. Around this time of the strange occurrences with the flip-flops, we were still living in flats in Mount Butler. My daddy, a complete atheist, had an experience of his own. Daddy does not believe in the supernatural, and if God actually spoke to him, he still wouldn't believe it. He was lying in bed one night when he woke up for no reason to this pink sphere to appear on the wall opposite their bed. It seemed to come out of the wall and sit there and go back into the wall again. He was puzzled by this and went to investigate. He checked out where the possible light source could be coming from. The curtains. No, we were on 3rd floor, so it couldn't have been vehicle lights. He went into the bathroom. All lights were off, and couldn't have come from there either. He got back into bed and tried to wake Mom up to show her. She was having none of it and kept her head under the sheets. Well, the sphere appeared again and came out of the wall, suspended somehow, then sunk back in and disappeared. He never did figure out what that was or where it came from. Running ghost. When he was working in the Royal Hong Kong Police, he had another experience. At this point, he was the superintendent and managed a section of the traffic police. They were doing their rounds when a speed camera on the road flashed for no reason. They went to investigate, and it flashed again with no cars in the near vicinity. They thought nothing more of it until the pictures were developed, and on one of the photos, there is a distinct picture of a person, blurred, apparently running very fast. So fast, it set off a speed camera. The ghost dog. When we were living in Mount Butler, I had one other experience that reaffirmed my belief in the supernatural, and 2 other people I was with experienced it also. I must have been about 14 when my sister and my best friend at the time decided to go for a walk in the countryside. So where we lived was surrounded by Hong Kong countryside, which was perfect for me as I was a tomboy and spent as much of my time as possible out and about, exploring and climbing trees. Just before I started university in the UK, I was visiting some friends in Cardiff. I was feeling very odd that night, and as we were heading out into town, a premonition hit me. I turned around to my friend and said, "Something very big is going to happen tonight." He just looked at me like I was stark raving mad, so I dropped it. So when we went out and had a lark and came back, thinking nothing more of it, imagine our surprise when we woke up in the morning and splashed all over the news was coverage on Diana's death. This, of course, being the famous Princess Diana of Wales, who died tragically in a car accident. But I predicted it the day before. At least I feel like I did. Could be a coincidence, but I don't think so. Udalexer Cemetery experience. So, I started uni in Derby in the Midlands, and where I was living was student digs on Udalexer New Road. I was heavily into my goth influence back then. Not so much now, but I still love old cemeteries and dramatic clothing. There was this beautiful one on our road that I used to visit regularly and read and draw, with many beautiful statues and old gravestones. One day, my ex-boyfriend and I went to visit it, as it was a lovely day turning to evening. So I wandered around looking at all the gravestones and the statues, trying to find the oldest tombstone we could find. It must have been coming up to winter time as the sun set quickly, and we realized in a panic that the gate had been closed, so we were locked in, and I had to find another way out. So we walked along the perimeter, looking for a likely tree to help us over the wall, when the sun just disappeared, and we were pitched into almost complete darkness. Then, for no reason at all, the mist appeared over the headstones, so it was hard to avoid the graves themselves. So it suddenly looked just like a horror movie set, trying to avoid broken tombstones and holes in graves and that danged mist in the dark. By this point, I was pretty panicked, frantically trying to get out, with this feeling of overwhelming dread descending over me, and all cells in my body telling me to leave right now. We eventually scrambled over a wall into the student bar, and that feeling just lifted, just like that. It's only a few months ago that I was looking online about ghosts in Derby that I found out that very cemetery is haunted. Brilliant. My dreams. I thought that was the end of my experiences, but looking at the dreams section, I've remembered some more I want to share with you. I've always had very vivid dreams, some not necessarily all coming true, but all seem to have symbolic importance in the coming days, weeks, or even sometimes years. I more often than not have deja vu experiences, even if I haven't ever A, done this before, or B, seen places or people before, or C, really ever thought about these things when I am conscious. I haven't really wanted to tell people about them. As most people, I worry that most people think I'm quite mad. Haunted house. So this also happened just before I finished university in Derby, I think. It was just before my ex-boyfriend and I broke up. The importance of this dream is one that I've been able to break it down and understand it in its composite parts. So both of us were walking around this dark woods, and I was taking all that I had learned from watching horror movies into mind, and was very careful of not wandering off on my own. Made sure I had a weapon in hand in case anything happened. We eventually came to this clearing where this ominous house stood at the end of this garden. However, I needed the bathroom, and even though we knew it was a haunted house, I was not one of those people who would go to the loo in a haunted forest. So we walked in, and there were people there. Thankfully, none looking like psychopaths or zombies. Strangely enough, they were people we knew too. There was a feeling of dreaded sadness throughout the house though, and I refused to go anywhere by myself. We are directed to the bathroom, which was at the end of this corridor. He decided to sit and chat with people whilst I did my business. So, I started walking, but the corridor was like the one from the poltergeist. It just kept getting further and further away, until I had to break into a run, desperately needing to go, and leave this house as soon as possible. I eventually made it, and threw the door open, and did what I needed to do. Then I woke up, and realized that I still needed to go, so I ran for the loo. Luckily, I had the foresight to write this dream down once I had gotten back to bed, and knew that we were doomed. The haunted house was a reflection of our relationship, being hounded by our mutual bad doings, and that the end was near. It was just a matter of time, and so it was. Finally, before I finish another of my epic storytelling sessions, I have one more prophetic experience to share with you, but not one from my dreams. It has to do with my pet dog, Sophie. Her name was Sophie. She was lovely, with her white and black patch over her eye and black patch in her back. She was only 6 months older than me and had been with her family for 16 years. She was the loveliest, sweetest dog in the world, apart from having a penchant for biting socks, eating tissues and rubber bands, and attacking the Hoover. She was suffering from basically her insides giving in. She had serious kidney problems, and she couldn't walk very well because of arthritis in her back legs. And because she couldn't help herself anymore, she was kept outside. So one evening, when her parents were out, my sister and I were playing with her in the garden, and I had this weird feeling come over me. I seemed to be able to predict death, unfortunately, amongst other things. I turned to my sister when I saw this shadow fall on her sofa that looked like a cross. It was like it was a sign saying she was going to die tomorrow. So that's what I told my sister, and she kind of brushed it off. She didn't believe me, being much younger than me. But sure enough, after a hard day at school, I was only 14 or so at the time, we came back and our parents were in pieces. And that's when I knew it had happened. They had to take her down to the vet and have her put down, as it was too cruel to keep her suffering like that. I've never seen my daddy in pieces like that, but because I was strengthened by my foreknowledge, I supported him in his time of need. My poor cat was distraught, as she basically brought him up from when we adopted him as a very small kitten. On a happier note, I had a dream after this terrible day. I was watching my crazy dog run from the front of the house, in and up the stairs, with much zest and energy, like she would have had as a younger dog, running up to our level of the house, looking like she was having the time of her life, back and forth, giving little yips of happiness, grinning in her quintessentially silly Sophie way. As because of her health problems and her incontinence, she was not allowed in except for very cold weather. I think this was her way of saying that she was free and happy at last, and I knew she was in peace. She still does come and visit us occasionally when we walk by the front of the house, and you can, still after all these years, smell her, and we know she's still looking out for us. I keep meaning to write a dream diary. I'll do that this year, as these dreams seem to be too important to miss. My husband and myself and my brother were all watching our mother's house while she was out of town on vacation. We had been there for a few days, and all happened to be on this particular evening and night. Well, we had finished dinner, and we were all just hanging out in the living room watching TV. My brother said he was just going to sleep on the couch, and my husband and I said goodnight and went to bed in my mother's bedroom, because that's where we had been sleeping. We kissed goodnight like usual, and turned off the bedside lamp. I myself just can't close my eyes and go right off to sleep, so I was just laying there, looking off into the darkness and trying to wind down. Suddenly, I noticed a very dark black mass right by the bedroom door. I blinked my eyes a few times, trying to make them adjust to the dark better, but realized they already had, because I could make out the mass that was so much darker than the dark. I began to feel afraid when I saw it moving. I laid there and watched it approach the bed over our bodies. It looked larger than it had by the door. I began to nudge my husband, but I decided to lay there a little bit longer to see if it continued to move or even get larger. I laid there and marveled at its darkness and its extremely dark color as opposed to the regular darkness. It was pitch black and just floated there above us. Unbelievably, I fell asleep. The next day at lunch, my brother said, "Hey, last night I saw the weirdest thing when I was trying to fall asleep. A large black mass was hovering above my head and scared me half to death." I stuck my hand in it, and it was freezing cold. Before I had a chance to speak, my husband said, "Me too." I thought I was seeing things. I spoke up, and I said I saw it as well and was frightened by it. They both said, "Wow, I wonder what it was." I had read somewhere that these could possibly be evil. Needless to say, we didn't spend the night there again. I'm a nurse and run our family's assisted living, and recently we had some strange things happen in our care home. I understand with caring for the elderly that sometimes strange things occur, and doing this for almost a decade. Recently, I had a resident that started to decline at the age of 93. One night, after helping her get into bed, she asked me if Bernie, her husband, who died 10 years before, knew where she was. I reassured her that he did. It caught me off guard, since her mind was intact and she was not forgetful. A week went by, and again, I assisted the woman into bed. She says to me, "I hear Bernie in the hallway. Can you tell him that I'm in here?" I told her to call for him and he would come in. She refused and asked me to. So I went out to the empty hallway and said, "Bernie, E is in here if you would like to visit with her." As a nurse, sometimes you do things out of the better judgment for yourself, as long as it helps your patient. Later that night, I heard the elderly lady talking to no one quietly. I've had some odd things happen in my personal life through the years since childhood, but that is another story. I was once told by an elder Japanese woman not to talk to the dead or invite them into my home. Another week goes by, and my resident took a drastic turn for the worst by refusing to eat or drinking fluids. After a week's stay in the hospital, she returned on comfort cares in hospice. The end was near, and we knew it. However, while she was in the hospital, I received a frantic call from one of our nursing assistants asking if I would please come back to work because she was really scared. When I got to work, all the lights in the house were on, and she was sitting on the couch with her back up against the wall. When I asked what was wrong, she told me wide-eyed and pale that she had seen a mist down at the end of the hallway and was hearing weird popping noises coming from the residence room that was in the hospital. After checking the entire house and silently saying the Lord's Prayer, the house felt calm. Eve spent her last days being pampered and showed care and compassion from staff and family. Many of the staff came in on our days off to sit with her, including myself. The last couple days of her life, she was sedated for pain and hallucinations. When no one was in her room and she didn't know we were checking in on her, she was reaching up towards the ceiling and mumbling. The day before she died, we had XM music playing on our TV. A couple of the nursing assistants were performing for their evening cares when the TV changed to CNN for 30 seconds and turned back to the music by itself. The TV remote was on top of the TV. Since our favorite lady passed away, things have stopped for the most part. My mother passed away June 5th, 2007. Me and my husband were in New Jersey at the time, waiting to get unloaded. We drove an 18-wheeler for a living. My sister had called me the day before and told me that my mom was in a coma, and the home health care people said she only had about 24 hours to live and that I needed to come home. So I called our dispatcher and said we needed to be routed back to the Chattanooga terminal so that I could see my mom before she passed. He said no problem. After you and your husband have put tires on, go pick up that load and head for Chattanooga. Well, while they were putting tires on our trailer, we decided to get some sleep. The cell phone rang, and it was my sister. She told me that Mom had come out of it. It was sitting up and laughing and talking to everybody, and that she was okay. So I called my dispatcher and said we don't have to go home. We can do one more load out here. So it was late that night when they finally got the tires on the trailer, and we decided to just stay there in the parking lot till morning so we could get some much needed sleep. We get up that morning and pull out. As we're heading down the highway, my cell rings, and it's my sister. She's crying. She tells me that Mom passed away that morning early. So to make it a little shorter, our dispatcher gets us home 36 hours later. Now at this time, we are at my mother's house, and she has already been picked up by the funeral home before we got there. Later that day, my husband's cell phone rings while we are nowhere near it to answer it. So when we do pick it up to see if our dispatcher is called, it shows we have one voicemail and no number. So my husband listens to the voicemail, and it's my mother, the day after she died. The message said, "Connie, this is your mother. Call me." We decided to check if it was a delayed message, but it wasn't. I even took it to the cell phone company, and they said it was June 6th at 1:25 in the afternoon. My mom died June 5th, 2007, at the times between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. It has really bothered me that we missed the call, even though she was already dead. She might have been trying to say goodbye to us. A few nights ago, a friend and I took a drive up Angeles Crest Highway. It was a clear night and wasn't too cold. As we entered the parking lot, we noticed there were no other cars there. As I made a U-turn in the lot to face the small building, there, we saw a man walking. What got my attention was the fact that my headlights shined bright on the building, yet we only saw the person from the waist down. The rest of his body was a shadow. The man was walking around as if he were looking for something. It appeared he had a flashlight in his hand, the way he was moving, but there was no light coming from it. The closer we got to him, the smaller the image got. When I shined my brights on him, it looked like he went down a small hallway. Even then, we could not see his upper body. We went back the next day to see if we could find anything. One thing we did notice was the hall we saw the figure walk through was now a wall. Not a wall that was just put up, but one that looked like it was part of the structure since it was built. 3 separate spirits are said to walk the halls of the soon-to-be abandoned Middle Tennessee Medical Hospital in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, as a new, more modern hospital is being built right across the city. In the older section of the 3rd floor, one room is said to be haunted by the ghost of a mental patient who jumped out of a window in the 1960s in the psychiatric ward. 30 years later, in that section, administrative offices were constructed, and employees reported hearing running down the hall of someone with bare feet, and a light outside the room where the man was said to have jumped turns on and off periodically on some nights. The switch that turns that light on can be found only inside the room, which was not even in use at the time. When the lights were checked by maintenance, they seemed fine. Later, some orderlies enjoying lunch on that same floor reported seeing an IV stem being rolled up the same hallway. They left their food there and didn't return. In what was the pediatric area, the ghost of a red-haired girl in her early teens in a white hospital gown has been spotted at one point by a nurse who also had long dark red hair when the room was used for pharmaceutical storage. She claimed to see the spectral image of the girl staring at her through the glass observation window of the room. The nurse was also a redhead. Finally, the third spirit has been chronicled by the hospital's own sad history and has been spotted in a newer section. A young nurse who had just started was leaving for the night to go out with friends. As she hurried down the stairwell, she dropped her purse over the guardrail a lunge too far and fell down the center of the stairwell, landing on her head. She died 3 days later due to massive brain trauma. Ironically, one of the hospital's employees who had the task of cleaning up the bloodstains was the son of the woman who had seen the red-haired girl's ghost as her family worked in the hospital. It is sad that sometimes you can see the girl repeat her fatal fall. I have many stories to share with you, but I'm going to start at the beginning. I grew up in Lawrence Harbor, New Jersey. From the time I was a very young child, I knew that something was not right in our house. Our house was the last house in a dead-end street that faced the marsh. In the winter, you could see Highway 35. The surrounding woods were equally as disturbing. I was the only girl in our neighborhood. All my friends were guys. They were like brothers to me. I was a tough kid, and I did not scare easily. However, being alone in our house and going to sleep at night frightened me to death. My father died when I was a baby, and it was just my mother, brother, and myself. There was quite a difference in age between my brother and I. For years, I kept my experiences to myself because I thought it was my imagination, and I also thought that if I told my mother and brother, that they would think I was crazy too. It took me a long time to realize that I wasn't crazy. It was not my imagination, and the hard part was that I was a gifted child whose family could not relate to me on that particular level. These are my experiences while I lived there. My mother and father bought the house in 1962, and I was born in 1963. We owned the house right up until 2005. To this day, the events are burned into my memory. From the time I was about 5 years old, there hardly was a time that the house was at peace. I would lay awake in bed at night and watch orbs dance across the walls and ceiling. Then, I could feel someone sit on the corner of my bed. It was not a faint feeling either. In retrospect, as an adult, you could actually see the corner of the bed being pressed down. My heart would pound in my chest so loudly that I couldn't hear anyone else, and I could feel every hair stand up on my entire body. I would pull the covers and pillows over me in such a way that only my eyes and nose would stick out, even in the summer with no air conditioning. Shadows were commonplace everywhere in the house. You could smell flowers in the middle of the winter as well. Then, just as I would start to fall asleep, I would be jolted awake because something pulled the covers of me so violently that they were on the floor at the foot of the bed. That would send me screaming out of my room to my mother. There wasn't a time that you didn't feel as though you were being watched, or that you didn't feel that something was following you from room to room. If you came home and put your car keys down, turn your back for 2 seconds, they were gone, and then after searching the entire house, they would suddenly reappear where you originally put them in the first place, and you were the only one home the entire time. When I was in high school, I would come home and shower because I played sports. I always locked the bathroom door. Every time I would pull the curtain back when I was finished, the door would be wide open. Once again, no one was home, and our interior doors had no keys. Until now, I've been very vague with you about my experiences, but now I will tell you in detail my most frightening experience. I was engaged to Mitch. We were just both out of high school. My mom was out, and so was my brother. Mitch and I decided to go to my house, watch TV, and eat some pizza. From the time we entered the house, I could feel that something was really wrong, really out of sync. The air seemed electrically charged. It was as though us being there had interrupted some unseen gathering. I ignored it, even though I was goose flesh from head to toe. Even with all the lights on, my mother's house always seemed dark. Mitch was sitting in the room watching television, and I went into the kitchen to heat some frozen pizza. We were having a conversation as I did so. My back was to the living room as we were talking, and I was placing the pizza on the baking sheet. I heard what I thought was Mitch leave the living room and walk into the kitchen. I became aware that he was standing directly behind me as I was still talking. I turned around to ask him something, but to my shock, it was not Mitch standing there. I felt all the blood drain from my face. My knees went to jello, and I gasped and screamed at the same time. Standing face to face with me was a huge black solid apparition. I could make out a head and shoulders, but the rest became more see-through as it went towards the knees and feet area. It felt like slow motion. I think that when I turned around and screamed, I scared it as much as it scared me. As I stood there screaming, the black figure literally whooshed through the kitchen wall. Mitch ran into the kitchen. I was shaking and white as a ghost. It took me a while to collect myself. I shut the oven off, and we left and went to the local pizza place, where I told them what happened. We didn't spend much time at my mother's house after that. This is just one story out of countless stories that I will be glad to share with you. I'm now 46 years old. My entire life has been one foot in this world and the other in the spirit world. Years ago, I'd contacted Sylvia Brown, who told me that my mother's house had many spirits in it, but two stood out. There's the ghost of a baby and its mother. She also said that I was a medium and a psychic, and she was right. This is what I now do. I'm no longer afraid. It gives me pleasure to be able to connect with grieving spirits with their departed loved ones. I consider this wonderful gift that I will not trade for anything. Thank you for listening. All of my life I had reoccurring experiences of the paranormal, starting at age 7, as far as I can remember, when my father died. I used to believe the experiences were dreams or imagination until recently. I was telling my fiancé of my experiences. Voices, mists, noises, marks in my body, being touched, shirt tugged on, hair pulled, etc. His suggestion was that maybe I am a sensitive. So, I started thinking about this possibility and decided to explore it further. My fiancé and I previously tried going to paranormal meetings, which would go on ghost hunts. There was one in particular that appealed to me, and we signed up. The building the group was going to was in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, at an old building that was previously the Elka Club, built in 1914. This information was given to us by the leader of the hunt. When we arrived, we went into a room to get the speech about which rooms to be careful of. They would be marked by the yellow tape. Nothing else was told to us about the history of this building. But as I stood there, a name entered my mind, and it kept repeating itself. Sarah, 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 over and over again. Well, as the group entered the basement, we divided into small groups of 2 or 3. My fiancé and I were in a small room, in the back, and I felt nothing, so we decided to head out into the main part of the basement. And just as we stepped out of the room, a man that was on tour with us, who has been there before, said, "Sarah, if you are here with us, give us a sign." I was flabbergasted. I looked at my fiancé and explained the utter shock on my face, and we continued in to other parts of the area. I had entered a room just off the entrance of the basement and instantly was bombarded with intense sadness, so much so that I got tears in my eyes. I informed the group leader, and they took pictures around me, but by this time, I already knew that what they were searching for in the building wasn't correct. I knew that what I was feeling was the past, and the child Sarah intended on proving just that to me. She, in what I would call it, attached herself to me. She started flashing images in my mind about what the building was before the Elks had been built there. It was her home. It was a beautiful Victorian with a large porch, parlors, a library, you name it, she showed me. She told me that she was sad because of the remodeling that was about to happen in the building. She got her point across by telling me certain rooms did not belong. I also picked up a persistent man in a room on the first floor. I was flashed an image of a podium and people sitting and listening intently to this man. In the ballroom, I was given images of people dancing, only black shadows of such. And at last, the third floor, I approached the end of the main hall and was shoved by something not seen. I took a moment and continued on into a grand circular room with benches attached to the circular walls, and had the feeling of being watched. And I kept saying, "This feels like judge and jury." It was like you were being persecuted, watched, and the spirits were getting angry. So I wanted to step out of the room for a moment, and I took a step forward towards the door and received a sharp blow to my middle back on the left-hand side. I went out of the room and was telling the group about the incident and decided to give it another try. And as I entered, I again got another blow to the right side of my back. At that point, I wanted out of there for good, so the group agreed to leave the third floor. And as I entered the hallway again, I got pushed in the same spot as the first time, which happened to be in front of a very large window. The interesting part was, I said before, I knew nothing of the place, but when we were leaving, I told the owner all the stuff Sarah had told me. I told her of the man in the room that in my mind, I'd seen the podium. I told of getting pushed and hit in the back. Well, she surprised me, not only, but many in the group as well. Come to find out that this is where Sarah's home was. The rooms I was seeing were the rooms in her home. The man at the podium would have been the black preacher that occupied that room after the Elk Club closed down. That night, I came home exhausted. I fell asleep and dreamt of Sarah. In the dream, she told me her last name, So I searched for her on the internet. I then found something more shocking. Not only did I find her, the year she was born, but I also found the names of her parents. Well, I'd spoken with someone that has been to the club and knows things about it, but they never knew her parents' names, which happened to be the same names I came across. And as far as the room on the 3rd floor, the owner informed me that this room was the judging room for the Elk members, and where they would hold their remembrances to the dead brothers. The interesting thing was, the women were not allowed in this room, and there was also an EVP that picked up stating, "You are being judged." So needless to say, I'm no longer doubting my ability, and I'm more open to my experiences, which have been many since that night. Growing up in rural Michigan, I had several what the heck was that experiences. Most were minor, a moving shadow or an uneasy feeling, but one stands out. I was 8 to 10 years old in the mid-80s, and my family had just returned from a vacation. When we got out of the car, my dad headed to the mailbox, my mom to her garden, and I lugged my suitcase inside the house. All of the windows were shut, and I pulled the garage door closed behind me. Walking through the house, I passed a bay window, from which I could see my dad still on the road, and my mom picking some vegetables. The house was silent, except for my footsteps on the carpet. I walked into my room and put my suitcase down in the corner. I heard a male voice laughing behind me, maybe in the doorway 8 feet away. It was a hearty laugh, loud and clear. I spun around, and there wasn't anyone in the doorway. I ran back to the garage, through the door, and outside. My father was just grabbing his suitcase from the car, and my mother was pulling weeds. I wasn't scared when I heard the voice, but not having a tangible body to put it with did unnerve me a bit. Following the event, I was able to forget and had no issues in the rest of the house. It was only after I got older and interested in the paranormal did I realize that I must have had a run-in with something. About 2 years ago, I bought a 126-year-old, 8,000 square foot mansion in Missouri, just outside of Kansas City where I grew up. My mother had owned and lived in the house for the previous 15 years, slowly maintaining it. She had done a great job maintaining its mid-1800s character, slowly bringing the woodwork back to life, adding insulation, and replacing all of the plumbing and wiring. I mention this because I've heard that a disturbance in the environment can cause spectral activity to begin. I'd seen the house only once, as I live over 2,000 miles away, but I fell in love with it immediately. The first night I stayed over, I woke in the middle of the night to huge blobs, about a dozen, from golf ball to basketball size, floating around the room I was sleeping in. This is the one and only time I've ever experienced anything like that. I closed my eyes, said a prayer, and fell back to sleep in time. I said nothing to my mother the next day until she asked me, "Well, did you see the blobs?" One of the workers stayed down there the other night and said he wouldn't stay in the house after dark because of the blobs floating around him. She had not seen them, and still hasn't. However, the previous owner told my mother a few years later that he loved what she had done to the front room, but he could never stay in there while the house was his because of the blobs. During the summer of 2007, I went back to see my family. I stayed downstairs again and had several things happen. It is important to note that I've never felt in danger, only uncomfortable. My mom and her boyfriend went upstairs to go to bed. I stayed downstairs in the first floor master suite. For the next 45 minutes, the heavy footsteps above my head were attributed to the two of them settling in for the night. Finally, I decided I would go up and find out what was going on. The entire upstairs was dark and still. They were both lying in bed. I returned to my bedroom to hear the continued walking above me. So, I went out on the living room to sleep on the couch. The walking continued above me, although there is only one attic above that living room. I could also hear a distant, quiet talk between a man and a woman, but I couldn't make out what they were saying, and it seemed to always be somewhere else from where I was. The next morning, I decided maybe I would have a chat with myself out loud, and if anyone else heard it, then maybe it would be for the better. I sat on the end of the bed. It was now daylight, so I felt comfortable to be in the bedroom again, and said that I was the new owner and the son of the woman they probably knew very well by now. I really liked the house and hoped to continue my mother's good work, but for now, I lived elsewhere. I also mentioned something that I don't suggest, but in this situation, I felt comfortable in doing so. I told them that they seemed to have been there a long time, and so long as they agreed to stay out of the bathroom while I was in there, we could get along just fine together. The following night was as quiet as it could be. I think their interest in me was satisfied. This past summer, 2008, was my third visit back. Absolutely nothing happened. I was ready, and nothing. Hey, that's fine with me. But one side note, my mother sat down to look at an album she had kept for all these years she had been doing the refurbishing. She was showing me the huge change in the house, from walls being ripped out and then rebuilt, and so on. In well over half of the pictures, there were huge light anomalies. There were smears, blobs, and strange twists of the image. I mentioned this to my mother, who looked right at me and said, "You know, I haven't taken a decent picture since I've lived in this house. I've owned one crappy camera after another. All the pictures look like this. I have to throw most of them away because they are no good." I just smiled. Right, Mom. Every digital and disposable camera she has ever had in the past 15 years has had the same problem. I grew up with a mom who is wicked, and she is very psychic. She has told me accurately if a lover and I will break up, when, if I'll meet someone new, and accurate descriptions of people I'll meet. My mother told my roommate that the child she was having would be a girl, and she was correct. My mom, to my amazement, is the real deal. On Halloween, our house is the most popular because the altar my mother sets up outside is very real. It's very fun, and I grew up with the easygoing view of the paranormal. I do tend to be very logical, and I believe in a paranormal experience if it does not seem like someone is BSing me. I keep my mind open. My mother does have headaches if she is around haunted houses. She has migraines that will make her sick for days after being in one. She's had this happen to her several times in her life, including once when I was a kid. A few years ago, when I was 23, I started having heart palpitations and tachycardia. At one point, my heart rate went up to 181. I spent night after night in the emergency room, and I was recommended to a cardiologist. I went through that for several months before finally someone realized it was a sedative that I took that helped me sleep. The doctors took me off the sleep medication, and I soon found out that I'd become dependent on sleep aids. At the same time, I had to get on a Greyhound bus for a 2-day trip to move back with my parents because of the health problems. If you've ever traveled on a Greyhound, you know it's really hard to sleep on it. I was sleep deprived. I was told that I was sleeping, but I didn't realize it. I wasn't sleeping through the night. I was exhausted. I was depressed, and I developed a phobia of the sound of a beating heart medication commercials, etc. In short, my mental health was suffering. I had to make the choice to go into a psychiatric ward because it took a month to get an appointment with a psychiatrist. I didn't want to wait that long. The ward was in a regular city hospital. All the patients were quiet and were there to heal. Nobody was dangerous. There were patients with bipolar and other types of mental illness, and nobody was dangerous. There are different levels of hospitals. This was a ward for anybody going through emotional difficulties. I started to sleep the first 2 days I was there. I was not dangerous, but they did have to give me something to sleep. I was having dreams in which in my bathroom, patients had bathrooms in their rooms. I could hear a woman crying and throwing up all night. It was horrible and nightmarish. I could never see her because in the dream, I was laying in bed. How can I describe this? Even though I was asleep and dreaming, it felt like I was aware of everything going on. It never sounded quiet. It sounded like patients were throwing fits, and that someone would go by my room and rap on the wall with a walker, and that poor woman threw up and cried. She sounded miserable. The ward was actually always quiet. Nobody threw fits at night. My mom had taught me how to interpret dreams. I figured mine showed my anxieties. I'd been through hell. I wanted to sleep, and I never gave one thought to the idea that the place was haunted or had residual hauntings. I had greater concerns at the time. However, my mom came to pick me up, and she refused to enter the ward. I didn't think anything of that either. We were driving home, and she asked me how I had slept, and if I did at all. I told her about the nightmares, and how I was completely loud, and I was still very exhausted. My mother was shocked, and it showed on her face. She said, "Sarah, those were not just dreams. This psychiatric ward used to be a cancer ward." I was getting a migraine because there are patients who have not moved on. Wow, that shocked me. I never heard doctors mention that I had been a cancer ward. The idea was never put into my head. Like I said, I wanted to sleep again and to feel happy. I was concerned for my health. I believe my mom. She's usually incredibly accurate about these kinds of things. I honestly have gotten tired of finding out if me and a potential lover are not going to work out. She's that accurate. However, I could not tell you if that ward was the former cancer ward. I simply don't know, because none of the doctors ever mentioned it. I was sleep deprived and going through hell at the time. My emotional state could have been reflected in my dreams. However, if I've learned anything about the paranormal, is that it can be a very small world. The hospital in question is in Iowa. It is a regular city hospital with an emergency room, surgery room, etc. It is not a psychiatric hospital only. If a former nurse ever writes you, or even a former patient, I'm here to tell you that there may have been something to their experience. The ward in question is still open. This was a few years ago that I was there. This is just a quirky experience that I wanted to share. My story has been going on for a couple of years now. When I was 9, we moved into our house. It's a nice little place, backed by a large ditch. Behind the ditch is a large forest that I used to play in. The house itself is unremarkable. It's 3 bedrooms. The master bedroom is the first room you come to when you open the front door, straight in. To the right, there's a door to the garage, and to the left is the room we use as our living room. To the right of that is the dining room, with the entry into the kitchen. From the left of the living room is the hallway, with the bedrooms and the bathroom. From the time when I first moved in, I've never liked the bedroom at the end of the hall. It has a window that looks out into the front yard. The room I shared with my sister has a window that looks out into the backyard. I'm not sure what it is about the room, but it's a creepy feeling. I was around 11 when my older sister moved out. By that time, it had been a while since I'd gotten any creepy feelings in the second bedroom. I was pleased with the idea of having my own room. I moved my bed in there, got everything set up, and prepared for the grown-up life that I wanted. The first couple days were okay. I had strange nightmares about something coming in from the ditch, something I couldn't explain. Finally, after about a month after I'd been sleeping in the room, I woke up suddenly from one of those dreams. I laid there for a while, not really sure of what woke me up. Then, I realized that the music box my grandma had given me a year ago, it was on. The music box was shaped like a carousel horse, and had a switch on the bottom of it that turned the music on. I sat up and took it down from the shelf above my head and turned the switch off. I figured that maybe my cat went up on the shelf and brushed against it. I laid back down to go to sleep. It was lying there that I first saw him. I don't know what made me look up into the doorway of my bedroom. At the time, I slept with the door open, but I did, and standing there was a man, clear as day. For a moment, I was sure that someone must have broken into the house. With the light coming off the nightlight near the door, I saw that his mouth was moving quickly, and no sound was coming out. It was almost like he was screaming at me. He took a step forward and vanished. I slept in the living room that night. I finally got the nerve to sleep in my room again, after about a week of sleeping on the sofa. And that night, I had the same creepy nightmares, and woke up to find a child's shape sitting on the end of my bed, staring at me. It vanished when I turned the light on. I ended up spending the next year sleeping on the floor in my sister's room, because my mom wouldn't let me move my stuff in with her. I also couldn't change my room without getting the feeling of being watched. I would glance at the mirror, it's the type that sits on the dresser, and see a face staring at me, one that wasn't my own. My older sister finally moved back home, and I ended up back in the other bedroom with my sister. I thought that would make it go away, but I would sometimes see the man standing in the doorway late at night. He'd stand there staring at me, mouth moving, forming words I didn't understand. 3 years ago, some major changes happened. My oldest sister broke up with her husband, lost her house, and had to move in with my mom and dad, along with her 2 kids. My oldest sister had her boyfriend living in the house with her. The living arrangements were this: my 2 oldest sisters slept in one room, along with my youngest nephew, belonging to the first sister I talked about. My oldest sister's kids slept in the second bedroom with me, and my sister and her boyfriend had the living room. It was weird at first, but we all got used to it. The weird things had calmed down since I'd moved to the other bedroom, but it picked up again when my sister moved in. I was trying to get some sleep. It was around 1 in the morning, and I saw the child's shape again, but this time, it was sitting at the end of my niece's bed. I sat up, but before I could say anything, my niece woke up screaming. She said it was a nightmare, and I had a feeling it was probably the same one I had when I was younger. They moved out last year, and things calmed down for the most part, until my oldest sister moved away. I now had a bedroom all to myself. I was trying, once again, to get some sleep. I've always had trouble sleeping in this house, and I looked at my doorway, and the man was standing there, but this time, I could hear him whispering. It was gibberish. I turned over and pulled the pillow over my head, but the room got so cold, I ended up turning my TV on and closing my bedroom door. Another time, I was messing around with a couple of the other teenagers in the area. We were crossing the ditch and going over to the woods behind the houses. The way we cross is there's an area with 2 large pipes that stick out in the water. Surrounding the pipes are these rocky things that you can slide down, but also grip with your hands. They're kind of smooth and hard to hold when wet. We were coming back. The others had crossed just fine. I was the last one over. The first thing that happened that was really odd was my hand slipped and I started sliding down. I felt as if someone had grabbed my arm and stopped me before I reached the water. I was about to step down into the water to get across when I heard someone yell my name and say very loudly in my ear to stop. I looked down and there was a snake in the water, right where I was about to put my foot. My friend came back across and got rid of the snake. I got home okay. When I went to take a shower later that night, I looked at my arm and I had a hard handprint bruise on my arm. I don't know if it was one of the ghosts from the house, but something stopped me from falling and from getting bitten by the snake. So, I guess even if the ghosts scare me, they're looking out for me too. Bonito City, a rather grand name for the cluster of log buildings that house the saloon, post office, schoolhouse, church, general store, a hotel called the Mayberry House, and a number of comfortable residences. Set amid lofty peaks 12 miles northwest of Rizzuto, apple orchards and livestock of the Bonito settlers flourished in the 7,000-foot meadows at the edge of the forests. Trout fishing was excellent in the Bonito River. God was in his heaven, and all was right with the world, or so it seemed, when two events took place that would cause the serene and pleasant community to literally disappear. The centerpiece of Bonito City was the 2-story log hotel called the Mayberry House, operated by Mr. and Mrs. John Mayberry. They had 3 children, John, Eddie, and Nellie. On the night of May 5th, 1885, the Mayberry House leaped into the record books with one of New Mexico's most bizarre crimes. Earlier that evening, a number of miners ate supper there and left. Only 2 guests had rooms, Dr. R. E. Flynn from Ohio, and a youth named Martin Nelson seemed to be pleasant and inoffensive roomers. All were in bed by 10 o'clock. About 1 o'clock in the morning, Nelson arose and knocked on the bedroom door of the 2 Mayberry boys. John awakened and opened the door, at which point Nelson fired 2 rifle shots, killing him instantly. He then turned on the 7-year-old boy Eddie, who was screaming in bed. Nelson killed him with a single blast. Dr. Flynn, hearing the shooting, rushed from his room and was shot through the head. John Mayberry, after hearing the screams, was making his way up the dark stairs from the first floor when a shot through the heart dropped him on the landing. Blood was everywhere. Mayberry's daughter, Nellie, appeared and was shot through the side and left for dead. She later recovered. Miss Mayberry ran upstairs where Nelson shot her in the chest, but failed to kill her. She stumbled downstairs with blood streaming all the way to her feet, leaving bloody footprints visible on the stairs, even years later. She fled to the nearest cabin for help, but Nelson followed, executed her, and threw her body into an irrigation ditch. Nelson, the saloon keeper, no relation to Martin Nelson, appeared on the scene, grappled with the youth, who was no match for the murderer. Mark Nelson shot him to death and left his body bleeding in the sandy street. The next victim was a storekeeper, Herman Beck, who came out to learn the cause of the gunshots. Nelson killed him with 1 bullet. Bonito's terrified citizens locked themselves in their homes until morning, while Nelson roamed at large, finally climbing up a nearby mountain. Next morning, as Charlie Berry, Rudolph Schultz, and Don Campbell were standing in the street discussing the murders, they sighted Nelson returning down the mountain. He saw the man, brought up his rifle to fire, but was an instant too late. Berry failed him with a bullet through the heart. Nelson's last shot went harmlessly into the air as he fell. Total fatalities were 8 killed, including the murderer, and 1 wounded. It was years before the people of Bonito City recovered from the shock, and for 15 years, nobody set foot in the log hotel. Folks said it was haunted, told stories of shrieks and groans in the dead of night, of seeing lights flicker from room to room, or hearing muffled shots. Those who peeped through the dusty windows could see the bloody footprints left by Miss Mayberry's feet. The murderer was buried at Bonito, with his head pointed down. Folklore say that this custom was to prevent the buried persons from walking as a ghost. The victims were also buried in Bonito, side by side of each other, and a reasonable distance away from the murderer Martin Nelson. Gradually, Bonito City died. The final blow came when the railroad arrived in the desert below and took a business-like approach to acquiring water rights in the Bonito Valley, and later on, buying out the land in which the remaining residents of Bonito City lived. In 1930, Bonito Dam was built by the Southern Pacific Railroad. The remains of the victims were moved to Angus Cemetery. A large stone marks their resting place, and as for Bonito City, it is presently resting under 75 feet of water that is now known as Bonito Lake. Since then, Bonito City has become an old memory and a murder mystery of the past. Some people have claimed that during a well-moonlit night, they can see the top of the church steeple shining below the serene resting water of the night. Is it really the church steeple being seen 75 feet below the water's surface? Or is it a haunting image, reminding us of the presence of the city below? You decide. In early November 2006, I went over to visit my grandparents' house and my grandpa wasn't feeling well. He eventually went to visit the hospital. I thought he would just get out in a day or so, because he survived a heart attack before. For the first few days I wasn't worried at all, but after a week in the hospital, I was getting a little worried. About 2 weeks later, he passed away. I was absolutely devastated. Before his funeral, his brother and sister came down to visit. While they were sleeping in my grandparents' house, this is 2 days after he had died, my uncle was leaving. He looked back to see if things were all right, and saw a rather tall figure, wearing a hat, walking in our room. At first he thought it was my grandpa's brother Robert, but he was fast asleep in a different story of the house. He went looking in the room, and the ghostly figure was gone. We all think the figure was our grandpa. He was about 6'1", and always wore a hat. Every time my grandma went to go get food, or to pick up my little cousins, we would get a feeling someone was watching me, but in a good way. In early December, I was decorating the Christmas tree, and I saw a face peek out at the top of the stairs at me. It looked exactly like my grandpa, a few years before he died. It kind of feels like a little bit of him follows every one of us. All of these accounts have happened in Lake Havasu, Arizona, each in a different house. My mother and I were driving around town, looking for a house to rent, when we found a large house in MYUU Drive. This house was an old bluish color, with vines creeping up the outer walls and into the fireplace, with a large overhang on the front porch. As soon as we started walking up the driveway, a very strong feeling of dread started to creep through my body. I really liked the house, so I ignored the feeling and continued into the backyard. As I entered the backyard, I remembered a dream many months before. The exact backyard was in my dream, and the images of death and demons filled my mind. My mother had the same feeling, so we left without another word, deciding that a door had opened and a demon was dwelling inside the house. We moved into a different house where everything felt normal at first. We lived there for 7 years. I soon felt eyes watching me in the shower, which then led gusts of freezing angry wind rushing past my face and arms. Later, I learned my mother was going through the same events, only she experienced only one of the gusts of wind. When we started talking about moving out of the house, things got worse. My mom once felt a figure sit down on the bed beside her and saw the indentation of the person on the bed. There were no dogs in the room, and the entire house was asleep. I saw blinds move with nothing in the room, and a shadowy figure walk across the kitchen. I was cleaning out a house, just about to move into it, when I repeatedly saw a figure of a little girl out of the corner of my eye. I could sometimes hear her talking softly to no one in particular. Later investigation proved that a little girl had drowned in the pool years before. I've had a lot of things happen to me in my life, from seeing eyes in the corner of my room to being slapped by something I couldn't see, so I'm very open to anything and everything that someone would think was weird or crazy. My mom, however, is not, so for her to tell me about what happened to her, I know it's true. I'm 28 now, and this happened a few years before I was born. My mom was an FHA teacher for 15 years, so she went to FHA meetings a lot. One night she was at a get-together for school, and it was getting late, and as she was getting ready to go, one of her friend's cars wouldn't start, so my mom said she would take her home. As they were driving, her friend and her were talking, not even thinking about how far out in the middle of nowhere they were. Finally, they got to her house, and my mom dropped her off and started home. It was a very calm night, and very dark, almost eerily calm. As she was driving down the road, she started to feel uneasy, so she tried to blow it off, until she turned down back road to the highway. I can't think of the name of the road right now, but I do know there was quite a few fatal accidents on that road because of how windy it is. So, as she was driving, she looked over and saw this thing running right beside her. It was as big as a cow, and its eyes glowed green. She got so scared, she stepped on the gas and was going 85 miles per hour. And the thing then disappeared. It was almost as if it was there like a flash, and it was gone. She never found out what it was, nor did she ever go down that road again. But she figured it might have been a banshee or something, after a long look at things. She has only had 2 things ever happen to her in her life that she definitely couldn't explain, and that was certainly one of them. The other was when she went to bed one night, when she was a teen. She just got into bed and looked over at her closet, and there was something that looked like a man floating with a glow around it coming at her. She ran and told her mom, and her mom told her it was nothing. So she went back to bed, and she saw it again, and ran out and slept on the couch for the rest of the night. I'm a clairvoyant, and I'm used to not being alone. The last house I lived in had a number of distinctive entities, and will only share a couple of my experiences with you now. There was a young girl, probably around 4 or 5, who was very prevalent around the time my son was 3. One night, I had a contact dream. Usually my dreams are surreal and nonsense, but when I contact someone, they're usually set in whatever house I'm in, and are more out-of-body experiences. I walked to the end of my hall, and looked through the dining room into the kitchen, and there was a small girl with waist-length dark brown, not black, wavy hair. She had a flowered white nightgown on, and she was pushing buttons on the microwave. When I asked her why she was here, she quickly, and I mean quickly, like Japanese horror crossed the room in a blink quickly, came up to me. I crouched down, but I couldn't see her face, and somehow I knew she had been badly injured. Think gunshot wounds to the eyes and cheek, so I didn't want to see her face. I explained to her that she needed to move on and go into the light where her family was waiting, and then I walked back to my room with her following behind me. I woke up, then went back to sleep, and a while later my son woke me up, halfways anyway, enough to answer him and kinda remember. And he asked me to tell the girl that she was not his sister and to leave him alone. I told him to lay down in my bed and explained to her she was about 3 feet away, that I'm not her mother, and that she needed to move on, that it wasn't her house anymore. I thought that part was a dream when I woke up, until I realized my son was asleep beside me. The other very noticeable energy in my house was that of a woman who was very straight-laced and controlling. She would often sit on a window seat in my bedroom at night. My husband, who is a very skeptical man, would sit up in his sleep staring with closed eyes towards her and ask over and over, "Who is that? Who the heck is that?" Until I would tell him it's okay. Then he would lay back down. Well, this house was in Oklahoma, and every time there was a tornado weather outside, she would panic and really become agitated and very distracting to those who could sense her. So I'd have to calm her down and watch the storm. When my alarm clock didn't go off, she would bang loudly on the window in time for you to get to work. The only nice thing she would do. But when we were moving out, she really flipped, stirring up whatever else was there. So in the middle of the night, I would hear floor shakings and bangs from completely empty rooms. Tape would be peeled off boxes and placed across the room. Things would be removed from boxes overnight and put in different rooms, like books stacked in the middle of the kitchen after they were packed, and sounds of the TV coming on after it had been unplugged and wrapped in protective sheeting. All in all, it was not a very fun move, especially when I was alone the last 4 weeks of packing, and she kept opening the valve on my air mattress at 2 a.m. My new house is nice, but I keep hearing a little boy talk to me from a corner of my bedroom. Oh well, I guess. I'm 25 now, and have had strange experiences which, though I'm very analytical and skeptical, can't seem to find out how, or why, or what these things were. I will tell each encounter as simply and as accurately as I can. I used to live in Stockton, and my house was built around 1910 to 1912. I was an only child, and my parents were very busy doing their own things. I may have had an overactive imagination, but I don't believe so, because what I saw was too clear and not vague and reinterpreted by my brain. The sliding redwood doors that separated our living room from the dining room began to shake before my eyes, as if it was locked and someone wanted in. I got up and walked around to the other side, thinking it was my cat, but I didn't see her paw, and she never shook the doors, just nudged them apart. I walked around to the other side of the doors to the kitchen. All the lights were off, and I saw no one. I felt very scared suddenly, and went to bed, closing my door. Another time I was laying in bed, and my mother was on her hands and knees sniffing the floor. A bathroom connected our rooms, and I assumed she had begun sniffing in the bathroom. I asked her what she was doing, and she replied, "Your father and I smelled rotten blood." I can't remember what happened first, but I saw a clear apparition in my living room as I tied my shoes. A man dressed in black with a top hat and coattails, had a cane with a black long beard, walked briskly through the living room and disappeared. I had a dream that I pulled the back out of the carpets in my parents' bedroom and saw blood stains. I don't know if she was moving them. She denies it still to this day, but I know I wasn't moving them because I was determined to find the truth. The board told this story. A married couple named Mark and Melissa Twain lived in the house with a woman's sister. One day, in jealous outrage, she killed them both in the room with a shotgun. I thought it was very fishy the wife had my name, and the husband's name was Mark Twain. Like I said, my cousin says she didn't make the Ouija tell the story. I was under the house one day, bored and playing around, when I found a small handful of large blast bullet casings. Not as large as a shotgun casing bullet, I don't think. Other things have happened. I heard a knock on my door late at night. One huge knock, but I was too scared to open it. I told my father in the morning, and he got very angry and shouted at me that I was too stupid. I don't know why that angered him. I surmised the knock was from my dog changing lying positions on the porch. Once a baby bottle just sitting on the counter just seemed to be thrown in the floor. My father said it was because I stomped into the kitchen, perhaps. But the powerful way it fell, I doubted it. I was never able to tear my parents' carpet or find any information on the house that could point me in any direction. Though I did get all the paperwork on who owned the house, and no name Twain ever owned the house. My aunt, who claims to be a psychic, came over to the house and said that several ghosts live here. That was something I didn't hear myself. Another family member told me that. The house, which was always a bit odd, had a stained glass window on the front, not very large. It was of a cross. Later in life, I was in high school, living with a friend. I was trying to go to sleep and heard someone say my name very clearly right next to my ear. I got up and asked my friend what he wanted. He was in my grandmother's room, which they shared. "I didn't call you," he said. The voice didn't sound like his voice. It had a lisp, as was very girlish sounding. We went to the house in the Delta, abandoned and run down, as well as vandalized. I walked ahead of everyone, always ready to take on whatever. As I walked past a bush, these birds just exploded from it. Before, I heard no bird song, and they surprised. The house was elevated with a basement that had openings for water to flow through. Everything was pretty much ruined. A door opened nowhere, as the staircase had been brought down. It felt like a cemetery, not in a morbid sense, just so quiet and hollow. We went to the basement, where trash was everywhere. On the door, which had been removed then, placed back up, was a crude black painting of a devil or satyr. Being mischievous, I took a wooden bed frame topper. It was painted brown with a carved flower on each side, and it was painted red as well. After I took it home, that's when I heard the voice. My room was cold, and I saw something in the garage, and I had a really weird nightmare. The kitchen was being renovated, so we had to wash and get dishes in the garage. I went out to get a cup and felt very nervous in there. As I was walking to leave, I heard a loud boom in the wall to my right. I looked, not too long, but long enough, and this will be a very hard to explain situation and sound crazy, but this energy waved and glistened in the shape of something human, turned its head and looked at me. I ran out, scared for my life. I'd never been so scared. I took the bed knob back, and nothing happened like that again. The site has long since been destroyed. I'm not sure what any of this means, but I do know one thing for sure. I experienced it. Both of these accounts took place within the same week of each other, happening to my brother and I when we were on vacation in London. The Hyde Park Ghost. I was on vacation with my family in London for Thanksgiving, 2001. About 10 in the morning on Thanksgiving Day, we decided to go for a walk around London, starting with Hyde Park, which was about 3 blocks from the hotel. The park was beautiful against the autumn sky, and both my brother and I found it strange how time seemed to skip, as the park just lay kitty corner from a highly modernized tourist strip. As we waited on the corner for our parents to catch up, I turned to see a great black carriage standing behind us, pulled by a glamorous-looking brown and white Clydesdale. I tugged on my older brother's jacket and pointed, and we watched it for a while, thinking it was the coolest thing we'd ever seen. Others in the park didn't take much notice of them at all, walking by in a hurry to get wherever they were going, or that's what we figured. My brother, having his camera with him, took a picture of the carriage and the driver, a slightly portly man with a contented smile and a formal air. He looked at us as my brother snapped a picture, and I felt an unexplainable tingling. Shrugging it off as the autumn weather, I continued to watch the driver. Our parents called our names, and we turned back to look at them, agreeing that we should all go for a ride in the carriage. My mom asked what we were looking at, and I turned back and pointed. What happened next is the strangest thing I've ever experienced. There was no carriage standing on the corner with us. My brother just looked as puzzled, and we continued the search about the corner, thinking it must have driven off after we turned to look at my parents. But the carriage, driver, and horse were nowhere in sight. I found it odd also that we had not heard them drive off, as one would think a horse walking on stone could not be terribly quiet. A week or so later, we got the film developed. My brother and I searched through the pictures at least 3 times, trying desperately to find the one he had taken off the carriage. But though all the exposures from his camera were present, we could not find the one of the gleaming black carriage, Mary Driver, and the magic Clydesdale. We did, however, find a startling shot of the corner it had been on, with a little glowing orb just right center. My brother and I prickled. The real start, however, did not come until about 2 days after that, when I was reading a book about the ghost of London I'd picked up at the Tower of London for some light reading. I felt the same familiar prickle as I read about a popular ghost in Hyde Park, that of a man driving a gleaming black carriage pulled by a huge brown and white Clydesdale. The shadow in the chapel. A few days after walking in Hyde Park, my brother and I were wandering quietly through Westminster Abbey, enjoying the sights. We walked into the chapel that was open and sat for a moment, waiting for our parents to catch up. While we were there, he said he smelled something burning. I sniffed the air, recognizing the strong smell of incense. We looked around, not seeing anyone else in the chapel. My brother poked his head out the door, and he looked around, informing me that no one was there, and no one was burning anything nearby. Thinking this was strange, but not terribly creepy, we hung around in the chapel a while longer, chatting quietly. Our conversation was broken, however, when we heard someone chanting from the front of the chapel. We jumped, thinking we were alone. I looked up towards the front, certain we had been alone. The chanting continued in a foreign language I didn't understand. My brother, a Latin student, said later the chanting was a prayer or something. We stood there, watching the front of the chapel, looking around for anyone who might be chanting. I nearly fell over when I saw someone flicker to my left, a figure wearing a dark robe and moving slowly, walked in front of us at the head of the chapel. I remember taking a sharp step backward and falling into my brother when, after a moment's reflection, the being looked up and straight ahead. We couldn't see its face as its profile was towards us, covered by the robe's hood. That didn't matter, however, as in an instant, the being was gone. There was no more chanting, no smell of incense, nothing but me being supported by my paled and terrified-looking brother. We didn't know what to think, neither of us thinking too much of ghosts before, but neither of us could really explain it. One minute, someone standing right in front of us, and the next minute, it was gone, completely and utterly gone. Not a trace of it. First story. I was 11 when this happened. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. It was a pretty Victorian house. It still had the original barn. It was in the back. But anyway, one night we were staying up well past our bedtime, down in the living room, watching TV and talking. Well, our room, which we were supposed to be in, was directly over the living room. Well, we were sitting there, and all of a sudden, we heard what sounded like something being dragged the length of our bedroom. It was something heavy. We were so scared, so we stopped talking and muted the TV to listen. It sounded almost like a dead body. All you could hear was thump, thump, slide, thump. It was freaky. We checked on everyone, and everyone was asleep. In my second story, this is my fiance's story. He's in Germany right now. He would probably be mad at me for telling this, but I have to, because it scared me. Anyway, he's not the type of guy to get scared very easily. He doesn't believe in ghosts. We live in a town called Tacoma. It's south of Seattle. Anyway, a poor town of Tacoma is Lakewood. In this town is an old insane asylum that was torn down about, guessing, 30 years ago, and then rebuilt across the street. Go figure. It's called Western State. My fiance and a couple of his friends went to the hospital for the fun of it. The ruins are still there. They were down in the basement, which also happens to be the boiler room. They were walking down there and came around a corner and saw a bunch of bugs and such. They figured a bum was staying down there as they turned to leave. Dave is a pretty small guy, so he got pushed to the back. As he was about to leave himself out of the window, he felt someone tap him on his shoulder and heard someone whisper something to him. He figured it was the bum, so he turned around, but there was nothing there. He freaked out because it was a split second that he'd heard something and felt the tap. So he started screaming for his friends to come and get him. His friends had to pull him out of the window because he was freaking out the whole time. A third story. I was sleeping one time in my bedroom, and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I suddenly woke up because I had the feeling that someone was in the room with me. I had my own room at the time, and it was pitch black in my room. But I looked in the corner where my door was, and I could just barely make out the outline of a man. He was just standing there and watching me. I couldn't breathe or think. I just stayed there for about 2 minutes, trying to figure out what to do. I finally got the balls to reach over and yank on the lamp. When I did, nothing was there. Fourth story. Me and my sister were at my grandma's visiting, and recently, my uncle had passed away in the house. He had gone missing for about 2 weeks. My grandma didn't think anything of it, because he did that sometimes. She went in his room looking for something, and there he was, lying on his bed, half decomposed. She said it took forever to get the smell out. On my grandma's TV was a plastic vase with a flake flower in it. The TV was off, and my grandma was at work, so me and my 2 sisters was sitting around and talking. I believe we were talking about my uncle when all of a sudden the vase went flying off the TV. When I say flew, I mean flew. It flew like 5 feet. We all stopped and decided to go to bed. Fifth story. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. I was like 15 or something. My godmother had just told us to go to bed. We were just getting ready for bed when I hear my godmother yelling at me to get my butt in bed. I came out of my best friend's room and said we were. She then proceeded to tell me that she had seen me in the reflection in the window walk by from the stairs to the kitchen, but the room we were in was right next to where she was. Freaky. The sixth and final story. I was babysitting my nephew one night. I was sitting on, listening to music and relaxing, when I heard my sister laugh. Thinking that was weird, because I hadn't heard them come home, I got up to check. There was no one there. I know my sister's laugh. About 30 minutes later, I heard my sister cough. Again, I got up to check. Nothing. I don't know much about this house. I've only been here about 8 months. It's my brother-in-law's house. This house is kind of weird though. When all sounds have died down, you can hear clicking and sometimes even what kind of sounds like walking sounds. I sleep with my door open, so I'd hear if my sister had opened her door. But they're like soft walking sounds. Odd. Anyway, I have tons more stories. I'm a very strong believer in ghosts, so if you want to hear more stories, just email me and let me know. I was reading your site around Halloween and noticed Green Man, and instantly knew what the reference was. I had heard this story dozens of times by my dad who visited Raymond. Then, I realized the legend was not correct. The legend states that late at night, you could witness a ghost wandering around the tunnels and bridges around town. There have been numerous reports over the years of a man with a green face walking after hours. He is known as the Green Man. This is because when people have seen this figure, the apparition has a terrifying green face as he floats by the local tunnels and bridges of the area. The real version is extremely depressing, but the real version in the least. The horrible accident occurred in Evans City. Raymond, unsure of the last name, and his older brother were flying a kite near some electrical wires next to a tree. The kite got stuck, and Raymond followed his brother up the tree to retrieve it. When Raymond's brother grabbed the kite, both brothers got electrocuted. Raymond's brother was killed, and Raymond was severely burned. He was extremely disfigured, and it was extremely hard for him to walk because of the accident. The residents of Evans City collected nearly $30,000 for the boy for his care. His older sister and her boyfriend ran off with the money, leaving Raymond without the money he needed to get well. From then on, the townspeople took him under their wing and took care of him the best they could, but without the funds to do it. My dad's grandmother, who lived in Suiki, told my dad and his brothers and sisters the story of the Green Man when they went to visit her. Raymond, now an adult, walks down the road to and from the tunnel every night. The sun would hurt his eyes, since it only had a thin sheath of skin to cover them, so he did not go out in the daylight. He could barely walk, but did so every night regardless. People from all over came to bring him money, gum, and cigarettes, even while he was on his nightly walks to the tunnel and back home. The Green Man came from the color his skin looked when the headlights would hit him. He had been charred so badly, he was gray, so the headlights actually made him look a greenish-gray color. Unfortunately, my dad couldn't confirm this because he is colorblind. Raymond had a hole for a mouth, no nose except for a hole, and holes for ears. My great-grandpa and my Uncle Carl, then a teen, got out and handed Raymond a pack of Lucky Strikes and a pack of gum. Raymond talked to them for a bit, though you could barely understand what Raymond was saying. Behind my great-grandma's car were many more cars, waiting to see Raymond, as there were more every night. At this point, Raymond was a bit of a celebrity. Raymond was watched by the town and the police, and he never had any trouble with the visitors. My family left, and the next car pulled up to visit. My dad recalls hearing of Raymond's passing some years later. Must have been about 1985. The interesting aspect of the story is that years after Raymond's demise, I've had friends who have passed by the tunnels and have noticed gray mists, orbs, and other strange phenomena, where that they witnessed phenomena near the very same tunnels that Raymond used to frequent. One of my friends is a non-believer and a true skeptic of the paranormal, and he had experience where he saw the Green Man years after his death. Just like the story, he shined his headlights as he was driving through the tunnel and nearly wrecked his car. He thought that he had saw a man wandering around who appeared to have a green face. He appeared so quickly that my friend had little time to react. His car came to a complete halt, but there was nobody in sight. Whether Raymond haunts the road and tunnel, I don't know. However, I'd like to believe that the legend is now true, after the experiences that my friends have had. A little ironic, but fascinating, nevertheless. These experiences all occurred at my grandmother's house, which is called Gwynmick Manor. Although the house isn't very big, it's around 200 years old. All my dad's family have lived there, and my grandmother now lives there alone. There have been many different events. Things such as footsteps, dogs barking at something unseen, in the shower being turned on and off, or just a few minor things. One time, my uncle fell asleep in the kitchen at night, and the door he was sleeping next to was flung open, waking him up, even though there was no draft, and it was an airless night. The same uncle also had experiences as a young child. When he was younger, he would hear footsteps from outside his window late at night, as though someone was walking hurriedly over gravel. At the same time, he would see two big black dogs sitting by his bed. Another time, my grandma was walking upstairs with some laundry when she dropped something and bent down to pick it up. As she was retrieving it, she saw a pair of shoes on the steps in front of her, as real as a human's. She looked up and saw a long skirt and the start of a shirt, and then the figure disappeared. My grandma swears to this day that the story is true, and says although she didn't feel threatened, she certainly wonders who this woman is. There was no one else in the house at the time, and the stairs are curved, so if someone had walked down them, you would have seen. Most recently, my sister and I were in the corridor opposite the dining room, which is locked when it's not in use. There is a key on the outside of the door. We were standing there talking when the key started to move, as if someone was trying to get out from inside. We thought maybe someone was in there at first, but then we remembered that the key had been moving from our side of the door. Most recently, we were sitting on the lawn whilst my dad and uncle played badminton on the court behind us. The garden is raised almost on a hilltop, with steps leading up to it, so the grass we were sitting on was in line with the upstairs bedroom window, if that makes sense. We were facing the window, talking, and looking in at my grandmother's two dogs, who could have been sitting on her bed. My grandma had gone out shopping and had left her dogs shut in her bedroom. First, we saw one of the dogs start barking urgently at something in the far corner, which was out of sight from us. This continued, and the dog then jumped onto the bed again and started barking directly at us. We thought this was strange, but what happened next couldn't be explained. A white mist, almost in the form of a hand, passed over the dog's head, as though it were stroking her. She then stopped barking. We both looked at each other in horror, knowing that we both had seen the same thing. There was no sunlight that could have reflected through the windows, and I honestly can't think of another explanation for the hand we had seen. I still feel scared when I go into the house. January 1999. I'd been working for an American company in Evesham in the UK. The company was based in a small industrial estate called Briar Close End East. On the edge of this estate is a small pub called the Oddfellow Arms. We all used to go to this pub now and then for a quick pint of a lunchtime. I personally used to have a pint, perhaps once or twice a week there. Anyway, as you go in on a fairly regular basis, you tend to get to know some of the locals. There was one couple in particular that the story is about. They were an old couple. He was an ex-counselor and had to use a frame to walk with. He was always with his wife. She used to drive him everywhere. Obviously, he couldn't get anywhere without her assistance. It was just after the Christmas break, first week back at work in January. I decided to go for a sandwich and a drink at the pub. Funny thing was, I noticed that this chap was on his own, sat in the corner. He tipped his glass to me as usual to acknowledge me. I thought no more about it. Later that day, I spoke to my warehouse manager. He frequented the pub on a more frequent basis and knew all the regulars by name. So, I mentioned to him how odd it was that the old guy was on his own. Astonished, he replied, "That's impossible. The old guy had died over Christmas." I have never forgotten this, and some people, including my wife, have told me I must be mistaken, but I know what I saw, and I know when I saw him. For all those people who know the Oddfellows Arms Evesham, perhaps some of you may remember this chap and his wife that frequented the pub, or maybe someone else had seen him too. I'm recently going to a neighboring school by this house, and have visited it frequently. I never get a safe feeling while in there, and recently, we found a mutilated animal, not like it was feasted on, but just torn apart, and left in front of the house, maybe for some sort of omen, or a warning. The body was ripped to shreds, and its skin on the hands were ripped off, just showing its appendages. Later, we found the skull of the animal adjacent to it, and we noticed the jaw was removed, but the skull itself was in a very clean fashion. No blood, or guts, or any kind of fluids, not even dirt marks. The skull almost looked like it had been washed. That not being the strangest thing, I have a friend of mine who is a female, who is as well as extremely interested in the paranormal, and she has recently gone to the house, and the first encounter dealt with her and her best friend going into the house and just walking around. The problem was that they did not even get to enter into the house. Right before stepping on the yard, the house is surrounded by large bushes. They heard a sound coming from one. Other times that I've been with her, we swore we heard footsteps beside us in the bushes, as if being watched. Her best friend saw a shadow and became very frightened and began to flee. My friend was not as scared and refused, and her being the determined person that she is, continued to go forth. The sound was continuing this whole time. Her friend left sprinting, and so just to be a good friend, she decided to go catch up. She was not running so fast, and in her light jog, she turned around and noticed a woman with bright blonde hair, this being the only thing sticking out, chasing after them, and even got off the yard and continued in the pursuit. When seeing this, my friend began to run even faster and eventually ran to the church where they parked their car. She called me while this was happening, I guess to help us believe, and also she knew I was very interested, and I could hear the fear in her voice. When she returned, she told us the story, and one of the girls who was a local asked about what she had saw, and when she said the thing chasing them had long blonde hair, the local freaked and admitted that the woman who was murdered did in fact have long blonde hair. This scared and excited all of us because my friend who was chased had no idea how the woman looked or anything of that sort. Not being enough for us, we decided to go back with another group of kids who swear they know much about demons. We weren't allowed to go on because the demon group refused to get on because they swore they could just feel the evil. Well, they went back, and we ended up going another day with other friends. We just heard small sounds and footsteps. Other friends' stories deal with the chair in the living room that has two missing legs would be dragged across the living room. But one day, my friend, being the brave girl that she is, went into the house by herself one night, and she was walking around, and really did not notice anything. She made a comment expressing how upset she was that nothing was happening, and a few minutes later, she heard a high-pitched shriek, and right then she was pushed, what she guessed to be about 4 feet, and pinned to the wall. She stumbled out of the house, and when she got home, her best friend noticed the scratches on her forehead. She still has them right now. This incident is very recent. That same night, her friend later called me saying that she had fallen asleep and was not responding, and that she was breathing normally, but her body was extremely cold. We haven't gone back yet, but we noticed that activity is much higher when fewer numbers are around. I look forward to giving you updates. Also, I'm from McAllen, Texas, and there's a building in that area that is rumored to be haunted. There's this building, and it is extremely haunted on the 3rd floor. I'll go ahead and check that out as well, and I'll give you an update as soon as possible. My name is Andrew Pierce, and I'm a local ghost hunter here in Warwick, Rhode Island. Having experience in paranormal investigation helps every time I tell my story, because living with ghosts and experiencing ghosts are 2 different things for me. I moved into my home 15 years ago, at the age of 6. The first night in my new house, I slept in what is now my mother's room, and before waking that night, I had nightmares of bloody murder, massacres, and deadly beatings. At the time I was just scared, but now, after researching, I've come to the conclusion that this was a ghostly encounter. Between the ages of 7 and 10, I suffered 4 experiences in my dreams where strange people would walk around in my house. The only problem is that they weren't living, and in each of these dreams, they were foreshadowings of what are now actual hauntings. The area with the most activity is my basement, which has been finished and where several phenomena have occurred. The first came when I was 12. I was headed upstairs from my computer room when I saw a figure out of the corner of my eye. When I turned around, it was a little girl huddled in the corner and looking at me. She was dressed in 18th century garb and looked like she had just left church or some sort of social gathering. She has never been seen again, but she has been felt throughout the house, and even experienced once by someone who had never been in my house before. This occurred when a friend of mine was sleeping downstairs, waiting for us to get back from a run to CVS. She was asleep on the couch when a ghostly arm or hand touched her arm, and then proceeded to knock over a couple of items on the table. When she had informed me of this, I knew it was the girl. Another haunting would be in my mother's room, where, if you are alone upstairs and my dog is not around, a growling sound comes from her room. It is entirely inexplicable, but I have a feeling an angry ghost lives in there, but cannot gather enough energy to support anything other than making sounds and haunting dreams. Shortly after my neighbor died, he built the house for his children and loved my family very much. Most of the hauntings disappeared, and a sense of comfortability ran through the house. Everything was at normal temperature, and there was no more dreaded sense of being followed or even watched. This has comforted me greatly, but it only lasted for a short time. Since that time, several newer and less aggressive ghosts have entered the house, and they are seemingly very friendly with my dog. Where he used to bark at them, he is now okay with them and can even be seen playing with them. This was witnessed when I saw him playing with his ball alone, but then noticed that the ball was rolling to him on its own. He would bring it back, and it would only roll once more. Also, this same ghost apparently hates breakfast because it disturbed us one time by knocking over a bunch of papers on the counter and spinning the trash can lid violently. No explainable cause was determined, as it was the middle of winter and no windows were open, and we don't have a fan in our kitchen area. Another ghost prefers to walk around the foyer and up and down the stairs, but never seems to go past the hallways. That's really all that happens, but I wanted to report these since they are the only real, vivid ghost experiences I could ever recall. Thank you. We bought a house in Yucca Valley in 1988, built during World War II, from what we were told, 2 bomb shelters. House added on to the years to come. Interesting old place, but nothing special other than the fact we thought we could turn it into our dream house. 2-story, white picket fence, etc. A couple weeks after moving in, my husband and I were in the kitchen, talking, when I thought I saw something. A fog, an image of a lady going through the dining room, not saying a word, thinking my husband would think I was nuts. He said to me, "Did you see that?" My husband and I choose to sleep in the downstairs bedroom, and the girls upstairs at that point. We were in a king-size waterbed, framed firmly on the floor, so it's not logically possible for something to be placed underneath it. After we began renovating the upstairs, we moved our bed up there, and the girls had the downstairs to sleep. Full-size beds, sitting on regular bed frames. There was nothing on the floor when we moved our bed out. A few weeks later, one of my daughters informed us that something was under our bed. My husband investigated and found a black and white photo, as well as some silk scarves. We called the former owner to ask if he knew who or what it might be. He came to look, said the photo was of his dead wife, and the scarves had belonged to her. A few months later, my husband found a painted portrait of a young man in his workshop. Again, called the former owner. He said it was of his dead son. A year or so later, one of my daughters saw the same image, the fog, image of a lady. He or she never caused us any harm, except for the fact that money we hid in one place or another had disappeared. After living there a while, we met the neighbors. They informed us former owner's wife had died from cancer in the bedroom photo, and scarves were found. His son, portrait found, had offed himself at the Yucca Valley Inn. Ashes had been spread on the property, according to them, the neighbors, but these facts were not disclosed to us at the time that we bought the house. After living there some 19 to 20 years, we decided to move, not because of spirits, just now that the kids have grown up and moved out on their own and wanted to downsize. I used to live at the House of 1,000 Stairs in Redlands, California. I lived there for about 10 years off and on with my godparents. They lived there full time. I came on the weekends and during the summer. This place is very active at night. My godsister and I would see the spirits of ghostly nuns walking down the stairs. They would stop to ring the bells in the bell towers and then evaporate into a mist. After a while, we removed the bell that connected to the stairs. There were other spirits as well. Some were pleasant, while other spirits we believed were demons. I think the scariest experience we had was one night when I was sleeping in one of the rooms. I woke up to seeing multiple green lights floating aimlessly around me before disappearing. They had to have been orbs. I remember there was a closet which was slightly open. When I looked at the closet, I noticed the head of a figure peeking out with red eyes. If you've seen the famous Amityville horror picture, that's how it looked to me, except with red eyes, of course. There are tunnels that run under the property, and rooms as well, all made out of dirt. Some of the rooms' doors have been covered over with dirt and rocks, so that you cannot get in. If you stay down there at night, you will see nuns going in and out of these rooms that have been covered over. I'm not sure what the nuns did in this house, but there are many restless spirits here. I also believe this place draws mentally unstable people to it. While we lived there, on multiple occasions, we had to call the police because people would break into the property, knocking at our door, telling us the spirits told them to come here. There are so many stories I could tell you, but it's a very unusual place after a while. My godsister and I would sleep in the game room next to our parents' room because we were too scared to stay in our room. That's about all I'm willing to share for now, but I hope you enjoyed these stories. I know that most high schools claim to be haunted, but my old alma mater has everything from restless Indian spirits, students that died on campus, as well as the spirits of some priest that passed away at the campus. Its name is Bishop Olney High School. It's located immediately next to the San Fernando Mission Cemetery, and is directly across the street from Eden Memorial Park, a cemetery for Jewish believers. To make this easier, I will list the different stories I've heard and my own limited encounters. 1. Our school's built on what used to be an old orange grove. It was also used as a burial ground for Native Americans who built the mission. Several different faculty members have heard the sounds of an old woman crying right inside our alumni hall, and one claiming to have seen her pacing back and forth. I myself went there late with 3 friends one night in an attempt to see if we could prove anything for ourselves. We heard the same crying noises and saw a brief glimpse of a black silhouette through the all-glass walls of the building. Other faculty members have claimed to see an Indian chief in full ceremonial garb near the school's chapel and the hallways behind it. 3. Members of the water polo, swimming team, and marching band have heard a young boy crying from the old archives located underneath the buildings on the west side of campus. The water polo and swimming teams used to use the old showers that were built for the priests when the school was a seminary, and the band used to store its equipment in spare rooms down there. One story of an eyewitness who saw the spirit is one of the creepiest our school has. A few of the girls on the swim team went down to the showers after practice and found all the shower heads on and a little boy standing in the middle of the room. The boy didn't respond to any attempts at conversation. The girls left to get a coach to try and get the boy to talk. When they got back, all of the shower heads were off, and the boy was nowhere to be found. This part of the school is directly next to the graveyard. Only a chain-link fence separates the two properties. Our pool is technically rented space from the graveyard. In the new school archives, located on the second floor of the building over the old archives, there have been reported sightings of a priest in his uniform, reading or filing books. This same hallway, nicknamed the Forbidden Hallway by students, because it has all the permanent records in school's computers' mainframes and is off limits to any student without permission, was once the dorm rooms for the young priests in training when the site still served at the cemetery. A lot of men of God passed on at this location. 5. The hallway behind the school's chapel has had several sightings. The Indian chief, the little boy, and shadowy silhouette have all been seen here. The boys' bathroom is a hotspot for strange happenings late at night. I would be there late for extracurriculars or what have you, and one night when I was there, the door to this bathroom closed and opened twice. No one else was there to do this, trying to test the spirit. I said, "Is someone here?" And the stall door I was in flung open. It didn't feel like a bad spirit, but it was definitely wanting to make itself known. There are plenty of other stories at the school from all different sources. Those are just the ones I've heard the most, and my own little 2 encounters. I really hope this haunting hotspot gets a slot on this website, because I don't think spirits are going anywhere. Yes, great website. When I was a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, I remember this clearly as if it happened yesterday. I did something bad to be sent to my room as a punishment. I was laying in bed, not sleeping, mind you, just laying there, looking up at the ceiling. As you may have guessed, I was bored out of my skull. Anyway, a few moments later, I looked at the head of my bed and saw 2 white heads, round-shaped, with red eyes. No teeth, or any body for that matter. They just kept staring at me. I screamed as loud as I could, and my mother came running into the room. As soon as she did, the image or ghostly figure, or whatever it was, had vanished. This house that this happened in was known to be haunted. I'm not sure by what. I asked my mother years afterwards if she had any odd experience in that house. After I told her what happened, she said yeah. When she was down in the basement doing laundry, she heard someone call her name. No one was in the house at the time. I'm not sure where I was, or my brother were at the time, but I know we didn't call her. We call her Mommy, not by her first name, as this thing did. She answered it. Now, as I recall, if something unknown calls out your name and you answer it, isn't that an invite? This house is located in Vermont on West Road in Burlington. I forget the number of the house. My mother said I was a gifted child. Gifted, meaning able to sense things, as well as sometimes able to predict the future, which I've had in the past. It's not something that happens to me all of the time. Just once in a blue moon, I'd get visions in my dreams that come as warning signs. For example, my brother was going on spring break during the days of his high school years, driving his Jeep over to coastal beaches in Florida. I recall having a dream of him doing this, and his Jeep caught fire while he was driving down the road. Odd how this dream came about. I told my brother not to go. He thought I was crazy, of course, and he didn't believe in that sort of thing, nor does my husband. Anyway, my brother called me up one day and said that his Jeep caught fire. He had a flat tire and parked on the side of the road. He wasn't going to spring break. He was just heading over to a friend's house when this happened. Come to find out, some punk started the fire to his Jeep. In 1977, my friend and I were driving on Old Pleasanton Road during the night. We were heading south when we came upon a woman wearing a black wedding dress. All she was doing was standing there, not moving an inch. We decided to pull over to see if she needed assistance, but didn't go too close, in case it could have been an ambush. No response from the woman. We didn't see that she had a vehicle anywhere around. It was beyond sketch, so we ended up not helping the woman out and continued to drive down the road. As we were driving down the road, we could have sworn we saw the lady through my rearview mirror. She was following us. The only difference was, she was not walking. She was floating towards us. This was after we had driven a mile from where we originally saw her, and there was no way she could have caught up with us in time. Within seconds, the lady disappeared, and she was nowhere in sight. We had to stop the car on the side of the road to gather ourselves, because it almost felt like something out of a movie. When I got home, I told my grandma what happened to us, and she was stunned just like I was. A week after this incident, around the same time period, I received a phone call that my friend was found murdered with a knife through his heart at the same location where we spotted the lady a week ago. My grandma told me that it could have been death coming for him. I still tremble at the thought of reliving all that happened that dark night in 1977. Great Aunt Amy. She lived in a small 2-room shack in the middle of a very remote wooded area in northern Michigan, next to her brother and his wife. I remember her writing to me in the mid-60s and telling me they had a road name and a sign now. My younger sister and I loved going there to visit. We would walk in the woods and explore an old cabin and trailer in the woods north of them. They lived very primitively, an outhouse with magazines for toilet paper, and slaughtered their own pigs and cows. There was a great green apple tree down the road, and we always stopped to get our pickings before heading home. One time, we heard a weird noise, and my mother told us to hurry up and get in the car. We had to get going. It was a bear calling for her cub, and we were downwind. Mom feared we may have been between the mother bear and her cub. Whenever we went to visit, we went to see the uncle and his wife first, then Great Aunt Amy. Although we would see her peering over the tiered kitchen curtain when we arrived, Great Aunt Amy was very short and stout, and you could just see the top of her head from the eyes up, over the lower curtain, and I'm sure she was on her tiptoes at that. But she was always so surprised to see us, and just happened to have cookies or rolls just out of the oven. The day of her funeral, the late 1970s, my sister Kathy and I got out of the back seat of the car on opposite sides. I looked at Great Aunt Amy's cabin and then looked over the top of the car at my sister. I knew she saw her too. Great Aunt Amy's little head, eyes peering up over the curtain, as she always did when we came to visit. I could almost smell those rolls baking that she just happened to be making. Recently, my sister and I took a random trip to the area and went by to see the little old cabin again. But this time, it was gone. A new home stood just to the east of its location. I was very disappointed. My sister turned to me and said, "That's alright. She's still there. Can you feel her?" I could. My father remarried 3 years ago, and when we moved into his wife's house, I began experiencing paranormal things. I've experienced things ever since I was a child. My mom and siblings were always sensitive to the paranormal. My siblings were pretty used to it, but I'd never seen anything significant until we moved into our new home. It started slowly. I couldn't sleep well at night and had been hearing bangs. I dismissed it all at first as being in new surroundings, but it continued. My sister moved in, and we began sharing stories about things we had heard in the house. They were matching up pretty well. One night I was laying in bed, and I heard hand slams against my window and slide down it. I freaked out because my window had a screen on it. So I went into my sister's room to sleep with her and kept hearing banging from my room. There was no one in there. I slept in my sister's room a couple of times before I could sleep in my room again. I began seeing black masses for brief moments after a while, and my sister had one in her room that was about 8 feet tall and human-shaped. We began doing all that we knew, which was praying. After a few years of this, I got a little used to it, but couldn't wander the halls at night without being terrified. One night, I was playing on the computer and heard a very loud bang like a door slamming, so I went to my room. I shut my door and leaned against it and heard running up and down the hallway. Things like this began happening on a regular basis, and at the time, I felt like my sister was the only one I could talk to. Then one day, something on a different level happened. I was in bed at night, and I had a bunch of glass carousels on my dresser. I'm a firm believer in 3 a.m. being the witching hour, and at that time, all my carousels went off playing music, and a couple fell off the dresser. Once again, I played and slept with the lights on. I had one final major experience before I moved out. My dad's room stayed locked during the day, so when we heard scratching on the walls, it sounded like something was scratching the walls and the ceiling. I ran to the bedroom door and it stopped, but could see a shadow moving around under the door. The scratching then continued, so I went outside. I moved and don't experience things like that anymore, but sometimes hear noises in my apartment. I just ignore it because I know my family and I are skeptical to these kinds of things. Just keep my faith and know that I know it's human in my apartment. My dad's house, I'm not so sure. This happened to my mother's uncle in the 50s. Her aunt and uncle were coming back to San Antonio, Texas, on Highway 87 when their car broke down during the night. Uncle Steve went walking during the midnight hour to get help before he told my aunt to lock all the doors. She did just that. About 3 a.m., 3 men in a car stopped to help her. They told her that they would help her, but she told them that her husband had gone to get help, and he might be coming back. So, the men told her that they will leave, and they were going to leave her some food in a brown paper bag, which they left on the hood of her car. Hours after she thought about the food in the bag, but she was too scared to get out of the car. Soon, a highway trooper arrived. She told him that her car broke, and her husband had gone and never returned. The trooper asked her if she had seen a few gentlemen in a '57 Chevy. She told him about the 3 men that stopped, and before he left, he asked her about the bag on the hood of the car. She told him that the men left her some food in case she would get hungry. The officer grabbed the bag and peeked in it, and out of the bag, her husband's head came out. She has not been the same ever since then. I live in a small town in Kansas. I've lived in several houses in this town, and in just about each house have had strange experiences. The first I can recall was in a small farmhouse in the country. My sister and I shared a room and had bunk beds. The head of the bed was the opposite of how most people would set a room up. The head of the bed was by the window, and the foot of the bed was flush to the wall. I was in the bottom bunk, and my sister in the top bunk. I recall waking up one night and looking out the window to the shed that was across from me. In the top window, the second floor, I noticed a black human figure, no discernible facial features. It had a pale yellow light glowing around it, just purely out of fear and not wanting to experience this alone. I asked my sister, who was supposedly asleep on the top bunk, if she was seeing what I was seeing, not expecting to hear her to really answer me, and she said yes. We still joke about our psychic connection. When I was in high school and living in a small town as I do, my friends and I would drive around the countryside, mostly because we heard that there was some scary haunted place outside of town, and we always liked to investigate. But one night, I was sitting in the front seat of my friend's car and noticed that there was a small boy running in the road ahead of us. It was rather late at night, at least sometime after midnight, a very strange hour for young boys to be running out in the country. I noticed that he had on a red and green striped shirt and brown pants. What was really creepy though was the way he just kept looking back at us, almost begging to be hit. I could only see this boy at the middle point of the curve in the road. Just as we were rounding the last corner, he would disappear. It would only last several seconds. I questioned whether or not I was losing my mind, or if I really saw it, because no one else did. Another story I have was when I bought the house I live in now, still the same town. I'd fallen asleep on the floor in my living room. My dog was sleeping next to me. I'm not even sure what exactly woke me up, but when I looked towards my bedroom, I could see a small girl in a white nightgown. She had blonde hair, and next to her was a white cat. I could see through them. They had a mist around them. And again, just as it registered what I was seeing, they vanished. A few months later, I was in my room, standing on the edge of my bed, which is right next to the bedroom door. I was reaching for the light fixture to change the light bulb, with my arms extended. I noticed a man, dark short hair, and in his 30s. He had dark rimmed glasses, and he walked past me through the living room, into my room. As soon as he got past my arm, so he would be standing right in front of me, he disappeared. I've also noticed small dark figures, a possible dog, like roaming around me when I was walking in my house at night. I always try to jump over them, thinking that it was my dog, but she was in another room when this happened. In 1978, my parents purchased a relatively new house in Niceville, Florida. The land the house had been built on had previously been a swamp that was drained to make way for the housing subdivision. Nothing bad had ever happened in the house, yet, after living in the house for a short time, we all began to notice odd things. It started the night I broke up with my fiance. My parents had got out for the evening, and I was in my bedroom crying. Suddenly, I realized I was not alone. I looked up and I saw a woman dressed in the turn-of-the-century clothing. She had a look of extreme empathy on her face. I did a double take. Never take your eyes off of them, I've learned. And my visitor was gone. My brother brought her engagement ring into my room so that I could take it to work the next day and have it sized. When I woke up from my nap, I got the ring off the dresser and noticed that it wasn't quite right. I got on my loupe and discovered that the ring had been squashed. I took the ring to my parents and showed it to them. Dad examined the ring. As a scientist, he was a little more observant than I was. He pointed out that the ring appeared to have been squashed from the right, beside the head that held the diamond, as if it had been sitting on the rear shank of the ring, and an incredible force put on it that literally broke the head from the shank, without leaving a single scratch or gouge mark. That kind of spooked me, since I had been sleeping with the ring on the nightstand next to my head, and it had been fine prior to being placed by my bed. However, events would soon unfold that made us all realize that the house was indeed haunted by the lady, but she was a friendly ghost, provided you were nice to her family. After having moved to the house, my mom was in a terrible car accident, which almost killed her. She was in the hospital for over 6 weeks, and even after she got out, she was in and out of the hospital repeatedly. By this time I was married and out of the house, but my middle sister's kids would stay over while my sister worked nights. My niece slept in my old room, which seemed to soon become the epicenter for activity, perhaps because of the pre-adolescent age. It started with her being awakened by the feeling that someone was sitting on the bed. She turned on the light and saw depression in the bed, as if someone were sitting there. As she watched, the depression slowly lifted out, as if the person sitting there had stood up. She was too frightened to sleep in the room after that, so her brother slept there for her. He was awakened every night by the sound of a dresser drawer being pulled out and rattled. At first he thought it was Granny, but then he turned the light on and there was no one there. The final straw for my sister's kids came when they were sleeping over one night. Mom had just been released from the hospital, yet again, and was sitting up in the den. Dad had gone to bed. Suddenly, Dad was awakened by the sound of the smoke alarms going off. He ran into the den and found Mom passed out. She had been in incredible pain since her accident and had begun stashing pills for a grand escape. That night, she had gotten so depressed that she ended up taking all the pills that she had been hoarding. There was no evidence of smoke in the house, not even Mom's usual cigarette smoke. By this time, the smoke alarms had stopped blaring their alarms, but Dad stood there, surveying the scene and thinking about how much pain Mom was in and how horrible her life had been since the accident, and even going as far as to whether it was even right for him to decide that Mom was not entitled to escape the horror her life had become. Then the smoke alarms went off again. Dad figured somebody was trying to tell him something, and he called 911. The next day, after we had all been to the hospital to make sure that Mom was going to be okay, we all gathered at my parents' house. I asked Dad why he had called the paramedics. I felt like the doctors who had saved my mom's life after the accident had not taken into consideration the lack of quality of life she would have and I felt like Mom was entitled to a reprieve from the constant torment she was in. Dad looked at me kind of funny and explained about the smoke detectors. Then he said that when he had gotten home later that night, he had torn each of the smoke detectors apart, and there was nothing wrong with any of them, nor was there any reason they should have gone off in the first place. Once Dad told us this, we all sat there with odd looks on our faces and started talking about the lady. By this time, I'd seen her twice. My older sister had seen her once, and my skeptical scientist dad even admitted to having seen her. We began comparing notes and found us finishing each other's stories and descriptions. We had all seen the same lady dressed in the same clothing, and none of us had mentioned it to the others for fear of being ridiculed. As time went by, the lady continued to watch over her family. After my dad's death in 1998, my then husband and I were in the den of the house after we had cleaned out the possessions and cleaned the house up. I'd left a book on the counter and X went back to get it. Our marriage was on the rocks and he was becoming increasingly abusive to me. Something that the lady didn't seem to care for. He had always laughed at our family ghost stories, up till the day. But when he went back in the house to get my book, he came out of the house shaking and white. He had felt a cold hand brush across his face. Then, when he didn't leave fast enough, he felt the same cold hand pushing him in the back, propelling him to the door. The lady was trying to tell him that she did not appreciate the way she was treating one of her kids, nor was he welcome in her home. After that, the lady began dropping by my house. I always knew she was around because the stove timer would go off for no reason and the dresser drawers would rattle. After I left the abusive hubby and moved to the Midwest, the lady would come by and visit me there from time to time, always setting off the timer on the stove, rattling drawers, playing tricks with the blinds, anything she could do to let me know she was keeping an eye out for me. I realized that this is unusual for ghosts to leave their primary residence and to actually follow people from home to home, but I talked to some friends who all felt like the lady was probably a female ancestor who had died in childbirth, so she felt responsible for looking out for her family. After going through the family archives, we found a photo of my great-grandmother. She had died of appendicitis when she was pregnant. The baby also died. The woman in the photo looked like the lady. My sister is now living in the house. When she first moved in, she put some pots in the cabinet, then went to the bathroom for a minute. When she came back out, the pots were sitting on the floor. Earrings and rings that had been lost for years, some in different houses that we lived in, suddenly appeared on the cabinets or in my sister's jewelry box. Unseen hands frequently pull back the curtains to look outside, and my sister's dog loves to romp and play with the unseen visitor. I could go on and on about all the poltergeist activity, some that seemed to be coming from the lady, others that seemed to be coming from my deceased dad. From fax machines that go off when they aren't plugged in, my deceased dad's voice calling me to wake me up when the gas fireplace developed a leak, even luggage being set on its end. Weird stuff just follows my sister and I around. Just 2 nights ago, while laying in bed, I was awakened by the bed shaking. I sat up and looked around and found my husband sound asleep and the door securely closed against kitty visitors. I laid back down and snuggled up to my hubby, thinking that he just had a chronic jerk that shook the bed, when it suddenly hit again. The whole bed kinda went womp, as if a 20-pound weight had been dropped on it. This time, I knew that there were no cats in the room, and since I'd been snuggled up to my hubby, I knew he had not jerked in his sleep. It's nice having your own guardian spirit to watch over you, but it can really interfere with your sleeping. I know that some people think that we're all nuts, or engaging in what shrinks call magical thinking, but every time I start to question my own sanity, I get another visit. It should be interesting when we move to my dad's hometown this spring. I imagine the visits will become a regular thing. Growing up in rural northern Wisconsin, there were few opportunities for earning cash, aside from service positions and agricultural work. Coming from a farm family myself, as a youth, I would hire myself out to farmers to help with the work on their respective farms, mostly crops and dairy cattle. If you never have this experience, it may come as a surprise that these farms are usually isolated and could be quite unfriendly, creepy, and sometimes dangerous. Physical injuries like losing an eye or a limb or even a life are not uncommon. This is the setting for my story. One January, I was a hired boy at a dairy farm owned by an elderly couple with whom I was acquainted with through a parish church. The farmer's house was heated by a wood furnace in the basement, where I was lodged, and among my other jobs, I had to bring in the wood and tend the fire. One day, while carrying wood down the steps, I felt pushed, which caused me to slip and fall down the stairs, landing on the concrete floor, which knocked me out temporarily. I must have been out only a minute or two, as I woke in pain and found the wood scattered all over. The farmer was very stern, and I feared how he would react to a mess and me not being busy with the work to which I had been assigned. When he did see me, he asked where I'd been and what I had been doing, and so I explained it to him. As I suspected, he was cross with me. Later that night, over supper, he told me a story which made me rethink my staying there. He related that some time ago, his wife, although a Catholic like me, had been dabbling in the occult, things like divination, astrology, cards, etc. Odd things began happening around the farm, and it was no longer prospering. He told me that the last straw had been when he awoke to find her levitating above their bed in the middle of the night. They decided to call the parish priest. The priest, whom I will call Father X in the story, was a mature, spiritual, and virtuous man whom I knew and respected. His brother was likewise a priest and an exorcist. The couple explained what was happening on their farm and house. Father X had to get rid of the occult books and the paraphernalia, and after hearing their confession and absolving them, offered to bless and cleanse the house with a kind of minor exorcism. Before getting out his handbook of rituals and his stolen holy water, he had them close and lock the doors and windows for some reason. He went through the residence, leading the couple in prayers and reciting the house blessing and minor prayers of exorcism, all the while sprinkling each room with holy water. When they reached the last room, which was the kitchen, Father X was finishing the prayers and after everyone said amen, the kitchen door, which led outside, unlocked by itself, opened, and then slammed shut. Father X then explained that this is why he had locked the doors previously, to make sure that by the door opening and closing by invisible force, he could tell by that sign that the spirit had really left. The farmer went on to explain that he liked the instruction that Father X had left him with, namely, that the devil is like a dog on a leash. The demons are all restrained by the power of God, he said, chained, as it were, and they cannot really hurt you directly unless you come within their reach. Occult practices, blasphemies, and even grave sins can put people in places within the perimeter of the influence of evil spirits, and so if you want to avoid being harmed by them, don't come near them any more than you would approach a vicious dog that has been chained. I asked the farmer if the basement where I was lodging was also blessed. The farmer thought for a moment and said he did not recall that it was. The door to the basement was right outside of the kitchen door. After the experience with my fall that day, and the story that the farmer told me about what had transpired, I determined that I would not stay there another week. I left and didn't return. I didn't explain why, except to say that I wanted to be closer to the parish church and I wanted to go to daily mass. I did not have my own transportation at that time, except my bicycle. The farmer was unhappy that I left, as I was hardworking and well behaved, but for me, there were plenty of other farms where I could work that did not have such problems. Throughout my life, I'd seen and experienced a few things that I can only describe as supernatural. Everything I'm about to tell you about actually happened, and I will describe each experience as I remember them. The first thing I can remember happened whenever I was only a young boy, growing up outside a village in Northern Ireland called Besbrook. It was during the winter because we had a heavy snowfall the previous night, and I was outside playing with my two brothers. After a while, I went inside to warm up because my hands were frozen. My mother told me to take off my boots so that I wouldn't tramp snow all over the house. I sat down at the table with a bowl of soup in front of me, and it was then that I noticed something out of the corner of my eye in the hall leading from the kitchen to the living room. I turned to see what it was, and what I saw absolutely terrified me. I saw the figure of a woman walking down the hall towards the kitchen. I just got up and ran out the door without putting on my boots and jacket into the snow, and refused to come back inside, even though my mother insisted that there was no woman in the house. Over the next number of years, nothing happened except what sounded like somebody walking around the house, even when the rest of the household was in bed or away. Everyone heard the noises, but chose to ignore them. Then one Saturday morning while I was still in bed, I was shook and awake and told to get up and come down to breakfast. Whenever I opened my eyes, there was no one in the room, so I assumed that they had already gone downstairs. While I was getting dressed, a voice was calling from downstairs for me to hurry up. When I did get down to the kitchen, there was no one around. Everyone else was still in bed. A few days after, my youngest brother claims to have saw a young boy standing in my parents' bedroom who just stood there looking at him. Shortly after this, someone unknown attacked my brother in his bed, leaving him with a black eye. The next few years were quiet except for the noises. Nothing else that I know of has happened in that house, except for the noises. But I did tell you that I lived outside a village. The best way to get to the village is through a wooded area, and this place is a very strange place. I could distinctly remembering a moment when I had to walk through these woods to get to the village, and all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, I saw a circle of people in white robes just standing in a circle and holding hands. I was so scared about what was happening that I ran the other direction and no longer wanted to run through those woods ever again. I actually had a friend of mine who was walking through the woods, and he swears to this day that he saw a woman just flying from the distance from one side to the other. Looked like a witch, but she was floating, had really dark black hair, and it just looked like she faded out. These are the only things I've seen in my life, and with that last story, my friend has seen, but I've heard other stories by people I know. The shop at the bottom of the road is said to be haunted by the ghosts of the 7 British people killed there in the 80s whenever the original patrol station was blown up. I mentioned earlier, I'm from Northern Ireland. There is a Hive viaduct in the area, which is used as a railway line. 18 people died constructing it, 1 for each arch, and numerous others have offed themselves off of it. The stories are that at times, you can see these people, and they all look sad. There's also the blood on one wall in a friend's house, and no matter how many times it is painted over, the blood still comes through. All this is true, and has happened within a square mile of where I live. My friend from Arizona and I made our first trip to the Queen Mary together. We happened to run into a paranormal researcher when we were on a tour and decided to stay the night. We rented a room with 2 beds so the researcher could stay with us and show us around the old boat in the middle of the night when the most activity had been reported. We attempted to fall asleep around 11 p.m. I managed to sleep quite easily and wasn't scared about sleeping in one of the reported haunted rooms. About 5 minutes after I fell asleep, my friend wakes me up. The first thing I remember was hearing a staticky voice and thought it was a radio. It wasn't until she asked me if I heard the voice. That was when I realized there was no radio anywhere in my room. My instant reaction was to turn on the light and look around the room. I reached up and tried turning on the light, and nothing happened. We were really freaking out now. The light had just been on. My friend finally turned her light on, and we laid there in bed for a few more minutes, and I decided to try the light again, and this time it turned on no problem. We tried to fall asleep again because we wanted to wander around the ship at 3 a.m. to avoid security guards. As soon as we turned off the lights and laid down, I saw my blanket pushed down and felt something on my arm. My friend also reported feeling things brush against her arm. As tired as we were, we just decided to ignore it all and go to sleep. 3 o'clock rolled around and we went to the pool room, reported to be the most paranormally active area on board. We took several pictures, and the researcher and my friend called out to the known ghosts. I didn't want to because I really felt like I was intruding. I felt sad and angry feelings throughout the whole area. I was looking around when we all heard a man moaning. My friend and I booked it back up the stairs and stood against the wall. After a few minutes, We joined the researcher again, and he continued to call out to a little girl named Jackie. I wasn't paying attention at the time, but I heard my friend gasp, and I looked over, and she asked me if I heard that. I missed it. The researcher heard it too. It was the voice of the little girl. She was singing for them. I will never forget my experiences at the Queen Mary, and actually plan on going back soon. I came aboard not believing, and left a member of a paranormal research group. My girlfriend Liz and I haven't been together for very long, but we share a passion for ghosts and hauntings. On our second date, we went to a couple sites in our county that are supposed to be haunted. The scariest one has to be the Jericho-covered bridge, located in either Falston or Jarrettsville, depending on who you ask. As Liz and I drove up to the bridge, a heavy fog rolled in, almost like the ones you see in the old movies, set in places like London. This was weird, because Liz and I have been driving around the county for the last 2 hours, and we had only encountered fog in this one place. Maryland was a neutral state during the Civil War, but racism ran deep here. The Jericho-covered bridge is a grim reminder of that. It is a well-known local legend that runaway slaves were hung from the rafters of the bridge, and sometimes left there for days. As we drove over the bridge, we both felt a chill and a sense of terror in the air, like the bridge had been, in fact, the scene of unspeakable horror. Neither one of us really wanted to leave the safety of the vehicle to take the pictures we were so willing to take just a few minutes prior. Eventually, though, we did take the pictures, and when we got them developed, we found only 2 pictures had turned out. In the first one, you can see some kind of disturbance in the air towards the rafters, and in the second one, we can definitely see an orb in the area where just a minute before, the unidentified disturbance had manifested itself. A couple of months ago, I was living in a house with similar history as the Hanging Bridge. It was a super old Victorian-style home, very big, wide and spacious, multiple rooms. A few things happened that I thought was very spooky. The first incident happened when I was sleeping with my girlfriend in bed. In one of the rooms upstairs, we had an old music box that was in the dining room. It came with the house. I was awoken by the sounds of the music box playing by itself, and could see that the door was slightly opened. Needing answers, I hopped out of bed to investigate, not understanding how the music box could play by itself. Needless to say, I made a gigantic mistake. As I opened the door and faced the stairs, I saw a dark shadow move directly up the stairs and then disappear. I froze for a second, almost chickened out, but decided to go downstairs anyway. To my surprise, there was nothing there, and all was silent. The music box had stopped playing. Another time, I was standing in the kitchen with one of my friends, and we were the only 2 people in the house at this time. We decided to use a spirit box and play with the Ouija board to conduct a session. I was fairly convinced that there was a spirit that needed guidance and was lost. We asked the spirit box multiple questions, but at first, no response was given to us. After nearly an hour, being frustrated, we nearly gave up. That was until we asked the spirit to give us a sign that they were still there. My back started to hurt, like some kind of pressure was being applied to it. I said to the ghost, "Is that you on my back?" Now get this. The spirit box sounded like it said death on the bridge. This immediately startled us, knowing that down the road was the hanging bridge. We tried asking it follow-up questions after that. The spirit didn't say anything, and just like that, the pressure on my back disappeared. I was starting to think that the ghost was trying to tell us that they were one of the ghosts that tragically passed on the bridge. The last incident happened in the kitchen. The kitchen door was slightly opened, and all of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a girl's whisper in my ear. As I looked towards the door, I saw a lady, I think, walk past the door. At first I thought it was my friend Laura, who always used to wear jeans. So I popped my head around the corner to try and scare her, but there was no one there. I wasn't scared because it was in the middle of the day. I actually found the experience quite exciting, but also unexplainable. To this day, I've always thought these incidents were all related to the hanging bridge. The Job Corps in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I was a student there in 1973. Since then, there has been a lot of renovation on the buildings, but when I was attending the Job Corps, it was pretty much the same as it was when it was an orphanage. One night, actually at 2 a.m. in the morning, when I came back to the dorms after babysitting, I had to walk across the campus to get to my room at the far end of the campus. While walking down to my room, all was very quiet in the dorms. Out of nowhere, I hear what sounded like children laughter in the distance. It was very faint, but I could definitely hear something. Yet, through the faintness of the sound, you could still hear shouts of glee and anger, as little children would do on a playground, if that makes sense. This happened behind the little chapel that was there, but the sounds came right there from behind the old chapel, and while I looked and squinted, I didn't see anybody there. I thought to myself at the time, why would parents allow their children to play so late outside? It was cold, and it was dark. Meanwhile, my hair was standing on end, and I tested the wind to see if the noise was carried from another place. Noises can carry long distances. There was no wind at all. At the time, I didn't know that the Job Corps used to be an orphanage until the next morning, when I was talking to my friend about hearing those children. This service worker told me that she used to work there as a service worker for the orphanage. She told me the voices I heard were probably the little children that died of broken hearts while she had worked there. Her face went pale as she told me that the children she thought were treated cruelly. There are two versions of this legend that I know. It's called the Devil's Footprint. The first is about a construction worker that was aggravated with a boulder that would not budge. The man stepped on the boulder and said, "I will give my soul to the devil, this boulder will move." By the next day, the boulder had moved, and there was an imprint of a human foot and a hoof print of the devil. The man was never seen again. The other version is about a farmer that was having a terrible harvest. He then said, "I will give my soul to the devil if I had a bountiful harvest." Indeed, the farmer's harvest was bountiful, and he made plenty of money. The farmer was quite pleased with himself, until the day the devil came to collect. The farmer refused to give the devil what he wanted, and a chase ensued. They ran all around the farmer's land, and the chase ended when they reached a cliff. I believe the footprints happened when they had their final fight at that cliff edge. I've heard many stories about the devil's footprint being haunted. My fiance told me about an occurrence that happened when he was there with his brothers when he was about 13. He said that his brother was contacted by a ghost, according to him, and his brother swears this very day he was standing in front of the church doors, and being a rebellious young man that he was, he attempted to kick the doors open. At the moment his foot hit the door, it swung open and knocked him off the steps. Now, you may be thinking that there was probably someone on the other side of the door playing a prank, but keep this in mind, the doors open inward, not outward. I also know someone that was there very late at night, and she swears that she saw hooded men walking the edge of the woods. I myself had an experience of sorts. One night, a friend and I decided to go find the place. We drove and drove, and we couldn't find it. When my friend was so sure she had driven too far, she turned back. We figured we better wait until daylight to look for it, so we turned on the road that we thought would take us home. And what did we see? The old cemetery and that unmistakable white church. Of course, we freaked out. My friend swerved and barely escaped going off the road. By this time, we were both feeling a little unsettling feeling in our chests. Now, whether this was due to some unwelcome presence or fear, I'm not certain. I'm assuming the latter. However, needless to say, we didn't stop there that night. My name is Bobby, and I was checking out your website, and I decided I should send in my own story. We live in Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan. This event happened on Monday, August 15th, 2005. One day, my brother named Vince was on the computer at about 4 o'clock when he heard a scream. He ran upstairs to find me and my older brother named Sam. Vince asked what was wrong, and we asked him what he was talking about, and he said he heard a woman scream, and we said nobody screamed. We were also the only ones in the house. We got scared, but eventually thought that Vince was probably hearing things and forgot about it. But a week later, me and Sam saw this website and decided to check if something was haunting our house. We checked everywhere, but found nothing. But just as we were about to give up, Sam said to me that we never checked the attic. This was the first time that anyone was up there in the attic in a very long time. We got to the attic door and opened up the hatch, and a ladder came unfolded from the top of the door. We started climbing up the ladder and got to the attic, and it was all dark. I felt the wall right behind me and found a light switch. I flipped the switch, and a dim light turned on. There was this old rocking chair rocking back and forth, the one that my grandmother used to have before she died. We totally forgot that we had gotten it and threw it up in the attic. Either way, we were freaked out. After about 2 seconds, we heard a scream so loud that it knocked me backward against Sam. We climbed as fast as we could down the ladder and shut the attic door. We were so scared that we didn't tell anyone except Vince about what happened. We checked the time, and it was exactly 4:06. We now know that Vince heard the scream from the attic a week earlier. All we know about the people that lived here before us is that they were the Andersons, and that they were an old couple that lived here and raised their kids here. I don't think it was my grandma's spirit, because she was always a gentle soul and wouldn't scare us like that. Anyway, after all the kids moved out and Miss Anderson died, a short while after that, he sold his house to us about 4 years ago. I believe Miss Anderson was the one who screamed. I guess she was mad that we stole her house from her. When I was a freshman in high school, my parents moved us from the city in central New York to a big, empty house in the country. Little did we know that the house is haunted. So many things happened there that even my skeptical dad began to believe that we were sharing the house with someone or something else. My best ghost encounter occurred in the middle of the day. I walked into the bathroom and saw, from the corner of my eye, someone that I thought was my youngest sister. I said, "Hey, Lori," but she didn't answer me. Annoyed, I turned to find out what her problem was, only to realize that it wasn't her at the sink. An old woman with gray hair up in a bun, a pink flowered dress, and a white apron was drying her hands. She turned to look at me, and then she disappeared. We weren't often frightened of the ghosts and missed them when things seemed to be quiet for too long. We would lament that they didn't like us anymore. One day, I was in the house and I went into the shower. All of a sudden, there was a huge noise. I thought a plane hit the house, or at least there was a terrible car accident outside. I jumped out, grabbed my rope, and went to investigate. I found nothing out of order at all, so I got back into the shower. Not 2 minutes later, I heard that huge noise again. I jumped out, shaking this time, and checked everywhere, but again, there was nothing to find. I decided to skip my shower. I had a ghostly nightmare about this house before even moving in. My family moved into the house, and from day one, things were creepy. People before had moved out in a hurry, and their family broke apart almost instantly in 4 months. They all spread to 4 different places. When we moved in, we all got terribly sick within the first month. My mom had a life-threatening experience. My sister ran away. All the pets in the house died mysteriously with no known cause of death. My parents divorced. All of this happened in only 4 months. I walked into the house after school one day, and I heard my name being called. I knew no one was home because none of the cars were in the driveway. The voice calling my name sounded exactly like my mother, and I looked all around for her, even though I knew that she was presently in the hospital. Within the next few days, and a few more creepy paranormal events, all 4 of us left in just as much of a hurry as the one before us, leaving most of our personal belongings. We all split, each of us in a different car, to different places away from each other and away from the house. I will never go back to see it, nor would I wish the haunting of the house on anyone else. Hello. I lived at this house from 97 to 99. It was in Atlanta. My family and many of my friends were witnesses to the occurrences. Voices, electronics malfunctioning, dark figures. It happened day and night, but mostly at night. It is an older white home near the river, and for a while, we had a rat problem. The plumbers had left a hole under the bathroom sink. The rats, who are fond of shiny objects, left 2 human molars, complete with silver fillings, on the bathroom floor on 2 separate occasions. The back of the home had a foul odor, off and on, and the crawl space had been cemented over. I'm an investigator for the state, not a hysteric. But the place made a believer out of me, my family, and half a dozen friends. My then 4-year-old son complained of the man in the mirror with a string around his neck. Voices were male and female, also a small child. I've often felt the crawl space needed to be examined, just never could figure out a way to ask the officials to do such. I truly think that there is a body or bodies under that house. Myself and a girlfriend watched as a man-shaped shadow moved across the dining room wall into the kitchen where the light turned on. While we're checking out, if you can get the new owner's permission. So when I was about 17, my family had just moved back to Canada from living in the USA. It was a bit sudden, and being a family of 6, it was a little bit of a scramble to find a place to house all of us before the snow hit. So, my mom and dad decided to live in an old house that my grandpa had on his property, just for the duration of the approaching winter ahead. The house was my great uncle's, and my grandpa skidded from my brother's property to his place. Now my grandpa has 2 quarter sections, and this house is tucked way back away from the main house, so the powers ran from the main house, and with it being so far away, there is no running water. This house is old, so to add to the running water, there also isn't heat, only a wood stove. Just to give you an idea of where we were living in. Me, being a 17-year-old, I often stayed in town and didn't stay there very often. I specifically remember the first time it happened. I was in my bed. I was the only one who would stay downstairs. With the wood stove, everyone wanted to sleep upstairs since it was warmer. So I was just starting to fall asleep, and I started to feel the room get really heavy. I remember the feeling of not being alone. The doorway didn't have a door on it. It only had a beaded curtain, and I could feel it standing there. I then remember having the feeling of total fear rush over me and froze into my core with it. Then, it moved closer, and I felt the bed move and someone crawl right beside me. Not in a way that was super noticeable, but in a sneaky, slow, sloth-moving type of way. I specifically remember wanting to vomit with fear. Then, I felt it, the feeling of an unshaven face rub against mine. I scrambled out of bed, holding my blanket, and ran up the stairs to my parents' room. I was so out of my mind with fear that I couldn't even scream. I slept on the floor with my dad's side of the bed. The next morning, Mom was wondering why her 17-year-old daughter was curled up at the foot of her bed, and I told her what happened. Later that morning, we walked over to my grandpa's house to have breakfast and go chat. My mom brought up my wild story. My grandpa and grandma silently listened, as my mom was laughing at the last bit of the story. My grandparents got really serious and turned to each other. Apparently, this has been an issue in the old house, and they didn't want to tell us, hoping we didn't acknowledge it, then it wouldn't bother us. I can honestly say it didn't feel angry or upset. It just wanted to cuddle. I didn't stay there much after that. I moved in with a cousin in town. Ghost stories are the most popular types of stories to talk about in the curious world that we live in. Some of us are skeptics, while others truly believe that the supernatural world is real. I truly believe that entities are real, and this is a true story involving my cousin. He didn't see a ghost, but he felt our presence, and is now fully convinced that we are visited by spirits, even though this event happened years ago, and at the time, he was truly skeptical. My cousin is a doctor, and he lives in the USA. A few years ago, he went out of the United States to Vietnam on business. He ended up visiting Hanoi, Vietnam, which is Vietnam's capital city, and stayed in a hotel with his wife at the time. Immediately after entering the hotel, they were both surprised to see a woman sprinting out of her hotel room and screaming bloody murder. It was such a shock to us at the time, it immediately gave them bad vibes about the property. Nobody knew what happened to her, and for a while, she refused to speak to any of the staff about why she felt so horrified or what happened. She looked sickly and pale, as if she had just seen something grisly. She was breathing heavily and hyperventilating. My cousin, out of curiosity, came up to the front desk and asked what happened. The staff said they weren't sure exactly what had happened, but my cousin mentioned that he was a doctor, and if they needed assistance, he would be happy to help. After a few minutes had passed, she collected herself. My cousin approached her and had a little chat. She swears that she wasn't just having a wild episode of hallucinations, and insisted what she witnessed was real. It was early morning, and the sun was barely starting to shine through the windows. The room was still dim, and the light was off. The woman had just woken up from her sleep. Again, still dark, but light enough to see the room. The hotel room she was staying in was massive, and she was in the kitchen making tea. From the kitchen, you can see into the living room. That's when she saw a man standing right next to the bed. It was the ghost of former president Ngo Dinh Diem. He was president of South Vietnam in the early 1960s, who passed away in a very terrible way. She also said that the night before, she saw a former Vietnam soldier staring at her from the window during the evening. My cousin, being a practical person, kinda dismissed it and advised her to just go home, take some medicine, and relax the rest of the night. Even after she had just calmed down a little, it was obvious she was still visibly shaken by this whole ordeal. My cousin and wife didn't take the room, but there was another couple that checked into the same room. When my cousin woke, he went down to the hotel lobby and noticed just outside the main entrance was an ambulance and a stretcher pulling two bodies into it. He asked the front desk attendant what happened. They said that the couple that checked in mysteriously passed away in their sleep, and nobody knew the cause. They suspected it was a heart attack. At this point, my cousin was starting to act a little apprehensive about staying the rest of the week there, but he continued to sleep at this hotel. His mind never let him believe that it was related to the last incident with the previous lady or tied to the paranormal. Until a couple nights later, all was silent. My cousin was a few doors down from the cursed room at the hotel. This is where it gets freaky. It was late at night, and my cousin was reading a Vietnamese book when the power started to go off and on. He looked out into the hallway to see if there was anything going on, and all seemed okay. He thought that maybe there was a problem with the electricity, so he called the front desk from his room. What he heard over the phone started to finally freak him out. He said that when he picked up the phone, all he could hear was heavy breathing, and someone hung up. Concerned, my cousin rushed to the desk. A woman was standing right there. He asked her why she didn't say anything over the phone after he had called. The woman said that he didn't make a call, My cousin insisted that he did, that he heard heavy breathing, and that someone else was on the other line, but the woman refused to accept his story. He also said that the lights flickered, and the woman began to grow pale. She urged him to bless his room, because there is something evil and it's disturbing the room. My cousin refused, saying that it was just a coincidence. Finally, a few minutes later, his wife screams. My cousin rushes to the room and asks her what happened. She tells him that she was walking out of her room when she heard voices talking, as if the chatter were coming from inside the hotel room where the couple had passed away. The doctor then demanded the staff open the room, but to their surprise, nobody was there. The staff even claimed that when they went into the room, the bathroom door was open and a dark shadow moved out of the bathroom and then disappeared. My cousin still dismissed everything. He said that things were just chaotic because of the first lady that stayed in the room, and everyone was on edge because of the death of the couple in the same room. He admitted it still creeped him out, but chalked it up to merely a very scary coincidence. However, if it were a coincidence, then how can anyone explain what happened in that room? It seemed to be the only room having issues, aside from the one my cousin was staying in, where he heard the voice over the phone. Either way, this was a pretty insane experience, and I don't know how I would have reacted if I was the one who was there instead of my cousin. I don't remember the year that this happened, nor the age that I was. I still remember it though, as if it were yesterday. So, my aunt just got a new computer. She was never a technology ace or anything, so she had no idea how to get it started. When all else fails, call my mother. My mom was a whiz at computers, so my aunt asked her to come over and hook up the darn thing. My mother, being the lovely lady that she is, agreed to do it within the week. It was actually that weekend that she decided to do it. So, Mom decides she wants to go over my aunt's house, kinda late for some reason. I was very young and couldn't stay by myself, so she took me along, since calling a babysitter at the last minute would be very rude. We finally got there. I look up at the house, admiring its large size. I did think it looked pretty scary though. We struggled getting inside because my mom couldn't see the keys. As soon as we did get inside, I was frightened. All of the lights were off and nobody was there. Or so I thought. My mom wanted to get started with her work since it was maybe 9 o'clock already. She told me to stay upstairs and watch TV while she was in the basement, hooking up the computer. After a while of whining and staying upstairs all alone in the large house, I totally agreed. My mother stayed with me for about 5 minutes, showing me how to work the TV. I begged and pleaded for her not to go, but it was her duty as a sister to fix the computer. She finally went downstairs, and I was left alone in the huge living room. I decided to turn on the cartoons, thinking it would cheer me up a little. I finally started to calm down, and even laughed at the silliness of the cartoons. Then, all of a sudden, I heard the loud noises in the kitchen. Apparently, my mom didn't hear it, and to me, she was God, so anything she said went. After she said nothing, I proceeded to ignore the noise, but then it happened again. I ignored it. It happened again. I ignored it again. It happened once more. By that time, I was so annoyed at the noise because it was disturbing my cartoons. I was so mad, I forgot my rule about my mom, and I jumped up from the couch, turned around, and almost yelled, "Shut up!" when I saw this mist in the kitchen. It seemed like it was in the shape of an elderly woman with a long white dress and long white hair. I was so shocked, I couldn't scream. So I ran as fast as my little legs could carry me, downstairs into the basement and into my precious mother's arms. I didn't tell her what happened, as I was still in shock, awe, and amazement at the creature that had stood before me. I only explained about the noises. She said she was hearing little noises, not loud noises, around where she was. I stayed down there with her because she said I could, especially when she saw my little white face. As I was sitting on the couch, playing with numerous toys that were scattered about, I heard a soft bark. Then I heard a whimper, and then another soft bark. I knew it was coming from the room that held the water tank and such. I thought about the dog, Oreo. It must have been him. But then I remembered he died about a couple months before. My aunt and uncle at the time owned no animals, not even a bird, and it was way too late for someone to let their dog out. Besides, I don't think I would have hurt a dog, as I don't believe anyone in the community even owned one. What frightened me the most was that poor little Oreo, a dog that had been banished to live outside for no reason and was never fed, died on the ground right above where I had heard the noise. I told my mom about this. She said that she heard nothing. I told her to hurry up with the computer, which she did because she was hearing things too. We both ran up the steps and out the door. After we looked, we ran to the car and got in. I was scared because the car was not starting up. Then all of a sudden, it did. I was so happy to be out of there. My cousin had heard noises such as the one I had heard in the kitchen, except they were outside of the room. Also, my other cousin claims that he heard a noise in the oven, like something was in it. He opened the oven, and nothing was there, but he swears to this day he did hear something. Now, I mentioned in the title of this story that this was a traveling ghost. I say this because most, if not all, of that family's houses have had some sort of scariness to them. My cousin's current residence is just as haunted. Doors will open and close by themselves. One time, we were watching a movie. It was over, and I wanted to turn the lights on. When I turned them on, I heard a strange buzzing sound in the laundry room. It sounded like when the dryer is done drying clothes, only it was a steady, non-pausing sound. I walked over to the doors and started to put my ear up to make sure the sound was coming from that room. As I did so, all of the lights went off and the DVD player suddenly turned on, much louder than we had it on. But the thing was, the DVD player had been turned off the whole time. When everything came on, I jumped 5 feet into the air onto my poor cousin, where I proceeded to scratch her neck, holding on for dear life. I don't remember ever watching a movie down there ever again. Later, we asked his mom if she was doing laundry. She asked why, and we told her about the sound. She said she didn't even think about doing a load of laundry. To this day, I'm still scared to stay over my cousin's house. When my sister and I were young, we lived in a newer duplex in California. It was a small place with only 2 bedrooms, so my sister and I had to share a room. We had our beds on opposite walls, but they both faced the hall. On one side to the hall was my parents' bedroom, on the other was the bathroom, and in the middle of the ceiling was a big square fluorescent light. I think that's where it lived. I can't exactly remember when it started. All I remember is waking up in the middle of the night and seeing what I remember as the electricity man. It seemed to come out of the light, which my parents left on to help us sleep. It looked like a person, but seemed to be made from the light. This happened several times over the next few years we lived in the duplex. I never told anyone about what happened until about 15 years later. My sister and I had come to visit my parents. We're all sitting in the living room talking about our childhood when my sister had asked if I'd remembered anything strange about the duplex. I asked what she meant by strange. She asked if I had ever seen anyone in the wall. I then told her about my experience with the electric man. Turns out, she saw the same thing. This is an old story, pushed out of my mind for years and years. It was 1964-65. I was 4 or 5 years old. Our family, because of my mother's recurrent mental illness, bounced around from apartment to apartment, from shelter to shelter, with or without one or both of our parents in tow. There were 4 of us, and I do not recall if any of my siblings were with me when this happened. It might have been at a foster parent's house. I just don't know. I remember sitting on the side of a small cot in the waning light of a Chicago winter. There was an odd, really dark shadow on the wall to the left of me. It was the size of a small man, and I stared in disbelief, because it had a hat on and was in profile. The outline of the lips, the nose, the forehead was perfect. I was a pro at discerning what was real and what was not real even at that age, because of my mother's problem. And I tell you, I knew that what I was seeing was real, that I was not asleep, and that no shadow could have occurred that so accidentally duplicated the perfection of the human figure that I saw before my eyes. We stared at each other for a very long time, the figure never moving. I never told a soul, as I didn't want to be thrown in a loony bin too. This is the first of many encounters of the years. My mother had the gift. My sister really has it, much more than I. About 18 years ago, I was in the Jacksonville cemetery with my husband and 3-year-old son. We were reading headstones. I believe it was in June or July. The sun was out, and there was not a cloud in the sky. As we were walking through the headstones, we saw a woman walk through the trees. Both my husband and I saw her. We thought there was something odd about her, but couldn't figure out what exactly though. We were walking towards her, and she was probably about 80 yards away. She was walking away from us and stepped behind a tree. Then, we didn't see her again. I said to my husband, "Where did that woman go?" He said, "She stepped behind the tree." We continued to walk towards the spot where we saw her. All of a sudden, rain poured down on our heads. We both looked up into the blue sky, and water continued to drench us. We ran back towards the car, and it was like the rain just disappeared. We got back to our car, and we were all soaking wet. The sky was still blue. We left right away. Hello, my name is Wanda. I've experienced a few things in my lifetime. This one recently, not scary or anything, but just strange. I lost a pet 2 years ago when he was still a puppy. Bernie got hit by a car and died all alone in the road while at my mother's care. I came home from work and we buried him. My brother and I loved him so much, I painted a stone on his grave that I'd done 1 year. Well, like I said, that was 2 years ago, and twice recently, I've experienced the oddest sensations. Both times I was laying in my bed trying to fall asleep when I felt something like little feet walking up my leg and settling in down around my knee area, like a cat curling up or a small dog. It felt so real, but I tried to explain it away, thinking maybe my circulation was doing something weird to my leg. Then a couple weeks later, it happened again. It walked up my leg and curled up on my knee area. This time, I had no delusions. I was sure it was Bernie, who came back to lay down and be with me. Since then, I shared my experience with a girlfriend, and she claims that when she spent the night here on my couch, she felt the same thing. We even got a ghost picture. My sister's dog was here, and my friend Yuri took a picture with her disc camera of the dog, and there's a big white circular mass over the dog with what looks to be a foot appearing, or taking shape rather. I've no doubt it's Bernie, and he's been playing with that dog even as spirit. Sign me up as a believer. Yours truly.
My father passed away in April of 2002, and his loss has been very difficult on both myself and my mother. Mom had a dream right after Dad died, in which he came to her, sat on the bed, and just smiled at her. She felt he was okay. I never had that, and so I wanted to know he was okay. The oddest thing has been happening. My mother and I were preparing to go out one afternoon. Mom looked down, saw a penny on the floor, and picked it up. She smiled at me and said, "You realize that when you find a penny, someone from heaven is sending you their love." She held up the penny and said, "I love you" to Richard, my father's name. I simply just smiled at the thought, and off we went. I didn't think any more about it. Well, since that day, almost every day, I find a penny on the ground in various locations. Home, work, on the street, you name it. They are always heads up. The first few times I didn't pay attention, I would pick them up and go on. Then it struck me that it was happening an awful lot. Maybe my mother is right and Daddy is sending me love. So now each time I see yet another penny, I smile and say, "I love you too, Daddy. I hope he keeps sending me pennies from heaven." One night after band practice at my high school, I went to the band room to get my bag. We were practicing outside. As I went to get my bag, there was a faded image of a girl playing the flute. I walked towards her. As I was walking, I stopped about 10 feet away from her and said, "Come on, it's time to go." She said okay and walked away. As she was walking away, her legs weren't moving as she walked. I thought my head was thinking weird things, so I just let it go. And as I was getting my bag, I turned around and I heard a running sound coming towards me. I threw my bag, about 13 chairs, and one instrument. The running stopped. I looked for my bag in the pile of chairs and saw that the girl's flute was there. I said to myself, I didn't throw a flute, I threw a trumpet. That's when I started to scream because I knew it was that girl's flute. I ran to my car outside. As I was driving away, I took a quick look in the band room window. She was right there playing the flute, looking at me. That's when I found out that the girl was a Japanese girl. She died in the band room when the band teacher beat her after school when everyone left. This strange encounter happened sometime at the end of 1983. We, meaning the ex-husband, 4-year-old daughter, and my son, who wasn't a year old yet, and me, the mother, were stationed in Barbers Point, Hawaii. I was getting ready to make a trip back to Ohio. I never really liked sleeping in the dark, but my husband at the time liked the darkness. I remember waking up like I was being smothered by this big black thing. A big giant spider is what I thought it to be. Whatever it was, I touched it when I was frantically swiping it away and screaming. I jumped up, switched on the overhead light, and followed what looked like a black steam cloud from a tea kettle. It went into the kids' room. It went straight to the baby's crib and hovered there. By this time, I was frantic, screaming, and yelling for it to leave. It quickly raised up from the crib and exited out the window. By this time, everyone was awake, and I related the story to my husband at the time. He thought I was crazy. A few days later, my daughter, new baby son, and I flew to Ohio to show him off to the family. And that's where my story ends. Thank you for reading. My daughter came for a one-night visit with some of her coworkers, and she spent the night with me while the others went to a hotel. The next morning, she dropped me off at work and did the tourist thing with her friends, and they were scheduled to leave that night, April 21st. I got home from work around 5 p.m. and did my usual routine. I walked into the bathroom to turn on the small oscillating fan on the counter, and I noticed a battery pack sitting in front of the fan. I looked at it and wasn't sure what it was, then walked into the living area to open windows, etc. Around 6 p.m., I called my daughter on her cell phone to check on where they were. They were checking out the hotel and had to hurry to return the rental car. Then she asked, "By the way, Mom, did you see my battery pack?" So I told her it was on the counter in the bathroom. She sighed, and I told her I would mail it to her the next morning. After we hung up, I went to the bathroom to get the pack so I could put it in my bag, but there was no battery pack on the counter. I stood there, pretty stunned, and I knew I hadn't touched the pack or moved it. I looked everywhere and finally decided I would have to let her know something happened to it. The next day, April 22nd, I called her in Dallas and blurted out, "I don't know what happened to the battery pack. I couldn't find it anywhere." She said, "I found it, Mom. It was at the bottom of my carry-on bag." She said she must have put it in there early in the morning and forgot about it. I told her it couldn't be because I saw it and even described it to her. Well, this was a strange encounter. Now I'm wondering about the holographic universe and dimensions. Thanks for letting me share my experience. It's never a dull moment. First off, let me explain that I am in the military, and we were living in military housing at AMR during this encounter. I was married at the time. I don't recall the exact date, though I know it was early in 2000. My wife and I were home on a Saturday morning, relaxing like we usually did. I was entertaining myself, playing video games and sitting on the couch, while my wife was at the computer desk about 4 feet behind the couch, checking her email. All of a sudden, I felt what I thought was a hand pat me on my left shoulder, as if to say what's up. For a second, I thought I could feel someone standing behind me. Figuring it was my wife, since we were the only ones in the house, I turned to greet her, and there was no one there. And then I also noticed that my wife had not moved and was still typing at the computer. My next thought was that it must have been our cat, China, playing around. So I asked my wife where the cat was. She turned her chair to face me a little, showing me that the cat was laying in her lap. Obviously, I was a little freaked out, so I told my wife what had just happened. She got scared and asked me not to talk about it. Soon after that, I was again on the couch, holding and petting the cat. Unexpectedly, she started to claw into me, while at the same time looking at something unseen that seemed to be right behind me. The experience gave me a chill. I let the cat go, and she ran off to the bedroom. Though I thought it was a bit weird, I shrugged it off, even though I was a bit unnerved. A few days later, I was laying on my bed watching TV, and I noticed that the cat had wandered in the room, so I called to her. Usually she came right to me right away, and she stood there, just looking at me. So I continued to call to her until once again, she seemed to see something behind me. At this moment, I sensed a presence again. The cat turned and ran out of the room. As you can probably imagine, I was a bit tired of it all, so having had enough, I turned my head, looked over my shoulder, and as a reaction said something like, "Please leave me alone." After that incident, nothing more ever happened. First off, let me explain that in Hawaii, you're raised to be suppositious from small kid time. I was always told that if you ever hear someone calling you from outdoors after dark, do not answer, or you will be taken away by some spirit, or obake as we call it. When I was about 11 years old and quite obsessed with supernatural powers, witchcraft, ghosts, and such, day after day, I would hold up in my room and read every ghost book I could get my hands on. In our backyard, we had 2 big mango trees, which for some reason would scare the bejesus out of me. You could not get me to go back there in the dark, even if my life depended on it. One night, while in my room reading, I kept hearing my dad call me from the backyard. Being an obedient child, I answered him. When he called me again, I got scared, remembering what I was taught when I was younger. I went into my parents' room to check and see if my dad was outside, and if not, and to see if indeed it was him calling me. To my surprise, he was on his bed watching TV and asked me why I was yelling for him. I explained to him what happened, that I heard him calling for me from the backyard. He told me to never answer a call from outside, unless I know for sure who it is I am answering, and that he did not call for me. Needless to say, I was scared to death and did not want to go back there, even during the day. All the neighborhood kids would want to go back there and climb the trees, pick mangoes, or play hide and seek, but day after day, I would refuse. Like all kids though, I eventually forgot that night and went to play with my friends in the backyard. We must have been playing back there all day. I didn't realize until around sundown that it was getting late. I remember the night someone called me from the backyard. The mango trees make good shade during the day, but at night, they make it even more dark. As I was walking very quickly around to the front of the house, I heard my baby brother calling me, sounding really scared. For fear of getting in trouble, I am the oldest with 2 younger brothers. I ran back to go get them. When I got to the corner of our house where I could see the backyard, something made me look up in the mango tree. To my horror, I saw a pair of glowing red eyes. I ran into the house as fast as I could. I just opened the front door and saw my brother there at the kitchen table waiting for my mom to bring him his plate. After telling the story of my encounter in the backyard, my mom tried to convince me I suffer from an overactive imagination. I am positive what I saw was not of this dimension and most certainly was a supernatural being. It's what we in Hawaii call chicken skin. My family and I were out for a night drive and decided to head to Kiwanala Beach in Yokohama Bay, Makakawa. It is a drive we took many times to watch the sunsets or to gaze at the stars. On this night, we really didn't notice how dark the night seemed. As we entered the park, it seemed as though we were the only ones there. My sister needed to use the bathroom, which is located near the entrance of the park. When we stopped, we noticed 3 lights at the end of the park, about a quarter-mile away. Most locals tend to park there to avoid police patrols who most times won't go that far into the park. We assumed that some locals attracted the attention of some officers. As we were getting back into the car, we noticed that these lights, way at the end of the park, changed from blue to green. Soon these lights started towards us. As these lights would bounce up and down, the number of lights would multiply by hundreds at a time. Each light was only about 3 inches long and 4 to 5 feet off of the ground. This covered the whole beach from the mountain to ocean, which is about 2 to 3 football fields wide. All of the lights move up and down at the same time, each by multiplying by the hundreds. It soon gained on us near the entrance in a matter of 30 seconds. We all got back into the car and quickly left. These lights were about 40 feet away from our car, but we couldn't make out what it was. As we left the park, we passed another car. We were so frightened that we drove as fast as we could to the nearest convenience store and stopped to talk about what we had just seen. As we did this, the car who passed us before heading to the park drove right past us at a high rate of speed. It was later that I found out that it was the Huaqipo, or Night Marchers. Thanks for reading. Today I have a story for you that is very scary for me, but might be a bit sad. Also, this is fairly recent in memory. I'd say it was about a month ago now. I was chilling at my grandparents' house, which is quite large. I hated, and still do, going up the stairs alone when nobody else is in the house. Alright, so now I'm getting to the point. So me and my brother Tasman had stayed over the night. But during the night, it seemed that I would get woken up constantly to the sound of someone digging their heel into their wooden floor and then dragging it as if they were limping. This was very creepy, as neither my grandparents nor Tasman own a pair of hard shoes. Then I thought back to my great-grandmother. She had a broken leg, and since she was so old, she died because of it. She always wore those wooden-type shoes, so ones that look like clogs, but have a buckle and a heel. Then I have one more strange event that happened to me and my friend Katie. When we were about 12, we were about to watch a small movie. Nobody else was upstairs, and this is really important information. When we heard a little human sigh, it sounded like it was from an old lady as well. We sprinted out of there without even thinking. But it gets even weirder. Me and Katie both sat down to watch that same video again when out of nowhere, the whole room just went white. Like a blinding white, but just for a split second though. There wasn't any cars around, and it was most certainly not the sun. So how? From now on, I'm not going upstairs by myself or with a friend to watch movies, and I haven't stayed the night since. This was all very strange, and I hope that it will not happen anymore if I go back to my normal ways. Thanks for reading. The following story involves a house that is literally across the street from my best friend David. By the way, David's house is haunted. You can hear the story in Hell Freezer's channel. This story takes place in my city and neighborhood of Silver Spring, Maryland. Anyway, one day, David and I were building a patio for his backyard. I decided to take a break and headed out front. I sat on his rocking bench and lit my cigarette. That's when I noticed a disturbance coming from that house. As I stood up to take a closer look, I noticed an old Korean woman muttering hysterically in her foreign language while waving around something that was smoking. While she paced back and forth, she was trying to be comforted by 2 family members. I was immediately intrigued by whatever she was holding, but also wanted to see if I could help. I slowly approached the situation. As I got closer, I see the woman with tears in her eyes, holding what is mostly known as the sage smudge stick. A sage smudge stick has many purposes, and one is cleansing a space inhabited by evil spirits. I asked the other woman, her daughter, what was going on. She told me that this was her mother's home and that she couldn't stand the ghost in her house anymore. My mom thinks this place is haunted by an evil spirit. I asked if I can help with anything, but she declines. I wanted to keep asking questions, but this wasn't any of my business. David's neighbor knew a lot about our neighborhood, told me why the house was haunted too. He said that in 1989, a young man who lived there killed his parents and then himself. I found an old article on this story. It stated that a 27-year-old man, armed with a shotgun and a rifle, fatally shot his parents in their bed in their Wheaton home before killing himself. Back to me. His parents didn't live in that house, but he did. His sister was the one to find her dead brother. The police officer asked her whether her brother was mentally disturbed. She nodded yes. I suppose a troubled man can also be a troubled ghost. When I was 17 years old, a group of friends and I decided to check out a haunted place in our state of Maryland. It is known as Crybaby Bridge. As a side note, in the early 70s, my mom actually went to this same exact bridge when she was 17 too. It's pretty cool stuff, to be honest. Now, this bridge is also known as the famous Goatman Bridge. There claims to be a Goatman Bridge all over the country, but through some research, I discovered that this particular bridge was the original, at least for the legend of Crybaby. If you're ever in Maryland, go to Governor's Bridge Road in Bowie. There are some sketchy backwoods characters who live out there, so be very careful. Anyway, let me start this story from the beginning. There were 5 of us: Andy, Hector, Mary, Jessica, and of course myself. We hit the road all excited. Andy was blasting his new subwoofers he installed in his Cadillac, so we were in good spirits. Our GPS was directing us pretty well in the beginning, but once we hit that area of Bowie, it literally stopped and our phones were all disconnected. Jessica was filled with fear and grabbed my shoulder tight. I assured her and Mary, who was also scared, that this is how it is in the boonies. We were getting so close to the bridge, but didn't know which dirt road to take. It started getting dark. That's when we randomly came upon a trailer park spot. It wasn't really a trailer park community, but just 3 isolated shacks that were literally miles and miles away from civilization. I mean, fuck. You see that kind of shit in the movies and know that this would be a good time to leave, but we were so close to the bridge that we couldn't just turn around. Hector decided that we should ask for directions. When they saw our car stop on this dirt road next to their home, this woman and man got up from their rocking bench and walked slowly over to our window. The woman, who was maybe in her 70s, she was missing her 2 front teeth and was holding a Budweiser. And the man, who was maybe in his 30s, was a husky fellow with the most cliche backwoods outfit on. He had it all down to a T, with the dirty overalls, missing teeth, Confederate flag tattoo, shotgun by his side, and a lit marble Lucy hanging from his lip. They were very friendly, almost too friendly. They had already known why we're here. Apparently, a lot of people venture out to this bridge all the time. I asked if the rumors were true. The man with his slight southern twang said they used to hang goats from nooses back there. I asked about the Crybaby Bridge. He said he didn't believe in that one, but the woman did. She told me her version of its origin. Keep in mind that there are once again many variations of this legend's origin. The origin I was told was that legend states that in the early 20th century, a young woman was impregnated, but not married. In order to avoid judgment by family and peers, she drowned her baby in the river. Days later, with all of her guilt, she was trying to find her baby, which of course would have been impossible, so she too jumped off the bridge to her death. Time for the fun part. The urban legend rules were to first cut the car lights, get out, stand right in front of the bridge and shout, "I have your baby." What's supposed to happen is first you'll hear the faint sound of a baby crying. As soon as you head back to the car and get in, the woman will appear with a soft but crying voice, repeating, "Where is my baby?" She then will erupt in anger and chase you down, only to disappear. So here we are. However, I did one thing a bit different, which I've now learned never to do again. Being the asshole that I was, instead of just saying I have your baby, I said, I have your baby, you stupid bitch, come and get it. Yes, disrespectful. I know viewers will be mad, but I thought it might achieve more attention from the ghost. I was also trying to be funny and show off to the girl I was seeing. I was a dumb 17-year-old kid, so give me a break. Anyway, nothing happened, although I did feel a bit strange, but I figured it was all in my head. Now this is where it gets creepy. When I got home, I went downstairs to my computer to do more research on the bridge. I've only been home a couple of minutes when I hear a loud crash from upstairs. I thought it was my grandpa, who would occasionally drop something off his bed or even fall, so I rushed upstairs to his aid. I run down the hallway and reach my grandpa's room, and he was sound asleep. I look around his floor and nothing was on the ground. I shrugged and turned back around. That's when I see it. I must have missed it while I was running. I stand there shook and see that 3 framed pictures off both sides of the hallway walls had fallen off the wall and shattered on the wooden floor. As I look at each picture, I notice that every single photo was of me as a baby. One was even my mom holding me as an infant. I put 2 and 2 together and thought, oh shit, did this ghost follow me home? I must have really pissed her off. I thought this had to be a coincidence. I pick one broken picture up and notice that my dog is acting strange. She was staring at the front door. It was so intense. I was calling her, offered treats, and even tried to move her, but she wouldn't budge. This bugged me out because she always, and I mean always, loyally listened to me. I do believe animals can see things we can't, and my dog was aware of some sort of presence. I was starting to get really nervous, but kept my composure and remember my dad telling me a story about a ghost experience of his. I'll make it quick. My dad said when he bought his first apartment, it was extremely cheap, almost too cheap because the last 2 tenants claimed it was haunted and wanted out. Apparently, a woman was stabbed to death in the apartment 8 months earlier, and now she's haunting it. My old man could give 2 shits about it. It was cheap, and he didn't believe in that stuff. His outlook changed the very first night he moved in. He said every night, around 11 p.m., he would hear what sounded like footsteps starting from his hallway and ending at his bed. He's a mechanical dude, so he thought it had to be time machinery within the walls. However, after a week, it clearly sounded like footsteps. So one night, when he heard that last step at the foot of his bed, he announces, "Look, I'm sorry, but I live here now. I don't mind that you're here either, but please stop making noises because it's scaring me." And just like that, it stopped. So I decided to do the same. While holding the broken frame, I apologized out loud that I'm sorry for saying those things. I don't have your baby, and I won't ever do it again. My dog then clawed the door. I opened it and closed it. She was back to normal, and I didn't have a sense of dread anymore. After that experience, I did research and found that if ghosts are angry enough, they can attach themselves to you. Then again, this all could have been a coincidence, but what I learned is that you don't disrespect the paranormal. This is a story of a young woman that got killed on the highway in the town near us. Some people say a gang of men attacked and murdered her when she got stuck on the highway late at night, and some say she was killed by a moving vehicle on the same highway when she got struck there at night. A guy who said he'd encountered her late at night was basically driving home at night on the same highway the lady got killed on. While he drove, he noticed a young woman hitchhiking, so he decided to give her a ride. He picked her up and asked her where she wanted to go, and she said she wanted to go home. She got into the car and he noticed the temperature dropped, so the man offered the lady his jacket. When he got to the young lady's home, she wanted to give him his jacket back, but he refused, saying he would pick it up the next morning since it was still a bit chilly. The next morning, the man went back to the house of the young woman, and he found an elderly woman at the house, and so he asked if he could fetch his jacket from the young woman, whose name was Sheila, which he later discovered. But the elderly lady refused and looked confused and told him that Sheila had died years ago and she used to live there. She told him where she was buried as she did not believe the old woman. He then got into the car and drove to the graveyard where Sheila was buried, and lo and behold, he found his jacket draped over the headstone of Sheila. One night, some friends and I were driving around, and we decided to check out an old bridge that was supposedly haunted. The story behind it is that a girl hung herself from the old one-lane bridge in the country. My best friend, Tommy, is into ghosts and believes heavily in them, and I decided to call him out. I was telling him that he was a coward and nothing would happen if we went there. As we turned down the foggy, beat-up one-lane road, I ridiculed him about the whole situation. As we came to the bridge, a black cat scurried across, and in my headlight, the green eyes of the cat glanced at us eerily. As we crossed the bridge, my friend told me that this was a bad sign. I again replied with sarcasm, and told him that must have been the ghost. We passed over the one-lane bridge so that we could turn around down the road and come back over the bridge facing the main road. My friend Tommy then convinced me to leave. We drove around a bit more, and I convinced him to go back with me. We went back, and like the first time, we crossed the bridge, turned around, and drove back towards the bridge. We then came to the bridge once again, and I decided to stop my vehicle on the bridge. I went to put the car into park and glanced into my rear view mirror. When I did this, my jaw dropped. A fog-like figure shaped like a basketball head with a human body walked behind my car, turned towards me, and looked at me with the same green cat-like eyes. It looked upset, and I've believed in ghosts since. The anger in the cat's eyes shot fear down every limb in my body. I then hit the gas and flew out of there. Now, I'm a 3+0 student at the University of Findlay in Findlay, Ohio. I'm a baseball player at the university, and I'm about 6'2" and 200 plus pounds. I'm not scared easily, and I get chills whenever I think of this. I can't even tell the story to friends without coming to fear, and the image is ingrained in my mind. I feel like I have upset something, and I now believe in demons and ghosts and would like to learn more. On January 8th, I was hanging out at a local shopping complex with a couple of friends of mine. My friend, Mary, turns to me and begins telling me a story of a bridge just over the North Carolina and South Carolina state line called Catswoman Bridge. She was telling me that a number of years ago, a woman was driving home one night, and just before she was about to cross the bridge, a cat ran out in front of her. Trying to miss the animal, the woman swerved and wrecked her car in the woods just before the bridge. The next morning, local police found her car sitting, upside down, underneath the bridge. Upon investigation, police found the woman's body being beaten by a group of cats. My friend, Mary, continued to tell me that if you park your car in the center of the bridge and turn off the engine, you can hear the faint sounds of a vehicle crashing into trees at the end of the bridge. I'm in total disbelief. She continues to tell me that if I go to start my car to drive away, then my engine will not start unless it is pushed to the end of the bridge. I decide, okay, let's test this. We drive to the bridge, and I park my car in the center of the bridge. As I go to turn off my engine, my other friend, Robin, starts crying with fear and begs for us to leave. Not wanting to upset a close friend any further, I put the car in drive and began to drive away. As I drive away, there was a very thick fog that completely obscures my vision momentarily, and I decide that it's time to go home. However, the only way to go back home is to drive back over the bridge again. I turn my car around and begin to make my way over the bridge. The moment my front tires are on the bridge, my engine dies. Now, this could have not been a mechanical failure due to the fact that I was driving a 2005 Chevy Impala. I apply my brakes to prevent wrecking my vehicle, but my brakes wouldn't work until we rolled over to the other side of the bridge. After we get to the other side, I stop my car, put it in park, and restart my engine. Just as we are about to pull away, we all see bright lights that appear to be car headlights beaming upwards at an angle as if it were a car that had run off the side of the road. Scared out of my wits, I drove as fast as my car would get to get off that side of the road. When we got back to my house, we look over my car as soon as we get out. To our surprise, there were cats' paw prints all over my car, the hood, roof, and trunk. There were also streaks that looked like someone had tried grabbing the car with their hands. There were also complete handprints on my back window. None of these prints were there prior to us going to the bridge. I sent my car through a car wash almost an hour or so before we went to the bridge. I tried doing a search on the bridge and have found nothing. At first I was skeptical about the validity of the bridge, but after this, I will never drive over that bridge again. Thanks for reading. I was in the Navy at the time and stationed in Norfolk, Virginia. I was driving to Houston, Texas, on leave, and had been on the road all night and alone. My diet had consisted of just Coke, and it was coming on 2 to 3 a.m. I remember seeing something out of the corner of my eye, so when I turned to look, I was surprised to see what appeared to be a runaway slave sitting in my passenger seat. He had an unkempt fro and bib overalls with no shirt. He kept looking around frantically as if someone was chasing him. Then he was gone. I then noticed something out of my other eye. When I turned, I noticed hovering outside my car was an older white man with a sunburned face and neck, wearing a khaki shirt and sporting a crew cut. Out of the two apparitions, him I did not like. Now things started getting interesting as he proceeded to yell or chant something at me through the window as I was traveling about 70 miles an hour. The next thing I knew, I was transfixed on my windshield as it starts to turn white, like at the beginning of a movie when the screen goes white. Oblivious to everything, the slave man starts yelling at me to look out. I snap to and am literally inches from plowing into the car in front of me. Then everyone was gone. A few minutes later, the white man shows up again, and everything starts over and ends the same way. Finally, the third time it happens, I couldn't snap out of it as quickly. I felt the car shaking and bopping about as the white man chanted and the slave man yelled at me to look out. When I did snap out of it, I was in the median between the two roads headed for a bridge. Of course, there was no bridge for people on the median, so I slammed on my brakes, took the keys out of the ignition, covered my head with my jacket, and prayed. I fell asleep for a couple of hours, and when I woke up, I drove home without incident. That was trip 1 of 2. I never really believed in the paranormal. I consider myself a skeptic, and wholeheartedly believe that it is rational to question experiences without substantial evidence to back it up with. I do not believe in a higher power, and consider myself to be an atheist, but after these accounts I had, I now believe that the afterlife does exist. Firstly, I wanted to reassure you all that I am not crazy. I'm not on any medication that causes me to hallucinate. I consider myself to be a competent human being, and during this experience, I was completely awake and alert. I was inexplicably looking out my bathroom window from upstairs. I say inexplicably because I can't even begin to explain why I felt the sudden urge to look outside my window. It was almost as if I felt some intense energy force me to look outside my window, and I couldn't resist it. So I was brushing my teeth, and that's when I noticed it. A cloaked figure, the size of a normal-sized man, floating across my courtyard, wearing all black. I wasn't able to get a good look at the apparition's face, because I had only noticed it from a side angle, and it was 20 feet away, moving across my line of vision where I was able to get a side-on view of the hooded figure. My initial reaction, believe it or not, was met with apathy. I did not think anything of it, and so I went on with my daily routine. I think I may have been in denial about it, because I just didn't want to convince myself that spirits exist. And besides, I had an important job interview that I had to get ready for. A few days later, I was sitting in the living room watching YouTube videos on my laptop. I decided it was time for bed, so I closed my laptop since it was getting pretty late. I can't remember exactly what time, and I was home alone, but still alert. I just couldn't sleep. I had completely forgot about the experience I had a few days prior. Now this is where it gets extremely creepy. As I was heading upstairs to go to my room, I swear on my life, I heard a distorted voice saying the words death and now whispered faintly in my ear. I can't even begin to explain the eeriness of it all. It just didn't sound human, and it had a certain calmness to it. 7 months later, my 27-year-old brother died in a horrendous accident involving a car hitting him on the M40 after he ran out of fuel and was walking down the hard shoulder to get to the nearest fuel station. Could this have been some sort of warning? I can't seem to find the answer I'm looking for on Google, so I've signed up on here in hope of finding some expert help. Again, I consider myself a logical human being, but after these experiences, it seems there's much more to this universe that I can't truly ever explain. This is one of the scariest experiences I've ever had, so I'm going to tell it to you right now. My friend and I were heading home from a friend of ours in a nearby town or village, I should say, because I live in a really remote location. It is at least 15 miles from my house, and there are a lot of alternative roads to use. The best roads are the longest, so we figured we could check the GPS to see if there was a quick route, and we saw an alternative road we decided to use, which to all of our surprise, we never heard of because both of us have a very good knowledge of this part of the county. We started to drive, and the first part, we're on a road we knew well, but as we seen on the GPS earlier, the left turn into the unknown was coming ahead. We took the left turn onto a gravel road with no signs on it, and it was heading right into the forest, and we drove for a few miles. Suddenly, asphalt appears in the middle of a timber truck-like road, and thick smog was building up outside. So I was fighting to see the road, and it was getting really cold in the car. We kept on driving longer into the woods, and then, out of nowhere, a lady all dressed in white was standing by the side of the road. She was holding an old washboard and looked me right into the eyes with what looked like black eyes or very dirty around the area around the eyes. I remember specifically her long white dress and the horror that struck me right away. I wanted to drive 120 miles per hour, but I couldn't drive faster than maybe 20 because of all the fog. So it felt like we drove for hours, which I'm sure wasn't more than 10 minutes. And then suddenly, fog is clearing up, and we're at a crossroad near a village close to mine. Because of the panic, I couldn't memorize everything properly, and then I drive to my friend's house safe, and dropped him off and got home. Today, we're trying to find this road again to show a couple of friends who didn't believe us, but it is nowhere to be found. We even drove to the same village at the exact same location where we dialed in the GPS, but it did not show that lost road as an alternative. I have always been able to pick up and sense things. It's kind of random. Most things I keep to myself, because in my experience, it makes people uncomfortable. That's another post though. The first time I saw the Hat Man, I was 8 years old, about 1970. I lived with my parents and two sisters. I shared a room with my middle sister. It was late. I knew everyone was in bed and sleeping. I feel this memory like it happened yesterday, and I think thinking about him will open up that part of me that's sensitive to that kind of energy. It's scary. The terror and just the sense of having been watched. The energy or vibe of badness, wrongness, and or just a darkness. Hard to convey the shock that I felt when I knew I wasn't dreaming. I woke up and in the doorway, I saw a man with a long black overcoat, kinda like one of the old Western duster coats. He had on a fedora hat with a large brim. I couldn't see his face clearly, it was in shadow, but the nightlight from the bathroom lit him from behind. He crooked his right index finger, motioning me to him. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and he was still there. It seemed like he was closer to me then. He was still backlit from the nightlight. I remember looking at him getting closer, closing my eyes and saying the Our Father prayer. When I opened my eyes again, I didn't see him, but I knew he was still there. The energy or feeling was still there and very strong. I knew I shouldn't have got out of bed or tried to run across the hall, or else he would somehow get me, or so I thought at the time. I don't remember how long I sat there in my bed. It seemed like a long time. I finally got up the courage to run to my parents' room. Don't think my feet even touched the floor. I woke my parents. The police came. The house was searched. Neighbors all on alert. No signs of anything or anyone. I remember distinctly seeing my parents, their friends, grandparents, in little groups huddle up talking, looking at me. I don't think anyone believed me, and they thought I might be incapacitated in some way. It was close to 5 or 6 years before I would sleep alone in a room, much less by myself in a bed. Now all these years later, I've had a few incidents recently that brought it home again. Thanks for reading. After lurking around the site ever since the same age this happened, I finally decided to write out what happened to me 10 years ago. The following experience is my very first paranormal encounter, though not the only one. When I was in 3rd grade, I lived in the city of Spring, Texas, which is a suburb about 18 miles north of Houston. The subdivision this happened in was Oak Creek Village, Old Oaks. At one corner of the subdivision, near my house, there is a forest, and if you continue along the main path for about 10 minutes, you'll reach a clearing in which there is a small river with a large drainage tube with its mouth open perpendicular to the side of water. A neighborhood friend and his dad showed me how to get there, and I often rode my bike to the location to explore around. One holiday weekend, my mother invited a boy in my class named Steven to our home. As he was my only friend from school, I went to a school outside of our neighborhood because my mom taught there, and the nearby school wasn't very good. After playing baseball a bit, I told him about the forest, and he agreed to ride there on my scooter with me as I rode my bike. When we got to the clearing, we slid down the grass hill to get to the river, and Steven stepped on the rocks atop the water to enter the drainage tube as I watched from the grass nearby. About 20 seconds later, he walked out, looking quite bewildered, and said, "I just heard a gunshot in there." Being a brave child, and since I hadn't heard a gunshot, I wanted to investigate, so I walked on top of the rocks and peered into the drainage tube as Steven stood behind me, 7 or so feet away, not in vision of the inside of the tube. I had planned on walking inside the tube, but stopped because of what I saw. Inside the tube, about 50 feet away, was a glowing white figure, and though fuzzy-ish, was clearly in the shape of a human, as I could make out a head, shoulders, arms, legs, and torso, though there were no details. It was only an outline of mostly a man. Unable to comprehend what I was seeing, I could only stare at it in quizzical wonder. I started to look around the figure, but there was only darkness. It didn't appear as though anything, but the figure was inside the tunnel, and no noise whatsoever could be heard. I continued to stare at the figure, and saw that it appeared to be walking around within a small area, occasionally bending down and then standing back up. It seemed to be looking for something on the ground. As I continued to stare, I felt like it was gradually coming closer, at which point I realized, isn't that a ghost? Only having heard the word mentioned a few times before, and in scary stories, I started to worry about the danger of glowing figure behind me, so I stepped back, faced Steven, and told him what I was seeing. His eyes widened, and he told me we should get out of here, so we ran as fast as we could, and raced on my bike and scooter back to my home. Though I remember having a small interest before, this experience is what truly got me into the paranormal, and what led me to this very site 10 years ago. Though I've been back to the location several times after, as it is dangerous, I haven't ever stepped on the rocks leading into the tube since then. My own theory is that it was the ghost of a man who had died in the tunnel or nearby, and the gunshot was the sound of what had killed him. Though now an uninhabited and empty forest, I later found a mountain of bricks that I felt had been used to build a house in the clearing long ago. I grew up in Nashville, Tennessee, and went to school with lots of the country music stars' kids. This afforded me some rather unique experiences, and one of those is how I came to encounter a ghost. There is a hotel in Watrice, Tennessee, called the Walking Horse Hotel. I know it is still there because I visited it yesterday with my wife and kids on the way back to Atlanta from visiting family in Nashville. The property has changed dramatically on the inside, but as soon as I saw the outline of the building, I knew that it was it. It was in the early 1980s, and I was invited to go with some of my friends and one adult, the wife of a very prominent country music star, to stay New Year's Eve as the guest of the manager of a unique hotel located in Tennessee, Walking Horse Country. We were to be the only people in the hotel, as it was closed that evening. My friends had stayed there in the recent past and had some interesting experiences. This particular hotel was the resting place of Strutting Jim, one of the most famous Tennessee walking horses of all time. His trainer Floyd had lived in the hotel, and sometime after the horse's passing, had died himself in his room on the 3rd floor of the 3-story hotel. Floyd was still said to be wandering the grounds in the halls of the hotel, but our host George, the manager of the property, assured us that he was always friendly and had not harmed anyone. We arrived mid-evening after stopping for dinner on the way and enjoyed a nice quiet evening. We spent most of the evening looking at the amazing walking horse artwork that hung on almost every square inch of the lobby and main staircase. It was shortly after midnight. We had been listening to George's tales of encounters from other guests when everyone started settling down to sleep. I was feeling a bit brave and still wasn't as sold as the others on the authenticity of Floyd the Ghost, so we decided to go up and sit in his room on the 3rd floor to see if anything would happen. I sat on the bed in almost total darkness and waited for Floyd. When I opened my eyes, I was laying on the bed, still fully dressed in clothes and shoes, and day was just breaking. I knew that I had fallen asleep and that there had been no visit from Floyd. I went downstairs to find George, starting to put together breakfast, and the others were just starting to mill about. George suggested we go out and see Strutting Jim's grave marker and stretch our legs before breakfast. As we headed out to the back pasture to visit the stables and grave, it all seemed strangely familiar. As we approached a fenced-in area on the side of the pasture, I stopped George and asked how long the English sheepdogs had lived there. He looked rather surprised, as we had not been out there the night before, and there had been no mention of the dogs, but sure enough, they came running up to the fence and started barking and looking directly at me. We then proceeded to the stables where the grave marker was, and there were a few horses kept. As we approached one of the stables, George told us all to stay clear of the big black one as he bit anyone he didn't know. The black horse immediately came to me and started nuzzling my head and stamping his feet in excitement. We then walked over to the grave marker and I led the way as if I had been going there for years. By now, even George was blown away with all of this, and when asked, I responded that I slept in Floyd's room but didn't remember leaving the bed all night. We all walked back to the hotel, talking about the strange events, and without asking, I walked directly in the rear kitchen door like I owned the place. We had not been anywhere near this area of the hotel for our visit, but I knew exactly where to go. We all sat down in the dining room, and George asked who would like biscuits with honey to start. I jumped up and stated that these were the best biscuits in the world, and everyone should have some. George asked how I knew this since this was my first visit and we had arrived after dinner the night before. I walked straight into the kitchen, opened a pantry, reached up to a tin on the 3rd shelf and opened it up to reveal a tin full of the very biscuits. That pretty much sealed the deal. It is my assumption that Floyd took me for a little spin the night before, using my body as a vehicle to get to his favorite places and get some of his favorite food. I'm still not quite sure what to make of this incredible event, but I know that I now believe that there are some people who just aren't ready to go on to heaven or whatever awaits them, and they are still here on earth with us. On my visit yesterday, it was so disappointing to learn that the new proprietor had gutted the hotel, changed the entire layout, losing the lobby and grand staircase, and didn't believe that any of the tales about Floyd were anything more than poppycock. The entire feel of the place was different, and I hope Floyd has moved on to his eternal resting place. I know the memory of that incredible day will always be with me. When I was 14, my family transferred from Danbury, Connecticut to Simbago, Maine for my mom's work. My parents bought a farmhouse with an attached barn so we could keep our horses on the property. I was a freshman in high school, and my sister was a few years behind me. Almost immediately, I began seeing, out of the corner of my eye, someone walk past the bathroom door and go down the stairs. But when I looked straight down the stairs, no one was there. This would happen every morning as I was getting ready to go to school. As the months and even years progressed, I'd witnessed voices having conversations that I couldn't make out. I heard banging and footsteps coming from the second floor when no one was up there, and a voice calling me by name and demanding that I come to it when I was the only person in the house. I did not have the courage to come to the voice, so I stood there until my father came inside the house. There was also the time I was in the barn with the horses and was enveloped by the stench of decaying flesh. No dead animal could be found in the vicinity of the barn. During the summer of 1992, I was 17 and working for a family camping resort in the general store. I remember being asleep and being woken up by a man's voice in my ear. He said, "Wake up and hear the storm." I can still remember feeling the vibration of his words in my ear and being puzzled by what I had just heard. I sat up in my bed and was afraid that there was someone in my room with me. My father was the only man in the house, and I was positive that it was not his voice that I heard. Beside the fact that I didn't hear my door open or close, so I was sure that whoever had spoken to me hadn't left yet. Lightning was coming down outside, and I could hear the horses whining, so I got out of bed and tried for the light, but the power was out. I stumbled down the stairs and saw that my father was in bed sleeping. I took a flashlight with me to the barn and saw that the horses were outside loose. One horse had broken through the fencing and the others were running around, panicked by the storm. Thanks to the voice, I was able to gather up all of the horses and put them in their stalls safe and sound. It was the only time that the spirits were helpful to me. Thanks for reading. I'm an experienced ghost and demon hunter. That is a big claim, but I can offer eyewitnesses if needed. I want to share my first real encounter. I was 15 and my family saved for months to rent a vacation home on Cape Cod. It was in the little village of Warham near Onset, and the whole area was made up of vacation homes. When we got there, I was excited and immediately ran into the house, only to run through a wall of cold. The cold got in and took over my mind. I was pushed to the back of my mind, and this other being thought through me and touched things with my body. The entity actually held a conversation with me about what she'd remember things being like in her day. The strangest part of this was that my vision changed. I wear glasses, but she took them off. Also, all colors paled into a weird black and white vision. I was terrified. No matter how I squirmed, I could not break loose. My mother called me outside, and as she went to see who my mother was, my body crossed the threshold of the door and the entity was popped out. I was panicked, but what could I do? Saying nothing, I built a wall up in my head that said simply no. When my little brother and sister went upstairs, they soon came down screaming that a dead hand had reached into the open window. I had not told anyone about my encounter, but my no strategy was working, so I cradled them in my arms and said no to the ghost for them as well. My baby sister was stationed in a crib in my room. She often woke up about 2 or 3 a.m. screaming. I got good at waking up when the presence got near and throwing my proactive no over the baby too. We had so much poltergeist activity in that house. Like the salt and pepper shakers would fly off the fridge and onto the table. My mom would put things away, turn around, and they would be back. We also experienced knocks, footsteps, and bad smells. And when my cousin came to visit, He stuck his head through the open window that led from the TV room to the porch, a window that was jammed all three of us could not budge it, and it slammed down on his head. At the end of the week, I finally told my mom about the encounter I had. She believed me and went to see the realtor we had leased the house from. He casually told us that the reason we got the house so cheap was because it was haunted. A woman had been murdered there 20 years ago. We rented that house out a couple more times. Since we knew it was haunted, we would say hello to the ghost. My mom felt bad for her when we got there. It was never an easy thing for me, as she often tried to get into my head or talk to me. I built up my auric protection from that experience, but I was very afraid of ghosts for a long time afterwards. As will happen, ghosts were very interested in me. Then demons started being put in my path. It is one thing to believe in ghosts, but it took much convincing and hand-wriggling to accept that there are demons. For every encounter with the demonic, I've had to reach deeper into old myths and religious writings to tease out what the ancients knew. I am not a devoted Catholic, although I was raised to be. That path never held answers for me, or I should not say enough answers. Yet I became an ordained minister of universal light. I know there is a great spiritual mind, a great source, and sometimes that source appears to me as female, sometimes male, sometimes both, or neither. I died a few times as a child, due to what I now know was demonic attacks. When I gave birth to my daughter, I had complications and bled to death. That journey took me to the great source, in a word, to love. But not love as an attachment to a person, idea, or pet. Love as an infinite ocean of creation. I was immersed in this oceanic experience while the Great One spoke to me. It was really more like receiving direct knowing. She said it was my choice to go back on or move on, that I had a hard life in addition to my non-stop illnesses. I had been abused in every sense of the word, and it was fine to let go. My children would do fine without me. I was needed, but not necessary. If I chose to go back, however, I would be sent teachers and would fulfill certain duties for the balance. I would be a teacher and healer and have the tools and gifts I needed as such. In this place I had no ego, no desire. I was awe-ish in love. I looked down at my daughter, not 3 minutes old, and chose to go back for her and my son. As was told to me, within a year my teachers showed up. Also, the demons showed up. Those first few years were dedicated to clearing out my mind and personal history. As I came to know my personal demons, a correlating world demon would make itself known. At first I did nothing but observe and clear myself. After practicing mindfulness for nearly 8 years and having the help and teachings of a medicine man, a Buddhist nun, a master therapist, and a couple of gurus, the universe gave me the nod and people literally started showing up at my doorstep. I worked with people on many levels for many years. I worked with hauntings and cast out some demons from buildings. I've not done an exorcism yet, as one has not been in my path, and I do not go searching for these things. I cannot say I would know where to begin, but for God's of grace, guidance, it can happen. I've trapped destructive forces and banished them or helped them transmute. The people involved always have dramatic changes, even the ones who don't know what happened. I've had spiritual duels with practitioners of dark arts and removed hexes and lesser-known demonic attachments, but the hunter can become the hunted. I caught some backlash from a few entanglements that involved black magic and ghosts that stuck into my car and followed me home. Before I knew what hit me, I was really sick with an undiagnosable problem of my nervous system. I had to leave the city, move to Vermont, and get involved with horses to ground me and bring my being back to life. For the last 3 years, I've done nothing but heal and surround myself with nature. Some very tricky forces have challenged me here, as Vermont is ripe with haunting and strange energies, but I have not worked the public more than a few times. Now, I am ready again. I am also ready to learn new things. I would love to talk to others who have had any experiences like my own. Please feel free to contact me. and thank you for my very long read. I first got into the paranormal on October 16th, 2011, when it was my 11th birthday and my mom and I went on a ghost tour of a War of 1812 fort and saw a strange shadow. Since then, I've created my own paranormal group and expect to ghost hunt many haunted places like the Waverly Hills Sanatorium in the future. Today, technically this night of October 24th, my granddad took me on a ghost tour which had a bunch of people get led around a small part of Jordan Village in southern Ontario. There was this one point we got to go to a nice winery building known as the Cave Spring Winery or Cave Spring Wine Shop. Here, we got to descend down into the cellars here. Before that, we were informed about the three main spirits here. One was a nice female spirit named Margaret, the other was an unnamed male malevolent entity, and the other was a horse who was said to have had a heart attack, and you could hear the hooves on the cement clip-clopping along. Anyways, our group of 30 or so people headed down to the tunnels, and we learned a bit more of the history and discovered we could enter one of the supposedly haunted tunnels where screams and voices have been reported. When I went in there with my grandpa and two women on the tour, it was just 4 of us because we went 4 at a time. It was somewhat chilly. At first we didn't hear anything, just looking around for a moment then taking pictures. Then it happened. There was a loud clang right near us. It was as if someone picked up a sewer grate and dropped it right by us. We thought that they were closing the door on us and we'd investigate the tunnel alone, but the door was open and the tour guide didn't seem to be reacting to the sound. Then it happened again. The same loud clang, maybe a bit louder, only a second or two after the first one. It was getting a bit closer to us now. Moments later, there was a third clang. I didn't get a negative feeling, but more shocked like, wow, that's interesting. Once the tour was over, I spoke to the guide about it. She claimed she didn't hear a thing, nor did the rest of the tour group. But they were so loud. Someone besides us must have heard it, but there was no noise. The Cave Spring Winery is in operation on the upper floors, sometimes busy, but the floor is thick and we were at least 10 plus feet underground. It would be very difficult for sound to get through. Even so, it wouldn't sound like it was close by. It would be muffled. The tunnel didn't have any vents for noise to travel through, and there was only a staircase way out on the other end of the tunnel. It would be practically impossible for a noise like that to get through. Can I verify what we heard was paranormal? No. I can't conclude it was paranormal, but based on the evidence gathered with thick walls and a thick floor above us, and nobody but us 4 in the tunnel were able to hear these 3 loud noises, there might be something there. I've heard stuff about these knocks or scratches means a demonic presence, and yes, I do believe demons do exist. Was this a demon? This is somewhat unlikely. I'm a bit paranormal sensitive. I can't tell when a spirit has entered the room, and when I have encountered a negative entity, which I have before at a local cemetery, not in Jordan. If this were a demon, I would probably feel the negative presence as a very, very uncomfortable feeling in my chest. I have a slight heavy feeling in my chest when a good spirit is in the room, not wanting to do harm, probably just making itself known. If this were a ghost, I guess it was Margaret, as she wants people to acknowledge her presence. Personally, I would recommend taking this tour to where you'd have to speak to someone at the Jordan Historical Museum, and the tours sell out fast and are usually in October. Of course, to put you in the mood for Halloween, there are people dressed up and hiding behind trees and stand there silently to freak you out. Many places on the tour had ghost reports surrounding them, but I do believe the Cave Springs Winery is haunted. It was the beginning of December when I received a phone call from my father in Orange, California. He explained to me that my grandmother had a heart attack and that she was in the hospital. After the phone call, I packed a few days' worth of clothing and started the 6-hour trip to California. Upon my arrival at St. Joseph's Hospital, I checked in and visited my grandma Sally. She seemed to be doing okay, but had to stay in the hospital for testing and for shortness of breath. I stayed with her that whole weekend, then had to make the trip back to go to work. I did this for 3 weeks.
Each week I visited her, she began to look worse and her breathing was getting shorter. The last week of her life, I can recall the doctor letting us know that she had cancer and her lungs were hardening, unable to take breaths. After weeping for some time, we lied to her and told her she would be fine and be out in time for Christmas. That last weekend, I can clearly remember being in the room with her and noticed her staring at a chair. But at the time, I did not think anything of it. She would ask me to stay with her because she was so scared. I asked her why she was so scared, and she explained to me in Spanish that there was a guy in black in the chair, sitting by her feet, sticking his big tongue out at her and throwing spider webs at her. I could tell she was scared. That evening, I grabbed her holy water from home and bought some saints for her room. It was a very uncomfortable feeling when I would go into that hospital room, seeing my grandmother focusing on that chair. I eventually had her moved to a room in front of the nurse's desk. The following morning, they transferred her out to a hospice where she died 2 days later. My dad says she would tell him she could hear singing right before she died. First off, I'd like to say that I really appreciate your site. So far, I've found a lot of interesting things to read and learn. It's great to read other people's tales of true hauntings, because in a way, it's like sharing war stories with other veterans. These tales, if nothing else, really make a person think. I've always religiously believed in the supernatural. Too many strange and bizarre things have happened in my life for me not to. These are just two of the more interesting ones that I hope you and other readers will find mystifying and enjoyable. During the summer of 1995, I lived in Washington, D.C., where my father had rented an apartment suite at the Watergate. It was a very nice apartment, right across from the Kennedy Center on one side and a hop and a skip away from Georgetown on the other, and since the apartment was at ground level, had a nice fenced-in patio area just several yards away from the main pool. I was working as a White House intern and was just enjoying the first real summer away from parental guidance. After a time, however, I came to realize that I really wasn't as alone as I had thought. Upstairs were 2 bedrooms, the master and a smaller one right across the landing. At first, I decided to take the master because after all, bigger is supposed to be better. But I quickly changed my mind because, in the dead of night, I'd feel suddenly very cold and very uneasy, as if someone was standing near my bed, its dark, shadowy presence vaguely menacing. I didn't know who or what it was. All I really knew was that it was big, male, and didn't seem to like me as much as a roomie. After 2 nights of this, and getting very little rest, I moved my stuff across the landing to the other bedroom. Anyway, about this time, my roommate and best friend from college came to visit for a while and, without telling her of my own unsettling experiences, offered her the master bedroom. The very next day, she reported the same unnerving sensations. She told me that during the night, she felt someone breathing cool air on her cheek and felt a heaviness on her chest that both scared and kept her awake all night. After that, she promptly moved her things into my room as well. Since I knew what she was talking about, I graciously gave in, and the 2 of us were very careful to never enter that room unless we absolutely had to, and only in broad daylight. Summer came to an end, and we both got ready to head back to college. As I was in the bedroom packing, I suddenly heard her calling my name from across the landing. At first, I was puzzled because it was unspoken between us that we would never enter that room, and since we didn't have anything in there to pack, I hesitated before answering. Finally, I crossed the landing and entered into the master bedroom, calling out, "Yeah, what do you need?" When I walked in the room, nobody was there. Chilled by the episode, I went downstairs, calling my roommate's name. I finally found her in the kitchen area, the furthest part away in the house from the master bedroom. When I told her what happened, she shook her head in bewilderment and told me that she hadn't called my name and was, in fact, inside the pantry room packing up some canned goods. When she told me that, my back stiffened and an eerie shiver ran down my spine. Needless to say, we got the heck out of Dodge. An interesting postscript to this tale came near the end of 1998. My mother had been diagnosed with liver cancer in May, and in a desperate bid to lengthen her life, she had decided to become a Buddhist nun. She dressed in the traditional nun's garb and shaved her head, but at the end of September, she passed away unfortunately. During this time, a close friend of hers was in DC and so stayed at the Watergate apartment. She had not seen my mother in over a year and in fact, did not even know that my mother had just died less than a week ago. She unpacked and fell asleep in the master bedroom. Around midnight, she awoke because, as she told my father later on, she felt and saw an enormous shadow sitting on her chest, cutting off her breath. She couldn't scream because of the weight, and for a second, thought she was dying. She struggled and fought, but the shadow wouldn't budge, and she finally drew in one breath and cried out for help. Immediately, she said she was blinded by a light coming from the closet door, and as the light drew closer and nearer to the bed, she felt the weight suddenly dissipate, the shadow fleeing from the unearthly glow. She opened her eyes and saw a woman standing next to her, brown robes flowing to the ground. Instantly, she said she knew it was my mother, but the only thing that made her wonder was the fact that this woman, this friend she had known for years, was shaved bald. The glowing woman then smiled gently at her and slowly disappeared. Only after this friend of my mother's had told my father about this incident did she learn that, indeed, the day my mother died, she had died with a clean-shaven head, dressed in brown robes. The second place I experienced a haunting was when I lived in a 2-story house on the south side of Las Vegas. The house was owned by a chief in one of the casinos near the Strip and was completely furnished as advertised. As I came from a traditional Asian household, my grandmother also lived with me and my father, and since he was frequently away on business, it was just the two of us there most of the time. The first week we moved in, my grandmother discovered very fine, very black sand would accumulate near the tiled fireplace, and since we didn't ever use the fireplace, we thought it was rather strange. She would sweep it up, throw it away, but the next day it would appear again. This happened for about 4 days in a row. My grandmother, bless her heart, is a Capricorn, and thus rather anal about things. She was forever checking doors and windows, making sure they were locked and secured whenever we left the house. So when we came home one day from shopping, we were shocked to see the front door standing wide open. We always came through the garage door, so it was very unsettling to see the door open, knowing we had locked it before leaving. And since the front entrance is protected on one side by the garage, we knew the wind could not have done this. Nothing had been stolen or otherwise disturbed. We ended up not talking about it because really, what was there to talk about? And put it down to a freak of nature. During this time, my father came home from his trip and stayed in the master bedroom. Now, my father is not a man that is given to sudden wild and unexplained imaginings. He's 6'2", weighs nearly 200 pounds, and is perhaps one of the most self-assured men I have ever known. But after a week in that room, he abruptly confessed to me one day that there was something else staying in that bedroom with him. He said that whenever he closed his eyes to sleep, he would feel as if someone or something was staring at him through the darkness, and he would then have to get up and sleep with the lights on. At first, I just thought that was ridiculous. I mean, the man had faced down a robber at gunpoint, and he had to sleep with the light on? I smiled and nodded, but didn't think much of it because this was Vegas, not some creepy little Stephen King town filled with outlaw boogeyman. But after he left again, and I decided to stay in the master bedroom, it had cable, I quickly changed my mind, because as I snapped off the light, I too felt something peering at me through the shadows. It wasn't the same as it was in DC. This one was just as unsettling, to be sure, but it wasn't as menacing, just very disturbing. It was almost like it wanted me to notice it, had something it wanted to tell me, and as I turned on the light, I couldn't help but feel that it also needed to do something. Finally, one night, I sat up in bed and asked it, "Okay, what do you want?" I've had some prior experience with channeling, and this wasn't the first time I had encountered a restless spirit, so I just bluntly asked it what it wanted of me so I could finally get a decent night's sleep. When I closed my eyes in exhausted semi-consciousness, it was around 3 a.m. at this time, I saw behind my closed eyelids the pale figure of a woman dressed in white with long brown hair down her back. To be honest,
I didn't really believe what I was seeing, just thought it was a product of first stage REM cycle. I don't really remember what she looked like, just that she was slender and had curious stains on her white dress. She looked to be in her late 20s to mid 30s. She told me that she had been taken out to the desert, raped, strangled, and buried in the sand where the present house stood. Again, I don't know how much of this is true because I was nearly asleep at the time, but what I can say with certainty was that this spirit was obviously distressed by the manner of her demise, and I felt very sad for her. Later on, I told my grandmother about this, and as she burned paper money for my mother, a traditional act in Asian countries, she would be sure to burn some for the woman in white as well. She would burn the paper money and plead at the same time for this nice lady to not come out and frighten her while she was alone in the house. I thought it was highly amusing at the time and just indulged her whimsical actions. To me, it had been a very vivid dream, and as I was not the owner of the house, I certainly couldn't come up and dig around the property to substantiate the ghostly claims. After 6 months, the owner of the house was ready to move back in with his family, and so me and my grandmother packed up and moved to the west side. Another 3 months passed before I got a call. It was the owner of the house, and he had a very strange story to tell me. First off, he asked me if when I had lived there, did anything weird happen while I was there? Honestly, I did tell him yes, then told him about what I experienced and concluded that I thought the house was haunted. He agreed, telling me that the doors had started to open by themselves and that he would hear strange noises at night. Finally, he asked me to speak to his girlfriend because she had a most peculiar dream last night and needed to tell me about it. When she got on the phone, she told me that last night she had dreamed she had walked downstairs to the garage and met a young black-haired woman dressed in a white dress. The woman asked her if I was there because she needed to speak to me. Puzzled, the owner's girlfriend said that sorry, but no, they moved away. The woman in white had gotten agitated at the response and then asked, "Well, is the grandmother there then?" Again, she replied no, she's gone too. At this point, the woman in white became exceedingly upset and started to shout, "But I know she's there. I know, and I need to speak to her now. Please, you've got to let me talk to her." The owner's girlfriend was shocked at the desperation in the other woman's voice and kept repeating, "Sorry, but they're not here." Finally, she woke up, sweat pouring down her face, and immediately asked the owner to contact me. I really wish that I could tell you that there's a proper ending to all of this, but since I never went back to the house, nor my grandmother, I don't know what happened in the end. I just thought it was thoroughly bizarre that something which I had convinced myself was just a dream was actually probably based in some reality. Perhaps one day, I'll get the courage to go back there and tell him what the woman in white had told me. I still think about the poor woman at times, wondering if she's still on her quest to find some sort of justice or peace, and I hope that time really will heal all wounds. I just know that I've been blessed in the sense that I've been given opportunities to touch a world seldom seen by rational people, and hopefully this will not be a trend that will soon break. I also wish that I could include father's incidents that have raised my eyebrows a notch or two, but I think that I've taken up enough of your time. Thank you for listening. Oh, and by the way, my grandmother still burns paper money for the lady in white. She's convinced the poor soul will come after her if she doesn't. I was reading through your website, and it gave me the confidence to speak out about what I saw as a child. At age 12, I saw the angel of death, or what have you. I witnessed him come to a woman whom I had no knowledge of or have ever spoken with, take her away by giving her direct eye contact. Here's what happened. It was before summer in 1989. My family was poor, and we were being evicted from an apartment in Washington, D.C. We had to go to court to talk about it with the judge. In the waiting room at the courthouse in D.C., there was a woman sitting beside me with a large oxygen tank and a mask over her mouth. She was really heavy, and she wore a purple flower dress. I sat beside her. I remember I noticed her oxygen tank and wondered what was wrong with her. Then I heard a knock on the glass, which was right behind me. The seating arrangement was like the chairs were facing the waiting area, but your back was to a glass wall that if you looked through, you could see the security guards checking people in through an x-ray machine. I looked up when I heard a knock. 3 knocks. Then I looked up, and so did the other woman with the oxygen tank. We looked up at the same time. The angel of death looked at me with eye contact, then looked directly at her. He stared for about 3 seconds at both of us, me first and then her. When he looked at her, she wheezed a big then she fell on the ground in front of her chair. People, adults, started running to her and they said, "Get those kids out of here." And I just kept saying, "You did not see that man scare her?" Then I looked down the long hallway. He walked down and only saw his long black coat that looks like what judges wear. A black hat, black cape or cloak, and black shoes from the back. He did not look back and his arms were swinging. When I ran to catch up with him, he was gone. The security said no one came in with all black on, and they insisted I was crazy and to take me home. I still remember how he looks. He was a medium complexion black guy that was medium build and was older looking. The woman was white. This is a true story, and I'm not just saying that because I want you guys to believe this. It's because it is true. Thank you for reading. This is only one example of an encounter I had in a house I lived in. My daughter was only about 6 months old, and my husband and I were living with his parents at the time. On one particular morning, he had left for work, and I decided to lay on the couch until my baby woke up. I left the door to the upstairs open as well as our bedroom door, so I could hear when she woke. I fell asleep on the couch. Shortly after I fell asleep, something woke me. As I opened my eyes and looked up, I saw what appeared to be someone wearing a black hooded robe, going towards the stairs. I watched the figure. I sat there frozen, turn and go upstairs. At this point, I was freaking out. My baby is up there. I got up and started running towards the stairs, and I yelled for my mother-in-law to help. She was sleeping in the room off of the dining room. When I got upstairs and went into the nursery, my baby was laying there, limp with her eyes rolling in the back of her head. I grabbed her and ran downstairs. She was lifeless. We put 7-Up soda in her bottle and forced it into her and left it for the hospital. By the time we reached the doctor, she was okay. No one could explain what had happened. When they looked at her at the hospital, they thought we were nuts. She was laughing and having a great time, getting all of the attention. So, what was that? Had I beaten the angel of death? Or was she in trouble and that spirit was warning me? Whatever it was, thank God I still have my daughter. A little after 8 p.m., I was in bed, exhausted and waiting for my husband to come back from the kitchen with snacks. I dozed off for a few seconds, and when I opened my eyes, I saw a hunched over figure carrying what looked like a walking stick. He was standing sideways, so I saw his left side only, but his hair was gray and mussed, and he was wearing a ratty, moldy-looking cloak around his shoulders and partially over his head. As I stared, he just faded away. It was really disturbing. I didn't know if it was a dream or what. My husband came back a few seconds later, and I didn't know what to do. Finally, I told him, and he joked that it was the angel of death. I thought he looked a little like the guy from APPAREL, Death Row Tool cover, but not quite. The next morning, my daughter told me first thing to call Dad immediately. His older brother in Italy passed away that morning. I asked what time, his time and our time. I saw him about 4 hours before he passed. The strange thing is that even though there are 11 children, the only other sibling, another brother, passed away 28 years earlier, on the exact same day. I've not seen him again, but I've experienced visits by scent mostly, and he has visited a few times, mostly to tell the other siblings to call Italy and take care of his widow. I had spent time with this man, and he really liked me and even gave me a memento of his. I believe he somehow knew I could see things others couldn't. He knew I could, and did, carry out his message to my husband and for him to make sure his siblings stay in touch with her, too. Oh, and by the way, he did have a stick that he used to carry with him. Upon ever thinking of the paranormal, my initial feeling is fear. I'm not, maybe never will be, comfortable with my encounters with the supernatural. I've always been what you would call overly scared when it comes to the subject of ghosts, but that doesn't stop the supernatural from paying my frightened self many visits. For some odd reason, most of my encounters have been while being just in the midst of falling asleep, or they will wake me out of my sleep. For this reason, I've always tried to convince myself that they were just my imagination. I've come to cope with the fact that they have been happening more frequently. The past homes I've lived in have been older homes, so you would think that if I were having encounters, the history of the home would be to blame. But I now live in a newer home, and I'm recently being visited by a close friend of mine who passed away almost 2 years ago. My first encounter when I was about 13. I was lying in bed, almost asleep, when I heard what I thought was my little sister talking and playing in my room. I told her sternly, "Holly, get out of my room." But when the little voice and rummaging through my belongings in the corner didn't stop, I opened my eyes only to see that the little voice wasn't my sister's. It was a little girl whose face I couldn't really make out, being that she was a little ball of light. Some of her features were distinctive, but I could clearly tell what was happening. I jumped out of my bed and ran for dear life. My mother is a big fan of the supernatural and always says, "Elizabeth, you should try to talk to them if you see them. Ask them what they want." Is she crazy? My first experience made me run, much less strike up a conversation. We eventually moved into a much older home where I experienced a lot of lights turning on and off by themselves and the frequent sounds of someone walking up and down the hardwood stairs. But I grew used to it and never had any more visual experiences until recently. My closest friend, Morgan, passed away in a car accident almost 2 years ago at the young age of 18. I believe that she hasn't crossed over because she is confused. Her life was taken so quickly that I believe she is lost, and she is now visiting me. She has come to me 2 times in the past month, and I have a feeling that she's going to come again. Anytime I have an encounter, it scares the wits out of me. Again, this encounter came in the midst of falling asleep. I was actually having a dream about her, and I don't know if it was a noise that woke me up, but in my groggy state, I opened my eyes, and someone was standing in front of me. I know it was her, but couldn't make her out. I heard her talking to me, but it was very muffled. I was scared to death, of course, so I closed my eyes and tried to fall back asleep, blowing it off as my imagination, until I woke up. The same night, I was having yet another dream about her. I'm a very light sleeper, so any noise, touch, etc. will wake me up. While dreaming of her, I popped awake instantly while catching a chill and having something touch my back in the dead darkness of the night. I tried to scream, but nothing came out, so I hugged my infant son closer and went back to sleep. My way of dealing with my encounters is to be very still, if you call that dealing. I would like to not be so fearful of the supernatural, much less my best friend. Please help if you can.
My parents found a house to rent in a beautiful location off the Appalachian Trail for an extremely good price. Half of the house was fairly new, and the other half was very old, put together with wooden pegs instead of nails. The first odd thing we noticed was that one area of the lawn, which was enclosed by a stone wall, was constantly sticky and covered in flies. Then we started to hear balls bouncing and what sounded like children running up and down the hallway. Every night the front door would open and close, followed by the door into the kitchen and around the corner to the side door going out. My dog refused to go into the old part of the house and would urinate if we forced her. Things continued to escalate to the point where canned goods would fly off the shelves. My brother's closet door would slam open and shut rapidly, and we'd be woken up by faceless children. My father refused to believe anything was going on and always had some rational explanation for it.
That is until he was asked by the landlord to replace the floor in the living room. When he opened the hatch to access the crawl space, a fireball of electricity shot out at him, which he ignored. But when we went down the ladder, we found a small dirt room about 4 feet high, and it was a stone slab approximately 6 feet long, with a groove carved around the edge and forming a sort of stone spout at one end. The next day we came home to find 4 of our birds with their necks snapped in their cage, and a mirror flew off the wall at my brother. My parents packed what would fit in the car, and we moved to a campground until we found another place to live. Whatever was in that house, I don't believe was a ghost, but something evil and dangerous. It all started when my fiance and I bought a new house. It's actually a few houses down from my mother's home, where we've also had chilling tales. Our houses are directly across the street from an old cemetery. Upon moving in, we had odd things happen. It started off where my dogs would stare into my dark hallway, always around 3 a.m., and growl and raise their fur. It always gave me a sinking feeling. I was taking a shower not long after the dog incident, and something touched my shoulder. I ran out of the shower, soap in my hair and eyes screaming. My fiance said the look of terror on my face made him think someone was in our house and caused him to panic. A few weeks later, I heard a low whisper while in the shower, and I ran out in terror again. The icing on the cake is about to take place. I was out on my back porch, cleaning and organizing things, when on my back door, I heard a loud slam on the glass, so loud I expected it to shatter. I ran outside, couldn't even speak. I was so horrified, and again, my fiance thought an intruder was inside. There was nobody around. We live on a dead-end street in good neighborhood. I wasn't expecting a human to be the cause. Fast forward to a few weeks later, and we decided to put a fence in the backyard to keep my dogs contained. Upon building said fence, my fiance unearthed a gravestone in our backyard. It was dated from 1851 and appears to be from a young girl. I have a photo on my phone. After finding the gravestone, things escalated. I would be on my treadmill in the bedroom, and something would touch my shoulder. I started seeing shadow figures and hearing creepy, low voices. My animals usually picked up on a presence too. I had the majority of the experiences, but I think it's due to the fact that I'm the woman of the house, and she's looking for a mother figure. I own a duplex and rent out the other half. My past 2 tenants and current ones all had their own ghost stories and said it was haunted. I mentioned my mother's house is a few houses away, built along the same cemetery near my house. Well, she called one day after getting home from work at 11:30 at night. She was almost in tears, saying she entered her kitchen and said she's heard the creepiest voice that sent chills down her spine. She's lived on her own for 20 years and wouldn't even enter her own house. She was horrified. My fiance and I came right over and went through her entire house, but nobody was there. When I was a child and we had just moved into that house, she called the police before because it would sound like someone had a baseball bat and was beating on the outside of the house. But of course, nobody was ever there. I still live in my house with the gravestone we unearthed. The gravestone is still leaning against my house. I wasn't sure what to do with it. I didn't want to just desecrate it, so it's leaned against my house in my fenced-in dog pen. We also dug all around looking for a body, but I suppose didn't dig that deep, and we didn't dig the whole yard up. For all I know, there could have been a body in my yard. It was from 1851. It's quite possible the family buried their child in their yard. It's also possible the graveyard expanded to where my house is. Athol used to be a hotspot back in the 1800s. That pesky graveyard was taking up prime land, and folks wanted to build here. Just another thought of mine for why I have a gravestone in my yard, and all these creepy experiences.
I can't remember the exact date. It was almost 25 years ago. I do remember it being in the summer, though. I was about the age of 8 years old. My parents had a family friend pass away, and since they didn't have a sitter for me, I had to go along. I was afraid of dead bodies at the time, understandably since I was a child. I just sat at my seat and waited until my parents decided it was time to leave. I distinctly remember a brunette woman coming up and talking with me. She was wearing red heels, black tights, a black dress about down to her knees, a red and black suit-looking shirt, and she had on earrings and a necklace. I cannot recall what they were exactly. I don't know why I can remember this woman so well, or why I can almost perfectly recall her exact outfit. She just stuck out in the crowd. She asked me what my name was. I told her Josh. She then asked me a few more questions about how I knew the deceased. I told her he was a family friend. She then proceeds to tell me that she is his wife. I thought maybe it was his daughter or another friend of the man's. She was a lot younger than him. Her exact words were, "I know we will be together again very soon." At 8 years old, I didn't know better. I was brought up to be friendly to strangers, and I just talked to her. Too many people around for her to try and kidnap me. I do remember everyone looking at me funny though, and giving me dirty looks. I didn't know why they were doing this. We sat there and talked a good 15 minutes or so. Someone must have said something to my parents about me. I remember when my mother told me they were leaving, she was griping at me that I should stop talking to myself. I told her I wasn't talking to myself. I was talking to the man's wife, who had died. She was talking to me. We still kind of mention this today and share a chuckle over it because even she says she remembers saying this. "Josh, that isn't funny. That man's wife died." It was about 11 p.m. I had just gone into bed and turned on the TV. And after about 5 minutes, the TV turned off by itself and the telephone rang one time. It then felt like someone put their arm under my pillow and my head and shoulders were lifted up about 20 inches or so. I then yelled, "Oh God," and I was instantly dropped. Another time I woke up in the middle of the night and smelled a strong smell of urine. It was so strong smelling that I had peed myself, so I jumped out of bed and checked, but I hadn't. I then went to the bathroom to pee, and I saw a puddle of some liquid on the floor in front of the closet door. There was no reason for liquid to be there. I got paper towels to clean it up, and you could smell that it was strong urine. This worried me. I thought, did I do this in my sleep? It happened again a few nights later with the strong urine smell, and urine on the floor at the same spot. Sometimes I would get a whiff of urine throughout the day. I asked a friend that came over to smell me and tell me if I smelled like urine, and I didn't. I told him what was happening, and after a few days later, he brought me a book. He said he read the back of it, and when I did, I started crying because it said, if you smell urine in your house for no reason, that you have a demon in your house. Some people told me they saw a black shadow in my dining room, and some other weird stuff would go on from time to time. What got me was this was a new house that I had built. I sold it after living there for 5 years. I was very careful not to talk about moving because I did not want this thing coming with me. At one time, I did demand it to leave, and things did settle down somewhat after that, but I always felt like someone was watching me. It creeped me out when I would take a bath. Thanks for reading. I've seen or experienced ghosts or spirits most of my life. My family is from a small town in southern Louisiana, where just about everyone I knew either saw ghosts or had a family member who experienced such. When I started telling my parents about the things I felt, saw, and dreamed, I was encouraged. One of my parents would always say, "Oh, your uncle sees this ghost. And don't forget about your Aunt E. She lives in a haunted house and talks to spirits all the time." So when my most recent experience happened, I was not surprised. My aunt died on January 18th, 2016. She was 96 years old. And although it was sudden, I was happy that she didn't suffer and had lived on her own up until 2 weeks before her death. She was the last relative of my parents' generation, both having crossed over many years ago themselves. I'd been feeling rather blue to say the least, but I returned to my daily routine within a matter of days. On Friday, January 29th, I was driving home after a long week. I was on a very wide and busy street. I stopped at a stoplight at a major intersection. While I sat in traffic, I experienced the most delicious aroma of a cheeseburger. I could smell the patty on the griddle, the yellow-orange cheese, the hot, salty yellow peppers, the yummy pickles and the bun on the griddle, as well as the crispy French fries. The aroma was so great, I said out loud, boy, if the burger wouldn't be cold by the time I got home, I would stop and buy one. And that is when it hit me. There was not a single burger joint anywhere in this area, so I smiled and chalked it up to a visit from my aunt. But my visit wasn't over. I got home and started to relax into the evening. I went into my bedroom and my cat followed as he usually does. When I sat down on the side of my bed, I observed him to jump up in the air as if he was playing with a string of some sort. This went on for about 2 minutes. I just sat there amazed, wondering what kitty he found so delightful. Then it hit me. My aunt liked cats, but my mother loved cats. So again, I smiled and chalked it up to my aunt. Had also brought my mother, which was her sister, both of which loved cheeseburgers and pastrami. And my mother decided to play with my cat. That night, I slept well and happy, and I think that kitty slept well too. It is nice to know the spirits are always with us, even when they take form in the mundane.
I'm here to tell you about the strange occurrences that happened to my mother at the Lawrence family mansion on Teddington Park Avenue in Toronto. The first thing you need to know is that my mom is a down-to-earth, no-nonsense type, and she believes that the house was, as all its tenants have believed in the past, that it is haunted. My mom lived in an apartment, dirt cheap because it was haunted, at the top of the mansion. It was, she says, extremely beautiful. High vaulted ceilings, many rooms, and spacious too. In the kitchen, there was a mirror called the talking mirror. This was because anybody who stayed in the kitchen long enough started randomly talking to themselves in the mirror. My mother says no matter who passed it, they started to babble. My mom even talked to herself without realizing it, until something brought her attention back to where she was and what she was doing, making her realize that she had been talking to herself. On the bottom floor, a German man named Hans, I don't know how to spell it, he was the most serious man my mom had ever known. My mom visited him sometimes, and oftentimes she would go into this bathroom that was there and just study the CLW footed tub that dated back to the 1930s. She got the most creepy feeling looking at it, like she could almost see a body lying in it. She compared it to the Portrait of Murder of Merit, which is a painting of a man with his throat and wrist slit. She told the man, and he said that he heard noises coming from it at night, and that he knew it must have been haunted, because he said you could almost see the outline of a body in it. They looked into the history of the home, and sure enough, somebody had hurt themselves in the tub around the 1950s. Another thing near the bathroom was a hall, where people would say they felt a deep desire to run to get down it, and that before going down it, you had to stop and brace yourself, getting up your courage, like there was a wall there stopping you from going that you had to get through. Another place in the house was a great living room. It was in the apartment of a policeman and his girlfriend. They always argued, mostly in that room. And one night, the girlfriend took the man's gun and held it to his head as they argued. People always reported that happy couples would always go into that room and just start arguing. Cold spots were numerous in the house. I could tell you many other stories about various spots, but I have to get going. My mom says the house is sold for over $5 million, and that she suspects that someone tore the house down to get rid of the hauntings and built a replica. My name is Lindsay. I've lived with my family in this home for 4 years now, and ever since we've lived here, we've experienced some things. It seems though that most things have happened in my bedroom, and I often thought my parents did not believe the things I had told them about. The first month of living in my home, my mother awoke in the morning to find a painting of a woman. This painting was lying on the floor in the closet. It appeared overnight. She had questioned all of us in the home, and nobody had seen it before. The music boxes would play randomly in the middle of the night. Doorknobs, turning seconds before turning them yourself. My bedroom door always sounded like it was opening by itself, when it was really shut. It wasn't for a while when I actually started to see people, or should I say ghosts, in my room while I was sleeping. I have seen a translucent woman wearing brown rags several times. The first I'd ever seen her, she was standing at the foot of my bed with her mouth wide open, as if she was screaming, but I never heard a sound. It felt as though my heart had stopped. I was frozen with fear. I had rolled over and told myself it wasn't actually there, and that I was seeing things. Then about a month later, the same lady sat in my chair, in my room, just watching me. I then covered my face with my pillow and went back to sleep. In the morning, I told my mother about both times this lady being in my room, and she just mocked me. She just kind of laughed and joked about it. She told me that the first time that the lady was there, it was because her teeth hurt, because I'm planning on becoming a dentist after schooling. I didn't think my mom believed me at all. Sometime after that, a tall man stood next to the head of my bed, once again, just staring at me. When I awoke, I started screaming, and my mother came running into my room. She told me it was just a dream and to go back to bed, but I knew it wasn't. She was just saying what parents would say, just to make me feel better. It was strange how my room was the only room I'd ever seen them in. My family would just make fun of me and would make stupid jokes about the ghost in my room. Later one night, my sister was across the hall from me sleeping when she woke to a flash that lit up the room at 1 a.m. This was when she was 20. She then ran into my room and slept next to me. She was not sure that it was a flash from a camera, since we were upstairs and everyone was sleeping. We never figured what the flash was. When my mother was away on vacation, and I was the only one home, I was sleeping, and when I woke in the middle of the night, I found myself eye to eye with a young girl who had to have been at least 10. She had a wound in her head where her eye had been. Terrifyingly, there was a hole through her head. It was the right eye that had been gone. This was the most frightening thing I'd ever seen. I once again couldn't do anything. I was the only one home, so I laid there and went back to sleep. Once again, I see the woman lady, except this time, I find myself fighting her in my dream. The weird thing was, a mobile that was hanging above me on my ceiling had fallen and hit me in the stomach while I was sleeping. I still found that my parents didn't believe me until one night, my dad went downstairs for a drink at 1 a.m. That's when he heard some girl humming a song. He thought it was me, until he realized that he and my mom were the only ones home that night. Later the same night at 3 in the morning, my mother awoke and had to use the restroom. While she was walking down the hall, she heard a lady talking. My parents told me about this when I arrived home the next morning, and now they believe me. We don't know about who these ghosts are, but we are trying to find some history about our house, as it was built in 1890. Maybe the history will reveal who these ghosts are and why they are there. I grew up in a typical Maryberry-ish small southern town in southeast Tennessee. Our home was less than 80 feet from the Norfolk Southern Railroad line. The tracks were on a rise in the hill, and from the second-story window of our home, you would be parallel with the tracks. The town I grew up in was once a coal mining camp, and then grew to be a coal mining town. Point of fact, the town's name came from the original proprietor of the first train depot. It was called Daisy, after his only daughter. From my house, the original train depot was situated just about a mile north, and the area of the train tracks in between was often referred to as Black Track because there were several curves in the railway, and coal was often spilled in these curves, leaving the soil covered in the black, chalky coal residue. It is purportedly haunted, and there are several ghastly and ghostly tales attributed to that area of track. From what I'm able to gather, one story is that a female slave was once accused of leading other slaves to freedom via the train tracks, and when her trajectory was discovered by her owner, she was tied to the tracks until a train came through, chopping off both of her feet. Once this was done, she was carried to the slave quarters as an example of what would happen to all others who attempted escape or assisted others in escaping. Slowly she bled to death, despite the other slaves' best effort. I know several people who have laid their hands on the Bible today and testify seeing her feetless body in the area. Other stories about a train wreck that happened about 15 yards from the back door of my old home. In southern Tennessee, we do not get much snow, but we can get quite a bit of rain. Apparently in the late 30s, a weather front came through, bringing a lot of rain and flash flooding to the area. One night after the rain had slowed to a drizzle, a fully loaded train was slowing to stop at the depot, not knowing that the ground below was giving way under its weight. During the initial wreck, several railroad workers and hobos were trapped in the rubble. Many of the rescuers were local farmers and residents who perished as the mud shifted under the weight of the debris, and ultimately, a large land and debris slide halted all rescue efforts. As many as 50 people perished, and the old-timers would say that they could hear people moaning and screaming for help for days after the wreck, and how help never came. Some people swear that they could hear the sorrowful screams and moans of the trapped on bright, still nights. Lastly, another story about the area tracks has to do with teenage hormones and stupidity. Along the section of track is an old paved road that weaves back and forth across the tracks. In the 50s and 60s, this area of road was used by teenagers to prove the muscle in their machines and the guts in their drivers. More than one person has perished in their efforts to outrun the train. Many people say that those untimely deaths are the culprits of strange flashes of light that are often seen in that area. I am new to this site, and I've read many of the stories posted. I wanted to share my experiences. For the past 5 years, myself, my son who is turning 6, and my daughter who will be 2 this fall, have lived in a small cottage-style house with a full basement. The first weekend that I moved in, I of course had a party. My son stayed with my parents for the night. I also had a roommate for the first 2 months that I moved into the home. She had a cordless phone in the basement, and I had a regular phone upstairs. After our guests left for the evening, I took the cordless phone upstairs to make some calls. When I went to bed, I left the phone on the floor in my room. The next morning, I heard someone walking up the basement stairs. My bed was on the other side of the wall that led to the basement. I heard the footsteps walk through the kitchen, small dining room, and into the living room. I had my bedroom door shut, and I tried to call out to my roommate to tell her to come in. I thought that she was looking for the phone. It was then that I realized that I couldn't open my eyes, move, or even speak. I heard the footsteps pass through my doorway. The door never opened. I noticed that the closer they got to my bed, that the floor appeared to be shaking, hence the shaking ghost. The only auditory comparison I can give is it sounded like when my dad would do laundry and tried to cram 20 pairs of jeans in a washer that had 5. The whole machine would shake, and you could hear it all over the house. The bathroom floor would even vibrate. That is what it felt like to me. I realized that whatever it was standing over me, and soon I felt a hand resting on my hip. It was just a gentle pressure. I think that he was trying to see who was in the house. At that moment, I was extremely terrified and still couldn't move, speak, or even open my eyes. There was a banging on my window. The noise stopped, and whatever had touched me let go. I jumped out of bed, and there was nothing in the room. Apparently, my dad had been standing outside for 10 minutes banging on the door. I never heard him pull into the driveway, which is right outside my window, or knock on the door. He also said that he tried to call us, and I'd never heard the phone ring. I never had this happen again, until just 2 nights ago. My daughter and I share a room, and around 2 in the morning, she woke up. I could hear her cry out, "Mama," and I tried to get up. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move anything but to lift my head off the pillow briefly. I realized that the floor was shaking again. I tried to open my eyes to look at it, and I couldn't. I believed that it was looking to the crib at my daughter. I didn't feel anything evil, but I don't think it wanted me to see it. After about 5 minutes, the shaking stopped, and my daughter was back asleep. It all happened so strange that I even considered that I was maybe dreaming it all. When I checked the crib, my daughter seemed fine, and nothing was out of place. Some other just normal haunting things I've experienced are footsteps in cabinets open when I know that I left them closed. The ghost seems to like my kids and likes to check up on them. I smoke, so during the winter when it is cold, I go down into the basement and smoke by the back cellar steps. I have often heard footsteps go from one bedroom to another, but they never go back out of the last room they entered. Also, when my daughter was in her baby swing, anytime I went downstairs, I would hear footsteps walk over to the swing and stop. They are always too heavy and slow to be my son's. Also, whenever I hear them and go back upstairs, he is soundly asleep in his room, so I know that it was never my son. There have been a few times, though, that I felt that I was unwelcome in the basement. I feel like I'm being watched in there, and that something doesn't like me to be there. I have also felt that feeling walking past my kitchen at night. It's like something is standing there watching me, and this thing seems very cold. I have never been harmed or felt completely threatened by anything. My son has complained of being scared, but if he has seen or heard anything, he doesn't tell me. I just wanted to share my story. We are moving in a month, so it'll be interesting to see if the people that end up renting my house have any experiences too. When I was about 6 or 7, I woke up in the middle of the night for a strange reason. I had a loft bed, and I had looked down in my closet. As I was looking, I saw my bead curtains that were hanging over my closet starting to sway. I then felt something brush the side of my arm. I flipped out and almost ran into my parents' room. About halfway to my parents' room, I came to the realization that maybe my fan was on. When I went back to my room, I noticed that my fan had been unplugged the whole time. I knew then that my curtains were definitely moving on their own. I didn't even own any pets, so I had no logical explanation for what had happened. I remember always seeing someone in the corner of my eye. I would turn to see who it was, but when I did, no one was there. Things would disappear, such as homework and school supplies. Then they would reappear on the kitchen counter and on my dresser. I would always feel someone is watching me. Then I turned around to see that no one was there. I remember one time in particular, I had a friend sleep over. We were up in my tree fort, and it was dark out, and we were hiding inside. We had dared each other to turn off our flashlights so that it was pitch black. We were getting ready to open the side door when a pair of red eyes appeared on the door window. We rushed inside and started to shake from fright. I have moved from that house 5 weeks ago, and I've lived in that house for 7 years. I'm glad not to be in that house anymore. I feel a presence here, but I don't know if it's good or bad. Watching my mom slowly disappear from this earth was one of the hardest things I've ever had to go through in my life. All the sleepless nights spent by her bedside, reassuring her that my love for her would never die, even though she was in the process of it. Words cannot even begin to describe what it felt to be in that hospital, watching her soul slowly slip away from her body. And it was in those dying moments when I was finally able to process what took so many years to fully comprehend: that she was love, and I never truly knew what I had. For the years before I lost her, I'd often wonder what love was exactly. Was it just a figment of my imagination? Was it this elusive ghost that its presence I'd never be able to feel? It was nowhere to be seen. Even if I did see it, would my eyes even believe it? That's it. That's the line. Love to me was a ghost. I'd always hear stories of it. Those who have sworn they felt it. But did it really exist? The loss of my mother changed all of that, because love is watching someone die. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not a scholar or a teacher. In fact, I'd say I'm pretty dim-witted, but that was the journey I took to reach the stellar conclusion. It's just a shame that it came at a time when I was at my weakest and most vulnerable stage. But as they say, hindsight is 20/20. It's just that I had learned so much from the grieving process that I was finally able to piece together the puzzle. Since Mom left, I also began to realize something else: that love returns to comfort, even in the paranormal. Funny, I'm a skeptic, and I've always been. There were a few moments after my mom's passing that I really began to realize that she really didn't leave me. I'm writing these ghost events because I want people to know their souls do live on even after death, because what happened to me was true evidence
that the afterlife is so very real. Sure, we never know for certain, but I hope after reading my story, you will be more convinced that there is another dimension where people travel to. My son had never met my mom before. In fact, she passed away years before he had a chance to. But yet, from an early age, he started having these visitations that I always used to dismiss as just a kid's imagination. At first, it was always just things he'd hear at night, like a faint humming in his bedroom, and the sounds of a woman's voice. My son was 12 at the time, but he always insisted that there was someone else living in the bedroom with him. Then, my son would start to tell me that there was an old lady living in his closet. After a while, it really got to be too much for him, and he started to refuse sleeping in his room. He insisted every time, and I refused to believe that there was a woman's eyes just showing up in the closet. It wasn't a comfortable feeling to him, because he felt this woman's energy as something truly demonic, as in it wasn't just watching, but almost waiting for something. "Dad," he'd say, "there's an old lady that wants to possess my soul." The more events that he swore happened, the more I started to grow concerned after dismissing it before. As a concerned parent, my initial thoughts were not that he was seeing a ghost, but that he was having a mental breakdown. Maybe my son was going through an episode of psychosis and even developing schizophrenia. So I went to get him a psychological evaluation, and oddly enough, all tests came back fine. There really wasn't anything going on with him. He still maintained that there was something in his room, so it was time for me to trade rooms with him to see what he was on about. I have to mention, though, that nothing else was going on in my house until this happened. This is also part of the reason why I'd always dismiss my son and think it was an imagination. Kids generally have imaginary friends, or sometimes tell stories for attention. But at the age of 12, I honestly genuinely thought so. After a while, though, that narrative ended up dissolving, and something else took its place, that possibly something paranormal was going on, and that was what I was trying to find out. I ended up sleeping in my son's room for about a month, and for the first couple of weeks, there were no signs of activity anywhere in the room. It actually felt a bit peaceful. The odd thing was, when I finally felt something in the room, I really felt it to an extreme. It was like it hit me like a ton of bricks, and I wasn't able to shake the feeling off at all. It was almost like having the flu. I started to feel weak and uneasy, and for a few days, I felt this pressure on my chest, as if something was sitting on me, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. The scariest moment came a few days after Valentine's Day. I was sleeping in my son's room, late at night, when I felt as if someone was breathing on my face. I then awoke, and I literally saw the closet door open completely and slowly. Luckily, I didn't see anything, but it did alarm me to the point in which I began to believe my son a little more. Maybe not about an old lady, as he said, but that something unkind was living in this room. I still kept sleeping in there until a few months later, when I had to call a priest into the room to bless it, and had a medium come over as well, when I was always a completely level-headed person who always stayed composed. I would lash out at my brother and my sister when they were over, and one day I got into a verbal altercation that I didn't even remember having with my sister. I threw her up against a wall and told her that she needed to fear me and kept threatening her. I then went to sleep. It was about 8 p.m. and woke up and my sister had told me what I did, and I was completely unaware. When I woke up, I really had no memory of that happening. I just remember blacking out and waking up in a bed a couple hours later. She told me what I did, and I apologized to her immediately. That's when she said that you need to get a medium and a priest in here. There is something sinister living in your home, and it's not safe for your son to be living here. So a priest came in and blessed the home, and so did the medium. I told the medium about my son and what he experienced, and everything that happened to me. The medium came to the conclusion that the woman in the closet was actually a fallen angel who was trying to possess me. I told her that maybe it was my mom in the closet, but she rejected the idea. The old woman in the closet, her theory, was appearing as my mom because that's what fallen angels or demons do. They deceive and trick. After all that, nothing happened. It was quite peaceful. And my son and I had never experienced anything else. I really wonder why this fallen angel decided to appear in our home. Was she feeding off the negative energy of the mourning of my mother? Maybe my mother was there to protect me. Who knows? The stories I'm about to tell you are pretty creepy. It's about fallen angels. To me, fallen angels are more like demons who were originally rejected from heaven, or sent down to create havoc and chaos for those who are vulnerable and easy to manipulate. They are a category of ghosts that I believe are quite possibly the scariest form you could ever encounter. You may find this hard to believe, but I will tell you anyway, because quite frankly, I don't give a dang who doesn't believe me. It was when I used to work the third shift at a grocery store, stocking items overnight, and oftentimes, I'd take the back roads home, and would often pass by the old wooden bridge that dates back years and years. This happened in Minnesota. I can remember that it was snowing extremely hard that night, and I had just gotten into a pretty bad argument with my now ex-girlfriend. I was supposed to stay the night at her house just to call off for work, because the roads were terrible. I went to her house just before it started snowing really hard to take back some items that I had left there. I wasn't about to stay with her after a couple days, because a couple days ago, she had cheated on me, but she insisted that I just spend the night and try to forget what happened, which I think is ridiculous, but it is what it is. So I take off to go home. The blizzard was just getting bad at this point, and I had trouble driving through it, especially on these dirt roads, but I was doing the best I could. At this point, there isn't a soul within miles, literally driving on the road, with a bridge that doesn't have anything around. No stores, buildings, homes, etc. Literally just an open country road, and it just kept snowing and snowing. I have my brights focused on the road, and that's when I see two young men just standing in front of the road, staring at my car from afar. I mean, this made no sense, because again, as I said, there was nothing around them at all for them to even be there. No other cars present, no shops, buildings, etc. There was just that bridge behind me, and an open road. Even though it was snowing, it did seem like they were solid people to me. Well, anyway, I start to get really scared. I was thinking that maybe these two young men were going to try and ambush me. So even though it was snowing like crazy, I ended up slamming on the gas and driving right past them. I was thinking that they wouldn't want to get hit by the car, so they would move away immediately. So I pushed the gas forward, knowing how dangerous it already is with the road. And I'm going faster, and they aren't moving. So I'm driving, and I ended up driving through them. They did not move out of the way, and I pulled over for a second after that, looked behind me, maybe thinking for a split second that maybe I did hit them, and I saw absolutely no one. They were gone. It happened so quick, and there was no evidence at all that they were even there. I tried to check if there were any footprints, but I looked around, and I couldn't find any at all. Either way, I wasn't going to stay around longer on the road to see if they could come back, so I ended up driving off. The weird thing was, as I was looking at my gas tank, I was nearly running on empty. Before I even left my ex, my tank had full gas. There's no way that in the 15 minutes that I drove from my ex's house to my own house, that it would take almost all my gas to get there. It just doesn't add up, even with the blizzard going on. The crazy part was, when I got home, I went to sleep, and the next day, my ex had called me. She was frantic. She said that she felt like someone was breaking into her house last night. She said she kept seeing shadows right outside her back door, moving back and forth in the middle of the night. Big shadows that made it seem that whatever was trying to break in was at least 7 feet tall. But it really made no sense, because why would someone do that in the middle of a blizzard? I told her my own story about what had happened to me, and she suggested that I spend the night with her, just to keep her safe. So for the next few days, even if I was apprehensive about it, I stayed at her house. I would simply just go to work from her house every night and come back, but nothing would happen. That was until I came back on the 4th night I was staying there, and she had told me something really weird had happened. I told her what, and she said that when she was sleeping in her room, she told me that she saw a shadow figure with wings just standing in the hallway at night. She told me she heard a loud noise in the hallway, got up, opened the door, and at the end of the hallway, that's where she saw it. It then moved away pretty quickly and disappeared. Knowing what happened to me before, I didn't call her crazy or think she was imagining things. I believed her, and that's where the stories end. This is why I bring up the fallen angel theory, because I believe that because of the cheating, the winter storm, and all the anger and bad energy floating around, I believe that this fallen angel appeared to make things even worse. It almost seemed like it wanted something bad to happen to us, but nothing really did. Again, I know this is hard to believe, but after you've truly witnessed something like this, maybe you change your mind. Whatever the case, it was creepy, and I have my own thoughts and beliefs about what was going on here. This is a story in which I'm not entirely sure if it was sleep paralysis or something much more sinister, but it is pretty terrifying. Fallen angel ghost encounters? You decide for yourself. In 1985, 3 friends and I moved to our first home outside of the dorms at Oregon College in Eugene, Oregon. We had found a great duplex. It was close to school, roomy, comfortable, and best of all, it was cheap. The house was older. Downstairs there were 3 rooms, a door to the basement, and stairways in the front and the back of the home, leading to 3 bedrooms and a bath upstairs. Immediately we noticed that the place was eerie, especially the basement and the back stairway. We kept the basement door locked. The problems began immediately. Many mornings, we woke to find the previously locked basement door open. The back stairwell was terrifying. Some of us took to walking down the stairway sideways because we felt that somebody was going to push us down. There was a frequent, very cold spot at the top of the stairwell, although there was no windows nearby, and the darkness at the top of the stairs felt downright malicious. Whatever resided there seemed to strongly dislike the woman in our household. Light shades from ceiling fixtures have come crashing down a few times when she was around, but it wouldn't ever happen to us. After each time this happened, we tightened the rest of the fixtures, only to have it happen again a few weeks later. Another time she had to go down to the basement, and when she was going down there, she heard a very deep groan coming out of nowhere. She called out, just to make sure there wasn't anyone down there. That's when we asked her if she was okay, and realized we were all upstairs. She swore that she heard a really aggressive groan there. Another time, and this only happened to her, she awoke to a black mass choking her in the middle of the night. She woke up, and it was gone, disappeared, nowhere to be found at all. It just didn't make much sense at all. She even had a dream where two angels were fighting with each other. One was completely dressed in black, and the other was light. She told us it was a quick dream, and she woke up immediately, but that really affected her. Over time, we stopped spending any time alone in the home because of the constant feeling of being watched or followed. Friends stopped coming over. One even refused to even come onto the front porch because the house frightened him so much. I slept in the front room upstairs. It was the brightest room in the home, but it wasn't fear of the fear that the rest of the house seemed to generate. I began to suffer from my terrors. Was it the stress of school? I wondered. Or the energy of the place? As I fell asleep, I saw either spiders or a severed hand scudding across my bed towards me. Frightening me so badly, I jumped out of bed screaming. I couldn't bear the night terrors. After some research, I decided to bless my room using salt and holy water. I told the spirits that the house was theirs, but the room was mine. I kept a line of salt across my threshold at all times. Perhaps it was a placebo, but the night terrors never happened after the blessing. But from time to time at night, I'd glance up from my studies. He stood right at the door, looking into my room. I could see a hat, a jawline, shoulders and chest. I'm talking about this ghost. To me, it didn't feel particularly sentient, and I could often gather the fortitude to close the door in his missing face. It was this figure, maybe, that had been terrorizing the woman before, but it just felt unusual. This is why I believe it to be a fallen angel ghost. Everything just seemed to add up this way, because it was a very bad energy and experience that couldn't be lifted for a very long time. We've lived in this home for 2 very frightening years. I've experienced some ghostly places since, but I've never since had night terrors. I don't know whether the house is still standing or what experiences other tenants have had. Hi, I live in Worcester, Massachusetts. My house was originally built by my grandparents, where there used to be dirt roads and farms all over the place, way back in the day. It's been here for at least 40 plus years, and on some occasions when I'm home alone, I feel a presence, particularly in my mother's bedroom. This only happens sometimes. One of the scariest moments came after playing with a Ouija board with my little brother there. I remember we were curious to see if our grandparents were still with us, and since I was a big believer in ghosts, I wanted to see more signs of the afterlife. We were playing, and the letters spelled out evil and angel every time if we asked if something was there.
It simply terrified the both of us, but we still wanted to find out more. I remember also getting a spirit box, those really old Japanese recorders, and every time we'd record in that room, and this only happened in this room, you'd hear a very loud growl. We would ask, "Who are you?" And even another time, I'd get a voice saying "Evil Angel." It was spooky to hear spelled out on the Ouija board and heard on the spirit recorder. One night, my mother was reading and no one else was in the room, and she heard a voice whisper, "Kathy." She came into my bedroom and thought it was me, but I was on the computer. I don't know of anyone passing away in this home to my knowledge, but sometimes I feel watched in my own home. It's very weird. We were starting to put the pieces together, that this could be a fallen angel or a demon. I have this weird shed in my backyard that hasn't been used in years. It's located in the woods over a stone wall, and whenever I just walk in there, even during the day, I feel a presence that warns me to go away from there. This happens when I step over the stone wall and into the woods. I automatically feel like I shouldn't be here, or to go away. One night in the fall, I stood right near the stone wall listening, and I swear I could hear someone walking in the leaves very slowly. And sometimes, I feel a very chilling cold wind, sometimes when I'm walking in that woods. Of course, I've felt presences like that before. I've also driven slowly past a road nearby, and I felt a strong presence of something when I was just driving by, like I shouldn't be there. It's a weird dirt road, and the street sign is scratched out. It's very strange. Some of my family has reported driving down the road and seeing dark shadows dart across it, before disappearing quickly into the woods. Come to think of it, that road in my house has always just felt like some sort of negative presence was always there. But at the same time, there was still this comfort. Like whatever was going on was in constant conflict between good and evil. Maybe I'm just projecting because of the events that happened to us, but it still felt like something that was really going on. I've also experienced seeing the orb phenomenon, and it only happens in some places outside or inside my home. When I take a picture with my smartphone, I know it's easy to fake photos, especially in this day and age, but the orb photos are insane, and it gives me further proof that something does live here. At my friend's house up the street deep in her backyard, there is a well. One time she swore to me that she saw the head of an old man peeking out from the well, though I can't confirm this because it didn't happen to me. I don't think my friend has any reason to lie, so if she saw something like that, I'm inclined to believe it. Just wonder why though. Why the well, out of all places? If there was a ghost, why would it be hanging out there? Or maybe, as I said, it goes back to being a fallen angel or a demon. Well, it turns out, we did find out that years ago in the 19th century, a kid had fallen down the well and perished. I know I heard about this happening before in another place in Massachusetts that has had a history of bad hauntings, but I just find it fascinating that it also happened in this well too. Maybe this stuff happened a lot back then. Either way, I hope you enjoyed the story. None of this was fabricated, and I hate having to say this because I wish I could just tell this story without people always doubting. But I do understand that it's super easy to lie about these types of things. Rest assured, this is all true. If you choose not to believe, it's your choice.
Hello. When I was a young kid, we lived in Southwest Philadelphia. I think I was about 4. I was sick. I woke up one night because I felt my bed moving. When I looked up, there was 4 shadowy people around my bed. rocking it. They had no faces, and they didn't look like they had clothes on. I don't know what the purpose of this was, but I wasn't scared. I just looked at them and went back to sleep. Another time, I was sitting on a landing and looked up the steps, and I saw two shadows running back and forth. It looked like they were playing tag. I was never afraid of these things. I didn't feel like they would hurt me, but when I would go up the steps by myself, I remember feeling like someone was watching me, but nothing ever happened to me. They weren't mean, as far as I could tell. I didn't realize they were ghosts until I was much older and didn't live in the house anymore. My mother grew up in the house. She had some experiences, but nothing she would ever really go into detail about. The only experience that I remember she would talk about was after her grandmother died. She died in the house. Her dog started going nuts in the middle room. He was looking at the middle of the room and jumping up and down. Maybe he saw my great-grandmother. I don't think she really believed in it. I know my uncle, who also grew up there, had some experiences. He told me once he was sleeping in my room, the middle room, when it got real cold, and he felt like something was in there with him, and he didn't know what. Sometimes, I still have dreams or nightmares about the house. I haven't lived in it for over 20 years. Pretty weird, huh? I don't know how many ghosts or spirits or what have you were in the house, but I'm sure there were many, and they were probably still there and still doing their thing. They just didn't seem to hurt or scare me. Maybe my great-grandmother kept them from hurting us. Who knows? My grandfather passed away last March, and I've long since been grieving his departure. After my grandfather died, my grandmother was left to live alone in her large house just outside of Irons, Michigan. My uncle and two cousins came up from Indiana to visit us for a week this past summer. My sister and I were staying at my grandmother's to help take care of my cousins. One night, we were having a bonfire in my grandmother's yard, which lies right on a lake. I, the only one sitting next to the fire, was thinking about my grandfather and all the things we used to do together. My grandmother and sister were sitting back on the patio, watching the fire from there, and talking to my cousins and uncle, who were in the house, behind a screen door playing video games. As if he were reading my mind, my cousin made a comment about my grandfather. "Will grandfather ever come back, Grandma?" he asked. The question sent a sharp pain through my heart. "No, Jimmy," answered my grandmother. "Grandpa is always with us. Even though you can't see him, he's here in spirit." Of course, my cousin didn't understand this, being only 4 years old, so he continued with the questions, then quieted and continued to play his video game. I sat still, staring at the warm fire, remembering the times I looked at my grandfather and see him smiling at the blazing warmth. Just then, I got a strange feeling, an urge to look over at the flag, towering high over me in the fire. It was completely calm. There was no wind, not even enough to slightly blow a small leaf resting upon the ground. As I looked up at the flag, I remember when my grandfather would come out every morning and raise the flag to the top of the flagpole and salute it, smiling as he did so. He was so patriotic. He loved his country and fought as hard as he could for it while he was in the army during World War II. I gazed at the beautiful red, white, and blue colors of our country's flag as it lay impaling, hugging the flagpole. Just then, the flag rose and spread out completely straight. My heart jumped as I knew there was no wind to make this happen. I heard my grandmother mutter, "Thank you, Carrie." I looked back at her and she just smiled. Later I learned that my grandmother had said a prayer to my grandfather. She had said, "Carrie, if you are here with us, if you are protecting over these children, please give me a sign." That was when she saw as I had. The flag that he loved so much spread out straight. From that moment on, I knew that my grandfather was standing with me, protecting me, and I know, to this day, he still is. One of my older brothers, Tim, was born with a veil over his face. According to the old wives' tales, this means he would be able to see things that others couldn't. This was proven one April night in 1986. Being the youngest of 7 and only 18, I still lived at home when my mother got ill. My oldest sister Penny and Tim had come down to our house because they were concerned about my mom being sick. Well, the night Penny arrived, we all sat around laughing and having a good time. We all then decided to watch a movie. It was called Nightmare on Elm Street. About halfway through the movie, Tim said, "Isn't someone going to answer the door?" Since he likes to pull jokes, we all laughed at him and said, "I sure bet it's Freddy Krueger." But he was very adamant that there was someone knocking at the door. We all looked out the window, and there was nobody there. "It's a woman with shoulder-length hair, wearing a black dress. She's right there on the steps." Tim kept insisting, and finally he got up and went outside. When he came back in, he said he couldn't find her, and she must have left. We didn't think twice about it until the next day. My mother got worse, so my dad and Penny took her to the hospital, which was 60 miles away. Since he likes to pull jokes, we all laughed at him and said, "I sure bet it's Freddy Krueger." But he was very adamant that there was someone knocking at the door. We all looked out the window, and there was nobody there. "It's a woman with shoulder-length hair, wearing a black dress. She's right there on the steps." Tim kept insisting, and he finally got up and went outside. When he came back in, he said he couldn't find her, and she must have left. We didn't think twice about it until the next day. My mother got worse, so my dad and Penny took her to the hospital, which was 60 miles away. About 2 hours after they left, Penny, who has shoulder-length hair, called us and said to come right away, that her dad had collapsed in the ER. Tim and I get ready to leave, but before we could, Penny called to say our dad was having a heart attack. So Tim and I got in our cars and raced down there. When we got there, Penny met us at the door and told our dad was dead, and they had already taken him to the morgue. Being in shock, we didn't connect Tim's sighting of the woman in black at the door with what was happening, but Tim's sightings weren't finished yet. About a month after my dad was buried, Tim and his wife had gone to the cemetery to check on the headstone that was supposed to have been placed that week. They were checking the headstone to make sure the information on it was correct. Tim said to his wife, "Look, there's a man dressed like Dad sitting up there on that bench." My dad had been a farmer, so he always wore overalls and a straw hat if he was working outside. At first they didn't think anything of it, because the town where my dad is buried is a farming community, so there's a lot of people dressed that way. Then the man started walking towards them, but no matter how close they got, they could never even see his face, even though the hat wasn't covering it. Then Tim started to think it was Dad, so he walked towards the man and said, "Dad?" The man turned around and started walking away, and they couldn't even catch him, even though the man only walked and they ran. He finally disappeared at the edge of the cemetery, which was nothing but a line of trees on the edge of a creek with a plant, a factory, a few hundred yards behind that. When Tim told us about the man in the graveyard, everyone thought he was just missing my dad, until I pointed out that there are no benches anywhere in that cemetery. I once had a very scary experience that will haunt me for life. It was Super Bowl 96, and my family and I were at a party at my cousin's house. My cousin has a graveyard in the back of her house. She had just moved in and was telling us about stuff that had happened to her since she had moved in. We decided to explore the graveyard that night. In the graveyard, there was a church, an old abandoned church. We figured they kept the families in there who had died. We got a flashlight to look in the windows. We were looking around in the windows when suddenly my cousin gasped and looked up. We all looked up, and in the top window was a pale face looking down at us. She was so pale and sickly, her hair was dangling over her eyes. She was faded, but we could see her. When we saw her, we bolted. We screamed all the way back to the house. After a while, we were brave enough to go back to see what happened. When we got there, the doors that were boarded up and vined were totally open. We ran back and never went back there again. And if you don't believe me, don't, because I know it is true. There are some scary things that haunt us that we will never understand, and this is definitely one of them. I'm young, but have had my run of bad luck. When I was 8, 2 of my dearest friends were shot minutes after I had left the woods. Sandy, Claire, and I were in the woods in the summer. We had fallen asleep in the treehouse when all of a sudden I was woken up by a noise. Sandy turned to me in her sleep and told me to run away as fast as I could. I was shocked and did not want to leave, but then she screamed at me. I took off running into the woods. I stopped and turned around to hear 2 gunshots and screams. They had been shot in their sleep. 3 years later, I was talking on the phone with a friend, and I noticed my dog staring at the corner of the room, where I had a picture of my friends and I in the woods. I turned and saw a shadow in the window of a little girl. I told my friend about what I saw. I kept watching. It turned to me and said, "Run, run fast." My friend on the phone asked who was that. I turned off the phone and ran out of the house, just as a window was broken in the house by a man with a gun. I ran next door and I called the police. This may not be one of the more exciting tales that you've heard, but I assure you that it's true. My name is Lindsay and I'm 16 years old. My best friend has claimed to be a psychic and has proven his ability several times. He enjoys freaking me out by reading my mind and knowing what I'm doing while I talk to him on the phone. He told me that he used to have guardian ghosts when he was little that only appeared by his bedside when he was woken up by nightmares. However, as I do not know the whole story behind his ghost, I'm writing about a different instance where his powers came in handy. One more note on him. He can astral project, meaning that he can send his presence places while his body is sitting comfortably at home. He has only done this with me once, when I was upset and crying while I was on the phone with him. Now for my experience. I was on the phone with my best friend, as usual. It was about midnight, and we had been having a very serious conversation. I was getting very upset, and was curled up on my bed with the phone. We had both been silent for about a minute, when I felt a presence in my room. I said, "You're here, aren't you?" Thinking that he projected himself into my room. He told me that it wasn't him. Suddenly, I was hit with a feeling of pure hatred and evil. Though I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, I knew exactly where the thing was. I huddled into the corner of my bed as I slowly became hysterical, saying, "There's something here. Get it out. It's here, and it's bad." He told me to block my mind and that he would help me. I kept saying, it's here, until he almost yelled at me. "No, it's not, Lindsay. It's here." I've never heard him say anything that angrily. We were silent again for about 2 or 3 minutes, until I worked up the courage to ask him what happened. He said that it was gone, that he had fought it off, whatever it was. We decided that our serious conversation had probably just opened up a window to some bad karma and had manifested itself in almost physical form. For the next few days, I avoided my room as much as possible. We decided to keep the serious conversations to a minimum for a while. I've had several experiences with entities, mostly I believe evil. They seem to be attracted to me. When I was about 5 to 8, my sister had a poster of E.T. that I was deathly afraid of. Its eyes would follow me, and I feel like I saw it wink. I think it might be a spirit working through it. When we moved from the house, I had the guts to rip it in half. Incidentally, my sister told me that last year she was deathly afraid of it too, but kept it because it scared me. Then when I was 10, I just turned out my nightlight and was starting to snuggle under the covers when I felt someone tickling the blankets around me. I was really sleepy at first, so I thought it was my mom, but the second I realized she went to bed hours ago, I flipped on my back and 2 disembodied hands started choking me. My spirit left my body. This is possible, and I ran down to my parents' room screaming to help me. When I realized I wasn't there, I was back in my bed. I was not dreaming because I had marks on my neck, and I remember the time exactly when I turned out my light. Then when I was 13 in my house, I now stay in one night, I was meditating, and when I was down, I went to blow out my candles and I looked out the window. I saw a short man all in black with glowing red eyes. I couldn't move, and I was petrified until finally I ran to the bathroom. Soon afterwards, I could feel a presence in the room, and I had horrible nightmares. I packed all my stuff up and moved to the empty room next door. I went back later and blessed the room in the name of my goddess and haven't felt it since. When I was 16, me and my friend, her boyfriend, and my boyfriend all went to this graveyard one night because if you went through this clearing, you can jump on top of the crypts and hang out. It was the boyfriend's idea. They were talking amongst themselves, and me and Tiffany were quiet when I heard a little girl's voice directly underneath say help me in a whisper. It kept on for a while, every couple of minutes, and kept getting louder. I noticed that every time it happened, Tiffany was looking around, and I asked her if she heard it. She said, yeah, it says help me. The guys never heard it. A little time after that, I was riding in a truck with friends, and a big swirl of fire leaped across the road. It almost looked like a tumbleweed the way it swirled. I wasn't on drugs or anything. Neither of my friends saw it. Then sometime this year, currently 19, I was riding along with a friend when I looked out the window and I saw this thing running along the side of the road. I thought it was a large black dog, and I watched as it moved ahead of the car and then darted in front. I screamed watch out, but it disappeared. My friend thought I was crazy. It wasn't just a shadow because I saw four legs moving, but if it was the ghost of a dog, it was a huge one. It was almost the size of a baby deer. Following this last encounter, I decided it was time to seek counsel from someone more familiar with the paranormal in an effort to make sense out of what was happening to myself and my family. I was fortunate enough to have become friends with a fellow service member whose wife had worked for a time at the Whaley House in Southern California. After relating to him some of the details of our ordeal, he assured me that she too had experienced encounters with the paranormal and would be most interested in hearing what I had to say. I made arrangements to meet with her at her earliest convenience. Cheryl was a very warm, gregarious woman and put me at ease immediately. She encouraged me to be open and honest about everything that I experienced and convinced me that she would believe everything I had to say. She had always been sensitive herself, she said, was well versed in the use and interpretation of tarot cards, and had participated in a great number of successful seance and Ouija sessions. I began my tale. After I'd finished, Cheryl immediately suggested that she and my wife and I make arrangements to meet the following weekend for a Ouija session at our apartment. She advised me not to purchase a board when I told her we did not own one. She claimed that they were dangerous and that she would create a disposable one when she arrived. As I left her, I was both anxious and apprehensive awaiting the weekend. The following Saturday evening, Cheryl arrived as planned, and she immediately asked for a tablet of paper, a felt tip marker, and a roll of adhesive tape. She proceeded to create a Ouija board, fashioning it out of individual squares of paper and taping them to our kitchen tabletop. She then asked if we had a wine glass, which we gave her, and this she placed upside down in the middle of her unique creation. She instructed us to lightly place 2 fingers on each of the bottom of the inverted wine glass, and, shortly after we did as she instructed, she began asking questions to our spirit. The results were immediate and amazing. The wine glass became animated and moved so swiftly that we literally could not keep our fingers upon it. It initially traveled just inside the perimeter of the board in ever-increasing circles. As Cheryl asked questions, it would spell out the answers and then continued on its frenzied journey as before. Judging from the answers we received during the course of our questioning, we all surmised that our ghost was actually my guardian spirit and had been with me since birth. She was, according to the answers we received, responsible for every paranormal experience I and my mother had ever witnessed. Her name was Rachel, but she indicated that she preferred that everyone other than myself referred to her as Z. When my wife, during the course of our questioning, addressed Z by her given name, my guardian spirit became highly agitated as the wine glass suddenly shot out from beneath our fingers and struck my wife in the collarbone. Cheryl suggested that we immediately terminate the interview at that point. She proceeded to remove all of the paper squares used to create our makeshift board from the table and burned them in our kitchen sink. Following this, she took the wine glass we had been using as a planchet and poured a liquid into it that she had gotten from a container in her purse. She mumbled something, drank the liquid from the glass, washed it in the sink, and returned it to my wife. Cheryl then sat down with us and explained that in her estimation, Rachel evidently considered me to be her property, so to speak, and was extremely jealous of any female that challenged her authority in that regard.
She stated that Rachel was very empathetic to my emotional state and would tend to display more often when I was ill or at ease, or in a state of emotional distress or confusion. She suggested that my wife's and my recent reconciliation, following a brief separation, and my upcoming release from the service were likely contributing factors to the frequency and intensity of our recent experiences with her. She was somewhat concerned, she said, about Rachel's blatant hostility towards my wife, but felt that as our lives returned to normal, Rachel would follow suit. She was right for the most part, until shortly after we moved. Following my release from the service, we returned back to the Midwest and lived for a brief period of time with my in-laws. During this time, my wife gave birth to our youngest son, and our experiences with Rachel became nothing more than unbidden recurring memory. By May of 1977, I was gainfully employed again, and by the following month, we were able to secure a townhouse which we leased for a year. Shortly after arrival in our new home, Rachel decided it was time to become reacquainted. She began innocently enough. Initially, the TV just began changing channels by itself again. Then we noticed that the water taps would shut off by themselves as we washed dishes, bathed, or showered. Usually it was the hot water that would be slowly extinguished, leaving us to wash in the icy cold water. Unless, that is, Rachel was upset with us for some reason. Then it was the cold water, scalding us until we realized what was happening and could defeat our efforts. The faucet knobs would be visibly turned to the right and be shut off. It took us a while to notice this, but we eventually did. We became accustomed to keeping an eye on the faucets so we could thwart her attacks. I should stress here that while I say we, and I did witness many of these occurrences, I was not subject to them personally. When I say we, I mean my wife and extended family or friends that came to visit us. I should also note that Rachel never harmed or attempted to frighten the kids. I did, however, feel the effects of the furnace when it began turning on by itself during the summer months and the air conditioning turning on in the winter. It got to the point where my wife and I trained ourselves to subconsciously listen for almost the click of the thermostat control, so we could react quickly and accordingly. As odd as it sounds, these daily interruptions to our lives became almost commonplace and second nature until they were brought to our attention, sometimes hysterically, by our house guests. At which point we attempted, as rationally as we could considering the circumstances, to explain the phenomena. We were for the most part able to assuage their fears. That is until my friend Dave spent the night. Dave was a lifelong friend of mine who called me unexpectedly one cold wintry night and explained that he had been physically evicted from his apartment by his wife, under threat of death should he attempt to remain, he claimed. He desperately needed a place to stay until she calmed down and became rational, so I, of course, invited him over immediately. He arrived at our townhouse shortly thereafter, carrying a sleeping bag and an overnight case containing what little he was able to stuff into it as his wife chased him around their apartment. He filled me in on all the juicy details of the latest arguments, and then, reluctantly, I was forced to bid him goodnight as it was getting late and I had to get up for work very early the following morning. He was settled in a sleeping bag on the living room couch, watching TV as I headed upstairs to bed. I didn't see Dave for a very long time after that. When I woke the following morning and headed downstairs for my coffee and car keys, I immediately noticed that while Dave's sleeping bag, shirt, and shoes were still lying on the floor where he had left them the preceding night, he and his pants were nowhere to be found. Somewhat alarmed, I immediately went to the kitchen window, looked out into the parking lot, and noticed that his car was also gone. Had his wife called him at our house and begged him to come home, with the phone in our bedroom, we would have surely been awakened by its ringing, and Dave had assured me that his wife had no idea where he had gone. Had he called her perhaps? If so, why then hadn't he dressed before he left? Especially considering an extreme cold and with a foot of snow on the ground, there had to be a reasonable explanation, or so I hoped. Returning home from work that night, I immediately attempted to contact Dave by telephone at his apartment. The operator informed me that his line had been temporarily disconnected. I later learned that it had been ripped from the wall during he and his wife's argument. Growing more concerned, I then called his brother and was relieved to hear that he had indeed returned home to his wife the previous night. The circumstances regarding his sudden, half-nude departure from our house, however, was going to be left for Dave to explain. but Dave made no effort to contact me at all. 2 weeks to the day later, I was finally able to contact Dave by telephone at his apartment. He assured me that he and his wife were doing fine again, and then oddly, asked if I would personally return or mail to him the belongings left at our house that night. I suggested that he stop by for them one evening and fill me in on the details surrounding his sudden departure, but he emphatically refused. In fact, he stated that he would never set foot again in our house if he had anything at all to say or do about it. I was extremely perplexed at this point, and it took me 2 months and a 12-pack of beer to finally pry the story out of him, during which time I held his possession hostage. It seems that shortly after I had gone to bed that night, Dave decided that he should also get some sleep. He told me that he'd gotten up from the couch and turned off the television and then slipped back into his sleeping bag. Almost immediately after he had settled in, facing the back of the couch, he said that someone tapped him on the shoulder. Assuming it was me, he turned over to face where he thought it would be standing and saw only the darkened living room. As my mother had years earlier, Dave said he came to the immediate conclusion that I was messing around with him and simply rolled over to go back to sleep. As soon as he did, he said, came the shoulder tapping once again. He claimed that he jumped up and turned on the lamp at the end of the couch, hoping to catch me as I ran to hide, and was surprised to find the living room once again empty. Somewhat unnerved, but again blaming me, he turned off the light, this time deciding to face the living room. The tapping now came from behind the couch. He ignored it. It came again. He again refused to acknowledge it. Suddenly, he said, one end of the couch, with him on it, was propelled approximately 3 feet into the air and dropped to the floor. He struggled out of the sleeping bag and bolted straight upstairs to where my family and I slept. He stood, he said, outside our bedroom doorway for almost 10 minutes, torn between awaking us or fleeing. After calming down, he decided to go to the bathroom and return to his sleeping bag, having rationalized that what he experienced could be attributed to that night's activities with his wife. He returned downstairs and headed for the half bath located directly off of the kitchen. As he approached the bathroom doorway, he said that the bathroom light suddenly turned on by itself and the door slammed shut directly in his face, missing him by only fractions of an inch. That was the final straw. He grabbed his pants from the floor near the end of the couch. He would have left them too, he said, had it not been for the fact that they held his car keys, and ran for the outside door. As he ran through the snow, struggling to get into his pants, he claimed that as he looked back, towards the apartment windows, the bathroom curtains parted and the light went out. Dave held true to his word and never returned to our apartment again. I delivered his belongings to him personally as he requested. This is not a personal experience, but that of a friend. Her mother had been recently divorced and decided to buy a cute little house for herself and her 2 daughters to live in. The house was that of an elderly lady who was confined to a wheelchair. Before they moved in, the place needed a good cleaning, and some of the carpets needed changing, most notably the one upstairs, which had been the woman's bedroom and where she painted with oil paints, because there had been a worn path from the wheels on her wheelchair through the upstairs room where the lady had spent most of her time. The girls took the upstairs room, and their mother was downstairs. In the beginning, my girlfriend would hear noises during the night, but would think it was either the house settling or her imagination. Then she started to smell paint for no apparent reason, with or without the windows open, breeze or no breeze, night or day. The sounds became more defined and would often happen often. She told me that it sounded as though someone was moving around her room. She would hear the squeak of wheels, and the smell of paint was so strong. I never had the impression of fear from her. She often joked and said it was her room before it was mine, and she has every right to be here. In the 3 years that they lived in the house, before they moved out of state, the carpet in her room had to be changed 3 times because the same worn marks had been there when they first bought the house. It kept coming back. When I was little, my family just moved into a house in Des Moines, and the first night we stayed there, I had to sleep on the couch in the living room, with me being the oldest and all. Well, let's get on to the point. Here's what happened. I got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, I came back, and the last thing I saw was my covers and my pillow. I started to shut my eyes, but then I opened them up for some reason, because I got a really strange feeling that I couldn't describe, and I saw a man right in front of me. He almost looked like an Amish guy, and he had these weird green eyes, and he just stared and glared at me. It felt so demonic. It felt almost evil. I couldn't even sleep. After that, I just froze. Then I put my head under my covers and screamed, "Mom, Dad." Just before my parents rushed in to see what was the matter, the Amish guy looked me dead in the eye, and he said one thing. He said, "If you ever tell anybody this happened, then you're going to die." The thing was, he was telepathically communicating with me. He didn't say it from his mouth, but he said it through his mind. I'm not sure if that makes sense or anything, but that's just what I felt. That was probably the most scariest ghost story I could ever tell to anybody, so I hope you enjoyed it.
I stumbled across your website about ghost hauntings and thought my current story could be handy. Firstly, I live in a little town and village at one of the most southern parts in Australia, along the SC coast. I'm 21 years old, never touched a single bad drug in my life except alcohol, and have no family with mental illness in my bloodline. About 4 months ago, I was reading my book in bed, and the lights were on. My dog was on the bed with me. Suddenly, at approximately 11 p.m., I heard a clap at the end of my bed, and the room went sorta cold. Suddenly, I heard a breathing hovering at the end of my bed, like something was watching me. I saw the dog growling at it. I checked outside to see if anything was out the window. Nothing could explain this demonic-sounding breathing that grew louder and was getting slowly closer to me. As I was creeped out, I went on to my sister's room and was explaining what was happening when all of a sudden it was behind me, right next to my ear. It went into my sister's room, and this time it got extremely loud. She started crying and hiding under her boyfriend's arm. It stopped and went away. For the next week, I started to notice whenever I walked into different buildings, the power would fade in and out for a second. Everywhere I went. I put it down as coincidence until it just became too much of a coincidence. Also, at one point in this week, I swear I heard a demonic voice in the living room saying something I could not understand. I told it to leave. After a while, things stopped, and 2 months after the first incident, I was laying in bed one morning where suddenly I froze. I was trying to send a text message, and from what I recall, the writing changed. I was trying to read it, but my vision blurred, my body was shaking, and I could not speak. I definitely was not religious, but I was praying subconsciously. It was really intense. This lasted about 2 seconds, 2 months later, and it's up to today, on Monday. On Friday night, my mate stayed over. My dog was on my bed once again. I heard my dog growling at something, and based on past experiences, I decided to just roll the other way and sort of just block out everything. My mate, on the other hand, was scared to death, as he told me the next morning that a really bad presence was in the room. He said he just could feel it. It was suddenly cold, and he said breathing came from the hallway, got louder, and went into my bathroom, which is when the dog started to growl. It stuck around for about 2 minutes. My mate was too scared to move, and didn't even tell me it was happening. Last Sunday, possibly the most intense thing happened at around 4:30 a.m. I went to turn the DVD player off with the remote. I accidentally fell asleep with it on, and then rolled onto my left side. Out of nowhere, wind was rapidly blowing in the room. It was a harsh, freezing cold wind, blowing on my face as I was covered by my blanket. A very deep, dark, but clearer than usual voice echoed in my right ear. It was saying something in a totally foreign language I had never heard like before. I could not control my body at this time. I was frozen into my bed and could not speak. I was trying to recite a prayer that my mate's dad, who is a priest, told me to say if shit ever went down. I could only mumble it, and this time it snapped out, and I yelled the word God subconsciously. The room became so still. It was daunting. I like to consider myself to be very logical and usually skeptical. I never would have believed such stories in the past, But now that I've experienced it, and have heard so many stories of my friends doing seances and stuff, I think it's legit. I do not believe this to be a human spirit. I actually believe it to be some form of bad spirit or a demon. I still am not a religious person. However, I now believe in the unseen. I hope to get some much needed sleep now. I've had slight hauntings all my life. Just little things that I'm sure mostly everyone has had happen to them. That is until my family moved into a home in De Pere, Wisconsin. The home is an area rich with history. It is supposedly where the last Dufresne was found. I've heard stories from other people whom lived in this area, and a lot of them have problems with their homes as well. Here is my story. We moved into the home when I was about 13 years old. At first, we loved the house and how big it was, but in the first few minutes of running through it, I could almost sense something was really odd about the house. It was just a spooky feeling that I had when entering some of the rooms. Our dog would freak out a lot and bark at imaginary things and would refuse to enter some rooms. Our friend would refuse to spend a night because they felt something evil in the home, and some claimed to see demons and shadow people. I came home to find my best friend sitting on my porch shaking and crying. She told me that she was in my bedroom and heard my mother's bedroom door slam shut. She went to investigate and found that there was no reason for the door to slam like it did. So, she opened the door and set a heavy clothes basket in between the door frame and the door itself. She left the area, only to hear the door slam shut 5 seconds later. She went back and found the clothes basket had been flung inside of the room. We also had an unusual fire that should have killed all of us, but for some reason, I woke up to discover its TVs would flip on and off by themselves also. Alarm clocks would never stop the correct time either. I almost felt like the house had a good and evil battle going on with it, and we were caught in the crossfire. My sister and her friends would hear moaning noises a lot too. We finally told her mother that we needed to move, and she did not put up a fight. The day we moved out, she confessed to us that when she was sleeping, she would wake up to a feeling like someone was sitting on her and strangling her. She even felt the fingers once. When we got to our new house, the neighbors came over to greet us. They asked where we had just moved from. We gave them the address, and they got all very pale and told us that they too had lived in the same house and asked us if we had any problems living there. We compared stories, and almost everything was the same. The home is almost always for sale or rent. It just seems nobody wants to stay in it for very long. I did meet the current owner once, and he told me he has had no problems with the home, but I'm sure that he either is not noticing, or maybe the demons have finally left. It just seems like every home I lived in has the same little type of hauntings with it, or I'm just sensitive to that kind of energy, which I could live without. I have many things I could post here, but some I'm not ready to share yet. Hello, my name is Tiffany, and I have some uncertainties maybe you can clear up for me. When I was 6 years of age, my father was killed in a car accident on his way to work. To this day, I strongly feel his spirit remains with me. For the record, I love my father dearly, still do, and miss him so much. In the spring of 1992, as a class project for our psychology class, we had to take notes that night of the dream we had, if one was had, and share it with the class the next day. I still to this day cannot decipher if what I had was a dream or a near-death experience. I dreamt I sat in this tunnel. It had all my favorite childhood memories within it. My stuffed bear, my ball, my favorite tricycle, etc. Also in that tunnel was my father, dressed in a white gown, sitting on a chair. I knelt down next to him and listened to him tell me, "Tiffany, I love you, and I need you to understand this is not your time." I told him that I loved him and missed him so much, but he told me that I couldn't go, because then I couldn't tell my mom what he wanted me to share with her. He told me, "I understand you miss me, but you have to understand that one day we will all be together, and that time is not now. You have to let your mother know how much I miss her and care about her, as well as the rest of you. I have 6 siblings. The light in this tunnel was absolutely beautiful. I've never seen anything like it before. As I was drifting away from him in the dream, I was waking up, sobbing uncontrollably. Of course, I had to go and share this with my mom, and she was speechless. Since then, I've only had one other dream with my dad and siblings in it. Of course, real as ever, and again, so upset I couldn't be with them. I'm just not so sure if the first one was an actual dream, out-of-body experience, or near-death experience. It was just amazing. My second experience, when I was 20 to 21, I became pregnant. I lived with my cousin and her boyfriend in Ballsville, New York, in an apartment on Downer Street. One night, while I was close to my expecting date, I woke up to a woman without a face in a white gown, almost like a nun sitting at the end of my bed. When I sat up, she immediately disappeared. She showed up a few times after, almost as though she was watching over me. It didn't matter if I moved my bed from one side of the room to the other, she still found her way. To this current day, I still feel like I have family who have passed on watching over me. I've been told I have an older man, usually sitting at my kitchen table with a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, which sounds much like my grandfather. I can't tell you how many times my fiance, 2 older sons, and myself have put our cell phones, digital camera, flashlights, anything with batteries on the kitchen counter, and within hours, the batteries are almost drained. We don't place these items up there as often as we used to. Many times when family is going to pass on, see the individual in a dream the night before, and that's when I know their time has come. I've had dreams which include the dead meant for other people, and let me tell you, they physically drain me. Oh my god. Sometimes it's fun though. When relaying the message to the rightful person and seeing their expression when I tell them something I have previous knowledge of and don't know what it means, but they have an understanding. It is just amazing. It seems to bring relief to them. I don't know if you can sort any of this out, or if any of this makes sense to you, but I know this stuff has happened to me, and it doesn't scare me. It seems like more of a wake-up call. Thank you for your time, and have a great evening. Thank you for listening as well. I sincerely appreciate it. My children and I had a very bad experience with a demon in a house that we lived in. My son became very scared one night as he viewed a ghost of a man with a sword sticking out of its side. This ghost was standing in the doorway of my son's bedroom very late one night. He said this thing was just giving him the feeling of such terrible dread and hatred. It made my son feel like it was going to kill us. My son started sleeping in my daughter's bedroom, and that thing started going from room to room, looking for my son, and so it started coming into our room and scaring the daylights out of me. I felt the hatred and anger. I know that it would have killed us if we had not gotten our pastor out there to help us. When our pastor pulled into our drive, he said he felt the anger and hatred just emanating from the house to the outside. He knew what we were up against, and we immediately started saying prayers to Jesus and his army of saints to fight for us. It ended up working so well that while we were living there, we had no more problems. But whenever we drive by, we cannot even look at the house. I know this was a short one, but I appreciate you listening. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my whole family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man mainly stood there looking at the person, never attempted communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him, although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I tell this to you now, so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, staying at the front door looking in. I told my family, and they thought I was overtired.
and put me to bed. Later that same week, my older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going up the stairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All my family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sister's, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened very often, thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet, and on 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we would wake up every morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked out, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had heard their name called on different occasions many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother, sister, and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and the kitchen. He walked upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother, who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled into the driveway, I saw the drapes move back like someone was watching us return. I said, "Did you see that?" And my father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that this is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car. Everything was just as we left it, with the doors locked. On one occasion, I awoke to having a woman staying at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. Her name was Anne. She said she had lived in that house. No one in that house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a former dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often heard playing softly. In all, it was a weird place to live, and we were all very glad to move, but we did live there over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep, and I was lying on the sofa, so hot but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft whispers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid really, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep. The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. Hi, I don't have any pictures or sound files, but I just wanted to share my story, and maybe you can give me an idea of what on earth I saw. When I was 6, I shared a room with my older brother. He was fast asleep, but I couldn't resist. I remember tossing and turning. I had this toy closet with a short door on it. I looked at the door and saw a large hole in it. It was black with no real shape and had a hole in the middle of it, the only spot that wasn't black. Anyway,
I get up and shake the curtains, trying to see if it was a shadow. I put my hand in front of it. I move my toys and dolls. What is making the shadow, I thought. I stood in front of it and just stared, and then moved off the door and just hovered in front of me. Now, this is where it sounds really stupid, but remember, I was only a kid. I asked if it wanted to play chess. I was frightened, but didn't know what else to do. I turned and ran and looked, seeing it coming from behind me. I look up at my door. My room had no door, just an opening, and there was a black shadowy figure, like the smaller one, but in the shape of a very, very tall man. He was blocking my way out, but I didn't care. I ran through him and into my parents' room, under their covers, and never peeked out. Years later, when I was around 14, my best friend spent the night with me in that same room, and told me she woke up around 5 a.m. to see a tall, shadowy man looking down at us in the darkness. She thought it was my father. My father never comes up into my room. He never has. I know this is real. I wasn't dreaming or just imagining things. Have you ever heard a story similar to this before about a black figure that changed shape? I've never seen them since, but I'm still curious. After reading some of the experience others have shared, I wanted to highlight a few of my own. I tend to be very observant of activity around me, whether I see it or not. Some people think it's an overactive imagination, but if they felt and saw some of the things I have, they would think otherwise. I guess my first experience would have to begin with what I consider my guardian angel. To start off, I lived in a fairly average house of 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, which was built in 1960. There were no previous owners. My room was at the end of a long hallway with my parents right next to it. Quite convenient for late night toilets. When I was around 6 years old, I had my first experience with a world other than my own. I remember it so clearly. I'd been asleep and had a disturbing dream. I woke up, about to call for my mother. At the time, my bed was on the opposite wall of the door, and I could see my parents' room and most of the hallway. Before I called out what I saw, what I thought was my mother came into the room. I had a distinct feeling of peace immediately. I saw her clearly wearing her bathrobe with the blue and white stripe down the center and rollers in her hair. She walked into the room and up the length of my bed. When she reached the head of the bed, I put out my hand to her and felt nothing but cool air. She just looked down, smiled, and vanished. It did not frighten me that she was gone, just the opposite. I felt relieved and immediately fell asleep. The next morning, when I awoke, I saw my mother in the living room and noticed that she did not have any rollers in her hair. I asked if she had worn anything the night before, and she said no. I then asked if she had come into my room that night, and again, the answer was no. I did not say anything further in case she would say I was just dreaming. I knew then, as I do now, that I was not dreaming. It wasn't until a few years later that I told her when another strange thing happened to me as I lay in bed. I was about 15 at the time and still having trouble sleeping. My room had since been rearranged differently, with the head of my bed moved to the diagonal corner from my door, still viewing my parents' room. As I lay waiting for sleep to take me, I had the strangest feeling overcome me. This has happened twice since. I was laying on my side, staring at the opposite wall, when my vision began to tunnel. I felt my body begin to go numb and could hear, distinctly, my heartbeat slow. At first I thought I was slowly falling asleep, until I realized that I was very much awake. I was still staring at the wall, and I could make out my hand laying in front of me. I tried to move but could not. I tried to call out and could not. I thought I was dying. I could still hear my heart slow and was watching as my eyesight dimmed. Just before all that went black, I heard a distinct voice, which I thought was my mother, call my name. I heard it several times before my body and mind were together again. As soon as I could move, I sat up to see if my mother was in the room. She was not. I then went into my parents' room, where both were sound asleep. I was extremely perplexed and exhausted after the ordeal. The next morning, I told my mother about the night before and about the time I was 6. She told me that it must have been my guardian angel, coming in a form that was soothing to me. I've now been to college twice, and had other strange activity that did and did not include my angel. That can go for another time. And never forget that the young are always prone to see and hear what we cannot, because they are more open to the world than elders. It's not always an overactive imagination either. Thanks for reading. I've only had one paranormal experience. It happened last October when my boyfriend had temporarily rented a trailer. We had lived there for almost 2 months and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. One afternoon, he decided to take a nap and I was in the living room watching TV. I started hearing this really strange continuous screeching noise. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall beside his bedroom door. When I walked over there, it stopped. I sat back down and started watching TV again, and it started back again. This time, I walked into the kitchen. The bedroom was right beside the kitchen, and I started opening the bottom cabinets, and once again, the screeching stopped. I never said anything about it to my boyfriend because I didn't think a lot about it at the time. A couple of days later, we were in the kitchen eating breakfast, and he told me that the day before, when he was there by himself, that he heard a weird, loud screeching noise. He said he tried to find it where it was coming from, and it would not stop when he'd look. I told him that the same thing had happened to me while he was asleep a few days earlier. We both talked about ghosts and laughed about it, pretty much dismissing it as a joke. A few minutes later, his mom came and stayed all night and was asleep on the living room couch. This particular night, we were sleeping in the bedroom on the opposite end of the trailer. It was really late, probably around 3 a.m., and we had been laying there talking when I started hearing this noise. It was kind of like the screeching, but much quieter, and screeched at intervals, like footsteps. I thought my boyfriend had his hand dropped over the side of the bed, making that noise with his hand against the plastic on the mattress. I said, "Brian, quit making that noise." He said, "I'm not making that noise," and held up both of his hands. He looked at me as scared as I looked back at him and said, "Get up and get dressed." As soon as he said that, you could actually tell where the screeching was moving through the room to the corner beside the bed and feel this undescribable presence, and all of a sudden, the screeching just went crazy and so loud. It was right there. Needless to say, within a split second, it was the only one there. Now, can you imagine 2 grown adults running into the living room to wake up his mom? She said she hadn't heard anything, but that we scared her to death running through the living room at 3 a.m. in the morning like we were on fire. We sat up in the living room for the rest of the night and moved back to his mom's house within the week. So far, that's the only experience that I've had. I'm the only one in my family who believes in ghosts. I have plenty of reasons too. Many of these experiences I've never spoken of to anybody until now. My friends and family wouldn't believe me if I began to tell them, because I have so many different experiences with what I believe are ghosts. I think I'm meant to know of them. I feel like I have a connection with the dead. All of this probably sounds pretty unbelievable, especially coming from someone as young as I am, but it all happened. When I was very young, like maybe 3, I remember being watched. I remember shadows by the closet door. I think it was the shadow of a man. He watched me every night. Usually, he would just stand there. Once or twice, he would move towards me, and I ran into my parents' room, where they would let me stay. The shadow followed me into that room too, but I felt safe with my parents. For the next couple of years, I don't remember much. When I was 5, I lived on a farm in Nebraska. It was a really quiet area. I remember seeing young women, late teens, early 20s, running through the woods, laughing and giggling. If any of my experiences were to be blamed on my imagination, it would be this one. Though it was only my imagination, I don't understand how it appeared in my memory with such vivid detail. Later that year, I moved back to my home state, Virginia. Virginia is a pretty amazing state. It is one of the first places people came to when they discovered America, and it is also full of historical sites from both the Revolutionary War and Civil War, many battlefields and cemeteries. Anyway, when I first moved back there, my mother, my brother, and I were staying with my grandparents. It's a pretty old brick house. Before my grandparents moved into it, it was owned by my great aunt Clara. Ever since the first time I stepped into my grandma and grandpa's bedroom, I always get the chills. Even now, I dread going in there alone. When I was younger, the eyes of the picture of Aunt Clara would follow me. They would follow me across the room. My brother has always been just as scared of the room as I have. He would never tell anybody why. To this day, he refuses to go into the room. I remember the scariest was when I was 5. I was napping on Grandma's bed, and I was dreaming about Great Aunt Clara. All I remember about the dream was that she was wearing all black, and she was reaching out to me. I woke up sweating. The room was so dark, but I made out her figure standing at the front of the bed, reaching out to me like in a dream. I got up and ran out of the room, and into the dining room, where I was pushed headfirst into the leg of the large solid dining room table. I turned to see who had pushed me, and nobody was there. I had to go to the emergency room for stitches in my forehead. I never told anybody about seeing her because nobody would have believed me. Shortly after, we moved. I've submitted a story on the site before, but since then, I've had another experience, so here it goes. I'm in my late teens, and during the summer, I stay home alone. One day around 11 a.m., I use the computer, and out in the hallway out of the corner of my eye, I saw a completely black figure, about 6'5" tall, and very skinny. When I glimpsed around to make sure no one was in the house, the figure was gone. It happened to me about 4 more times over the next 2 weeks. I started calling them the Shadow Man. Then one day, when I was in the kitchen, I saw another Shadow Man. But this time, when I looked around my shoulder, a can of soup fell onto the floor, and the window was closed, and the cat was in the basement. Another moment, I was with my friends in the woods. Keep in mind, these are small woods, and there are never any hunters or trappers there. We were talking about ghost stories, and I told them about the Shadow Man. A minute later, we heard a rustling in the bushes, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a Shadow Man. Then when I turned to catch a glimpse of it, it was gone. I asked my friends if they saw that, and one of them said yes, and the rest looked at me like I was crazy. I'm not sure if these are spirits or just an overactive imagination, but I usually don't imagine things like that. Since the experience in the woods, I haven't seen a Shadow Man since, but you never know. I could see one again sometime. Thanks for listening. My name is Kara, and I have another story I would like to share. This encounter, or whatever it's called, took place in the kitchen. It was about midnight, or 1 in the morning. My mother was asleep. I was on the computer, playing brain teasers or something, and my dog, Susie, a collie, was lying next to me in my chair. As I was playing my game, Susie started to make a noise, in between a bark and a growl. I looked to see what she was staring at, and she was looking into the kitchen. Our house is little, but it's cozy. I couldn't see anything, so I took it as attention-seeking and hushed her. About 10 minutes later, Susie was sitting in the corner directly across from where I sat, and she made a deep growling noise that was so unnatural to me, and she bared her teeth. Not at me, but towards the kitchen. I didn't want to look for her, I admit fear. I thought I would see someone like a burglar of some sort. I looked out of the corner of my eye, and that's when I saw a very, very large white dog. Looked like a wolf dog to me, because it was so large. It had eyes as blue as the sky, and fur as white as snow.
It didn't look threatening, but intimidating. It just laid there by the recycling bin and stared at me. Susie whimpered and caught my attention. I looked at the corner of my eye, and the dog was gone. That night, everything was so still, quiet, freaky, the way nothing seemed to be able to move, like a pause button had been invented to freeze the noise after the dog had vanished. I went to my room to lay down, but my room was piled with clothes, books, etc., so I decided to go to my mother's room to sleep, since her bed was a king size and clean. The time passed by as I laid there. 1:30, 2:30, 3:30 a.m., all the way to 4:30 a.m. I just stared at the wall with the background of my mother's snores. I glanced at my mom's door for a second, and there, perched on the door, was a dark cat figure. It had evil green eyes, fur as though it had caught the dark glistening of nighttime. I stared at it for no more than 10 minutes. I rubbed my eyes. It was gone. It seemed as though someone played the sound button again, like the mute button wouldn't work. I looked out the window on my left, and I saw a cat crossing the street, and I decided to doze off. But something didn't seem right. It was like the temperature dropped 20 degrees in the room. I didn't like it, and neither did Susie. She sleeps at the foot of Mother's bed. She gave a very low growl and came over to lay next to me. I pet her for a minute and glanced at the hallway and saw what appeared to be an overgrown house cat. I fell asleep 10 minutes after that. I still don't know the connection between the dark cat figures and the white dog, but if you happen to know, I'd like to hear from you. I've been reading through everyone's stories, and I decided that maybe I should go ahead and share one of my own. I'm 30 years old now. This happened when I was 4 years old. My parents and I were traveling to Oklahoma City to visit my mom's sister. Mind you, this is a short story, but definitely very eerie. Anyway, on the night before we arrived at my mom's home, we stayed the night at a hotel. My mother is not one to be inconvenienced. She needs her own space. So instead of staying in my aunt's house, she put in a stay at a cheap motel. My father obliged her. Now mind you, I did not know about what happened that night until I was about 15, because my mother was so freaked out about what happened that night that she did not tell me about it until then. Only then did it come out in conversation. She said that sometime during the night, while her and my father were asleep on one bed, and I was asleep on the other, at about 3 or 4 in the a.m., I sat straight up and proceeded to scream. She said that my father tried to console me, but I would not stop, and the worst thing about it was that I did not sound like a small girl. She said I sounded like a grown woman in agony. After a second or two of my father trying to speak to me, to calm me down, nothing seemed to work, so he had no choice but to shake me violently. They said that I looked at them and laid back down like nothing even happened. Mom said her and her dad stayed up the rest of the night, and all was well. However, when we arrived at my aunt's house during dinner, my mother brought up the subject, and she explained to my aunt in detail what had happened. My mom said my aunt froze and looked across at my uncle. That was when she proceeded to tell me about the trench coat man. My mom asked, "Who was the trench coat man?" She said last night, while she was sleeping, and while that incident was occurring with her daughter, she was awakened by a trench coat man. A dark figure in a trench coat, of course. He was just staring at her. My aunt then described the eyes that she saw. This man had crystals in his eyes, as if his eyes were so cold, like he didn't care about anybody. So this dark trenchcoat man, blurred figure with glowing glacial eyes, kept staring at her until he eventually disappeared 5 seconds after. That was when my aunt screamed, and my uncle woke up, asking what was the matter. Of course, that was when my aunt went on to explain seeing the presence of this man. After thinking long and hard about the incident, I'm able to conclude that this was a paranormal incident that occurred telepathically. I must have detected that something was wrong with my aunt, and I guess I was trying to scream to let someone know that something was wrong at the moment, even though I was not conscious and I had no idea what was going on at the moment. The real question I really like to know is, who was that trenchcoat man? What was he doing talking to my aunt? Or what did he want from her? I know a lot of people are going to say this is a load of bull, and believe me, I really wish it was too. But the fact of the matter is, it actually happened. Ghosts are real, and you don't want to come face to face with them. This is just a collection of experiences I've had, and I don't know if they go together or make any sense at all. First was when I was about 8, and me and some of my friends were out in the backyard telling ghost stories. All of a sudden, we heard a deep voice slowly calling our names. It seemed to come from behind a shed in the backyard, and we all ran away from it. We ran into the house, and then calmed down, thinking it must have been my father. But then I realized my father was at work, and all of our neighbors were pretty up there in age, and I doubted they even knew our names. We were calming down in my room when I looked out the window, and about 200 feet away in an empty field, I saw the outline of what seemed to be a man, but was totally black. But it was in the middle of the day. I couldn't even speak. I finally yelled as it was walking away, and I think when I yelled, it turned and looked back at me. I never saw it again, and even writing about this is bringing tears to my eyes. The other experiences I had were in the same room, in my grandma's house. When I was young, I used to sometimes go to my grandmother's and stay for a weekend or a night. One night, I was sleeping, and I got up half asleep, in some sort of confusion of hearing something in the hallway. I looked down the hall, and there seemed to be a shadow of a tall man against the curtains, with moonlight shining through them. I wasn't scared like the first time, but I actually felt like this man was watching over me, and for some reason, I had a weird feeling it was my great-grandfather. The other time, when I was about 16, I was actually living in that room because I had moved out of my parents' house temporarily. It was a typical night. I laid down to go to sleep, but was having some trouble. I finally started to get drowsy, and I rolled over onto my other side, and then out of nowhere, I hear my name whispered urgently into my ear. I even felt the air. I jumped up, and no one was there. I had the door closed, but my grandpa was somewhat of a jokester, so I thought maybe he was pulling a prank. So I got up and looked down the hall, and I saw him and my grandma in bed, watching TV. He may be a prankster, but I doubt he can run that fast. I'm 18 now, and I haven't seen or heard anything weird since, but I also don't spend very much time at my grandma's house anymore. Thanks for reading. I've been pondering where to begin and which experiences to prioritize. I decided to begin at the beginning and submit separate accounts of my experiences chronologically. In other words, I've got many stories to share. I've read nearly half of the stories on this site, which is a really worthwhile form, and I hadn't realized that much of what I've brushed off, for whatever reason, is something that matters to others enough to write about it. My experiences are not earth-shattering compared to what many have endured, but I think they're worthy of reading about. When I was about 7 years old, my mother became involved with her friend's Jehovah's Witness study group. Now that I look back on it, I might want to mention that this was in the mid-70s, and my parents and those friends, a couple, were classic long-haired hippies, and they did their share of the stoner scene. My mother and Grace, her friend, were in a study group with Grace's mother-in-law, and all older white-haired, straight-laced women. They eventually ended up at our house to study, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Theory is this: my mother, who was raised strictly Catholic, was going to become a nun, only to do as her grandmother, Granny, wished. They were very close, and my mother wanted to make Granny proud. That all went out the window when she met my father. She thinks that the opposing forces seemed very interested in having her on their side, kind of like vying for her soul. I know it sounds far out, but I kind of believe it, from witnessing and experiencing the darker aspects of it as a result. She also had many things happen to her all of her life that make my story seem lame. It is prevalent on the maternal side of my family to have had experiences with the otherworldly beings. Anyway, shortly after my mother started fraternalizing with the study group, something sickening started to happen in our house. We had the fold-up, pull-down type of chairs to the attic and our living room ceiling. There was a door at the top of them, but it wasn't at the head of the stairs, as this area was open. Instead, for some reason, it was opposite. If one were to walk around to the back of the attic, open this door, and proceed through it, they'd fall into the living room through the opening in the ceiling. Well, this door started to be slammed with a force that shook the entire house. It scared the living hell out of us. It was really that horribly violent. My parents pulled down the stairs, and this door was ajar. They shut it. It kept happening often. They somehow tied the door shut by the knob. It still happened, but worse. The windows literally shook. Pull the stairs down. It was still tied shut. One day, during the late summer, the group was over at our house, doing whatever prayer stuff they do. My father was at work, and my older brother, Grace's kids, and I were playing outside. We heard screaming coming from inside the house. We ran inside to hear the attic door slamming, beyond what any door should sound like, and this horrid, guttural growling noise coming from up there. It just sounded that awful, that no one can convince me that whatever it happened to be was ever human. Everyone ran screaming out of the house, to their cars, and they were telling my mother to get us too, and get out of that house. Well, we left for a little while, but my mother decided we couldn't be homeless, so we went home. Not my idea of a good time. It continued to happen, usually lasting 5 or so minutes. It happened at least once a night. Well, my mother had an experience shortly after we had gone back to school. She claims that when she was home alone in the living room, with the windows open, the air just went silent. No birds chirping, no chipmunks, no locusts buzzing, nothing. We all lived in the country, away from any other houses. She said she started hearing the sound like a vacuum cleaner. It got louder and louder, and seemed to pulsate. It filled the room, and the walls looked as if they were buckling and waving. She smelled this horrid, rotting stench, and she kinda knew she was in for something pretty awful. She ran into her room. I'd have run the hell out of the house, and jumped into her bed. She pulled the covers over her head. She said she heard something walking slowly across the living room, towards her doorway, which was open. She was just praying, not daring to look. It sounded to her as if we were dragging a heavy cloak behind it, and it was breathing extremely heavy. It was nearly at her bed, and she was just about dying of fear when apparently our school bus pulled up, and it dissipated. She'd apparently had enough. She took any religious materials she had brought into the house from the group, not including her Bible that she had gotten from Granny, which she kept, and burned it in the fire pit out back. I remember being upset when she took both my brothers and my books, which I guess you could say was like kids' versions of Bibles. They were small, pink, hardcover books, and they had pictures, and were easy to understand for me at that reading level. I absolutely loved to read, and it didn't matter what it was. I cried, but they got burned anyway. Well, I got over it soon, as nothing more of that nature ever happened at that house. It left as quickly as it came. It was evil. I strongly believed demonic, and it seemed like it was satisfied that my mother quit the group and burned the literature associated with it. It was not associated with the house. It came with a purpose, and left having achieved its goal. The only other thing I associate with this battle of good and evil of my mother happened when I was in 7th grade. I was trying to sleep, totally different house, but I swore my bed was shaking. I just figured I was being stupid, but it got worse. Still, I tried to dismiss it. It got bad enough to where I became scared crapless. I got up and went out to the living room. I startled my mother. She asked me what was wrong. I told her, and she got these big, weird-looking eyes, like she said she was spooked. She said, "Oh my God, I was just reading the Bible." She rarely opened it, for fear of bringing something on. Well, I was just fine with her not reading it. If it was going to target me to get to her, I just wanted to be left out of the whole thing. I know that probably sounds ignorant, but I truly felt it was demonic, and it scared me out of my mind. After what happened, I felt anything bad might just pop up at any time. Even though I'm not close to my mother, haven't spoken to my family in about 14 years, my heart does go out to her on whatever her spiritual fate is to be. She's not the best person, but she isn't inherently evil, just a broken, miserable woman from years of abuse by both her father and my father. This experience added to my strength from any traditional religion. All I knew of Christianity was what my mother told us as kids, and some of what I read in my pink Bible-like Bible book, and it wasn't much. I'd always had my own thoughts about the whole heaven and hell concept, but I was afraid of burning in this hell if I strayed from it. It just didn't sit right with me. It always scared me, including the concept of God. My concept of him was that he was very quick to punish anyone who had their own free thoughts and let people roast at the drop of a hat. I always felt spirituality shouldn't be a frightening experience, but I didn't have the hair on my butt when I was young to explore my inner beliefs. I was never baptized, and I suppose I'm pagan, if anything. It's confusing, but as much as I don't adhere to the whole Bible concept, I can't dismiss it for others. To end this story, I just want to thank you for taking the time to glimpse into my reality. I also have to acknowledge that some of you may have thought that much of it was due to my parents' use of weed, but myself and all of the others didn't imagine something so wretched. Rest assured, ladies of the study group wouldn't have been altered. The very last noteworthy thing of my mentioning, in accordance to the subject, is that I did later independently, and most unwillingly, encounter another demon-like thing when I was 19. Yes, quite another story. Please tune in. I've experienced quite a bit throughout my life when it comes to the paranormal, and it all started at my old childhood house. It was a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom home in Garden Grove, California. If you were to drive by and look at this house, it's cute, and it's a little home in a good environment. However, the things I've experienced sparked my interest and curiosity about the afterlife. Everything in every room in the house felt awkward whenever I walked into it. I shared the middle bedroom with my younger brother, who was only 4 at the time. Once a month, I would have a nightmare of a girl sitting on our picket fence with red eyes aglow, staring at me with such a playful expression. She didn't seem happy that our family was there. Nonetheless, us kids. The strange part about that was, whenever I would have these awful dreams, I would wake up to find my little brother crying, as if someone had really hurt him. I never really took the nightmare seriously though. We had an old, rusty swing set that we loved so much. I was only 10 at the time. During the daytime, everything would be fine, and no strange feelings would occur. However, once nighttime falls, our backyard would be off limits. My mom wouldn't let us go to the back and play on summer nights, and she, well, never told us why. One night, my mom forgot to turn off the water hose, so she kindly asked me if I would do it for her. The idea of it was already bothering me, but I didn't take anything paranormal into consideration. So, I went down, straight to the back of the house, and the walk there felt like eternity itself. I had a strong, eerie feeling that I was being watched and even followed. I bent down to turn off the hose and had a fear so strong that it made me tear up. I ran into the house and swore never to do the favor for my mother again. What made this incident particularly eerie was the fact that I swear I heard a sobbing. It was like in my mind, but I swear it was outside. In another awkward time, my mom was taking a shower, and I was in my room watching TV with my little brother. I heard her call my name, so I came to see what she wanted. She asked if I could go to the towel cabinet and grab her one. When I did, I walked up to the door in pure darkness, and I swear I saw a ghostly hand, but it was still a woman's hand with red fingernails. I immediately thought it was my mom's hand at first. The strange thing was, it was translucent. Like I said, a ghostly hand. But I mean, you could see right through this person's hand. So, naive as I was, I thought I said Mom, and instinctively handed her the towel. But the towel dropped to the ground, and the hand disappeared. My mom then opened the door and looked at me, saying, "Barbara, what are you doing, honey?" That's when I told her, "I was giving you the towel you wanted." My mom looked at me with such confusion and said, "You know I was in the kitchen, right?" When I look back at that incident, I know it terrifies me now, but at that moment, I was simply not afraid. I just chalked it up to something non-paranormal, and maybe my eyes were just playing tricks on me. But at that moment, it was pretty obvious that I was both hearing and seeing things come to life. Paranormal things at that. There was much more that went on in that house, such as if you were sitting in the living room watching TV, at the corner of your eye, you will see a dark figure walking up to the front door. Immediately, you would assume someone was here, so you trot over to the door to find that no one is there. It happens almost every week to everyone in my family. I love that house, but I didn't love being followed or the feeling of being watched while taking a bath. After spending most of my childhood in that house, we moved to another city nearby. Now this house is quite dramatic. I'm 19 years old now, and I lived in Georgia for 3 years to finish up school. Coming back, strange activities started happening, especially in my new room. My grandfather passed away 3 years ago, and my room used to be his room. At night, getting home from my boyfriend's house, I would hear the floor creaking. I just assumed there was someone walking around, but to find that no one was out there at all. I remember one night, laying on my bed with the lights out and just the TV glaring. I fell asleep and woke up to see a pair of transparent, veiny legs pointing in my direction. I knew immediately who they belonged to. Grandpa. Grandpa was watching over me, and that didn't, and still doesn't scare me. But there's another presence in the house. A girl, I assume. I came one night from staying at my boyfriend's the previous night. I left the door opened because I was planning on changing and going to say hi to my parents. While changing, I have a habit of looking at the door to see if anyone will walk by and see me change. So, I looked a few times, and when I looked the last time, at the right side of my door, I swear I saw the apparition of a girl, her bright blue eyes, glowing and bulging right at me through the crack of the door. The eyes then disappeared. I trotted to the door, looked to my right, and nobody was there. Just then, it was my teenage cousin, Diane. But I looked towards the left side of the hallway, and there she was. I was absolutely freaked out in that moment. Well, those were some documented instances of my family's paranormal history. I hope for future sake that I never have to experience any of this again, even though the first few incidences weren't that scary, and even my grandpa incident, yeah, I wasn't scared. However, if it were any kind of other ghost, like the one I was just talking about, I might be a little bit more frightened. I'd like to refer to this haunting as the haunting in Duxbury, Vermont. We bought the house from the niece of Leo Morse in the fall of 1999. Leo lived here his entire life. Shortly after we moved in, we heard strange footsteps on the second floor when we knew no one was up there. During one such incident, my husband, myself, my 2 children, and a couple friends heard someone walking across the floor in the upstairs bedroom as we all stood in the living room below. One night, when I was taking a bath and was lying back in the tub with my eyes closed, I suddenly felt very uneasy, like someone was staring at me. I looked behind me to where the door was and saw this transparent mist, and it disappeared within a second. The door creaked open just an inch, and I screamed my head off. My son, while still in high school, had similar experiences of being watched by someone who couldn't be seen. Our television has also turned on by itself on more than one occasion. Our channels have changed, with the remote sitting out of everyone's reach. In the fall of 2007, my husband had just walked upstairs to go to our bedroom when I heard him hollering at someone and asking him what he wanted. We all ran upstairs to where my husband stood in the doorway to our bedroom. He was staring at the back wall of the other bedroom, pointing to no one and yelling, tears in his eyes, for someone who no one else could see to get out. This lasted for several minutes until the man, whom my husband said was in his early 30s, brown hair, clean shaven with round, wire frame glasses, dressed in a flannel shirt and blue jeans with the bottoms of the legs rolled into cuffs, disappeared. It was a very restless night that night, and my husband, who is not drunk or on drugs and isn't prone to hallucinations, doesn't like to talk about it much, but is very adamant that it truly happened. We haven't had any more sightings since then, but I still hear footsteps and unexplainable bangs and thumps coming from upstairs every morning after I get up, and I know my husband is still sound asleep in our room. My name is Andrea. I'm from New Mexico, and I'm 17. I've had numerous experiences throughout my life with the paranormal. I'll start from the beginning, I suppose. Before moving to Deming back in 2000, I lived in Hatch, which is about an hour away. We used to live in what was called the White Brick House, near the park, and not even a half mile from the schools.
hatch is very small. Anyway, living in the house was my mom, my very abusive dad, who I call Alex. I don't even call him dad. My 2-year-old sisters, and my older brother, and me, the youngest. I don't remember the experiences in any specific order, but I remember them as if they happened yesterday. They are all very true. Believe if you want. We had a certain room called the back bedroom that no one really liked to go to, at least not alone. This room had an extremely strong presence in it, and it was only when you entered it you could feel its presence. You could stand in the doorway and look in the bedroom and feel nothing, but as soon as you stepped, that all changed. You feel like you're being watched by one great evil spirit, or a great number of evil spirits. You would have to leave. It was so uncomfortable. We couldn't even get any of the dogs that we had throughout the time we lived there to enter that room. While there was that room, there was also other things that happened in the rest of the house. One night, my mom swears up and down this happened, and so does Alex. They were getting along. The rare occasion. I love these nights. My mom put all 4 of us to bed, so her and Alex had some alone time, and were relaxing together in the spa, talking one night. In the middle of their conversation, both my mom and Alex saw the shadow of someone walk past the doorway of the spa room. My mom thought it was one of us that had gotten up in the night and went to check in on us, only to find us all snoring in bed. Her and Alex then asked us the next morning if we had gotten up, and none of us had. Another time, me and my oldest sister were playing in what we called the second kitchen that had a room off called the craft room. My mom paints ornaments in there. We suddenly smelled a strong perfume that didn't smell like any perfume made today. Then we heard a conversation between maybe 4 or 5 people. We looked in and saw 5 older upper-class people in clothes from the early 1900s time. I remember one man specifically. He was bald, with a brown beard and a looking-glass eyepiece like the rich people would wear back in the day. He was wearing a black penguin-tailed suit with a white button-up underneath. He looked somewhat pale, but not very transparent. He turned his head slowly and looked straight at me, not my sister, and nodded his head. Shortly after, he continued to speak with his company. I ran to my room and stayed there for the rest of the day. We had an organ in the living room, along with a drum set and Alex's guitars. We're all musicians. Amps would turn on, even when they were unplugged. The organ played as though a very experienced pianist were playing it. Piano was one thing none of us really learned how to play, so it was obvious none of us was playing it. There were times when the dogs would follow something we couldn't see down the hallway to my room and Alex's room. My older brothers one night got up to get a drink of water in the second kitchen, and that's where the laundry room also was. He's 22 years old now, and still swears this is true. He saw a tall figure standing by the washer and dryer near the back bedroom, and he felt it as an evil being. It just stood there, glaring at him, but never moved, as if it was frozen, but with the evil expression looking at him wherever he moved. He figured it was Alex. He shouted out Alex's name, but didn't hear a response, so he figured he was mad and went back to bed. The next morning he asked Alex why he was so mad at him. Alex just looked at him and said he was at the bar. My other sister said she was walking by the back bedroom one night and swear she saw a black figure out of the corner of her eye standing straight up against the wall, and it tried to grab her with its arms but couldn't reach, as if it was restrained. After Alex left, we moved out of the house and into a little apartment. There's only been one thing that has ever happened to me there. I got up in the middle of the night to get something to drink, and as I was going back to my room, I saw what looked like a little blue orb
glowing in intense blue. It moved around for a few minutes before ultimately dissipating into thin air. Aside from these apartments we lived in, we also moved into a trailer not too far from the white brick house. This house was always said to be haunted because the man who used to live there died of a heart attack in either the yard or the bathtub, and he had 2 dogs that died of mysterious causes after he did. It was almost as if they died of a broken heart. There would be nights when we could hear the clicking sounds of a dog's nail on the tiles. I was in my room reading one night when my whole dresser just fell over. No reason for it just to fall over. My friend and I, Rosario, and my sister were all in the living room one night when we heard a window shatter come from my room. We never found a single shard of broken glass in the house or even outside, even though the sound came from inside. Finally, I would always see the shadow of someone walk into the laundry room, and no one would be there when I looked. All of these incidents were fairly alarming to all of us, and I'm convinced that they were being followed by the same evil spirit that resided in the red brick house. These days, I never experienced any hauntings, and I'm very glad that this is all over. In the fall of 2001, my parents bought an old Victorian house in a quiet suburb. It was a huge relief for us because that year was a very tumultuous time for our family. We couldn't find a house that was affordable, and nearly every house we found in the area was either in need of major repairs or super expensive. When we moved into this home, there had been mumblings around town that nobody wanted it due to its supposed hauntings. By the way, I'm 21. The house had a history of violence and death. The city is very safe now, but years ago, it was considered one of the worst cities to live in. It was said that a man who had lived his entire life as a loner took up residence in the house in the early 1920s. One night, he apparently hired a prostitute to stay the night with him. She was unaware that he had no money to pay her for her services. He led her into the kitchen, playing off that he had some spare cash lying around the house. He ultimately ended up strangling her to death and chopping up her body. He was apprehended months later and ended up dying in prison. When the cops questioned him, all he could say was that he needed love. In the first months, we had stereotypical noises that any house would make and dismissed it as nothing more than just noises. However, doors would open and close, lights would flicker on and off, and there was this funky odor that always seemed to linger throughout the house. It was very hard to describe, but it smelled a lot like rotten eggs on a very subtle level. The most terrifying thing that occurred was when I was in the kitchen in the middle of the night. It was about 11 p.m., and I had just come home from work and entered the front hallway of the house at first. That's when I heard whispers, which sounded like the word lonely. I figured I was just exhausted from a long day's labor, so I decided I needed to get to bed. But before I did, I fixed myself something to eat in the kitchen. I walked into the kitchen, but that's when I heard moaning sounds, almost like someone was struggling. As I sat on the chair by the kitchen table, I saw the transparent figure of a woman with an anguished look on her face. She appeared for a few moments, then disappeared. She looked like she was from another era and wore all black. Her face looked disfigured and beaten. It terrified the living hell out of me, so I ran upstairs to get my parents. I guess I just needed some comforting, and I found out they weren't home yet. There were other incidents that occurred in that house. My mom actually told me that she was in the laundry room when she could distinctly hear the sounds of a growling man in the laundry room late at night. This was something that seemed to happen quite frequently around the same time and always only in the laundry room, nowhere else. It was never something really loud and startling. It was always faint, but insanely scary. There were times that we would see two shadows in the corner of our eyes, constantly walk back and forth from the kitchen to the living room. Again, this was subtle. When anybody would actually turn to directly look, these shadows would be gone. Most of the time, we always thought it was just our eyes playing tricks on us, and even after my incident, I still thought that. Anyway, that's my story. It might not be too exciting compared to others, but it is creepy and insane. I'm glad I don't live in that house anymore. Sadly, my parents still do, but it seemed that nothing happens anymore, besides the subtle doors creaking open slowly from time to time, and the continuation of lights flickering. Thanks for reading. My family and I took a trip to Tennessee in the summer of '08. We went all over the place, such as Jackson and Nashville. On our second to last day before we left to go home, my family decided to go to Franklin because we had picked up a brochure of haunted places in Tennessee, and so he went to humor me because I was interested in hauntings at the time. This city, not known to most people, is actually the site of the bloodiest battle of the Civil War, even worse than Gettysburg. There are two houses that were the main sites. One of them was the Carnton Plantation, which is the setting to my story. The plantation was creepy enough when we drove up to it, without even knowing the history. When I got out of the car, I looked up at the house and noted how beautiful it was. Then my attention was averted to the balcony on the second floor. There, standing on it, was a man. He was clearly dressed in a Civil War uniform, though I quite can't remember which color, and I could clearly see that he had a beard covering his jawline. He stood there with his arms behind him, as if he was gazing out, overlooking troops. Of course, at the time, not knowing any of the history, I thought it was just a tour guide taking a break out on the balcony. I even hoped he was going to be my family's guide. Later, once we were on the tour, I noticed that none of the employees were dressed like 19th century citizens. Of course, then we got the history of the place, and I understood why this place was considered haunted. When the battle itself was both going on, and when it was over, injured soldiers were treated inside of the house. So many, in fact, that there are stains of blood inside of the house that will not come out of the floor. Many soldiers obviously died inside of the house. When we continued our tour upstairs, we entered a room with a door to the balcony. This is where I learned that no one was allowed out on the balcony. This confused me since I'd seen that man out there. When the guide took the group into the room across the hall and began talking, I couldn't pay attention. The closet in the other room kept grabbing my attention because it had a piece of black cloth in it. Finally, I tried to keep myself focused, and it was going well until a gentleman in the group got bored and decided to go out into the hall. I watched him leave, thinking that it was very rude and should come back. For some reason, when he left, I noted that the sun was in a position that didn't cast a shadow of the man's head on the hallway wall. Once again, I turned my attention back to the guide, but the man in the hallway began to wander in the hall, and that distracted me. When I turned to watch the man, there was suddenly a very clear and defined silhouette of a man's head and shoulders with a bearded face that traveled across the wall, then just disappeared. It startled me at first. Then I got excited because I thought I must have seen a ghost. Then I thought, no, I have to be practical about this because that man is out in the hallway. Once the tour guide was done talking, I went outside into the hallway way. The first thing I noticed was that any shadow from the tourists on the wall wasn't that dark or defined. Then I noticed that the way the sun was facing caused the shadows to be cast on a completely different wall. The silhouette I saw couldn't have been from anyone on the tour. Then I noticed that there was an upstairs where I thought maybe an employee could be working. That theory was completely dismissed when it appeared no one was up there. There wasn't any logical explanations for the silhouette. It wasn't until my family returned home a few days later that I decided to research what I had seen. After discovering that there was a frequent spirit there that was called the General, I made the connection. The details from past eyewitness accounts were identical to mine. He stands out on the porch, has a Civil War uniform on, and has a beard on his face. I was, and still am convinced, that I saw the General on that day. This took place shortly after I turned 16. My dad was working up in Oregon and Washington, but was based out of Rainier. I went up to live with him, I guess just to do something different. I was used to being around the city type of atmosphere, and it wasn't too long before I grew bored. Not that the Oregon country girls in that area didn't stir my blood. It's just that they mainly wanted to waste their time getting high or drunk, tipping cows, or shooting the passing ships going down the Columbia River, which I don't mind. I just miss the city lights or something. Anywho, I'd been out partying with a friend and drove off the side of a mountain. Another story, which would take a while to go through. And I thought my dad was probably going to kill me anyway, without benefit of blindfold and a last smoke, so I decided to hitchhike back to Oklahoma. Needless to say, I lacked understanding of just how far it was from Oklahoma. My newfound compadre decided to go along, because he had gotten in recent trouble with his folks and wanted out of town too, so we took off. Somewhere between Portland and the Dells, on I-84, which was only a 2-lane at that spot. We were really tired and looking for a place to sleep. By this time, I'd found out that this hitchhiking thing wasn't for me, and it really should be called a lot of hiking and not enough hitching, or something similar. And what seemed weird was that out in the middle of nowhere, the fences were really well kept, and I didn't want to get caught up climbing one. No houses, no anything. It was simply just nice fences. Anyway, we found a rather peevish looking fence about 3/4 of a mile before a bend in the road. The moon was out and actually lit up the area pretty well. There was about 3/4 of a mile behind us from the last turn in the road, and like I said, about the same in front of us before the next one. We were in a valley or whatever they're called that the road went through, and it was really a beautiful sight. Just as we were fixing to jump the fence, a car came around the bend from in front. Of course it was too far off to see us when it rounded the bend, but we didn't want it to see us climbing the fence when it came abreast of us, like the owners of the land are out cruising in the middle of the night. The sides of the road in that area sloped down at a very sharp right and were gravel, at least on our side of the road, so you didn't have to go far to be below the grade of the road and out of sight of passing motorists. It went down probably 15 feet though, well below the road. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that since. Just as we were sliding down the slope out of sight, I caught sight of something way down the road, just the side of the curve. The lights of the oncoming car caught it, just as it was making the curve. Whatever it was, went down the embankment on the opposite side of the road from us. I asked my friend if he saw it, and he said yes, he saw something. After the car passed, we peeked over the top of the road, and right when we started to climb back onto the roadway, because we decided we didn't want to sleep in that area anyway, we saw what appeared to be two guys pushing a motorbike climb up where we saw it go off before. This was still about 3/4 of a mile at least off, down the hill near the curve. We slid back down the slope, out of sight. I really don't know why. Then we kinda just looked at each other. A motorbike? We both looked at the incline behind us. If you pushed a motorbike off the side of the road down this embankment, you'd have a heck of a time stopping it before it went all the way down, and the river was on their side, and even a harder time getting back up. I couldn't imagine trying to get it back up to the road, assuming it didn't go into the river. We both peeked over the top, breathing really quiet and shallow, watching for another couple of minutes, when all of a sudden, it stood up. It wasn't two guys pushing a motorbike. It was something that had been on all fours and stood up, and it was huge, at least twice as tall as us, and by the way, we weren't midgets. I almost crapped myself. I started looking around, and the fence, by this time, was looking mighty small. Thinking really fast in that fight or flight mode, and the flight was definitely the way I was leaning towards, I realized that, thank God it had been his turn to carry the backpack, which would slow him down, and had the only food we had in it, and on top of that, I thought I could outrun him. Maybe it wouldn't want both of us. I looked at him, saw the panic in his eyes, and knew he was thinking along the same lines. I knew I couldn't run. I also knew that I had to sense us when it got directly across from us. I pulled out my little pocket knife. I knew that we're going to die, and all I could think of was, Lord, please let it be quick. I peeked over the top again, and it was almost even with us. I might have whimpered, silently of course, but I also noticed that the wind was blowing in my face from his direction. There might be hope. We ducked back down, and we could hear it almost stop right across from us for a moment or two, then start on up the road again. It was almost to the curve up the hill from us from the direction we had originally came from, when another car came around the bend downhill. I thought about jumping out in front of it and yelling for help, but if it didn't stop, then whatever that was would know that we were there. We waited, and it disappeared below the other side of the road, like before when the other car came. This time, it didn't come back up. I don't know how long we waited, but we finally climbed back up and continued down the hill and around the curve. We didn't say a word or breath, anything about a whisper, till we cleared that bend in the road and was a mile or two away. When we called the Dallas, we called our parents to come and get us. We'd had enough of the open road in Oregon. I don't know what that was, but I still think about it sometimes. I've had a few other things happen to me in my life, but that really scared me. My boyfriend and I saw the state park on our way from Arkansas to Illinois and thought we should check it out. We had never heard of this place or even seen it before. We parked in the parking area and got out of the car to explore the woods. Naturally, I had to use the restroom, so I went to the bathroom, and once I got to the toilet, I had a terrible feeling of being watched, and I truly felt like someone was in the bathroom with me, but obviously, I was the only one. The feeling of this presence was so unbearing and evil that I ran out of the bathroom the second I finished with my pants down. Once I got out of the bathroom, my boyfriend and I started down the path. Within 30 seconds of walking, and still within 30 feet of the bathroom, my boyfriend and I heard a loud footstep, crunching the leaves. In fact, it was multiple footsteps. My boyfriend thought it was a bear or something, because of the heftiness of the steps, so he was searching and searching for a bear, or anything, but he couldn't find a thing. I didn't mention the bathroom to him, but after not too long, I insisted we continue. I know there is something terribly evil in that bathroom. For a while, nothing else odd occurred, and we continued on the path which goes down to level ground, with a large lake on one side. But soon after we got to this level ground area, the sun started settling, and that's when things got uneasy again. We both started to hear something large walking in the leaves again. Sean, my boyfriend, really wanted to see what it was, and at this point, I felt like we were really in danger and that something else, unnatural, was there. So we barely started to move farther into the woods when Sean told me he saw a shadow or something farther in. Then, I was done. I told him we had to go, and I cannot be here any longer. So, I ran like hell back to the car, and Sean was close behind me. Once we got to the car, I was at the passenger door, ready for him to unlock it. And of course, he tells me that he hears that thing we've been hearing in the sparsely wooded area, directly in front of the parking lot, which is to the very right near the parking lot, and that he has to see what it is. So, I had him throw me the keys, and I got in the car. He got in within a minute, and I asked him if he saw anything, and he said he just saw that a dark shadow moved behind a tree, but nothing else. Needless to say, we booked it off that mountain, and it really seemed like a car was trying to chase us down the mountain. But we may have just been super spooked from the woods experience we just had. But I will note, we were driving at about 65 miles an hour, and the speed limit was way less. I forget now what it was specifically, but I want to say between 30 and 40 max. Plus, it was a mountain road, and very windy, and frankly, difficult to traverse at 65. Also, during the time I was taking pictures, the whole time we were in the woods, nature shots, that was actually the entire reason we were there in the first place, and the pictures were neat. The day ones didn't have orbs, but the night ones all did, and I thought maybe it was from the lake reflection or something. But I took a picture out of the car window, at the moon, right after we got in the car, and in that photo, there's the moon and like 30 orbs. It's amazing to me. I mean, I've never taken any orb photo ever before, and I took another photo of the moon out my window about 30 minutes after we left the mountain, and only the moon. I did some research to find anything on the area. It seems it was established in an old Indian burial ground, but few findings on much else, and I never found anything on cars chasing you out of this place. Be careful. During the day, the bathroom is really the worst part, and seemingly off the trail, but I just wouldn't go at night. And also, Sean didn't seem to have the feelings as intensely as I did, so if you're the right person, the feeling might not be too overwhelming. I was thinking about my dog last night, as he was put away a few years ago, and the immediate remembrance of a very weird experience me and my dog had in my home, in Tallahassee. This home, prior to any construction behind us, was all wooded landscape and ran into Lake Jackson. Within this wooded area were several Indian burial mounds. One day, shortly after I moved there for a new job, I took my dog for a walk, unleashed, back in the woods. I saw those mounds, but really did not know that they were Indian burial mounds. My dog and I both walked over these mounds just being adventurers. When I returned from our walk, my neighbor asked me jokingly if I let my dog run loose back there, and my response was yes. He then stated that I would see a black bird perched somewhere soon in a tree close by, and that this bird would be watching me. I laughingly asked why, and he said that if we walked over those mounds, we would have possibly wakened the spirits, and that the bird was their watchful eye on me. Well, of course I thought this man was crazy, but he was actually a very nice and intelligent man, as I learned later. So only about 2 days later, I returned home from work, and I recall thinking about the black bird Betty told me. So I peeked around the left side of the home to look into the wooded area, and lo and behold, there was a blackbird perched on a tree, staring at me. He would not take his eyes off either. Needless to say, that was creepy. So that very night, I was in my office, and my dog was usually laying in the living room by the fireplace. As I was doing my work in the office, my office chair was budged about 2 to 3 inches forward with a force that felt like someone actually pushed the chair. I instinctively reached by, looking over my right side, expecting to see my dog. No dog, nothing. So I quickly went into the living room, only to see my dog laying down facing the hallway entrance, which is where my office resided, as well as 2 other bedrooms. And he had his head between his paws, staring and growling at something in the hallway. Talk about getting freaked out. So I grabbed my dog by his collar and tried to lead him down into the hallway, and he resisted every attempt. He was scared, obviously, and he definitely saw or sensed something. I did not see anything at all. As I walked into each room through that hallway, I did not see or sense anything. Then I walked into the bathroom in the master bedroom to find that my candle, which was lit, went out. So that night, I kept all lights on. The following day I came home and looked again for that weird bird. He was not there. So I took my dog outside to do his thing, but then noticed he was limping. Then he fell to his side with pain in the backyard. As I made the observation, I noticed that in his groin area, he had a large tumor-like bulge coming from this area. I immediately took him to the veterinarian, and I recall she had no explanation for it, but prescribed medication to reduce the swelling. Within 2 weeks or so, the swelling went away. Looking back at that, I really feel that the spirit, or whatever it was, made that happen, as my dog was still young and very healthy. After that week of weird occurrences, I never had anything further happen. I never told my neighbor what had happened, as I did not want to look silly or have rumors flying around. But for sure, I can tell you that I know in my own gut that what that neighbor told me came to life. Dogs can definitely sense or see these spirits, as we cannot apparently. Between the bird, the bump on my chair, my dog growling and acting scared, and the bulge in his groin area, all made sense that something was in that house. Never walked in those woods again. I no longer reside there either. This is a ghost, entity, evil demon, spirit, and whatever else was haunting our home, I can tell you. I will never forget what happened as long as I breathe air. We moved into this big house when I was 15. It had been empty for about 10 years. It had old, creaky wood floors and a ton of doors. Everywhere you turned in the house, there was a door. Don't ask, I still can't figure it out. It was a doctor's house. In the very back of the house is where he saw his patients. Yes, some died in the house in his office. Both my grandparents also died there. The very first thought we had activity, about 3 a.m. in the morning, there was someone banging on our front door. My grandfather would get up, and no one would be there. This happened all the time. We'd drop our car keys in the glass bowl right when we walked in, and they would be in a different part of the house. Things were always showing up all over the house. It likes to play tricks all the time. So many things happened, I can hardly recall them, all but this one I will never forget in my life. I would love to forget it, but it just won't go away. I was 20 years old and just had a baby. I had my daughter in a bassinet beside my bed. I fell asleep watching Michael Jordan play basketball in the Olympics. My bed had a tall headboard that sat up against my bedroom window. I also had floor-to-ceiling curtains, very heavy curtains. The windows were shut. The curtains were shut too. I was sleeping on my back as I fell asleep to the TV. The TV was still on, and the baby was fast asleep. All of a sudden, I felt a strong man's hand covering my whole face. He was trying to suffocate me. I was in panic mode. His grip on my face and nose was so tight that I couldn't breathe or scream. I was looking up at the ceiling thinking I'm gonna die, right there, right now. It seemed like an eternity, and I was losing my breath. Then, the phone beside my bed rang. It stopped. I jumped so far out of the bed across the room and looked back thinking I was fighting off an intruder, and no one was there. I looked out the window. Nothing. I looked in the mirror, and I had a bright red handprint on my face. It was evil. It was an evil something. I was praying out loud for whatever it was to get the hell out of my house and leave me alone. I've never been that terrified in my life. Never. I looked out the window, and it was pitch black. I got the feeling like something was out there laughing at me or mocking me. The baby never woke up. It was her father on the phone. I told him what happened, but he thought it was a dream. I know from the start it was as real as I'm sitting here telling you today. Not long after that, my grandmother and grandfather died in the house on 2 separate occasions. I was left in this huge house all alone with my 2 children. They were 1 and just months old. The house was always freezing, no matter how high the heat was on. I would hear talking that I could never make out. Footsteps up and down the hallway, pinching, grabbing. The lights never worked. I changed the bulbs all the time. When I did the laundry where the old doctor's office used to be, I could feel a breath on my neck. I could see shadows of people out of the corner of my eye. It was a living nightmare. The energy was so thick and heavy, even on the brightest day. I was scared to death to be there alone and go home after work alone. I would just sit up with the TV on until I could fall asleep and pray to God that I didn't have to go to pee in the night. I was so scared to get up. The day I moved from that house was the happiest day of my life. I could have stayed there forever in that big house, but I wanted out. I still to this day, 19 years later, have vivid dreams of what happened. All the things I heard and all the things I saw. I've only told a few people this story. I've seen and felt both good and evil from a very, very young age. My nanny told me I had the gift of seeing and hearing spirits, like I was a light to them. I've had so many experiences I can't count. Most are very bad, but I have a couple that are good. I'm terrified of the afterlife. I pray that God carries me to heaven. If you don't believe, I'm telling you, there are things you can't see, but they can hurt you and make you so depressed you want to die. They can touch you, hurt you, and mock you, and laugh in your face. I know. Here's my story. It will be interesting to see what everyone else thinks of all this. I was at a friend's house listening to music tonight, Saturday, April 12th. He's a drinker, so he was feeling pretty good. He was at the computer with his back to me. I was on the couch directly in front of the TV, which was off. The only light on was right above the computer desk. To my right was the entryway, which was dark, pitch black actually, but I could see the reflection of the room in the TV. He was playing "Oh Death" from "Brother Where Art Thou." Song itself gave me the creeps, when suddenly I looked into the TV and saw a solid black figure of a tall man start to step out of the darkness of the entryway and into the living room. I didn't see anything like clothing or facial features, just tall and solid black. My friend at the same time swiveled his desk chair and pointed towards the entryway where he saw the figure. The figure stepped back into the dark as quickly as it appeared, as though it didn't want him to see it. I looked at him and said, "Did you see that too?" To which he replied, "See what?" He was only being animated during the song, but for sure didn't see anything. I've experienced several things at this house. He has not though, and it upsets him. But what I experienced that evening was the most eerie and frightening thing for sure. I know it wasn't one of his friends or someone goofing off. It isn't easy to walk into his house through the front door and not be heard. The floor is tile. We walked over and turned on the light, and we both looked. There was no one there. I just went home. I couldn't stay there, and I begged him to come with me, but he wouldn't. A few days later when we talked, I asked him if he had ever had any seances or similar things in the house. He had first said no because it was his grandma's house, and he moved in about a year after she had passed. But then he paused, and then he said, "Well, remember when we cleaned out the attic? There was a Ouija board up there." Well, no, I didn't remember, and I told him to get his house cleansed, but he was just laughing at me. I've never been back to his house since that night. About 2 weeks later, he got an unintentional EVP, which is very eerie also. He has a voice-activated recorder and was recording a couple of programs off the computer for a friend at work. He turned off the computer, and the TV isn't hooked up anyways, but when he woke up, there were 3 recordings instead of 2 on the recorder. I know he's pretty up on computers, but he didn't make this EVP himself. Actually, it scared him, and he said he wasn't going to listen to it anymore. Even though I'm not sure whether I do in fact believe in ghosts and the supernatural, I must be the Ghost Stories world's biggest fan and relentless reader, and have been a patron of your site for many, many years, at least a decade now. Like I said, not being totally sure whether I do actually believe in ghosts, I've never had a story of my own contribute to your website. However, over the past months, possibly years, certain things have happened in our current rented home. Occurrences in this house that made me think twice, maybe even 3 times about what I actually do and don't believe in. My husband Craig and I have been living in our rented home here in Melbourne, Australia for almost 4 years now. We rent privately and know very little about the house and its history, apart from the fact that we are private renters and the rent has always been almost ridiculously cheap. The house isn't that old, however. It would only be about 15 or 20 years old. We do know, however, that several of the last tenants that lived here, families with children, by the look of the wall drawings in the study and backyard, moved out fairly quick after moving in, which has always puzzled me, as the house isn't in that bad a shape. The neighborhood is okay, and the rent, like I said, has always been ridiculously cheap. Any questionable incident that has happened in this house has either taken place in the lounge room or the nursery. My daughter is now 3 months short of turning 3. I remember one time when my daughter was tiny. She would have been 6 months old at the time. We'd put her to bed in her cot in her room. She's always been a fire alarm screamer, and on this particular day, after screaming for about 10 minutes, she quite suddenly stopped dead. Assuming that she had just fallen asleep, I walked outside into the backyard about 10 minutes later to feed the dog. I looked through her window subtly to make sure that all was calm in her room, when I noticed a very strange thing. My daughter did not look close to sleeping at all. She was in fact staring intently at the ceiling. I watched her eyes move from left to right and so forth, as if she was watching something very closely, but there was nothing there. Not thinking all that much of it, I went back inside and continued on with whatever I was doing, thinking that she was just boring herself off to sleep. A few weeks later, something very similar happened to this again, except this time, it was in the lounge room. Heidi was sitting with me on the couch. The family dog was also in the room, sitting by my feet, as Heidi all of a sudden started staring at the ceiling again, with much the same intensity as before in our room. This time, the dog joined in and was making much the same eye and head movements as Heidi was, as if they were both watching something on the ceiling move from side to side. The dog's hair then stood on the back of its neck, and he started growling, which frightened me, as he is one of the friendliest dogs in the world and wouldn't hurt a fly. Then, being a bit of a wimp, he got up and snuck into the next room and didn't come back for about a half an hour. This sort of thing has happened about 3 or 4 times since then, but nothing besides this has ever happened either. No apparitions or noises or banging. I've sometimes had the feeling, though, that we are not alone here. Nothing like this ever happens when my husband is at home, only when I am alone or with Heidi. A couple of days ago, it happened again. Heidi started off by staring at the ceiling, and then her gaze diverted to her toy basket in the corner of the room. She looked at me, smiled, looked back at the toy basket, pointed, and yelled baby. The word baby doesn't necessarily mean baby to Heidi. She calls newborns babies, as well as toddlers up to about her own age. I asked her where, Heidi? Where is the baby? There, she persisted. There, baby. I shrugged and looked away again and hoped to dear God that she would stop pointing and looking at that darn toy basket. She did, thankfully, after only about a minute or so this time. What do you honestly think about this? Fluke? Or something more than just imaginative child playfulness? This website has mentioned dark, powerful energies such as imps, and I noticed the creator of this website has seen what could be called imps. Imps are described as devil spirits, who are demons, and small in stature. I've had many experiences throughout my life like the one the web creator had growing up. I don't like talking about them so much, and do my best to keep it dormant, but I did read their story, and I've had an experience with a small black figure that sounds like one of the imps described in that story. Me, my daughter, and my wife all used to sleep in the same bed till our little girl was 1.5 years old. Around the time my daughter was that age, I remember staying up till close to 1 or 2 a.m. watching a long movie. When I was finished, I went to the room and turned on the bathroom light to brush my teeth. Our room was well lit from the bathroom. Since around the age of 3, I've had dealings with spirits as well. So, when I was about halfway through my brushing, I pretty much knew from that feeling I had that something was happening. I looked in the room where my daughter and wife were sleeping, and cuddled from behind my daughter in a fetal position was a small black figure. It looked human, but it moved, behaved, and felt like it was something else. It looked towards me, got on all fours, and scurried across the bed lightning fast. I kinda jumped back, but it disappeared when it hit the floor. The strange thing was, after I got into bed, my daughter, eyes closed, still asleep, did the exact same thing the figure did before I went to bed, only my daughter stopped with her still sleeping face right in mine, then laid back down and was normal again. Some other things started happening after that, but I don't know if they're related. I hope my story helps you figure out what these things are. My story begins about 3 years ago. I was 27, and me and my husband were expecting our first child. We had been living with his mother, but since I had become pregnant, we needed a place of our own. My parents owned 2 houses, one in which they lived in, and the other right behind theirs. My oldest brother and wife and children used to live there, but he bought the house right next door to my parents. Always wanted to stay close to our family. We're very close. Now that the house behind my parents was unoccupied, my mother asked me to move in. My husband and I gladly accepted. We would have more room and a place of our own. Well, the very next day we moved in, I was about 41 weeks pregnant and needed to go to the hospital to be induced for labor. We had a healthy baby boy. After our stay in the hospital, we returned to our new home. About 4 to 6 weeks after we moved in, I started hearing a noise in the middle of the night, coming from the closet in our bedroom. My husband worked a graveyard shift most nights at the time, so I was alone at night with our son a lot. The noise was that of the closet door opening. I had put a long rectangular mirror on the closet door, those that are about 1 foot wide and 4 feet long. It had 2 hooks that went over the top of the door, so as to hang the mirror. So every time you opened it, it would screech very loudly, since the metal hooks rubbed against the door frame. Well, like I said, about 4 to 6 weeks after we moved in, I heard this very loud screech at about 2:30 to 3 a.m. I woke up and realized it was the closet door opening. It opened about 4 inches. We had 2 chinchillas that slept on the floor at the end of the bed, and I just rationalized it to one of them opening the door with their paw. But I know that would have to take some effort, since the metal hooks over the top of the door made it hard to open and would make the door get stuck. I didn't really get scared. I just looked, then went back to sleep. About 2 weeks later, again, me asleep, alone, middle of the night. Then the screeching sound of the closet door opening. I woke up, and this time, sat up and looked at the closet door. What just happened? I checked on my baby in his bassinet next to my bed, and he was fast asleep. I looked at the chinchillas. They were awakened too, and looking at the closet door, but had not moved. So again, I felt no fright, and went back to sleep. Again, a few weeks later, my husband had a day off, so he was home that night, and again, about 2 or 3 a.m., the screeching noise of this closet door being pushed open from the inside. My husband wakes up and just stares at the door. Now he saw firsthand what I had told him about. The last time this happened was some weeks after that. Again, I was alone at night. I heard the screeching sound of the door opening, only it sounded like it opened a little bit wider than just 4 inches this time. I sat up and looked at the door. The chihuahuas were staring at the closet door as well. This time, they stood up. Then the closet door started opening a little bit further still. That set the chihuahuas off. One was barking at the closet door like there was no tomorrow, and the other ran under the bed crying and howling. Their reaction is what scared me the most. My heart was racing. I put my head under the covers. The closet door didn't open further, but it took me forever to get back to sleep. After that night, I was scared of the closet. I told my husband, and he put a lock on the door. I closed it and locked it every night. I didn't open it again. Only one thing happened after that. About a year later, the closet door became increasingly harder to close. It would get stuck, and I would really have to push to close it completely. One Sunday night, about 7:30 p.m. this time, I again was home alone. My husband was working, and my son was with my parents in the house in front of ours. I was watching some TV, and I didn't like to leave the closet door open anymore. So I walked over to the closet door to try and close it completely. I was really pushing, and I started banging on the door with my fist to try and close it. It was almost closed. Then, while I was banging with my fist, right on the other side of the door there was a loud bang, as if someone hit it with their fist. It was right on the spot I was hitting it. I could feel the vibration against me. I stepped away from the closet door. I tried to stay calm. I'll try to sit down and watch some TV, I told myself. I sat down, but could not keep my eyes off the closet door. After about 30 seconds, I decided I couldn't stay in the house any longer. I left my parents' house in front of mine and left the TV on. Why did that scare me so much? I was fine when the closet door would open in the middle of the night. Was it because I was so sleep deprived from having an infant son that it was so easy for me to go back to sleep? The fact that I heard the banging on either side of the closet unnerved me so much. Thinking back, I remembered when I was 14 and my brother first moved in the very same house with my then 4-month pregnant sister-in-law and her 4-month-old daughter from a previous marriage. I remember shortly after they moved in, her telling me she thought the house was haunted. I asked why, and she told me that at night, she would see the closet doorknob rattle and turn. Oh, it's just her imagination, I told her. Even at 14, I would rationalize everything. I guess it wasn't her imagination after all. I later asked my niece, now 21, if she ever saw anything. She told me she did, which I later write about. This is something completely different to my experience, and I think it had something to do with her and not the house. She also used to tell me that the closet door used to open in front of my brother until he confronted it. Then it stopped. Thank you for taking the time to read my story. I live about 20 minutes from an old covered bridge in Mableton, Georgia. This is one of the places I've been to in the surrounding area and where I had the most happen. In 2004, we went on a last-minute hunt to the bridge. I know you're supposed to be better prepared, but I kept most of my things in the car at all times, just in case. We of course had heard the local legends and wanted to see for ourselves. So we headed down after about midnight. Even then, the traffic on the road was just heavy enough that we were unable to try the chocolate thing with the car. So we parked up the road a ways away, at the Comet Trail parking lot. We walked down and took our flashlights with us. On either side of the bridge are orange streetlights, so the bridge is lit up all the way through. One in the group brought her cousin, and I didn't realize at first that he had been drinking, or he would have stayed behind. He got up in one of the bridge's windows and peed into the creek below. After yelling at him to stop, I realized I could no longer see the lights on either side of the bridge. Our flashlights also stopped working, all of them. After the temperature dropped and it became dark the way it did, I told the others it was time to leave. We then saw the streetlights turn on for a second, and then in the distance, at the other end of the bridge, 2 kids dressed in formal attire, standing and hand-holding. Had to be about 30 seconds, but we saw it. We froze, then started back to the car. As we walked out of the bridge, we heard what sounded like little kids laughing, and they actually touched and poked at our backs as we hurried as fast as we could back up the hill. One of our group reported hearing a voice in his ear telling him to run. I have to say it was unsettling, and though I haven't been back to the bridge yet, it hasn't stopped me from going to other places. I've heard voices and gotten pics, and even had things happen at other sites. This one was one of the best ones, because I don't get physically touched by them often. I also believe nothing would have happened if he had not upset the spirits the way he did. I'm very much more careful about who I bring with now. Only one town over from our home stands one of the largest and most ornate railway stations in our state. The owners worked over 20 years bringing it back from neglect in a time gone by. as their second love is antiques. They have decorated it with period pieces throughout, now opened it as an outstanding restaurant. My husband and I often bring friends there to enjoy not only the wonderful food, but for the pleasure of watching them jump as the Amtrak fly by, only feet from the window. There is a very small organ that has been placed on a wall, not far from where we often sit. Several meals ago, our waitress entertained us by telling, some people have commented there is a ghost attached to this instrument. One said she saw a very small, frail old lady standing by it, saying, "This isn't right," indicating dismay as to how our organ came to be sitting in an eatery. The waitress went on to say, they never like to work alone when closing up, as there's so many unexplained noises. We enjoyed a meal there today, and as always, our conversation turned into the many thousands people now gone that pass through these massive arched doors. Out of nowhere, I smelled a very strong odor of ivory soap. Mind you, we are eating fish, no one is passing by, and the other tables haven't changed their patrons. I say nothing, but a moment later, my husband smells it and says how weird it is. Such an uncommon smell today. It lasted for about 3 minutes. There was no explaining the smell. As we finish, we wander through the hall looking at various rail-related antiques and move on to the outside. There's an Amtrak train on the track, but it is going slow. Strange, as they usually are speeding enough for an onlooker to feel their wind as they pass, heading for Boston. It comes to a complete stop at the station. A man in uniform gets out and looks at the front and then under. Turning to us, he says he thought he saw someone laying on the track. He walks about, making a full inspection. Then he gets in and then starts going. We see the riders in their seats, but as we watch, he stops again, just down the track, and repeats the inspection again. Strange day. This place should be investigated. This is my second entry and story. This takes place in Rusk, Texas in the 70s. This story comes from an acquaintance of mine, who is really more of a good friend of mine, of my good friends. Mike and Katie were married and had 2 children. One was a 9-year-old boy, and the other was a 5-year-old girl. They moved into a house that had a shotgun-style layout. In other words, you entered into the living room, and there was a straight hallway all the way to the back door, with all of the rooms off of this one main hallway. Mike and Katie took the first door on the right as their bedroom, while giving the children the last door on the left to their bedroom. One night, not long after the move, Mike and his wife were sound asleep when they were awakened by screams of Mommy and Daddy, and turned on the nightstand lamp to find both their children wide awake and terrified. The children claimed to have seen a man with a hat on and a beard peering into their window. Mike immediately got his gun and ran around the back, where he found an empty field and no sign of anyone having been there. At first, they were under the impression that this man had a ladder because the back of the house stood on a steep grade down, and no one could be peering into one of the back windows without a ladder. But the occurrence repeated itself, and finally, Mommy asked the kids to describe exactly what they had seen. Their stories were both told at different sessions and matched completely. What had woken the children was a strange light out the window and someone walking up and down on what sounded like wood boards. They said this man leaned over and looked down into the window, and he had a shotgun in his hands. The couple moved the children to another room, and Mike did some laborious digging into the history and county files in the house. Through newspapers and files, plus some additional info from some of the older townspeople, Mike learned that this house had once been at another location, and when it was moved, It was turned around so that what had been the front of the house was now the back of the house. He also learned that the man who had died at the house had been arrested and died in prison for shooting his wife and her lover in their bed with a shotgun. I've sent in one other story about my mother's house in Illinois, but I have 2 more stories to share. I was raised by my grandparents. Their house has its share of odd occurrences. Knocking sounds from within the walls, an apparition of my great-grandmother, and eerie feelings down the long hallway to the bedrooms. One night, I was around 9 in 1989. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. My bed was facing the doorway, and I could see into my grandparents' bedroom across the hall. The hall is only about 4 feet wide. The only light visible came from a small night light in the outlet at the center of the hall. As I was tossing and turning, trying to fall asleep, I looked out into the hallway and saw a young woman with curly hair, her body glowing faintly. She carried a candle in her cupped hands. She walked slowly and paused for a second and turned to look into my grandparents' room. Being the nervous child I was, I quickly pulled the covers over my head and ignored it, eventually falling asleep. Years passed, and I never saw another apparition. When I was 16, 1996, I was still living there. I grew up in that house, 13 years total, and had moved across the hall, having switched rooms with my grandparents. I decided I would try an experiment. I found a dress similar to the one I saw the apparition wearing, so I decided I would put it on and sort of relive that experience. I have very curly hair, and it was the same length as the apparitions. I put on the dress, grabbed a short white candle, turned off the hall light, lit the candle, and took the path that I had witnessed the apparition take. I took the same route, made the slow walk, paused at my old bedroom door, looked in, and walked into what was now my bedroom. Was what I saw a ghost, or merely a glimpse into my future? Was I seeing myself on some other intersecting point of time? I'm still trying to figure that one out. Next story. This occurred in 1997, while I was at a Native American ceremony in the woods in Nebraska. We had been out in the woods for about a week, living in our tents and teepees. Ceremonies going on throughout that time. I'd heard the stories of spirits who lived in the trees, and being as curious as I am about the supernatural, I was nervous and excited to see what might be out there. For the first few days, things were normal, and I went about my business working in the cook shack, making large quantities of food for the huge number of people there. One evening, after dinner, I was sitting at a table with the aider, talking about the name he had just given me, Star Woman, for my love of looking at the stars for hours on end, when my right hand suddenly went ice cold. My mother was sitting to my left, and I said, "Wow, my hand just went freezing cold." There was no wind, and it was July in Nebraska, pretty hot, even after the sun went down. She said, "Oh, don't worry, that's just a spirit touching you." I can't recall the name for them, so I'll just say spirit. I think it was Wayne Guy, but I'm not sure. Okay, no big deal. Our tent was set up along the perimeter of the tree line, with an outhouse about 50 feet to the right. On several occasions, while walking to the outhouse, I noticed black human forms in the trees. When I'd shine my flashlight on them, they were gone. I attributed this to my imagination. A few days later, a friend who had brought along for the trip was sitting in my tent with me, talking about the day. I was on the left side, leaning back on my arms, with my lantern flashlight next to my left hand, about 12 inches away. It was the kind where you could pull up the body of the flashlight to reveal a lantern. We were talking, and we noticed the light shifting in the tent. There were no other lights, aside from a bonfire on the side of the camp at about 300 feet. I looked at my flashlight, and it was standing on its edge. All we could do was sit and watch it. It stood on its edge for about 2 minutes. Then we decided to leave the tent for a while because we were a bit freaked out. The flashlight had a rounded head, not a square one. My hand did cause the tent floor to dent in slightly, but my flashlight was nowhere near my hand or the dent I made in the floor. The light was literally standing on one rounded edge. When I mentioned it to my mom the next day, she quipped, "They were playing with you. They must like you." I wasn't really scared, just a bit nervous, considering we were out in the wilderness with no lights. I was intrigued more than anything, considering the nature of the ceremony we were attending. I'm certain the spirits were focused by our activity. I hope to return to that spot in the future.
It was the fall of 1979. My grandfather passed away in the hospital the previous month. My grandmother wanted to rent me her mobile home in Green Acres, Florida, so she could move back permanently to her home in Cocoa Beach, Florida. I was living in a high-priced apartment complex in West Palm at the time, so this would be my chance to save some money and help my grandma at the same time. I cleaned, painted, and fixed. Everything was fine for the first 3 months. Then on a dark and stormy night, wouldn't you know it, I was home alone, watching TV in the living room. I heard a thud. I looked around behind me, towards the master bedroom, and much to my shock, saw a white, smoky figure, unmistakably my grandfather, walk past the bedroom doorway. Well, the first thing I felt was this warm rush of blood through my body, which is probably better defined as fright. I jumped out of the recliner and just kind of stood frozen in the middle of the living room floor, staring at the bedroom waiting for him to walk by again. He never did, at least not that night. 6 months later, after I had pretty much forgotten about the incident, it was the middle of the day, and I was at the kitchen sink washing dishes, listening to TV. Something came on the program I wanted to see, so I walked to the living room, watched a few minutes, then turned around to go back into the kitchen. Yes, you guessed it. There was the exact same ghostly figure walking past the master bedroom doorway. This time I was taken back but braver. Maybe because it was daylight? I ran back to the bedroom, but there was nothing. No ghost, no smoke, not even a sense of smell. Nothing. I told some family and friends of both incidents and got the usual, "Are you crazy? Yeah, right" kind of looks. 1981, 2 years later. My life is very different. My Cuban girlfriend's mother is living with us. She stays home all day cooking and cleaning. One night at dinner, she tells us about the ghostly figure she has been seeing walk past her bedroom doorway. She didn't want to say anything because she didn't want us to think she was crazy. Needless to say, I was in shock and wanted to know more. She couldn't tell me more. She only saw on numerous occasions a white ghostly figure walking past the master bedroom doorway. But what did it look like, I asked. She described my grandfather to a T. She had never met him. He usually wore a beige khaki work shirt and pants, a hat, and always chewing on an unlit cigar. I ran for my box of photographs, found one of my grandfather, and now she was in shock. "That's the ghost," she cried. "That's him." 1992, 11 years later. My grandparents' mobile home had been long sold. I lived in Okeechobee County, Florida for about 5 years, with a little plot of land and a lot of farm animals. I was driving up to the lake one day to go fishing. While I was sitting at the traffic light, I glanced over at the mobile home business in the corner. In the rear of the lot were the used mobile homes. Was that my grandparents' mobile home I could see way in the back? There was that warm rush of blood again. Called the creeps this time. I had to be sure, so I drove over to investigate. It was pretty much in shambles. No front door, broken windows, holes in the floor, completely falling apart. Is this really it? What was it doing in Okeechobee about 100 miles from Green Acres? I still had to be sure, so I went inside snooping around. No, I didn't see any ghosts, but I found the weathered plastic numbers from the top of the old mailbox of the Green Acres address on the floor of my old bedroom closet. I will never understand if the ghost was trying to communicate something or why it chose to only show itself to my ex-girlfriend's mother and me. But more strangely, why did that old trailer seem to follow me all the way out to the country in Okeechobee? Oh yeah, I didn't take that souvenir I found in the bedroom closet. After I found those plastic numbers, I dropped them in a mad rush to get out of there. This happened to me in the summer of 1991, and it's all true. I was pregnant with my son, who is now 13. I have a daughter who is 15, who at the time was 2. My husband and I moved into a trailer house. I always felt uneasy there, but passed it off. This trailer was a 3-bedroom. The layout of the house was so: the front door, the living room. To the left of this, a bedroom. On the right side of the living room was the kitchen, then a hall. In the hall to your left was a bedroom, then the bathroom, and then straight ahead was the master bedroom. We never noticed anything unusual until my brother moved in with us. He slept in the bedroom next to the living room. This room always stayed ice cold. We know it wasn't the air conditioner because it had broken and the landlord couldn't fix it. If you've ever been in Texas during the summer, it is extremely hot. This room was always cold. Some other strange things that occurred there were the fact that my 2 dogs would never go down the hall. One day, I was cleaning and my daughter was in the first bedroom in the hall. She was in there playing and I heard her talking to someone and someone answered her back. I ran to her room and no one was there. I asked her who she was talking to and she said Tommy. I instantly felt a cold spot and something breathed down my neck. I went into premature labor. After I spent 3 days in the hospital, I went home only to go back into labor the moment I walked into the door. I finally told my mom what was going on, and she told me to ask what it wanted. I got back home after a few days and nothing happened. Then one day, my daughter fell asleep in my bed. I decided to watch some TV for a while. When I sat down on the couch, she started crying. When I got to my room, she was still asleep, but I could still hear the crying and it wasn't her. That night, I went into labor again. A week or so later, I was washing dishes when I sensed something behind me. I turned around, but seen nothing. I finally asked it what it wanted, and it growled at me. Needless to say, I grabbed my daughter and left. I never went back and never went into premature labor again. My mom thinks the spirit wanted the soul of my son. What do you think? Any ideas? Sorry this was so long. Thanks for your time. When I was about 11 or 12 years old, I went over to my best friend's house at night. She was sitting outside on her front lawn, looking at the house directly across the street. I asked her what she was watching for as I sat next to her. She said that for the last couple of days, she noticed some strange people coming to the house, some wearing black robes. She liked the lady very much and visited her often, so she told me earlier in the day she had gone and knocked on the door to check on her. A stranger answered the door and then the woman's husband came to the door. He was very sharp with her and told her everything was okay and not to bother them anymore. After she finished telling me this, we sat in silence, contemplating the situation. All of a sudden, the camper owned by my friend's family, which was parked in the driveway to our right, began shaking violently. Our first thought was an earthquake. We lived in California. Quickly we noticed that nothing else was moving. As the camper continued to shake, we each ran around either side until we met on the other side. Nobody was moving it from the outside. Somebody must be inside, we thought. My friend ran into the house to get her father, yelling someone had broken into the camper. Just as she and her father had come around the corner, the shaking stopped. Her father unlocked the camper and bounded in. We stayed out of the way, ready to get help. After a couple of minutes, her father came out looking pissed off. Was this a joke, he asked? No one was in the camper. All the closets and drawers had been opened and everything was flung all over. We were practically in tears, trying to convince him that we hadn't done anything. I guess he believed us, because then he went in the house and yelled at her brother. About 6 or 7 years ago, my family lived along Tays Valley Road before the big industrial boom of Putnam County. Seems like it went from a farming community to a city right before my eyes. Well, anyway, We rented land off of a fellow by the name of Jim Umberger. On this land was an extravagant pre-Civil War, almost Victorian house. It was simply beautiful. Off to the side of this massive antique sat our trailer. Now, I was awfully young through all of this, and kids will have their fabled ghost stories, but there was something quite odd about this house. Something was downright sour. The story had it, and I know nothing of the truth in this. A family was brutally butchered in the house. Back then, there was a whole lot of nothing for miles around, so no one even found these folks for a good long time. As a youngster, I had the creeps about anything just about, but I've never been quite as frightened of a place as I was here. The place had an eerie air to it. To make things even more insane, my step-grandmother Evelyn died of brain cancer there, in our trailer of course. My other grandmother's entire cancer-eaten body seized up and shut down on her, yet she died officially in a hospital. Strange things went on at this trailer. Pockets of not cool but cold air in the middle of July, for example. Once in the winter, my mother was out on the town. My younger brother and I were watching some TV when there was a knock on the door. There, on the freshly fallen snow, was nothing. No footprints, no tire tracks, absolutely nothing. Needless to say, I spent the rest of that night with my head buried under the covers. Speaking of doors, once I heard the doorbell ring. Seemed innocent enough, but we didn't have a doorbell. Pictures falling off the wall, creaky floors, and long sleepless nights were only minor nuisances we had to deal with every day. The most disturbing incidences, however, and the most annoying, were when the smoke detectors, located in various parts of the trailer, would take turns going off one at a time. After that, they'd go off simultaneously, quite a ruckus. For a long time, I thought I was the only one who felt a presence. Then one night, my mother went completely irate, screaming, "Show yourself, Evelyn. I'm tired of these frickin' games. Show yourself." We never saw anything. Things continued as they were until we moved. Mr. Umberger sold the land to someone, and it became Southbrook, a ritzy subdivision with $500,000 houses that wouldn't hear of her humble trailer deprecating their property. However, I believe they'll get theirs. Although they tear the house down for the project, there was a well and a system of underground streams and springs, which probably rendered the whole operation illegal. The thing about the springs and wells may not sound important, but in my own personal research, I found negative forces and spirits can channel themselves through waterways. I'd like to see how Southbrook lights its new neighbors. I believe I have some pictures of that house somewhere in the mess that is my apartment. Thanks for reading. This is a true story that happened to me, my friend, my boyfriend, his brother, and my brother about a year ago. About a year ago, my friend Courtney, my boyfriend Josh, his little brother Brian, my little brother Jared, and I were staying down at our trailer in Saginaw. It was about 3 in the morning, and Jared and Brian were already asleep. In our trailer there was a downstairs, the living room, and an upstairs, the kitchen, 3 bedrooms, dining room. And when you walk out the front door, you are in a carport, looking out into a blank field. Well, another friend of mine had lived in the house before me and said that there was an old lady that walked down the hall at night. Me, Josh, and Courtney were downstairs watching TV when we heard some noise come from the bedroom Brian and Jared were sleeping in. So we ran in and checked on them. There was nothing there, so we sat back down on the couch and started watching TV again. About 15 minutes later, we heard what sounded like someone knocking on the door. So I went and looked through the peephole, but when I didn't see anything, I walked outside and looked out into the field. I listened really closely and heard what sounded like a knife being sharpened. I ran in the house and deadbolted the door. Then it sounded like someone was trying to get into the back door, which was boarded up. I started getting this really scared feeling in the pit of my stomach. I was sitting on the couch. Josh had his arm around me, and the front door flew open. I jumped up and ran into the bedroom that Jared and Brian were in. Josh and Courtney soon followed. They came in, and we locked the bedroom door. We sat there for about 15 minutes and heard somebody walk in, up the steps, and stop at the door. At this point, we were really freaking out. Suddenly, I then heard my stepmom's voice on the outside of the door say, "What are you doing in there?" We told her the whole story, and she just laughed and blamed it on the wind. Thanks for reading. It all started when my Aunt Crystal moved into a little trailer that belongs to my grandmother. Now I live there, going on 3 years. There were 3 occasions when these ghosts were encountered. We're still not sure if it was the same ghost. They both happened at night, in the same room. Well, on with the stories. The first person to see the ghost was my aunt, Crystal. She would always stay up late and wait for her husband Tony to come home from his night shift. This is how she says it happened. She was in the back room of the trailer, built on, cleaning up. This room was used as a playroom for my 3 little cousins. So she is back there cleaning when she starts to feel a cold chill or a draft, which is normal because the trailer isn't but about 50 feet in front of a creek. So the place stays chilling in the winter and humid in the summer. So she got up and changed into a sweatshirt. When she re-entered the room to resume on cleaning, she felt an eerie presence in the room, like someone was looking over her shoulder. She finally decided to turn and look, and that's when she saw it, a small figure over by the closet, just staring at her and seemed to be smiling. One of those evil, wretched smiles. She jumped up screaming for the ghost, or whatever it was, to leave now. My aunt never saw the ghost again. She said after she yelled for it to leave, the strange feeling went away, and when she went back into the room, she noticed it had warmed up. On another occasion, it was my Uncle Denny, my aunt's brother. He needed a place to stay for a while, so she gave him that same back room. Well, I'm not going to go into detail about the room and just tell you what happened to him. All I know is he underwent a series of different events all in one night. He was in the bed not quite asleep, but kinda dozing off, one night in late October. The first thing that happened to him is that he felt a gentle tug on the covers. He was still kind of out, but it was enough to wake him up a little. He ignored it and pulled the covers over his head. Then he says about half hour later, he heard a small click and the stereo that he had set up beside his bed had come on. He loves to listen to Tupac a lot, so that is what was playing. He had been listening to it earlier, so that it was really loud, and there were other people trying to sleep, so he reached over and turned it down. Now, he was starting to get a little scared. He sat up and studied his room. Nothing. But, despite the fact that he couldn't see anything in the room, he thought that didn't mean that there was nothing there. So he got up and opened his door. Now keep in mind, this is something that he never actually does, no matter what. He didn't leave the room, but he did get pretty spooked about it. When Crystal woke the next day, she asked him, why'd he left the door open? He said so whatever was in there with him could leave if it wanted to. He swears to this day that after he opened the door, nothing else happened. The third and final story is about my encounter with the bedroom ghost. After my aunt moved out of the trailer, my sister, mother, and stepdad moved in. Guess where my room was? Yep, the back room. Well, this is what happened. I love to read, and I love to read by lamplight at night in my room with the door closed tight. After about 2 months living in that trailer, I still hadn't seen anything. Just when I was starting to believe that my aunt and uncle were just trying to scare me with those stories, I finally had my little experience with the bedroom ghost. Anyways, I was laying in my bed and reading one of my mystery books one night in December, I think, when I felt a little bit of pressure on my bed, kind of like someone was sitting down at the foot of it. I figured my cat Tabby had been hiding under the bed and had jumped up on top of it or something, so I just kept on reading. Then about 15 minutes later it happened again, only this time it was like someone had flopped down on my bed, which is too much for my little cat to have done, so I sat up in surprise. No one was there. I sat there and just stared, waiting for another flop or something to hit my bed, and it didn't come. I figured at this point it was just my imagination. Then, just when I'd settled down and began to read again, it happened again, more like someone jumping on my bed. I was sure it hadn't been my imagination that time, so I jumped up and ran out of the room. I didn't come back into the room that night. I just bunked on the couch. Well, there you have it. 3 stories that I swear are true. Thank you for reading this, and have a good one.
I want to say that I've been brought up with stories of ghosts and haunted houses. I live in the South, Louisiana to be exact, and tales of the supernatural are nothing new to this area. I have many stories I can share, but the better ones all include my grandma's house.
The house is located in a small town called Swords, and my mom would tell me stories of when she was a kid growing up with a ghost that lived there in the house with her and her siblings. The ghost does not have a name. She is only known as the White Lady, since she wears a white dress. My mom told me stories of seeing this White Lady many times as a child, but she never was scared of the White Lady. She told me she felt as if the ghost was watching over her and her sisters, and that they never felt threatened. She told me she would see the ghost at night, walking in the hallway or on the staircase. Other times she just felt the presence of the ghost. She would be in her room after school doing homework, and she knew someone was in the room watching her. When I was a kid, going to Grandma's was always something special because I would look for this ghost. I remember very well the first time I saw the White Lady. I was 14, and my friend Chad was with me in my grandma's. We had just gotten home from school, and I had the key to Grandma's because that's where I went after school until my mom picked me up when she got off work. Grandma was not there, so Chad and I made ourselves at home. He knew of the stories about the house and was very skeptical. We made some snacks and went into the den to sit and watch TV. The staircase is in full view from the den, and as we watched TV, I felt a presence. Chad felt it too. He claimed it got really cold. I thought it was a draft, so we went into the hallway and checked to see if any windows were open. As we were going to the living room, my eye caught something. I stopped and grabbed Chad's arm. There, at the bottom of the staircase, was a figure of a woman. At that moment, she looked at us, and that cold chill went right through me. She proceeded to go up the stairs. I watched her details. Her hand was on the banister, but you could see right through it. She was transparent all the way through her figure, and she looked up as she walked, as if looking for something. Chad and I were literally paralyzed. We watched her, not knowing what was going to happen. For a second there, the figure paused, glanced back at us, and then continued walking up, but she never made it to the top. She vanished on the 4th step just before the landing. When she disappeared, Chad ran up the steps. I guess he wanted to catch her? Idiot. He said the spot where she disappeared was so cold. At that point, I wanted to get out of the house. We both grabbed our book bags and ran outside and stayed out on the front porch until my mom came. We told her what happened, and she told us not to be scared. This being our first time seeing the spirit, hell yeah, we were scared. But Mom came in the house with us, and we felt better with her there. The second time I saw the White Lady was Thanksgiving, 1997. I had not been to Grandma's much before then. Things at my house got complicated, and I had to take care of things, so there was not much time left for visits. But then, Thanksgiving did roll around, and all of my family came to Grandma's. My mom has 10 siblings, so it was quite the event. Grandma has a huge dining room table that seats 24 in the main room of her house. We were all sitting down at dinner, having a good time. I was between my Uncle Kevin and my cousin Joseph. We call him Shags. People were coming and going through the doors that led to the kitchen, and clean out of nowhere, I looked up and I saw a lady, wearing white, come in from the door on the right, and walk from there to the left side of the room, then disappear into the wall. I jumped up. I was startled. She had passed right by everyone and right through my Uncle Patrick, who was standing by the wine cart. He didn't even flinch. I looked over to my mom. She saw her too, but she put her finger on her mouth, mentioning me to keep quiet. I didn't say anything, but Shags was nudging me under the table. I turned to him, and he whispered to me, "Did you see that?" I told him yes. After dinner, I was helping Grandma with the dishes, and I told her what I saw. She saw her too, but she said it did not surprise her at all. The White Lady likes to show up when there are a lot of people at the dinner table. All she does is walk from one side of the room to the other, then disappear into the wall. But not everyone sees her. That's what I find odd. I told her how she just walked through Pat, and he didn't notice anything. Weird. A number of days later, I found out that only 4 other people saw her that day in the dining room.
My Aunt Jen, my cousin Brad, his girlfriend Ashley, and my aunt's husband Mark. Grandma told me that they phoned her and told her about the White Lady. I haven't seen the White Lady since that Thanksgiving day. Grandma says she's still around. She had company over this past September. Some friends had come from Florida and stayed the night there. They witnessed the White Lady on the staircase disappearing, but something else occurred. Grandma and others are now hearing footsteps and laughter in the upstairs bedroom that is used as a drawing room. I'll have to do some investigating on that one. Thanks for reading. When I was about 13, my father was a professor at a college in California. The campus was built during the 1600s and was originally a Catholic boys' home. There are catacombs where the boys would hide when people came to persecute them. The story goes that one particular night, a well-known Christian hater came to kill the boys. They all went down into the tunnels. One 8-year-old boy got lost and was so scared he hung himself. His body was never recovered. Anyway, back to my personal story. We lived on campus, and my father was also on night guard. He had a tendency to get preoccupied with different things, and he often didn't get home until an hour after his shift was over. On one particular night he was later than usual. My mother sent me to go check on where he was. The other guards said he was still on the rounds, so I rode my bike around looking for him. I saw a light on in the library, so I parked my bike and went in. The staircase to the aforementioned tunnels, or catacombs, is in the back of the library, off to the left, and there's a cemetery under the staircase. I looked all through the library, and suddenly, the light turned off. A little boy, about 8 years old, came running through the door of the staircase, right where another certain 8-year-old's body was rumored to be. Needless to say, I hauled out of there, and I have not gone back in the library since. The first thing I must explain is that I lived in a place where there was a horrible fire in the late 1800s. Across from my house was a cemetery where all of the 800 people that perished in that fire were buried. My best friend had come over, and we were wanting to be alone, so we scampered up to our room. Shortly after that, we began to hear strange noises, like footsteps running up and down our spiral staircase. We yelled to my sister to stop bothering us, but she was nowhere in sight. We closed the door and backed up our trunks against it. While we sat there, a patterned knocking sound began on the wall. An eerie feeling came over us, and we no longer felt safe there. We rushed out of the door, and the room was filled with blue smoke. I never ventured up there alone again. It's strange that everything weird that ever happened in my bedroom, because there was another night I remember vividly. The night I saw a figure dressed in a red and blue checkered smock standing there. She smiled and waved, but then, when I went to touch her, she disappeared. Thank you for letting me share my experience. My friend would love you for it. It's important to be able to share these experiences. I don't think their ghosts were unfriendly, but they sure scared the living daylights out of me. Thanks for reading. This is a story that my mom told me about when my grandma worked as a maid for a rich family in England. The house she worked in was haunted, and some really weird things happened there. The most interesting was whenever someone cooked bread in the oven, it would come out smeared with blood. So after that happened several times, they blocked off the kitchen with a wall. Another neat thing happening occurred there when my grandma woke up in the middle of the night and heard the table being set, but then she found out that no one was up and it was the middle of the night. To make things even more creepier, whenever she was cleaning the 3rd floor and she knew that no one was up there with her, she got the strangest feeling she wasn't alone. One night, a thunderstorm was so loud it woke her up, yet her room was the only one that had the thunder that could be heard. Another night she woke up and her bed was rocking. In the morning, she asked the people who owned the house about it, and they said that her room was once the room of a young boy who became very sick, and every night his mother would rock him to sleep. Interesting story, and thank you for reading. The story I'm about to tell happened when I was about 15. For the last month or so, when we talked on the telephone, my friend had been telling me that during the middle of the night, when he was in bed, he could hear rocks bouncing off the roof, and this would go on for hours every single night. His parents also heard this and would go outside during the middle in the dark night to find nothing. Needless to say, it kept happening night after night. As time went by, the events got worse. Mr. Knock Knock, as they called him, started knocking on the door in the middle of the night and also during the day, which of course, when they would go to look, nobody was there. At this point, I didn't know if I believed him or not. One time, when I was talking to him on the telephone, I heard a really big boom, and he told me, "Oh my God, Mr. Knock Knock just knocked the door open." Of course, he went and looked, but as always, nobody was there. This got me excited. I said to him I want to stay over and hear Mr. Knock Knock. Now, I don't know if it was that night, but I did stay over. It was late in the afternoon, and we were in the kitchen, and I made the remark that I wanted to hear Mr. Knock Knock. Right after I said that, boom on the door. We went outside and found nothing. Finally, they had the police install cameras around the whole house, mostly in the trees, but they never recorded anything. They say that a man many years before hung himself in the shed. The same events went on for a period of time, then they just stopped. I think it was the man who hung himself many years ago. I know it was some spirit, but what it wanted, I don't know. I hope you all enjoyed the story though. Thanks for reading. The following incident is significant because it put me on the path where I am today, and it will be important to know when I submit my other stories. On Saturday, Halloween Day, 1992, my friend Debbie and I decided to go to a neighborhood park in St. Louis, bordering on South Grand and Arsenal, for those who hail from there. We'd stop at our favorite donut shop, then went to a little lake we knew of to sit and gossip. There happened to be a wedding photo group there at the same time, so we sat on a bench nearby and critiqued the dresses, etc. I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings, and Debbie and I chatted for about 15 minutes before she got an odd look on her face and whispered to me, "What is this? A rumble?" I cautiously glanced around and saw several youths drawing up to the lake on various sides. Debbie said, "I think it's time we leave. Walk slowly and don't look back at them." We got up and began walking to my car. Some 300 yards off, we got about halfway there when we heard a pop, pop, pop. Being a city girl, it didn't register in my brain what it was at the moment. It sounded like firecrackers. Needless to say, that's not what it was. "Get down!" she screamed. Before I could react, Debbie had thrown me down on the ground as she was going down herself. I know we were both praying as this occurred. Suddenly, the shooting got louder, and we both realized that there was a gunman firing about 3 feet behind me, over our heads. The way we were lying on the ground, Debbie could see behind me, and I could see behind her. She told me not to look, so I just kept my head down. We heard clicking and cursing. The guy's gun jammed. He ran off. As suddenly as it began, it was over, and all the gang members were running their separate ways. Badly shaken but not hurt, we took off running to my car, jumping in and flooring it to our house a few blocks away. When we were safely inside and slightly more calm than we had been, Debbie said, "I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. I was warned about this and I didn't listen." I asked what she meant. She said her father appeared to her in a dream the night before. I don't remember the details exactly, but it was in the kitchen with the back door open. In the dream, he was warning her about some danger and wanted her to be careful. Debbie's father died when she was a teenager. At the time of the occurrence, she was in her late 20s. A weird, though not really scary closure. At the time of this occurrence, Debbie and I worked together at a local newspaper, and our office was based in the basement of City Hall. sharing a room with the office attached to Recorder of Deeds. 4 ladies worked for the city there, and we knew them pretty well. On Monday morning, one of them described how her daughter had come to her on a previous Saturday afternoon and told her of the horrific shootout that occurred at her friend's wedding party in the park near the lake. No one was hurt, but the limo took 2 slugs in the door and fender. Prior to the shooting, both Deb and I would have long discussions about the afterlife, ghosts, and etc. And we are both believers in the power of the mind and spirit. But this experience set me on a path of dealing with spirits that I still encounter today. These will be submitted for your approval at a later date. Back in 1986, when my daughter was 3 years old, she was playing in her bedroom and I was watching all my children on television, when all of a sudden, she came out of her room asking me to tell the man to leave her alone. Startled because she and I were the only ones in the house at the time, I said, "What man?" She said, "The man in my room. He keeps talking to me." So I got up and went into the room and looked for this man. In fact, I decided to look all over the house for this man and could not even find him. I then made sure all the doors and windows were locked, and I told my daughter that there is no man in the house, so she went back to playing. About 10 minutes later, she came back into the living room and announced, "Tell the man to leave me alone." This time I freaked out and told her, "Dana, there's no man in the house. I looked everywhere for him. I do not see anyone here." And she replied to me, "He's right here." I asked, "Where?" And she pointed to the hallway, and she acted like she was holding someone's hand. I asked, "What are you doing?" She replied, "He just wants to say hi to you." Incredulous and open-mouthed, I asked, "Me?" What happened next sent chills down my spine. My 3-year-old daughter walked with this man to the wall, as if she was still holding his hand. I asked her, "What did this man want from you?" She said, "He says he loves you." I asked her for the man's name, and she simply replied, "Monk." Almost in shock, I got out, "What did you say?" She looked up at this man and said, as if to the air, "What did you say your name was?" And then she once again looked back at me and said, "Monk." I asked her several times if the man's name was Monk, and every time she said yes. But then I was freaking out, because my grandfather's nickname was Monk. Still not believing, I told her this isn't funny, and she said, "He just wanted me to tell you he loves you, and he wanted to say hi." I asked her to describe him, and then he described my grandfather to a T. You see, my grandfather died in 1969 in Illinois when I was 4 years old. It was so long ago, there is no way my 3-year-old could possibly have known this. He couldn't have even seen what he looked like because he did not have any pictures of him until 1991. That was the only time my child had an encounter. But what encounter it was. And I'm left to scratch my head thinking if it was actually my grandpa or not. I'd like to think it was, but at the time, it was so terrifying not knowing who this person was at the moment. Wasn't it a intruder? Was it someone else? But no, it was my grandfather, checking in on me to see if I was okay. What a man he was. A former associate and friend told me this once. Her parents once lived in Leemaster, a little hollow in Buchanan County. While they lived there, they could hear a baby crying outside. When they went out on the porch, it would stop, but as soon as they went back in, it would start again. This went on for a long time, until one day, a bunch of young boys were digging in the dirt, playing with their trucks and such, when they happened upon an old buried jar. After further inspection by the children and my friend's father, they found it contained the remains of a baby submerged in alcohol to keep it in good condition. Turns out, a young girl had once lived in the area and had a miscarriage. Instead of having a proper funeral, she put it in the alcohol and buried it afterwards. After the discovery by the children, the crying stopped, the baby found peace, and all was quiet again.
Thanks for the short read. This is a strange event that I experienced when I was very young, around the age of 3.5 years old. I'm 24 now, but ever since this occurred, it has burnt deep in my mind, and I can still go back and remember vivid details of what had happened. It began as a dream, and I remember it was my dad, older brother, and myself waiting at the local bus stop for the 9 bus to arrive, an actual location. Behind the bus stop was an abandoned building that for some reason had my attention while we waited. So I wandered off to get a closer look, and the whole front of the building was boarded with the exception of the entrance doors, which were missing the glass frame, making it easily accessible for anyone to enter. So I advanced further, entering the building, and was standing on shards of crushed glass, and as I looked to my left, there was a register booth with a glass display underneath, which also was smashed with popcorn spilled all throughout the display case and the floor below. I also remember a red carpet that was torn throughout the lobby. At this point, I realized that apparently I was in a movie theater, and I was excited because I remember as a child, I loved going to the movie theaters to see the action flicks, and this is probably what drove me further into the theater. Behind me, I could hear my dad calling out for me, warning me that if I didn't listen to him and get back to the bus stop, that he and my brother would leave me. I was stubborn and ignored my dad, and continued to walk further inside the theater, and entered the auditorium where the lights were off and the projectile screen was brightly lit with nothing playing. There were also a few seats accompanied by guests. They had an eerie stillness to them. As I advanced down the aisle, I began to make out the features of the individuals that were seated, and their flesh seemed severely burnt, and they were all dead. The chairs were also in bad shape, but now I was scared and didn't know what to do. Then I noticed from down the aisle, one of the emergency exit doors swung open, and something made its way through. It strolled at a fast pace towards the middle of the aisle, and began to come directly towards me. To describe what it was, I only remember it being not much taller than I was, and it had arms that were so long that they dragged along the ground as it walked. I started to run back to the bus stop, where I was hoping my dad was still waiting for me, as this creature continued its pursuit of me. To my horror, the bus stop was completely empty, and there was no one there to help me. I then turned and ran around the building, till I was tackled down by this thing. I screamed, then I woke up. Now, I know for sure that I'd been conscious when I saw my closet door open slowly, and out came the same creature from the dream I had. As frightened that I was, I did my best to keep focused on it. I remember looking over to where my brother was sleeping, but he was completely sleeping, and I was just terrified. It continued to approach me, and I noticed it was dragging along a toy fire truck I had at the time. As it got to my bedside, it extended its arm and appeared to be handing me over a truck, but that's when I screamed for my parents who were sleeping in the next room. I covered my blanket over my face and screamed for the life of me when finally, the door to my room flew open and my mom and dad entered the room, turning on the light. My parents were very concerned about me at that point, and I remember just crying in relief from their comfort. The creature was no longer in the room, and my dad checked the closet to find nothing there. I slept the rest of the night with my parents and worrying about my older brother the whole night. All I remember after that was I never wanted to sleep in that same room again, and in fact, sometime later, our rooms were switched over. Now that I think back, there's a lot of things I wonder about that experience, like what was the meaning of the whole movie burnt theater, and the creature trying to give me the fire truck toy when I woke. Was there some kind of connection to the fire, creature, and myself? Was it some kind of warning? I don't know, but every time I think back, I only wish that this had occurred later in my life, as I would know a little more on how to react to such a situation. This is a true experience, and I've long come to terms that it could have been anything from it being all just a dream, or possibly something much more unexplained. Recently, I brought up the topic to my mom, which I do every now and then, if she remembers that night, and she still recalls it faintly. She then told me something that she experienced during the time when our rooms were changed around. She claimed that during the time she and Dad had separated, she was laying in bed one night and woke to someone or something crawling from the foot of her bed behind her as she was facing the opposite direction. She described that it felt like a person going to lay down beside her, but then she felt the arms wrap around her upper body, and she said she closed her eyes because she somehow knew if she looked back, she would not see something pleasant, so she kept her eyes shut. The next thing she remembers is it was morning, and she had all the bed to herself. My mom is very credible, and I know she would not make up such a thing, especially with my awareness that something was not right about the room we had in our old apartment. Thanks for reading. A good few years back now, me and two mates were traveling home from the city center of Birmingham to Woolly Castle on the 21 bus. The bus must have been early as it pulled up outside the school on Harborne Road. It was there about 5 or 6 minutes when we heard someone shout, "Look, look!" As we looked out the window, we could see this figure of what looked to be a man, dressed in a black robe with a hood and a tie around his waist. It had no face, hands, or feet, and floated through the railings opposite the school from the small grassland. It then proceeded to float across the road and headed in the direction of the bus, but by this time was about 18 feet away. It really scared me as it resembled what I saw on the TV, like the Grim Reaper but without the scythe. As it floated, it made slight sways from side to side, like we do when we walk, but as I said, without the feet. It did look evil, although looking back now, the clothes slightly resembled a monk's. I was scared stiff for months after that, as I thought it may resemble death or something. I'm happy to say that me and my friends are still alive, although we all had some pretty bad luck for years after. That may just be coincidental though. I'm not sure if the bus driver saw it as well, but we know what we saw is there was about another near dozen people upstairs with us. Most of them stood up or was in total awe looking out of the window. Thanks for reading. This morning at 5 a.m., I boarded the same bus I always take to work. As I looked out the window, I caught the reflection of a woman smiling. I turned to look across the aisle where I thought the woman was sitting, but there was nobody there. I looked back at the window and there she was, still smiling. As I surveyed the bus for the second time, I realized there were only 3 other people on the bus with me, and none of them was this woman smiling at me. When I turned back to the window, she was gone. I was paralyzed for a few seconds and my body trembled with goosebumps. I took off my headphones and sat there, occasionally looking around for the woman, but I never saw her again. I'm neither a religious or spiritual person, and never believed in ghosts until now. I don't know why this woman wanted me to see her. Maybe I reminded her of someone she used to know. I'm not sure, but thanks for reading. One time when I was 9 years old, I visited the Aroma Southern Pacific Depot, which was built in 1931 and was in use until the 1930s. The old train station stands derelict today. Strange events happen there. You can see lights in there late at night. If you take a compass in there, the needle points away from north. If you take pictures in there are bright spots on pictures. I went in there once late at night. I was shining the flashlight around the room when the light fell on someone else who was in there. It was a girl my age, about 9 years old. She was totally nude. She had a Victorian hairstyle. I was so surprised I dropped the flashlight. When I picked it up again, she was gone. Later, my mother told me that she had once seen the same girl in an orchard when she was a little girl. As it turned out, other people had seen this girl as well. About 9 years old, always in the nude, over an area of several square miles. She usually appeared near large concentrations of walnuts, such as a walnut orchard, a warehouse full of walnuts, or even the walnut section of a grocery. The story goes like this. In the 19th century, several young girls were skinny dipping in a canal. All of a sudden, boys showed up. Most of the girls tried to hide themselves by running into a nearby walnut orchard. One girl tried to hide by ducking under the water and staying under until the boys had left. Unfortunately, she was the one who drowned. If she hadn't went to the walnut orchard, she would have lived. She now tries to be near large quantities of walnuts in order to make up for her mistake, although it's too little too late. She almost always appears to females because she doesn't want males to see her in the nude. She's particularly attracted to girls her own age, which would explain the incidents of me and my mother. Perhaps she was able to appear in this train station because it's a physically active region. Thanks for reading. About 9 years ago, me and a mate used to go to this caravan site a couple of miles up the coast from where I used to live. During the summer, we used to drink in the site's pub called the Mermaid, booze on the beach, and chat up the holidaymakers' daughters, etc. One year, a couple of months after the summer crowds had left, we'd gone to the bonfire that they have there to watch the fireworks and generally just join in with festivities. We ended up staying late, just wandering about the site before finally ringing a taxi and waiting for it outside the Mermaid, inside the doorway of a rundown toilet block near the edge of the cliff. It was quiet, but there were still a few people about. Anyway, after a couple of minutes of us standing there, I'd see something at the edge of the cliff, in a shallow ditch around 30 yards away. It looked like the startings of a fire, and I mentioned it to my mate. I remember saying, "What the hell is that?" And I think his response was something along the lines of, "I don't even want to think about what that might be." We carried on watching and the fire grew, until finally, something blue became apparent in its center. I couldn't tell what it was at first, but it quickly materialized. It, or rather he, was a man in a blue boiler suit with shoulder straps, wearing a tan cowboy hat and an orange shirt, and he was digging hard into the ditch. As he dug, he got lower, until around the point only his torso was visible. The image seemed to evaporate, the fire closely following suit. Me and my mate didn't speak during the sighting, and I don't think we spoke much on the subject on the ride home, but whenever I talked to him about it afterwards, he'd always make a joke or fobbed it off. I reckon some people just don't believe in ghosts. As it is, I haven't seen this mate for years, and that experience is the only thing I really remember regarding him. That caravan site, Tunstall, near the city of Hull, England, and that, what I can only describe as a spirit. Some woman who I told about it in a nightclub years later said maybe it meant something. I can't think what, but sometimes I think maybe she had a point. Thanks for reading. Hi, my name is Leanne, and I live in Australia. I have 6 children, and this story is about my eldest child, Amy, who is 12 now. I've experienced a lot in my life, ranging from getting a freezing feeling on my head whenever a spirit is near me, to seeing my relatives, one alive at the time, to being touched and feeling all 4 fingers, thumb, and palm. This experience, however, is the freakiest one I've had to date. My daughter Amy was 2 years old. I'd been shopping in my local shopping center, and they had a creche there to mind your children while you shopped. I did some shopping, and then went across to the pub across the road from the shopping center, thinking that the creche would be open for at least another couple of hours. I started playing the poker machines, and about 20 minutes after I started playing, I heard this voice in my head saying, "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office now?" I dismissed this completely. About 10 minutes later, I heard the voice again, a little more insistent this time. "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office now?" I continued playing, but felt a bit weird that I was hearing this voice, but still, I dismissed it. Then, "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office immediately?" I just froze. I was hearing all of this in my head, and I couldn't figure out what on earth was happening to me. I had to decide at that moment whether to change some more money to coin to put in the machines or to go. I decided that I should go. I went across the road to the shopping center, and I got very scared. I virtually ran into the car park, and as the sliding doors opened, I heard, "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office immediately?" Now, take a breath. I was absolutely staggered. I just froze. I couldn't believe what I was actually hearing. I started to cry. I looked around everywhere, but I didn't know where the center management office was. A security guard noticed me crying and asked me if I was the mother they were looking for. I said yes, and he took me to the center management office. There I found my daughter Amy, who was crying, and 2 police officers. It turned out that the creche had only been open for another half an hour after I had put my daughter in. There was a sign outside apparently, but I had not seen it. The police officers told me that if I'd been a half hour late, they would have charged me with abandonment. Can you believe that? I tearfully grabbed my daughter and cried the entire taxi ride home. I almost lost custody of my child because I didn't listen to that voice. I don't care if it was God or the spirits of my ancestors or my guardian angel, but someone, something, changed my life forever that day. My daughter is truly a wonderful human being, and somehow I think that day we shared a psychic connection that still freaks me out. Thanks for reading my story, and feel free to contact me if you would like more stories or details. This story is completely 100% true. My 2 brothers each have a home, located 2 in a row, right next to each other along US Highway 136 on the east edge of Hamilton, Illinois. Hamilton is a small town on the mighty Mississippi, located where Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois meet, tri-state area. Hamilton is around 30 miles upriver from Hannibal, Missouri, the famous boyhood home of American writer Mark Twain and his legendary tales of Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer. My brother Bill and his wife Rhonda reside in a split-level home, which was built roughly 30 years ago and is next door to my parents' house, which is located a few hundred yards away. The accident occurred in the summer of 2003. It was a very hot, dry summer that year, and in the middle of July, the temperature would stay in the 90s and would go over 100 degrees for several days in a row. It was on one of those sweltering hot July days when it happened. My brother Bill and his wife Rhonda run a small county newspaper, Hancock County Shopper in Hamilton. Our homes are located about a mile up from the highway from the newspaper office. It was Friday afternoon around 5 p.m., and Rhonda was driving home from work. On her way home, there were 2 cars traveling behind her on the highway, making a total of 3 cars traveling at close proximity to one another. As Rhonda approached the driveway to their home, she put on her turn signal and slowed down to pull in the drive. Apparently, the 3rd car in the sequence did not realize she was slowing down to turn, and that car slammed right into the back of the 2nd vehicle, which was behind Rhonda's car. When the 3rd car made impact with the 2nd car, it shoved that car into the opposite lane, and the 2nd car was hit again, this time head-on, by an oncoming tractor-trailer. The direct impact of the semi-truck smashed the car up into Bill and Rhonda's front yard, less than 25 yards from their front door. Rhonda's car was luckily not hit, and she pulled into the driveway and immediately went in the house and called 911. She then called Bill, expressing feelings of extreme guilt that she was somehow to blame. Bill raced home immediately. When Bill arrived at the accident scene, which was in his front yard, he ran straight for the car to see if he could be assistance to the trapped passengers inside. Bill found all 4 people in the devastated car deceased. He said the frozen looks on their gruesome dead faces were full of horror, with their eyes still bulging wide open. Fortunately though, nobody was injured in the other car or the semi that was involved in the accident. A few minutes later, police and many emergency vehicles arrived and secured the scene. After a few minutes of investigation, the Illinois State Police approached Bill and informed him that the 2 cars involved in the accident that were behind Rhonda were all members of the same family. It was one family, Mormons from Chicagoland visiting Illinois, traveling together in 2 cars. The parents and grandparents were traveling in the car, in which all 4 were killed. The other car, which no one was injured, contained the children of the family. The state police asked Bill if he would have the children of the family come into his air-conditioned home, out of the blistering heat, and wait inside Bill and Rhonda's home. Thereby, the children would not witness the morbid task of excavating the dead bodies of their parents and grandparents out of the mangled car in the front yard. Bill readily agreed and took the 3 children into his finished basement, away from the front windows. The children, age 18, 12, and 9, were obviously very upset in a state of shock. They were crying, yelling, and moaning. Rhonda tried her best to calm and console them. Bill and Rhonda have a full bath in their basement, and all the children were sick, vomiting, and bad diarrhea. A couple hours later, when it was all over, after the accident scene had been cleared, the police came to Bill and Rhonda's front door and got the children. After they had left, Bill and Rhonda cleaned up the bathroom, which had vomit all over the walls with diarrhea on the floor and running down the sides of the stool. A day or so later, Bill and Rhonda started to feel relieved, thinking they could finally calm down a little, that the nightmare was over. Little did they realize that it had just begun. Bill and Rhonda are very down-to-earth people, and neither of them had ever believed in the supernatural, the paranormal, or physical phenomena, until a couple days immediately after the accident. As I mentioned earlier, this all happened in the middle of July '03, and the miserable temperatures soared above 100-degree mark. Bill and Rhonda kept their windows shut and the air conditioning on. 2 days after the accident, Bill stopped in the house in the middle of the afternoon. He and Rhonda are the only two people who live there. He unlocked the house and went inside to discover one of the front room windows mysteriously open. He didn't think much about it and shut the window, then double-checked the rest of the house to make sure no other windows were open. Bill then left and drove to the newspaper office where Rhonda was working. Bill asked why in the hell she would open the front room window in 100-degree heat with the air conditioning on. Rhonda replied that she had not opened the window and did not know what he was talking about. That evening, around 5 p.m., when they came home from work, the window was open again. Over the course of the next few weeks, they would come home to mysteriously find windows open in the house, with no logical explanation as to why. During the same period of time after the accident, Bill and Rhonda felt a very dark, dreary feeling in their home. While laying in bed watching television in the night, they said they could see dark shadows move across the ceiling in the bedroom and the upstairs hallway. They report feeling a very dark, foreboding presence occupying their home. The bedroom television shut off by itself. Their dog of 12 years, Eddie, would stand up at the foot of the bed and growl at the shadows that would move across the ceiling and walls. Eddie had never felt threatened like this before, growling at the walls and ceilings, but all three of them sensed this horrific, real presence of hell about the home. They were literally becoming scared shitless. It wasn't enough, the accident and all, let alone now this. Bill's daughter, Andrea, came home for a visit. She said while she was there, a bedroom door slammed shut by itself. It scared the shit out of her, and she left the house right away. Bill and Rhonda, even though they have never believed in the paranormal, began to think that a spirit or the spirits of the deceased family members from the freak accident followed their children into the home after they were killed, and the dead spirits were somehow trapped there, angry and haunting the hell out of them. Soon after the accident, a family member of the victims involved drove down to Hamilton from Chicago to tie up some loose ends with the local police regarding the accident. On her way out of town, she stopped by Bill and Rhonda's house to introduce herself and personally thank them for watching the children after the tragedy. Immediately after the family relative visited then left Bill and Rhonda's home, the strange and unexplained phenomena stopped as suddenly as it started. The oppressive atmosphere in their home lifted, and nothing like that has happened to them to date. Thanks for reading.
Everybody loves spending their weekend going out somewhere. So do I, but what if something creepy happens? It once happened with me and my cousin. We both just freaked out, but it wasn't a big deal to a person we met there. So the story starts like this. I live in Mumbai, India. Once, I was sitting playing video games with my younger brother. My mom and dad were deciding on going out one weekend, and so they called up my uncle and asked that if he and his family can join us. And so the very next day, we left our house and went to catch up the train, which led us to our destination, Marathon, a very beautiful tourist spot surrounded by mountains in India. It took the whole day to reach there. It was lovely being there, and now we had to find a hotel to stay in. The only bad thing about this place is, it being the tourist spot, has hotels far away from each other, so that if there is a hotel in front of you, The other hotel will be 1 or 2 kilometers away. Half of our day wasted in search for this hotel, but finally we found the hotel that was just right for us. Not a big one, but a cheap hotel. We then registered over there, took our keys for our rooms. We took 3 rooms on rent, one for my parents, one for my uncle and his wife, and one for me, my brother, and my 2 cousins. We got all of our 3 rooms on the first floor of the hotel. When our parents slept, we all kids turned on the TV and watched movies. After some time, we heard some classical music coming out of the room beside ours, and it was too loud. So loud that we weren't able to listen to the movie dialogues. Then classical music was turned off, and suddenly it started again. We all decided to go and ask the neighbors to slow a bit the volume, but it was so dark that I, my brother, and one of my cousins didn't go out of the room, but my other cousin was kind of fearless, so we went alone. Now, it's not like he went and never came back, but he experienced something that he will never forget. So we went to the neighbor's door. It was a little bit dark over there, and rang the bell of their room, but the bell didn't work. So he looked at the door, and he was surprised to see that the door was locked from the outside. So he looked through the keyhole, and all he saw was a green light and nothing else. And when he looked into the keyhole, the music stopped. He then returned to our room, and he told us that the room was locked, and inside there was only a green light. Now, there was no music to be heard. We slept after some time. The next day, we went down in the lobby and asked the manager if there was anybody in the room staying beside us. Why, he asked. We told him everything that happened last night, and also that my cousin saw a green light through the keyhole. He was calm, like it wasn't a big deal to him. He told us that the room was closed from the last 3 years. 3 years back, a girl committed suicide in that room who came to Marathon to participate in a singing competition held over there. No one knows why she killed herself, and she was having green eyes, so the green light my cousin saw was nothing else but the girl's eyes. She was looking my cousin through the keyhole the same time he was looking through it. The manager stated whenever he gave a room beside the haunted one on rent, he got complaints about the loud classical music being played. When me and my cousin came to know this, we freaked out, and we forced our parents to change the hotel. That was the first and last time my cousin experienced something that creepy, but I experienced a few more, and I'll share them with you eventually. It was just after 11-ish at night in the Christmas holidays. Everyone had gone to bed. Some were still up reading, though. I was feeling a bit tired, so I thought I would try to sleep. I turned off my light and laid down, but try as I might, I could not get to sleep. It got to about 1:30 and I was still awake. It was like my body was asleep, but my mind was racing. I could hear footsteps down the hall. I thought it was my sister coming home from work. My bedroom door opened slightly. Maybe she was checking in on me, although she didn't usually do this. I then felt something on the bottom of my bed, next to my foot. My original thought was it's only the cat, but then I felt pressure on the other side of my feet. By this time, I was done convincing myself it was my sister or my cat, and was at the point of freakout. I clenched my jaw and didn't dare to move. I felt the original pressure be taken off, but quickly put back down. Only this time, it was around my knees. The same happened with the second place, and continued alternating faster and faster, until finally I felt a weight on my chest, but I didn't want to open my eyes. It felt so heavy that I couldn't breathe or move, and I had to do something. I opened my eyes and looked. Green eyes looked back at me. I couldn't help myself. I screamed as loud as I could, and my grandmother came running. My door flung open on its own, and my grandmother stopped in the cross-section of the hall in front of my room. She waited a moment and came in. I was sitting up in bed, and I felt so hot, and I asked my grandmother if I had a fever. She put her hand on my head and said, "No, your skin is ice cold." I don't think I'll ever forget those eyes, or how hot I was. When I was younger, my parents and I tended to move a lot, mainly because my mom despised staying in one place for too long. As she often said, there are simply too many things to do and see, so why settle? I was 7 when we got a job offer in Springfield, Missouri at the primary school. Of course, she jumped on the opportunity, and we said goodbye to Lebanon, packed up our few belongings, and were off. She had found a nice apartment for us. It was a 2-story, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and cozy yet spacious, with lots of children for me to play with and only 5 minutes from the school she would be teaching at. Within a week, we were settled, and Mom was pushing me outside to socialize. I was always a socially awkward child, mainly because I was shy, making it really hard for me to relate with other kids, nonetheless communicate. I hopped on my bike and started riding the sidewalks, watching for someone close to my age to play with. Oddly enough, for a sunny Saturday, there wasn't a lot of people out and about, so I headed towards a small playground that was between the 2 apartment buildings. It had a large tire swing and a slide attached to what looked like a clubhouse, so I parked my bike and started swinging. I decided to get lost in my thoughts when I heard a female voice from behind me. "Hey, mind if I swing with you?" I turned startled, toppling over the tire swing into the sand. A tall, thin girl with long, wavy brown hair, wearing a buttoned-down yellow sleeveless shirt and white capris, was staring at me, trying not to laugh. "You all right there, Jumpy?" She chuckled, extending a hand towards me. "Yeah, you just startled me," I said, brushing the sand off my back. "What's your name?" "Rebecca, but you can call me Becca. And you?" "Elena. You still want to swing?" She smiled and climbed on the tire swing, waiting for me to join her. "So are you new here? I don't think I've seen you around." "Yeah, we just settled in not long ago. How long have you lived here?" "A pretty long time, I guess." I looked at her puzzled. How could she not know? I shrugged it off and changed the subject. We talked for the longest time about anything and everything that came to mind. For the first time in a long while, I had finally found someone that I had something in common with. Maybe I've actually made a friend, I thought to myself, smiling, as I watched the little boy and his mom heading towards the playground. "You want to come to my apartment and get a drink? It's kind of hot and you can meet my mom," I said, stopping the swing. No sooner I had finished my sentence, the little boy's mom walked up and placed a hand on my shoulder. "Sweetie, who are you talking to?" I turned around and Becca was gone. I looked around to see what direction she had ran, but she was nowhere in sight. "I was talking to Becca. She's the girl that was swinging with me. Did you see the way she went?" The woman studied me and shook her head. "She's loco, Mama," laughed the little boy. I thanked her, blushing with embarrassment, and got on my bike to look for Becca, but I never saw her again, nor did I ever mention her until now. I'm not sure why she approached me, or why she was lingering around the apartment complex, but I will never forget my disappearing friend. My story took place in Colmar, France. It's a town near Germany. My grandparents were quite young during World War II and told me many stories about that town. When I was 4, my parents and my mother's parents bought a 2-story house in Colmar with a beautiful garden. My grandparents lived on the first floor, and my parents and me on the second floor. There was a basement, which was separated in 3 rooms: a storage room, a room for my father, and a laundry room, an attic, and next to the attic, a small storage room at the time. I loved the basement. I always played there or in the garden. I never was afraid of the basement, but the attic terrified me. I remember I was 4 and my mother put some boxes in the attic. I followed her and felt very uneasy. It was dark and I felt eyes on me. I looked in every direction, but I never saw anything. I was little and I thought that there was a beast up there. Not a monster, a beast. I don't know why. Fast forward. I'm 8 years old. In the summer of 1991. I played every Saturday with a friend, Melanie. I had this genius idea of searching the house to find a secret passage. I had read a book about a girl finding a secret passage in her house, and I was sure there was one, because my house was quite old. We searched the basement, but found nothing, so we eventually went to the attic. It was such a strange place. It was L-shaped, but the left part of that place was totally dark, so we had to bring a flashlight. What I could never explain was a hole in the wall at the right corner of the attic. It was 3 feet tall and quite narrow, but by looking into it with the flashlight, one could see a room, but there was no entry, just this hole. Nobody could enter in. This room was actually behind a small storage room next to the attic. Maybe there was a passageway, but we never found any. So we were looking through this hole when I felt uneasy again. I felt something in the attic with us. I kept looking at the far end, where there was no light, and was sure that something would come at us. I saw nothing, and we went out playing in the garden. We went back to the attic. We were fearless young girls. My friend never felt anything, so I thought that I had an overactive imagination. So this time, I was looking through the hole, and my friend had the flashlight. She was standing at the far end of the attic, and suddenly, she asked me, "What's that?" I looked in the beam of the flashlight and froze. There was a young man sitting on the floor, his knees against his chest. His arms were crossed on his knees, like he was hugging himself. He turned his head towards us and smiled. We bolted out of the room and went to the storage room. My heart was pounding. I was out of breath. I first thought that it was a real live person, but he had no color. It was like a 3D dark shadow, and we never heard any footsteps. My friend refused to admit that we saw a ghost, and we never talked about it. I never saw him again, but the storage room became my room when I was a teen, and sometimes I heard strange noises. Bangings on the wall which was connected to the secret room, and scratching noises. My grandmother learned later that our house was a clandestine printing office for World War II. The owners printed slogans against the Germans, but I think there was something else in that house. I believe that the secret room was used to hide people. But forever and ever, I'm terrified of the attic. We moved out 3 years ago, but I still have nightmares. Man in a trench coat staring at me. After being considerably bored at work one day, I decided to Google ghost stories, as I've personally seen and dealt with them before, and came across this site. I love reading the stories, and it got me all jazzed up to tell mine. It probably all started when I was 14. I'm now 24. My family and I were on a week-long camping trip when my dog passed away. This dog that we had, Max was his name, was the family dog, but being at a young age when we got him, I became the closest to him. After I had learned that he died, I was so upset that my family had to cut the vacation short just to get me home. I had just moved into a room in my parents' basement, and it had no door to it. Now, where my bed was located, when looking out the door, you could see the furnace to the house. One night, I woke up and grabbed a sip of water from a water bottle I always keep beside my bed, and happened to look towards the entrance of my room. Sitting in the doorway was my dog Max. Now, since this happened so long ago, I've constantly said to myself that this was a dream only because when I started calling Max to me, I remember specifically his eyes glowing red and him then jumping on my bed and trying to attack me. That ended up scaring the bejesus out of me. After the whole dog dream, I've not seen Max since. Later, when I would wake up and roll over, I would steal a look to the door, and I would see a giant man, like a silhouette, standing in my doorframe staring at me. To me, it looked like he was wearing a huge trench coat with some sort of hat with a huge brim. The first time this happened, I was so frightened that I dared not to stare at him too long, as he would attack me like my dog. It became constant. Like every night, I would see him, and for the first while, it scared me to no ends, but I became used to it, and later, when I would see him, I would just roll over, smile, and go back to sleep. One morning, after seeing the dude in my doorway the night before, I was speaking with my parents about a bad dream I had the night before. My mom chuckled as my dad also had a nightmare the same night and told me to go ask him about it. When I asked Pops about his dream, he told me that he was dreaming about a guy who broke into the house, made his way into my sister's room, and ended up killing her. This woke him out of his sleep, and when he looked out the hallway into the kitchen, he said he actually saw someone leave my sister's room. The two rooms are right beside each other that lead into the hall that leads into the kitchen, and walk into the kitchen. He said he got up and ran to the kitchen, and when he flipped the light on, no one was there. It was then that I told him that I always see someone standing in the doorway every night, and he just told me it was the furnace. What the hell? After I turned 18, I was still seeing this guy. My friends would spend the night, and in the morning, they would explain to me how they saw a guy standing in the middle of the room, thinking it was me, and then explain what he looked like. That was when activity in the house started to pick up. My family and I would constantly see things out of the corner of our eyes. My mother one night told me about a floating person with a tiny smile on their face, waving to her. Loud, unexplained noises followed up by things. One night, it was all of our empty bottles lined up on our freezer, which I thought was hella cool, moving unexplained. I feel like I might be dragging this on, and I have a bit more to talk about, so I think I will make a part 2 about my experiences in the future. Looking back to them, I think things only get worse for me. Nightmares with ghosts and demons. And we ended up getting the house blessed. But like I said, that will be another story. Thanks for listening and reading my story. Indonesian Black Magic. I was reading another story here about black magic, which reminds me of an incident that occurred almost 20 years ago. It's probably not as scary as other stories on here, but it's definitely odd. My family immigrated to Canada when I was 9. Years later, I was living with my mom, brother, grandma, cousin, and an Indonesian houseworker. My maternal relatives are all Chinese Indonesians. At that time, my mom was too busy to take care of us, so our aunt found a houseworker, cleaner, caretaker from Indonesia to help around. I can't remember her name. We always changed house workers. But let's call her Mia. She's quite an easygoing person. I was probably the only one who casually talked and joked with her the most, regardless of our status. One day, when I returned home from school, I didn't see Mia. She was usually in the kitchen or somewhere on the first floor at this hour. So I asked my grandma about it. She told me Mia was in the basement, resting in her room. Then she said, in the early afternoon, Mia suddenly came up from the basement, crying uncontrollably and trying to hug my grandma for comfort. Her hair was cut short, like really short to the point some parts of her scalp were almost exposed. It was not nicely cut either, as if someone had randomly snipped her hair strand by strand. She looked like a mess. I remember my grandma saying that Mia got snipped hair all over my grandma's clothes when Mia was hugging her. A while later, Mia calmed down and went back down to the basement for a sleep. I should note that my grandma doesn't speak Indonesian or English, so she couldn't communicate or ask what was going on. One thing for sure is, no one else was in the house except Mia and my grandma. For the next few days, Mia still cleaned around the house, but she looked really down and emotionless. I was a bit scared to talk to her. My cousin bought her a wig, and that was what she wore every day. No one else told me what really happened that day. Slowly, things went back to normal, and Mia was also returning to her usual self. I forgot how the conversation started, but she opened up the details to me about that weird incident. She was just resting in her room, and then the next thing she remembered was her hair was cut short, and her hair was everywhere. To her surprise, she was the one holding the scissors. By the time she realized it, she broke down and rushed upstairs. The rest was what my grandma told me. Then she was telling me about her life back in Indonesia. She had a boyfriend back home and had often dreamed about him, always telling her to come back to Indonesia. Her parents hate him though, and instead wanted her to marry another rich man. She doesn't like him at all, which was why she left home to work in Canada, so she could avoid him. She suspected that man probably hired someone to cast a spell on her and made her cut her own hair as a punishment for running away from him. At that time, I didn't know much about black magic or voodoo. Actually, even now I still don't know much about it. I just had an idea that it's something similar to cursing someone and causing them to have bad luck. Weeks after the incident, my mom said Mia had returned to Indonesia. I asked her why. All she said was because her contact terms had ended with us, although I really didn't believe that. My mom was probably afraid more unusual events might somehow get us all involved. Thanks for reading. Now to start with a little background, I was 5 years old at the time this occurred, living with my mom in an apartment. My parents had recently separated. The layout of the apartment was, you walk in, and to the right is the kitchen. Beside the kitchen, to the further right, is the dining area. Go forward from the door, and there's a hallway on the left, where the bathroom and my mom's room were. Go straight and take a step down into a sunken living room. To the left of the living room looks like closet-type horizontal wooden slat doors, but those were actually the doors to my room. Moving along. That day, I was at home sick, had a terribly sore throat, and could barely speak. I had cream of tomato soup and a toasted bologna sandwich for lunch, and could not finish the sandwich as the toast was too hard and hurt my throat. The point of me telling you this is so that you know that I remember the details of the day, leading up to my experience. I digress. I spent the day with my mom and cuddled with her while we watched Young and the Restless, a movie, of course. In the middle of the night, I was woken up by the sound of the chain coming off the door and the deadbolt unlocking. I thought that it was my mom letting her boyfriend into the apartment as he worked until late at night. I heard footsteps coming through the hall and down into the living room, stopping right outside my door. At that point, I was terrified. I didn't hear my mom talking to her boyfriend or him say anything at all, and it was completely silent. The wooden slats in my door shifted and opened, and I saw a 6-foot cartoon clown standing outside the door, looking in at me. I know it might sound funny that it was a cartoon, but I guarantee you that it was terrifying. It opened the door and came into my room. It walked over to me, standing above me in my bed. I was trying to scream, but because my throat was so sore, I couldn't make any noise. It had a teapot or something in its hand and was holding it over me and was starting to pour something onto me. I started thrashing around in my bed, trying to make it go away. It worked. It was like I hit rewind on a video. A slow rewind, but a rewind nonetheless. The clown backed out of my room, closed the door, the slats closed again. I heard the footsteps retreating through the apartment, the door open and close, and the deadbolt and chain go back on the door. I tried calling my mom, but my voice still wasn't working. I finally got up the courage to go and get my mom, and she came and slept with me. She didn't believe me, and her, along with the rest of my family, laughs hysterically and brings up my little story. I know more than anyone how ridiculous it sounds to have a cartoon clown torment you. I also know that most of you will not believe me and say that because I was a child that I was just imagining things. But I wasn't. I know what I saw, and I know it was terrifying. The Joker. I was 8 years old when my Aunt Wendy, who lived in Tennessee, gave me a porcelain Joker doll that had what looked like a red teardrop. We were getting ready for bed, and since we were staying with them, we didn't have anywhere to put it. My mom set it on the shelf in the front room. While my mom and I were lying there talking, we got the feeling that something was watching us. When we looked around, no one was in there, and everyone was asleep. My mom looked over to the Joker doll and noticed it was pointed towards us. Knowing she had faced it towards the door, my mom got up and turned it to face the wall. We laid there talking for a few minutes when we heard a scratching noise on the shelf, like something heavy was being turned around. When we looked over to the shelf, the Joker doll was pointed towards us again. Thinking it was my cousin, we went in her room to see. She was asleep. I knew this as I hit her leg, and she was never a good faker. After realizing she was asleep, we went back into the front room and laid the Joker flat on its face. Later that night, with everyone still asleep, my mom got up to use the bathroom and realized that the Joker was lying on its back. So my mom got it and put it in the bag with our clothes, and the feeling as if something was watching us left. The next morning, we got a call about a house. In the process, my mom told my dad that she wanted to get rid of the doll. My dad said no, because my aunt gave it to me. We were unloading some stuff, and my mom put the Joker doll in her hallway closet, hoping my dad wouldn't find it. Much to our dislike, my dad watched my mom put it there. My dad brought it in my bedroom and put it on my dresser. He said, "This is where I want it to stay." The feeling of being watched returned. I was lying there, and glanced at my dresser to the Joker doll and noticed it had an evil smile on its face. I hollered for my mom, and when she came in, she noticed it too, so she put it in my drawer. The next morning, we were telling my dad about what happened. He was not believing in that stuff, told us to shut up, and that we were making it up. My mom decided to call my aunt Wendy and asked her if they ever noticed anything out of the ordinary, and my aunt said yes. That was the reason they put it in the shed out back. Later that night, my dad came home from work, and we told him what my aunt had told us. Unfortunately, my aunt denied it all, making my mom and I look like idiots. So again that night, my mom put it back in the dresser drawer. She went to turn the coffee pot on so Dad would have coffee the next morning and went to bed. The next day, my mom and I were sitting in the kitchen. My dad came into the kitchen holding the Joker doll and told us that he said he wanted it to stay on my dresser. Being 8 years old, I knew I had better listen to him, so I went and put it on my dresser. He then started cussing, saying that he didn't see any problem with the Joker doll, and we better keep it on my dresser. He didn't believe in stuff like that. I asked my mom if she would lie down with me, and she said yes. Still feeling an evil presence in the room, my mom said a prayer with me, and we fell asleep. The next morning, when my dad got up, he came into the room where we were and told my mom he wanted the doll out of there. My mom says that she thought he didn't believe in things like we had been telling him, yet he just now decides that he wants the doll out of the house. He began telling her that the night before, he got up to use the bathroom, stepped into my room, and the Joker doll had an evil smile on its face, and he heard an evil laugh. Now believing us, he went in my room, got the Joker doll, and took it outside and tried to burn it. Only the clothes burnt, and the face turned black from the smoke. Then he got it out of the trash barrel and hit it with a hammer, but only part of its face chipped. Getting freaked out, he took it to the neighborhood dumpster and threw it in there. We never saw it again, and everything in my room went back to normal. A week later, I became friends with a boy in my class, and we were all over at his parents' for supper. When I looked in the front room, on a shelf, there was a Joker doll, just like the one I used to have. Later, my mom asked if she could look at it, and she noticed a mark where it was made that mine didn't have, and it didn't have the red teardrop. After seeing that, my mom asked where they got it from. They told her what store, and my mom called my aunt Wendy to ask her about my doll. She told my mom the same store. My mom asked my aunt about the teardrop, and my mom called my aunt Wendy to ask her about my doll. She told my mom the same store. Mom asked my aunt about the teardrop, and my aunt said she asked the store clerk about it, as it was the only one. The teardrop didn't look like any kind of paint, that it looked more like blood. When my dad got on the phone, he asked my aunt about it again. My aunt told him what they had experienced. They thought that it didn't have anything to do with the Joker doll, even though she said they felt an evil feeling, like someone watching them, which went away when the Joker doll was in the shed. You can choose to believe this or not, but if you don't, please don't post any rude comments. I was wondering if the reason the Joker doll was like that could have been made by someone who was really into witchcraft. Thanks for reading. Another clown? During the early 70s, when my family lived for a time in Fresno, my mom decided to divorce my dad and moved herself, me, and my little sister, Ruth, into government housing, which was not bad. I thought the little semi-detached two-story houses were cute with their wooden floors. When my dad was around, my parents would argue loudly, so I thought it was just as well they were getting a divorce, whatever that was. To my 6-year-old mind, divorce was what happened to your family when you got to a certain age, like your teeth coming in. At least that's what it seemed like. Once I fell down the stairs, maybe pushed, but I was very adventurous and was probably practicing my flying. Luckily, I didn't break my neck and was only a little bruised. Another time, I rolled off my bed and fell into my metal dollhouse. There were no lawsuits back in those days, so the manufacturers of metal dollhouses were at liberty to produce razor-sharp objects for small children to disassemble and play with. But nothing supernatural ever happened that I knew of. Then, just a few years ago, my mother mentioned the ghost her sister used to see in our house in Fresno, and I soon got the story out of my sister. This is what she says happened to her to the best of my recollection. One moonlit night, she awoke on her little bed next to my big bed. She got up, wearing her itchy, footy pajamas, and toddled down the hall to use the toilet. When she returned, there on the floor was something she had never seen before, nor has she seen since. Something that looked like a clown's head was moving back and forth around the floor. It was slightly larger than a volleyball and had a painted look, white skin, wide, grimacing reddish lips, and huge yellow, googly eyes that were rolling around in their sockets. She remembers nothing definite after that, which I have read indicates a possible nightmare in children. She says she may have run into our mom's room and jumped into her bed with her, but she's not sure. "You left me in there with that thing?" I asked her. "You were asleep," she answered. I asked her how she felt this experience affected her life. "You become very open-minded about certain things," she said. "One thing I know, Ruth was an extremely intelligent child who well knew the difference between make-believe, dreaming, and reality." Thanks for reading. Hope it wasn't too long and boring. This happened a couple of years ago. We had just moved into a new house. I was getting used to living in a different neighborhood, and it wasn't really easy. One night, my parents weren't home, so I invited my friend over. We were sitting in my room, talking about boys, when my friend said she had to go to the washroom. While she was in the washroom, I went downstairs to go get a snack for us to eat without telling her. As I went downstairs, she came out of the washroom and was stunned I was coming back upstairs. She asked, "How did you leave so quickly when I was just talking to you?" I was shocked. I told her that I had been downstairs and I didn't even talk to her while she was in the bathroom. We both were freaked out, and she told me the voice sounded exactly like mine. That night, when my parents returned home, me and my friend were getting ready to go to bed. We fell asleep at around, I would say 1:30 a.m. The next morning, I awoke and my friend left to go home. I was walking up the stairs. I had this feeling as if someone was following me. I looked back and I saw this dark thing walking behind me, and as it walked after me, its hood came out of nowhere and just became more visible. I ran to my bedroom and locked the door. I told my parents about what had happened. They didn't really believe me. So I asked my mom, who had lived in this house before us, and she told me that this lady and her kids had lived here. She had this worried look on her face. I asked her what had happened, and in a light voice, she said the woman who lived here before had committed suicide in our laundry room. I was terrified. Sometime after that, I went to do my laundry when the door had slammed shut. I was scared to death. I quickly opened the door and ran out of the laundry room. After that day, I never saw anything again until I had to take care of my baby cousin with my friend. We were playing with her in the spare room when she pointed up at the ceiling and started to cry uncontrollably. I ran and got my camera. When I took a picture of where she was pointing, I could see this white, weird shaped thing. We were terrified. After that, I showed my parents the picture, and they invited the priest to bless our house. Ever since that day, I haven't seen a ghost. Thank God, peace and love. Monster in the laundry room. In September 2005, my husband, myself, our 3 children, and of course, the lovable dog, moved into our house. It is a renovated lakefront cottage built in the 1930s in a rural town of upstate New York. We were drawn to the house for its charm and the peaceful lake. But I must say that I did feel a bit uneasy when we first moved in. Within the first few weeks of living there, I experienced some strange happenings. The house is a ranch style with a partially finished basement, an unfinished laundry room, and workshop. There is also a dirt floor, crawl space that you can only access from an outside door. I still can't bring myself to go in there. One night, while carrying a basket of laundry up the basement stairs, the stairwell light flickered out. I tried the light switch at the top of the stairs a few times, but could not get it to work. I told my husband that we needed a new bulb, and when he flicked the switch, the light went on. It happened again the next night, and I made him change the bulb. Well, this flickering continued for a couple of weeks, even after the bulb changed. While this was happening, my dog was also acting bizarre. After I would get up to the top of the stairway, he wouldn't follow me up like he normally would, but instead would sit at the bottom of the stairs and bark at me as if he didn't know me, almost as if he was staring right through me. He did this every day. A short time later, I woke early one morning before my husband left for work and found the front door wide open. Now, I know that I shut and locked the door before going to bed, and when I questioned my husband about it, he denied leaving it open. I decided to mention what was going on to a coworker of mine who had some knowledge of spiritual activity, and she suggested talking to the spirits and asking them to leave. I did, and other strange noises every now and then started to appear. Everything seemed to stop after that, though. Until last night. We recently finished renovating part of the basement, which is actually ground level because of the grading of the land, and closed off 2 doors that used to give access to the basement from the outside. We made a master bedroom, a bathroom, and my 4-year-old son's bedroom. There's a door from the master that goes into the laundry room, which is in the unfinished part of the basement. Well, my son woke up in the middle of the night last night and climbed in between my husband and I. He had a hard time falling back asleep. After my husband left for work in the morning, my son and I were laying in bed, and he was staring at the open laundry room door. He said, "Mom, when I move close to you, the monster has a sad face, and a very angry one too. But when I move to Daddy's side, the monster smiles." I said, "Where is the monster?" And he replied, "Right there, in the laundry room. He has a white face and red feet, and his head is up to the ceiling. When I move next to you, he gets a mad face." I asked him if the monster talks to him, and he said, "No,
but he puts his hand next to his mouth and whispers only at night. He also told me that the monster thinks this is his house. We got out of bed, and I walked towards the laundry room to take a closer look. But my son said, "No, don't go in there. He gets mad." I didn't see anything, so I asked my son to show me where the monster was, but he couldn't look. He seemed terrified. He just said, "Tell him to leave Mom. He freaks me out." We went upstairs, and my son was telling his 10-year-old sister about the monster. She asked if she could show her where he was, so he brought her down to the basement. He came running upstairs a minute later, saying, "Yep, he's still there." His sister couldn't see it. After thinking about this, and what happened when we first moved in, I then remembered that when our next door neighbor came to introduce herself, she mentioned a couple who used to live in our house several owners ago that would always argue and fight. Well, apparently the husband went missing, but that was all she had said. It all seems too coincidental now. I have a feeling it will be a long night. Laundry visitor. I'm sharing this story on behalf of my dad. This experience occurred to him almost 20 years ago, but I was at home asleep at this time in my bedroom upstairs. My dad is originally from Europe, and most of his family still reside over there. The way they lived many years ago is certainly a lot different to how we live now. The toilet was outside. They had to wash all their clothes by hand, in the river, etc. Of course, since then, many things have changed, which is great for them. It was a Saturday morning, and my dad was downstairs in the laundry, sorting out the washing. All of a sudden, from the corner of the room, he saw a white mist appear. It then turned into the apparition of his sister, who had died many years before. He told me by this point, she appeared like a real human. In a soft voice, she said to him, "Dear, look how lucky you are now to have a machine to do your washing, when I had to use my hands in the river." After that moment, she faded into a swirling mist, into a corner of the ceiling, and disappeared. Dad did not even have a chance to say anything to her. He just stood there completely shocked, but certainly not scared. After that moment, he tells me to this day, he could not believe what he had seen, and he felt very at peace with their presence there in front of him. Needless to say, he says he made himself a very strong cup of coffee after that experience. Has anyone had any experience where a loved one who has passed has gone to greet another loved one before they could get a chance to speak in such a manner and respond, before evaporating into the cold air? This all started about 2 years ago. Just like the rest of the house, the laundry room and garage has always given me the creeps. The laundry room is located in a small room in what we call the far garage. We have two car garages, and it is located in the furthest one. This far garage has always been the epicenter for creepiness. One day, I was going out to switch the laundry from washer to dryer, and as I got there, I saw that both the washing machine and dryer lids were open,
Mid-cycle. I just thought, okay, someone came out here looking for something and forgot to close them. I asked my mom and boyfriend if they had been out there. Both said no. Seemed kind of strange. Then, it happened again. Both lids open, mid-cycle, nothing missing. Only this time, I had been home alone the entire time the clothes had been going. This has happened to me maybe 4 or 5 times. It's not that I left them open. The washing machine's lid is located on the top, so it didn't fall open. Plus, they won't start unless the lids are shut, so I didn't forget to shut them. Nothing blatantly scary, just unsettling. I have yet one more story about the experiences I've had in my home, and it really takes the cake on full-out scariness. In another post, I will detail this event. Thanks for reading. The washing machine. Just a short story here, and it is true. I'm not a believer in ghosts, and not an easy guy to scare. But this did the trick. I'll tell you in advance that I don't have an answer to what happened, but would like to hear your thoughts. It's all true, and a major puzzle to me. Our top-loading washing machine is in the basement. It's a nice basement, not a dark, spooky place. The room has bright lights. And because it's in the basement, there is no way to enter this room from the outside of this house. Okay, here we go. At least half a dozen times in the past year, I've gone done to put the wash into the dryer after the washing time should have long elapsed. Imagine my surprise to find the wash not finished and the top cover of the lid of the washing machine up. The fact that the lid is up means that the washing cycle has not been completed. Each time, I just scratched my head and wondered how this could happen. Just the other day it happened. This time, as I went back into the washroom, I switched on the light and looked to see the top up once again. But this time, I heard something move in the room. It was the sound like a dog would make if you woke him up from sleeping and he just bounced up. And we don't have any pets. The hair on my arms went straight up as I looked around the room, but I never found anything. We saw John F. Kennedy in the early 1990s. I know that you probably won't believe my story, but it is true. My honor and dignity as a Christian is important to me. Even today, I am still frightened by what I saw that day back in the early 1990s. I live in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and was working in a retail store as a sales manager back then. The day was as usual as a summer day is, June or July, and the sun was shining bright. Inside the store, I began walking to the back of the store to go on break or to get my paperwork. I can't remember which. This store was large, and when I had walked a certain distance, it seemed like time had stood still, and nobody was around me. It was really strange. Only a good friend and fellow sales manager was near me, and then we both saw him. A man came walking forward towards us, and we just stood in awe at what we were seeing. We both knew instantly who the man was. You see, the man was President John F. Kennedy. At an age he would have been in the early 1990s, in his early 70s with gray hair.
Well, you might ask, could it have been a person who resembled the late President Kennedy? No, because something about him made us know who we were seeing. The man wore ordinary clothes, but he had a massive scar down the entire left side of his skull, the very area the fatal headshot was fired and killed the president in Dallas, Texas, on November 1963. It looked as if that side of his entire skull had been blown away and reattached somehow. The scar marks were plainly visible to see. He looked right at me and continued walking until he got out of sight. My friend and I just stood there, staring at each other. I said, "Did you just see what I saw?" And my friend replied, "Yes, but I'm sure not going to tell anybody about it." We agreed to keep quiet. I ran to find the Kennedy ghost man again, but he was gone. He simply vanished. This story is absolutely true, and I never even told my fiance about it. I keep asking myself today why the deceased President John F. Kennedy would contact me, of all people. He had always been my favorite US president, but this was truly a crazy experience. I indeed saw John F. Kennedy in some sort of purgatory spirit world, or his spirit contacting me in one form or another. John Lennon's ghost. On December 8th, 1980, former Beatle John Lennon and his wife, Yoko Ono, were just returning home to the Dakota, a luxury apartment building in Manhattan, when a deranged fan shot Lennon 5 times in the back near the entrance to the Dakota. En route to Roosevelt Hospital, John Lennon died. John Lennon was 40 years old. Lennon had an open mind when it came to the paranormal. While traveling and living at the Dakota, he reported seeing a spectral figure walking down the corridors, which he referred to as the crying lady ghost. He told his first wife, Cynthia Lennon, that if he passed away, he would contact her. In 1986, Cynthia reported that John had indeed sent her a sign. She found a dead jackdaw wrapped in old newspapers, dated 1956, behind the fireplace in her home in Cumbria. John had told her if there was life after death, he would prove it by sending her and Julian, their son, a feather as a sign. John's ghost has been seen at the Dakota on several occasions. In 1983, 3 years after Lennon's death, Joey Harrell, a musician accompanied by a writer friend, Amanda Moores, spotted Lennon near the entrance where he was shot. Moores stated she was tempted to approach Lennon and talk, but his expression dissuaded her. Harrell reported that when Lennon appeared, an eerie light surrounded him. Yoko Ono also encountered John Lennon's ghost at the Dakota. She stated that she saw him sitting at his white piano. He turned to her and said, "Don't be afraid. I am still with you." Paul McCartney described these encounters he had with Lennon's ghost. In 1995, when he, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr were singing Lennon's song Free as a Bird during a recording session, McCartney stated he felt Lennon was in the studio with him. As it turned out, this was more than just a feeling. McCartney went on to state, "There were a lot of strange going-ons in the studio, noises that shouldn't have been, and equipment doing all manner of weird things." In another encounter, McCartney said that during a photo shoot for the single, a white peacock wandered over from the neighboring farm. At the last minute, the beautiful bird made its presence known. McCartney felt it was the spirit of John Lennon hanging around as they wrapped the recording. McCartney stated to Harrison and Starr, "That's John. Spooky, eh?" After the recording, while McCartney, Harrison, and Starr listened to the single's B-side, he stated that John again was making his presence known. McCartney explained they had just put a spoof backwards recording on the end of the single for a laugh and to amuse fans. As they listened to the finished single one night in the studio, McCartney swears, As it got to the end, they heard John Lennon in the recording itself. Paul McCartney stated that he and George and Ringo, after this, knew it was John and that he was sending his approval. This story begins when I was a child, probably about 7 years old. My mom and aunts threw a huge Halloween party for all the kids in the family. I think there were 16 of us at the time, ranging in age from probably 5 to 13. It was awesome, but the coolest part came about the time it just got really dark. We took a hayride to a cemetery a few miles down the road from my aunt and uncle's, where the party was being held. My mom told us about some of the people buried there and how some of them were not resting in peace. Typical urban legend stuff. When we got there, the adults said they wanted us to show us the grave of an old man whose ghost was seeking revenge for his wrongful death. We were all scared and excited, creeping through the cemetery in the dark towards the largest tombstone. When we were about halfway there, my dad and uncles popped up from behind the graves, wearing scary masks. The kids all screamed and ran for the wagon, while the ghosts and moms all laughed. For years, the adults retold this story, laughing over the details of our panicked faces and terrified attempts to get away. When I was a teenager, my sister and 2 of my cousins decided to get our moms back for this prank. Our parents got together once a month to play cards, so that October, we made sure we were around for card night. We waited until our fathers went for a beer run, which inevitably meant an hour or 2 at the bar. We told our moms about a legend we had heard about a sad ghost that could be seen weeping at her husband's grave when the moonlight hit. We made this story up and convinced them to take us to see it. My cousin secretly called his best friend, who had agreed to go there in a mask and hide to scare them. The prank worked perfectly, and our mothers nearly peed themselves. We all laughed hardly as we went back to our car. When we got to it, the car would not start. We laughed some more about the ghost sabotaging it and decided to walk where my cousin's friend had hidden his car. We would send our dads to get the car later, but of course, his car would not start either. We started to feel a little weird about this since neither car had problems recently. But what could we do? This was before everyone had cell phones, so we started walking towards the closest house, which was about a mile or 2 away. Though none of us knew them well, we knew the name of the people who lived there. As we walked up their long driveway, we started to worry because there were no cars parked by the house, and it looked pretty dark inside. We knocked anyway, but got no answer. We were about to leave, not having nearly as much fun thinking we would have to walk the long distance to the next house, when we heard voices coming from the back of the house. We went to the backyard looking for the people we heard, but it was pretty dark and nobody was around. We yelled hello a few times and identified ourselves, but got no answer. The backyard had a fair amount of trees, and suddenly large branches started falling. This scared us since there was no apparent cause. In just a few seconds, at least a dozen branches bigger than your arm fell from the 5 or 6 trees closest to us. It was utterly crazy. We all ran for it. We were around the end of the driveway. My cousin screamed and pointed towards the house. It looked like several pairs of red eyes were peering around the house at us. We ran straight back to our car and tried it again. It started no problem. We did not stop at my cousin's friend's car. We went right back to the house. Later that night, my uncle and dad and cousin took his friend back and got his car, which also started on the first try. When they drove past the house, it looked completely normal, and there was a car in the driveway. We have never been sure if the people there saw us mucking about in the graveyard and decided to prank the pranksters, or if it was something else. If it was a prank, they put it together awfully fast and never laughingly confessed. We felt too foolish to ask. It was in 1971. I was in my late 20s. I was then staying in Rose Hill, in a different country, not married yet and staying at my folks'. One day, my dad came home with a South African couple. He met them while coming back home, and they were tourists visiting Mauritius with their bags, tents, and sleeping bags. Mauritius was still safe in that period, but independence was given by Great Britain in 1968, and a civil war had just come to an end a few months before. Two communities had fought for some political reasons. Anyway, my dad invited them home to sleep over for a few days. I remember the guy had a big blonde beard. He was very kind. His wife was as well, but I forgot her face. We decided to organize camping during a weekend on the west coast of Mauritius. This place, which is now pretty developed, was at the time very wild with just a few houses. We went on a Saturday morning, found a nice place to put a tent, and organized the day. The South African man and his wife were very good swimmers and divers. We spent a lot of time in the sea, catching fish, crabs, some lobsters, which were getting scarce then. We don't find them anywhere by the coast, and cooked all these goodies on a small homemade barbecue set. All of us, Mom, Dad, the couple and I, really enjoyed the day. The sunset was beautiful. It was warm. We were in summer, and everything was perfect. When night came, we prepared a nice barbecue with chicken, beef, and pork, and a few shrimps we had caught earlier. The night was starry. My dad was happy and drunk, and the couple was obviously having a great time. Since we were not fluent in English, I was improving then. Communication was a bit difficult, but we could make ourselves understand with gestures and sometimes drawing on the sand. It was a great fun seeing my dad, trying to converse with them with a very limited knowledge of English. Anyway, it must have been around 9 p.m. We were all seated on the beach, watching the ocean as well as the starry sky by the campfire. It was so beautiful. Then we started to hear like a complaint. We couldn't determine the origin of the sound, but it was like a woman wailing. It was faint, but clear, since the place was wild and remote. The wailing was not constant, but would be heard from time to time. We put it on the sound of some sorts of animal, since we were not people living on the coast, thus being ignorant of animals which could be active at night. We were seated on the beach, facing the ocean, when suddenly we noticed someone coming out from the sea on our left at about 30 to 40 meters away. It looked like a woman with a long white dress, just walking from the sea to the beach. We could not see her face, but could guess she had long hair. The only lights were the stars and our bonfire. She silently walked straight and disappeared from our view in the vegetation. We found this very odd. I knew it was not normal, but did not know what the others were thinking. My dad was drunk and watched the scene with a little smile on his face. I think he was lost in his thoughts. We all looked at each other and did not know what to think. I tried to check if there was a house where the woman walked to. I just stood up and walked towards the sea and looked on my left to see where she went. There was only green, bush, and trees. There were no lights or any constructions around. I was now scared because I was realizing that we must have seen a ghost. I walked back to the bonfire and sat and told everyone that I did not find any house there. We stopped talking and everyone kept alert. We could now hear all the little noises of the night. We heard faint crackling, like someone or an animal quietly walking on dry leaves. Then, suddenly, we heard loud flapping noises on a tree nearby. It looked like large birds, pigeons or bats, flying away. It scared us. Then my mom told me quietly she felt that something was not right, and I and she were feeling watched. The couple was looking around with their glass in their hands. Then, suddenly, something heavy fell in front of us on the beach at about 5 or 6 meters. I stood up to see what it was, but could not find anything. Everybody stood up and looked around. Nothing was found. Despite the fact that the night was clear and sweet, the atmosphere had changed, apart from my father, who was in a trip because he was too drunk. We were all scared by then. The couple talked between them, and I could not understand. They seemed quite concerned about the situation. I did not know what to do. Could we stay there, or maybe go to sleep, or maybe we had to leave? That was a pity. We were enjoying such a nice time before seeing that woman. Then, in the middle of the night, we heard this bone-chilling scream like a woman being attacked. It seemed close to our camp. We were on our feet with eyes about to pop out from our sockets. My heart was pounding so loud that I thought others could hear it. The couple started to pick up their stuff, and my dad followed them. Mom and I packed away everything quickly. As we were doing so, some coconuts fell and rolled on our camp as if someone had thrown them away. We were now scared to death, and no one would talk. We heard running on the beach, then in the woods, but could not see anything. We quickly put stuff in the car, and it was not easy because we did not have a big car, and we had taken time to pack things so that they could fit in when we came down. Now we had to pile up things. The worst was the barbecue. It was hot and dirty, and we did not want to leave it. I burnt myself twice while trying to put it away. While we were packing away, things were happening around us. The screams seemed to originate from different places, and there was a lot of noises going on. We all got into the car practically one upon the other with stuff on us. I decided to take the wheel because my dad was too drunk. As we moved away, we got a shock. We saw a woman dressed in white standing by the little lane, looking at us. It was bone-chilling. I stopped the car. She was standing about 4 to 5 meters away. I didn't know what to do. I was too scared to move closer to her, but it was the only way out. We waited a few minutes as she was standing there, staring at us. I heard my mom praying and the South African couple mumbling something between them. Suddenly, we heard a bang, like something hit the car behind. We all turned to see what had happened. The atmosphere was very tense, and I think my dad was becoming sober very quickly. He was now swearing. We did not see anything behind, but when I looked forward, the woman was not there anymore. But the scariest thing happened. She was now standing by my door, looking at me. I can't describe the utter fear which took hold of me then. I released a scream. My throat was sore several days after, and pushed the gas pedal. I think everybody screamed then, but with panic, the car choked and the woman was still there, looking at us. I remember not seeing her eyes or features because it was dark. I switched on the car again and drove off as fast as I could. The poor car got shaken on the dirt road. We reached the main road, relieved and shouting. What the hell had we seen and experienced? Fortunately, Rose Hill is not far from that area we were just at. But when we reached the town, the car broke down. The fan belt of the car had broken and the engine stopped from overheating. We were in the 70s, no cell or anything like towing services available a Saturday evening. The couple and my mom walked home, which was not far. My dad and I stayed by the car. At home, Mom phoned a friend of my dad, who was not staying far, to tow away our car. We finally reached home at around 11:30 p.m., completely exhausted. My dad's friend who had helped us was invited to have coffee, and we told him what had happened. He said that we were lucky because there had been accounts of people walking to the sea, like being in a trance and never coming back, getting drowned by possession, really scary and unbelievable. Some would be hurt by objects being thrown at them. A woman apparently lost her baby while being pregnant. She was a few weeks away from delivery, but after coming to that place and seeing the ghost, she had pain in her tummy and started to bleed a few hours later. She had to go through surgery where they noted that the baby had died. These events would not always happen, but would take place randomly. The South African couple stayed 2 more days at home and left. We never heard or saw from them afterwards. I later discovered that there was a cemetery on the other side of the road. Not too close to the road, though. I never knew who that woman, ghost, was, but it seemed that regularly she would come out of the ocean and walk to the cemetery. However, in the late 80s, there was no accounts of seeing her up to today. My brothers and I have been living in our townhouse for 8 years now. Ever since I entered college and my brothers entered high school in an exclusive school in Quezon City, Philippines. Our townhouse is only a 10-minute walk away from the school, which is very convenient for us. However, because our family business is in the province, my parents have to live there, while my brothers and I live in our townhouse alone. Several incidents happened in our house, which we chose to ignore. In one instance, when my dad paid us a visit, he and my brother were in the kitchen. My brother was washing dishes, while my dad was chopping vegetables for lunch. They were both facing the wall, their heads turned away from the door leading to the washroom at the end of the kitchen. From behind them, they heard my voice say, "May I use the restroom?" My brother answered back, "What's wrong with you?" because he was surprised I was asking permission in our own house. They both turned around and saw no one. They checked the bathroom. It was empty. They went around the house. I wasn't there. I received a call in myself from my brother that day, asking where I was. I was at work the entire time. But my brother and father were both certain it was my voice they heard. Now, the second incident was more creepy, because I myself experienced it. I was leaving for work. My youngest brother was already in school, while my younger brother was in his room. I stepped out the door and stood by the front steps, locking the door with my keys. Suddenly, I heard my voice in the living room calling my brother's name. "Rap, come down here." I fumbled my keys and tried to open the door, except this time, the locks won't open. I heard my brother running down the stairs, so I went to the window to see what will happen. The living room was empty. My brother opened the door for me and asked why I was calling him. I told him it wasn't me calling him, and he couldn't believe it. After telling the story again, I left him to go to work. The third incident happened in my room, more than a year after the second incident. I woke up in the middle of the night, which always happens to me. The first thing I did is check my bedside clock, which I always check when I wake up in the middle of the night for comparison. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. At the corner of my bed is a full-length mirror, which normally faces and reflects the image of my bedroom door. After checking my clock, I checked my mirror and saw myself standing and staring at myself in a deadpan way. At first I thought I was looking at my reflection, and I even asked myself in my mind, why the hell am I sleeping standing up? But then I felt the bed, and I knew I was lying down. After a few seconds of staring at my standing reflection, I turned to the other side of the bed and decided just to ignore it. The last incident did not happen to me, but to my youngest brother, who has always been in touch with the supernatural. It happened just last year, in 2007. According to him, he woke up at 5 a.m. and took a bath for school. While getting dressed, he noticed that his reflection in the mirror was grinning at him, though he wasn't smiling at all. He got terrified and decided to go to school, though it was too early. When he was locking the door, he practically screamed when he saw his own head grinning at him from his right shoulder. He walked to school the whole time with the grinning face that looks like him on his shoulder, which he could see through his peripheral vision. On the way to school, he passed by some shops and saw his reflection still grinning at him. He noted that although his reflection looks like him exactly, the eyes were somewhat different. My brother chose to ignore the doppelganger, who stayed with him at school the whole day. A doppelganger of my classmate. It was Saturday morning. Some of our classmates, including me, were tasked to go to the school to finish our beautification project. We were done exactly at 11 a.m. All of our classmates, excluding Trisha, Karen, Ariana, and me, went home. Ariana told us to wait here at school while she will go and buy something to eat. She didn't eat any breakfast. So we agreed, and we waited for her. Since there's nothing much to do, we decided to go on ghost hunting. We went up to the second floor and began filming all around us with Trisha's phone while walking. As we passed by the library, we all felt a very cold wind around us. Trisha screamed, "Run!" Then we ran outside the gate and we saw the guard. The guard is very angry with us, and so he tells us to go home. We text Ariana to go to my place after she is done eating. At my place, we replayed the video. As the film passes by the library's glass window, we saw Karen's reflection wearing a blue t-shirt in front of Trisha. Trisha was so shocked and said, "Wait, you're at my back, right? And are you wearing a white t-shirt back there?" Karen said, "Yes. Why will I be in front? Clearly you're the one who is in front, right? And I'm still wearing the exact same white t-shirt." We tried to replay it again and again, and still the same. I really want to know what you think, because I'm still baffled by this whole situation. If anybody has any idea as to what this could be, please put it in the comments below. D is for doppelganger. As would be expected, a lot has happened since I was last on here. In due time, I'll explain my absence. But for now, I'll start with what is troubling me the most. I have been with my partner, we'll call Michael for privacy reasons, for nearly a year now, and this started happening in November of 2012. Now, before I delve into it, at all times when these sightings have occurred, he has not been on any medication, drugs, of any kind, nor had he been consuming alcohol. To better understand the story, I better give you a layout of the house. Walk through the front door, you are greeted by the dining room, with an open plan kitchen at the end of it. Take 4 steps forward, and to your left you have the lounge, which is connected to the dining room by 2 doors which are kept open at all times. Next to the lounge is a small extension of the house, which is Michael's little sister's playroom. The playroom is separated from the dining room by a glass wall and a glass door. Keep walking straight from the front door, and to your right is a door leading to the garage and laundry room. Next to the laundry door is the hallway. The hallway is L-shaped, and the first room to your right is his mother's and sister's room. Go to the corner of the L, and you'll find the main bedroom, which his grandmother resides in. At the corner of the L, and slightly off to the right, is Michael's room, and at the very end of the L is the bathroom. Michael has been seeing my doppelganger. The appearances have been happening generally once or twice a month, and it was usually just out of the corner of his eye. My doppelganger has usually been seen in and around his room and up and down the hallway. After grilling him for details, I found out that before these sightings, he would always get a whiff of my perfume that I tend to always wear. Now, the sightings have only ever been at his house, and no one in his family has my perfume, and none of my clothing is actually at his house. Doppelganger seems to have my sense of style down to a fine art, as it has always been seen wearing my usual attire. Michael has always picked up a feeling of sadness every time he's seen my doppelganger. Now, here's where it picks up a notch. A few months back in June, I was on the phone with Michael when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence and everything went dead quiet. Thinking something happened, I immediately got worried and asked what was wrong. All I got in reply was very frightened whispers. Getting slightly frustrated, I asked yet again what was wrong. Michael finally told me he was seeing my doppelganger. I then got very worried as he was very frightened. I asked Michael what happened, and he said he had been walking around the dining room table talking to me when, out of the corner of his eyes, he saw someone sitting on the couch in the lounge. All his family had retired to bed for the day, so he was very surprised. As he turned to face it, he saw that it was my doppelganger, clear as day, casually sitting on the couch. Scaring the bejesus out of him, he ran into the playroom. My doppelganger then proceeded to get up from the couch, walk towards the kitchen, and, from what Michael heard, as he couldn't see at this point, get a glass of water. No glass was ever found as proof of this, by the way. As I calmed him down over the phone, I asked him if he got any vibe from the doppelganger. He said he picked up an obvious negative vibe, not in a menacing way, just down and unhappy. He also said it looked like my doppelganger was in pain. Can doppelgangers even feel pain? Now, I definitely know Michael wasn't bluffing to me, as this happened over the phone, and no one can fake the kind of fear that was in his voice. Another thing to note is the doppelganger had brown hair, whereas I have dyed my naturally brown hair blonde. That seems to be the last sighting of it he's had for a while. What happened? Help would be greatly appreciated here, as I'm going out of my mind with questions. What is this thing? What does it want? Why imitate me? No one else in his family has seen it other than Michael. Thank you for reading. Doppelgangers, oh my. I can't say I've ever seen a doppelganger. However, some of my family members have. 2010. At this time, the family members residing in our home were our oldest daughter and her husband, our youngest son, and our youngest daughter. My husband saw the first one sometime in 2010. He came home from work at midnight. I was asleep on the couch in the living room. He was on his way through our room to the bathroom to take a shower when he saw our youngest daughter sitting at my computer. He called out to her. She didn't answer or even move. He assumed she had earphones in and didn't hear him. He realized he had forgotten to grab a towel from the laundry room, so he turned around and headed that way. Our bedroom is on one end of the house. The laundry is on the opposite end. He walked down the hall, though the dining room and the kitchen were in between. Just as he was about to open the laundry room door, Em, our youngest daughter, stepped out. My husband asked if she had just been on my computer. She said no, she had been in the laundry room this entire time. We all picked at him about getting old and seeing things. That's before I did some research on doppelgangers. Shortly after my husband saw our youngest daughter's doppelganger, our youngest son saw mine. This happened about 6 o'clock on a Saturday evening. I had just finished cooking dinner and was waiting for my family to come home, except our youngest son Z, who had gone into work about an hour before. I decided to do some laundry while I waited. I always had to keep myself busy when I was home alone. I still had the notion that if I was doing something there, was less of a chance for me to encounter anything ghostly. Plus, staying busy made the time go by faster. I was in the laundry room when the door shut, when I felt or maybe heard someone
come into the house. And as a side note, there's absolutely no way anyone could ever come into my house without me knowing it, whether I'm awake or asleep. When our kids were younger, they used to try to fool me. Never happened. I can feel the least change in air pressure drove them crazy. I asked, "Who is here?" Z answered me and said his new manager sent him home to shave because he had a 5 o'clock shadow. He was fussing about as he went down the hall into the bathroom. I stayed in the laundry room folding clothes. We have never kept our clothes in our bedrooms. I have a huge laundry room, so everything clothing-wise is kept there. Oddly enough, I was folding Z's clothes when I heard, "Mom, why are you putting those in my room?" I opened the laundry room door, walked out into the kitchen just as Z walked into the dining room from the hall. The look on his face frightened me. It looked as if he had just seen a ghost. I watched as all color drained from his face. I asked him if he was okay. He just stared at me. After about a minute, he snapped out of his trance. The following is what he told me. He was standing in front of the bathroom mirror shaving when he heard a shuffle. He looked up and out the door. He saw me dressed in a red robe, walking really fast, holding a stack of clothes. I entered his bedroom, so he stepped out of the bathroom to ask me what I was doing. I didn't come from the direction of the laundry room. I came from the opposite end of the house, from the other bedrooms. His is the first bedroom in the hall before you get to the bathroom. I did own a red robe at that time. However, I was fully dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. Nothing red. Before that day, Z was a non-believer of the paranormal. For years, he swore he still was. He refused to talk about that day. About a year ago, he and his wife bought a house built in 1940. He's now coming around to the fact that there are some things that have no other explanation. Last week, April 22nd, 2016, my oldest daughter was visiting. She and I were laying on my bed talking. I fell asleep. She got up to get a drink from the kitchen. As she was leaving my room, she saw M's, the youngest daughter, boyfriend coming from her bedroom, which is directly across from mine. She said he had a faraway look in his eyes. He was laughing as if something he and M had shared moments before was extremely funny. He walked down the hall into the bathroom and shut the door. S continued on to the kitchen. She got her drink and started back down the hall. As she was right outside of the closed bathroom door, she noticed Jay was stepping out of M's bedroom. He looked as if he was half asleep. He asked her if someone was in the bathroom, to which she replied, "You." She reached over and opened the bathroom door. It was empty. It was the vacation of a lifetime. Just my best friend Nicole and I going away to Ireland. I was very excited as we were going to stay in a famous castle, which of course had some history of its own. I believe it was Cabra Castle, of something to that effect. I recalled as it was yesterday. We were in rooms number 71. We left our room to go through the courtyard to the main castle for dinner. We then proceeded to go look for this haunted bridge or something. We made a few jokes about how we were going to hang each other from the bridge. We had a bit of fun with that, hit the bar, and then went back towards our room. After returning, our luggage was messed up on the floor. We thought nothing of it. Could it have been the maid for all we know? I'm not sure,
But we noticed that the dog that went around the hotel courtyard was outside of our room. Was an Irish Wolfhound. So we got to bed about an hour or so after we had got back, and we locked the door, and the dog got up and went away. So it was now about 1 a.m. I was sleeping through the night, and around 3 a.m., I had a rude awakening. I started freaking out because I felt like someone was on top of me and that I was being scratched at. I was freaking out, and I started screaming and moving around, and I was hitting Nicole, trying to wake her up. I felt that my face was bleeding and could taste the blood. I was in a state of panic. I managed to get Nicole up, and she was trying to calm me down. I was telling her I was bleeding and to get help right away. As she felt my face, she felt the blood. She was in shock. So she said she would turn on the light and call the desk for help. She reached for the phone and light, which were right by one another, and she got, as she described, brutally pushed aside, hitting her head on the floor. She reached for her pocket keychain light to search for the light. She crawled over to the light switch and came running back to the bed, where I was still feeling as if I was pinned down. She got on the bed to check on me, and I felt as if I could freely move up. So I sit up. I was feeling pinned down this whole time, hence my freaking out. She checked me for blood, and there was no sign of blood. We went to open the door and checked to see if there was any sign of forced entry into our hotel room in case it was something else. There we saw the dog walk back to the front of our door, and he laid down there. We couldn't get back to sleep after all of that. The whole thing freaked me out, and I'm not sure why exactly that did happen. Why was the dog back after the attack? Why could I taste blood and then be fine? I couldn't move, and I did not shove Nicole off the bed. It was one of the most freaky experiences ever. Did I anger a spirit and they were being spiteful? This isn't my first encounter with strange beings, just the more physical. Woodsford Castle. I've had a few weird experiences, but this is by far the scariest. Me, my sister, my parents, and my grandparents all went and stayed in a natural trust place called Woodsford Castle. It was really old-fashioned with the decapitated stags and stuff mounted on the wall along with chandeliers. In the visitor's book, there was loads of questions about whether the castle was haunted or not. The room me and my sister stayed in was the oldest room in the castle. It was always quite dark and cold in the room, even if we had the lights on, and you always got a chilled, prickly feeling when you were in there alone. Whenever I went into the room, I felt a huge urge to leave and felt like someone was trying to make me get out. One night, I went to the toilet, and as I was coming back up the stairs, I heard footsteps clicking up the steps, which sounded like high-heeled boots. This confused me a bit, but I passed it off as my imagination and walked back to the room me and my sister were staying in. When I opened the door, I saw someone standing over my sister. It wasn't any of my family because they all denied being awake at that time. I couldn't see what she looked like because she was mainly a shadow, but all I could really see was what looked like a long dress, suggesting she was a woman. As I walked into the room, there was a sudden chill, and the woman vanished. I told my mom, who is a real believer of spirits, and she said that the woman may have wanted me out of the room so she could be with my sister alone. But we don't know why she wanted my sister. We were all really scared and left a day early because we didn't feel safe. If anyone has any idea why this woman wanted my sister alone, it would be really helpful to know. Castle Leslie Haunting. So I just got home from a 2-night stay at Castle Leslie in Co. Monaghan. I was aware that there was reported hauntings prior to going out, but did not want to read any stories before I went, and my wife was totally unaware of any stories relating to the castle. We stayed in Norman's room, and a series of events happened between 1 a.m. and first light, which would have been around 5 or 6 a.m.-ish. The night is in question was Monday night, Tuesday morning, the 4th and 5th of April, 2016. Firstly, we returned to the room around 12 a.m., and we both were very tired after the drive up from Wexford. I was awoken, and I could feel a presence in the room, and I could make out the figure of a man sitting in the chair next to the bed. The hair was standing on the back of my neck, and I couldn't move. I then saw what I can only describe as a mist cloud over the right-hand side of the bed. I had a restless night of dreams. One of those was a dream of being in the bed, and others which I can't recall. It was very warm in the room, and I was too scared to move or even hang my leg outside the covers. In the morning, my wife confirmed she too had a night of vivid dreams and awoke to see a cloud of mist at the foot of my bed. No windows in the room were open. I was glad to see the morning and went to the bathroom. Our room overlooked the vast gardens and lake, and whilst looking out over the lake, it looked like a wave or wall of water around 10 feet was moving across very slowly. My wife confirmed the same, but by the time I got my camera to take the picture, it had disappeared. The following night, we told the night porter our experience, and he mentioned that there were reports of the bed being haunted and offered to move us into another room. Nothing like this has happened before, and I would say I was open-minded, yet very skeptical. We had a sound sleep on Tuesday night with the help of a different set of spirits. I can't explain what we saw, and we will return there one day, but won't be staying in Norman's room. An audible manifestation. My only ghostly experience came in the fall of 1986. I had lost most of my vision from diabetes and had entered a residential rehabilitation facility in the capital city of a southern state. Rumors had been shared among clients about odd things that occurred on the campus that encompassed an entire city block. Because many clients came to the rehabilitation facility with secondary medical complications, there had been cases of clients passing on in their dormitory rooms. Odd things had been reported, such as the elevator engaging and moving from one floor to the other, when only one person, the business officer manager, sat in his office in the administration building. More than once, he had charged out of his office into the elevator doors to see who was coming from the second floor, but the elevator was always empty when the doors slid open. That to me could be easily explained as an electrical glitch versus something paranormal. But that same office manager was in the small first floor reception area of the training hall with 2 men who were hired as security guards during the week-long Christmas closure. One of the guards was a regular member of maintenance and the other a part-time staff member, and both fully knowledgeable about the entire campus. The clients and all staff had departed except for these 3 men. They stood quietly, chatting when they all heard a sound. It sounded like someone had dragged a heavy pile of furniture across the floor, directly over their heads. They rushed to the second floor, but nothing was moved or out of place. This they could not explain. My experience took place in the hall, where my room, along with 3 other rooms, were located. There was a fire stairway at one end of the short hall that led either upstairs to the women's second floor dorm rooms or outdoors and into the courtyard. Double swinging doors on the other end of that hall opened into the first floor women's lounge and then either led out the courtyard or through a second set of swinging doors that led to the counseling hall. It was a Friday night and I had just finished supper. Using my white crane, I made my way out of the cafeteria, into the training hall's reception area, and down through the hall, up the short set of stairs, and through the counseling hall. I passed through the first set of swinging doors and walked across the first floor of women's lounge and through the second set of doors and into my hall. My room was the first door on the left. The hall was very short, and you needed to take only one step to cross the hall to the door directly across from mine. I removed my door key and, using my left hand, located the keyhole and just begun to insert the key with my right hand when I heard 5 taps on the door across the hall from my own. It sounded like someone tapped with just one finger. I straightened my position and spun on my heels, feeling somewhat foolish for not having realized that there was someone in the hall with me. I said a pleasant hello, but received no answer. I could only imagine the look on my face when no response came. Finally, in shrugging my shoulders, I turned my back to my own door. As I was again about to insert my key into the slot, a thought struck me. Knowing that it was a habit for all diabetics to be housed on the first floor in the event of needing assistance quickly for a low blood sugar, I again turned to the door across from mine. My thought was that perhaps one of the 2 ladies sharing the room had knocked from the inside and was in need of help. I took the one step necessary to reach their door. In a loose fist, I raised my hand to knock on their door, but before I could, I again heard the 5 taps on the door, but this time there was no question that those taps came from my side of their door and that I was the only person standing in the hall. Then I heard one of the ladies in that room say, "Yes, someone is at the door. See who it is." Well, when they opened the door, there I was standing transfixed with my right hand still in the air as if to knock. When they asked what I might need, it took me a moment until I found my voice. I knew what just had happened and was trying to process what I knew had just happened, but was finding it difficult to admit that I knew in my heart what I knew, that someone or something had tapped on the door right beside me. I finally was able to explain what I had heard from inside the hall, the 2 sets of 5 taps on the door. They both said they heard the taps too. We stood there puzzled when I burst out laughing. I was still not ready to face the reality of what I had known I had heard. I said, "Oh, I know. Your guard dog was leaning against the door and scratch, which caused the tapping sounds." "But," one lady said, "neither of us have a guide dog." She replicated the tapping sound exactly as we all heard it. I know those tappings came from the hall side of their door. The sound was not a foot to my right and at eye level as I stood there. Had it been a real person, we would have been all but touching shoulders. Together, we 3 ladies attempted to replicate the sound by going through the swinging doors, opening and closing the stairwell door, and even the doors leading out into the courtyard from the women's lounge. We could not replicate those tappings, no matter what we tried, and despite not having vision, I slept that night with all my room's lights on. The following Monday, as I walked to the administration building, I caught up with the director of vocational training. I asked her if, to her knowledge, anyone had ever passed on that floor. She said that yes, years before, an older woman who once occupied one of the rooms on the far right side of the women's lounge had gone to lay down after a double period of orientation and mobility, instruction for using a white cane, and had expired in her sleep. When I explained what we 3 ladies had experienced that Friday night, she made me vow that I would never share the story with other clients so as not to frighten them. I know what I heard. I know what we 3 ladies heard. I have no rational explanation except to speculate that the former, and now departed, client was visiting one of her fellow dormies in my hall.
I'm 33 years old, and I live in the Ocean Parkway section of Brooklyn in New York City. When I was 15 years old, I was living in a house not far away from where I live now. My friend Rob asked me to come visit him after school one day.
It'd been raining the whole day, so I decided to wait until the rain stopped before I went to his house. The rain stopped around 5 p.m., and I thought it was kind of late, so I called him and told him I decided not to go. For some reason, he was insistent, because he bought some $1,000 bike and wanted me to see it. I got there around 8:30 p.m., because I had to eat dinner and do my homework. As I was walking towards his stoop, I stopped hearing the cars passing by and all the city confusion. Everything was quiet, very unusual for Brooklyn, a place where 2 million people live, but I figured that was nothing. As I got closer to the house, there was an odd wind that flew by me, but I didn't hear its wake. I just felt a cold, chilling sensation. Then suddenly, I saw a man who looked gray and gloomy, smoking a Guinea stinker, Brooklyn word for an old Italian man's cigar, without any smoke. I thought maybe it was one of Rob's father's friends, but I knew that was wrong when I was about to get on the stoop. The old man got up, opened the front door with the stinker still in his mouth, and he just disappeared. Even though the door was open, he still kind of passed through it. I went into the house and asked Rob who the man was, but Rob looked at me as if I was a moron and told me to stop messing around. But his mother, who was always on edge about something, had a smile on her face. She pulled me aside when Rob went to the bathroom and said that the figure was evil, and his vision had been tormenting her since she bought the house 17 years before. Maybe he had lived in the house previously and died there. I don't know. I never saw the man again, and Rob moved to Queens because his dad opened a bakery in the Bronx and wanted a closer commute. Since then, I never went to that house, and I have no reason to. From the first moment we moved into our new duplex in Carroll Gardens, Brooklyn, we all had an eerie feeling that something was weird about the place. It was a dark, damp, and dingy place with an incredibly cold feeling about it. No matter how hard we tried to make the place warmer, it never seemed inviting or comfortable at all. We were never able to get a phone connected, so to add to the sense of foreboding, we were also isolated from the outside of the world. Within 2 weeks of living there, I was raped in my own bedroom. Our next-door neighbor, a 60-something-year-old woman who had lived next door, informed us that our house had never been occupied for more than a year. Every tenant prior to us also had incredible tragedies occur within the first few weeks of moving in, and they soon left. My brother and I both heard children playing one night, and when we went to open our bedroom door, it would not open for nearly an hour. Thumpings on the wall, strange cold spots, and peculiar noises were all commonplace. No one in my family felt comfortable being there alone, nor did any guests who stayed over. It felt as if you were being watched by someone who hated you every moment. My mother, not to mention everyone else, especially hated the basement. There were weird marks and handprints on the walls. One day, she was going downstairs and came screaming back up them, saying that some cold, clammy hand had grabbed her upon reaching the washing machine. Lights went on and off, and the odd occurrences became so serious that we left for fear we would all die in that hellhole. The ceiling toppled in above my brother's bed. An unexplained fire, whose cause was never determined, almost killed me. My mom developed cancer, and we all were going crazy from all of these things occurring within a year. Upon moving out, we found out that 2 people had been whacked by the mob during the 60s. A young boy had died in a fire in the 40s, and they had uncovered the bodies of 2 young children buried in the basement walls sometime during the 80s. No one has stayed in that apartment since, and with good reason. Everyone who has lived there befell huge tragedies that followed them until they moved out. In 1970, my boyfriend Ray and I were living in Brooklyn, New York, in an Italian neighborhood near Park Slope. We rented a small apartment above a grocery store on 5th Avenue. There were 2 apartments on the 2nd floor, and we moved into the one facing the street. Just after moving in, I was talking to a shopkeeper who have lived in the neighborhood a long time. She told me that the building we lived in had been owned for many years by a family who ran a printing business. The business was located on the first floor, and the family lived upstairs. When their son grew up and married, they had the upstairs split into 2 small apartments. The son and his wife lived in the front apartment, where we now lived, and the older couple lived in a back apartment. Just a few months before, the older man had died. After his death, the family had sold the business and moved away. To Queens, I think. The neighbor I was talking to said, "Don't worry, he died in the hospital." When I looked puzzled, she explained that I probably didn't have to worry about ghosts. The thought had never crossed my mind before, but it returned quite soon. After getting settled, we went grocery shopping and explored the neighborhood a little. About a week or so after moving in, Ray and I were gone for most of a Saturday. When we returned, some things in the apartment seemed quite strange. There were dark footprints on the living room carpet, where we knew none had been when we left. We had brought dinner home, and Ray wanted to use hot sauce on his, but he couldn't find it. I couldn't find it either, which was puzzling since I remembered putting a new bottle of Red Devil hot sauce in the upper kitchen cabinet when I put the groceries away. Later, we noticed that all the clocks were set at exactly the same time, which was not the correct time. When we left the apartment, they had all been set at approximately the correct time, but each had been a couple of minutes different from the others. The stove was the kind where you could store pots and pans in one side. The next day, I went to get a pan out and found a strange little bottle right in front of the upper shelf. I knew it hadn't been there before because I would have seen it or knocked it down when I cleaned the shelf and put pots and pans on it. When I examined it, I found it was a little plastic container, like the kind you would get prescription pills in. It was very dusty. When I opened it, I found it was full of those red-hot candies we used to get when we were kids. Heart-shaped, I think. Ray and I were both a little freaked out by that. After that, there were a couple of instances in which Ray came out of the bedroom at night and found the phone off the hook, instead of sitting on the cradle as it should. It had been set directly across the cradle. Finally, I made a little speech to the ghost. I explained to him that we wished him well, but that his family had moved to Queens. There were no further odd occurrences after that. A year or so later, I was watching a show about ghosts. The host said that the ghosts sometimes take things and leave similar things in their place. I immediately thought of the red hot sauce that had disappeared and the red hot candies that had been left in their place. I hope the elderly gentleman found his family or achieved some peace. A whole bunch of weird events have been happening around my school lately. I attend the Learning Clinic, a co-ed boarding school for kids with learning, behavior, or social disorders. The only weird thing I've experienced happened yesterday. I was walking from Brooklyn building to Overlook building when I saw a thing, perhaps a squirrel or a bird, go darting across the road, Route 169. It moved towards me very quickly on the stone path, and I thought that I might be able to catch it as it ran by. On impulse, I stuck my foot out into its way. Upon impact with my foot, the thing, what appeared to be some kind of small animal, went shooting up my leg, made 3 circles around my chest, then zoomed up my neck and jumped, or maybe flew, off the top of my head. The Overlook driveway is a 10-foot wide barren rock path, and I searched around for the creature, or whatever it was, but couldn't find it. It then struck me how much the sensation of the thing climbing me had reminded me of receiving an electrical shock, and I was very shaken due to many recent reports of varying credulity of ghostly encounters from my fellow students. I do not believe in ghosts, and thus am hesitant to even classify my encounter with Mystery Mammal as a paranormal experience. However, some things need to be looked at for what they are, and I can honestly say what happened was certainly not an occurrence with the normal ways of things as I know it. A couple of minutes passed, And then I observed a second creature running across the street. This one I let pass, though I still couldn't get a good look at it. It looked grayish, probably a quadruped, but I couldn't discern much more than that. It ran down the length of the overlooked driveway and disappeared into a breeze field, a field behind a residential house. I sat down and waited longer, being in no hurry, and observed 2 more of the things pass. Then, realizing I was late to civics, I hurried into the building, shaken but not really upset. Throughout my life, I've experienced plenty of ghost phenomena, and I've had direct contact with plenty of demonic spirits. I was once a preacher and wasn't afraid of demons or ghosts. I've been involved in exorcisms, whereby some of the demons, upon being expelled, made the hideous sounds upon leaving. I've never heard any animal that sounds like those demons leaving a person's soul. I've seen shadows on the wall made by demons. I myself was once possessed by a demon before I started my ministry. My wife and I have heard loud footsteps from a deceased friend from our neighborhood just dropping in to say hello. I've heard banging noises from angry spirits that vibrated my whole house. I've encountered so many hauntings, seen plenty of ghosts, and personally dealt with plenty of ghosts and demons. Each story is so haunting that I feel I could write a book about it. But I will tell you a story of my first haunting, because my first haunting is the one that scared me the most. Usually, when I verbally tell people of my first haunting, they don't believe me. In fact, it's hard to believe, but it did happen, just as I write it. I have no explanation as to how this happened, but first, please read my haunting story. My first haunting started when I was about 6 years old. I was raised at Park Place, Brooklyn, New York. I played with a particular clown doll that was most unusual in its appearance. Its face was fully painted like a clown, and its hat was long and pointed with a small ball on top, and it stood straight up. That doll was quite haunting just looking at it, especially his smile, but for some reason, that was my favorite doll. For some reason, I loved to play with that doll and nothing else. I didn't want to play with the neighborhood kids. I was a lonely child, and most of my day was spent rocking in my little red rocking chair. Usually, all day, and I would daydream, but I always had my favorite clown doll with me. My mother recently told me that she gave me the clown doll and my little red rocking chair, which would explain my fascination for the doll and my little red rocking chair because I longed to be with my mother, but I was raised by my aunt and uncle. My aunt and uncle raised me because my father was killed in a car accident when I was just 1 year old. My mother couldn't afford raising 2 children alone, so she sent my brother to North Carolina to live with her sister and brother-in-law. However, I stayed in New York with my father's sister and her husband. My aunt thought that I was missing out on my childhood by rocking in that chair and playing with the clown doll all day, but I had my reasons. I kept rocking and playing with my doll. One evening, my uncle was out all night playing cards with his friends. Usually, when my uncle was out for the night, my aunt would ask me to sleep with her, and on this particular evening, she woke me from my sleep and asked me to sleep with her. Of course, I obliged. I now believe that my aunt had seen ghosts in her bedroom and was afraid to sleep alone. My little red rocking chair was in her bedroom near the window, and there was a flower in a flower pot on the windowsill. My clown doll was sitting in the little red rocking chair, facing the window and the flowers. I was very sleepy when my aunt woke me up to sleep with her, and it took no time for me to fall back to sleep in her bed. For some reason, I was awoken around 3 o'clock that morning and heard my chair rocking by itself. My clown doll was in that chair, and as I turned my head in the direction of the rocking chair, I witnessed the most profound thing that has haunted me from that evening. My clown doll was rocking in the chair and playing with flowers on the windowsill. The moon reflection gave the most frightening silhouette image. The shadow of my doll rocking in my rocking chair and moving around like a person playing with the flowers terrified me. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was not dreaming. This was real life, and I was really scared like never before. But my fears would heighten when the doll stopped rocking and turned its head in my direction. My heart stopped. My doll was looking in my direction and proceeded to get out of the rocking chair and walk in my direction. Immediately, I pulled the covers over my head and held close to my aunt with fear that I never thought possible. That night was the longest night of my life. The fear of my clown doll pulling the covers from me froze me with sweat dripping madly from my body. Thank God that my clown doll never touched the covers. What seemed like hours later, I finally fell back to sleep, of course, hugging very close to my aunt. When I woke up in the morning, I found my doll still sitting in my little red rocking chair with the most hideous smile on its face. I screamed like a baby and asked my aunt to remove the clown doll from my little red rocking chair and to please throw the doll away. I never told my aunt this story, and I never saw that doll again until about 40 years later when a coworker bought the clown doll from a website that was selling old dolls from the 50s over the internet, and a coworker bought the same doll. The doll was delivered wrapped, and he unwrapped the doll in his office. It had the same hideous smile on its face. As soon as I saw that doll, I asked my coworker to please put it away immediately and explain my childhood fears surrounding that clown doll. This is a true story. Now here's my explanation. Through my ministry years, I've been involved with many demons and angels. I've seen things move around my apartment as though someone was there moving the objects themselves. In fact, poltergeist activities have been known to throw or move items around. Therefore, mischievous spirits can make things like dolls move at their will. I have 2 incidents to tell you about. I was 9 months pregnant with my first daughter, and on the day of her birth, I experienced something that was strange. It was about 3:30 in the morning on March 22nd, 1993. I suddenly awoke with a weird feeling. I sat up from the bed and sat there a little dazed. I looked towards my closet, which did not have a door. As I looked towards the closet, I saw a black shadow, a big black mass hovering in the closet. It appeared to have wings. I stared at the closet for a while without moving. I must have dozed off, but was awoken again by some kind of feeling I had. I started having sharp pains, so I was rushed to the hospital and my daughter was born. There was a nurse there, and I tried to tell her what had happened to me, and she said something odd. She told me, "I know, dear, you must protect yourself." I asked to see that nurse to talk to her, but it seemed no nurse of that description worked on the maternity floor. I was staying at my mother's house with my daughter, and that night everyone went to bed about 11 p.m. So after I went to sleep also, about 2:45 a.m., I woke up, but I couldn't get up. I was paralyzed. The only thing I could move was my eyes. Then the fear started to set in as I started to see dark figures, dark shadows flying over my daughter's bassinet, but I couldn't get up. It was like pressure on my chest. I couldn't scream. Only in my head I could hear myself yell, "Get away from her, get away." But nothing came out. I stared praying. They just keep flying all around the room. Then all of a sudden, they were gone and the pressure I felt was lifted. I sprinted up so fast I tripped over myself. I grabbed my baby, turned on the lights, and stood up for the rest of the night. Since then, I've experienced little things through the course of my life. Thanks for reading.
I've posted here before a few years back. Since then, paranormal episodes in my life have not completely stopped, but I have not kept a journal or written about it. Today, I want to talk about what has been happening for the last 4 years, but first, a brief story of my neighborhood. I now live in Woodland Heights, the Bronx Woodland, a population of about 7,000. It's an Irish middle-class neighborhood at the very north end of the borough of the Bronx in New York City. The place is very old, interesting, and rich in history. There are some old, beautiful places here, parks, churches, and the Woodland Cemetery, which just turned 150 years old this past weekend.
On August 1778, this land witnessed the massacre of the Mohican warriors, who were fighting on the side of patriots against the British. They died courageously at the hands of Colonial James Grave and his Queen Rangers. To keep this story short, the neighborhood where I have resided for the last 4 years was built directly on top of Indian battlefield and burial grounds. I first moved here a few months before my first daughter was born. Ever since, things have happened at home that defy what most believe to be logical. My place is less than half a block away from the cemetery. Ever since my family and I moved here, we always felt a presence, never threatening, but a presence. My wife feels less comfortable with it than I do. It feels like a male presence, but I'm not sure if he has acknowledged us. It feels as if he is just doing his own thing most of the time. The first time my wife and I sensed it, or him, was in the bathroom. One of us would be in there alone, and we would surely think that the other one was on the other side of the shower curtain. Then, when the curtain was pulled, there was nobody there, and she would have asked me if I was in the bathroom when she was there. Surely, I was not. The next episode consisted of the toys of my child were turning on at nighttime by themselves and appearing in different places that I had placed them before. I know the toys were off before it went to bed. Other episodes involved my wife and I were sitting in the living room, watching TV, and we could feel sudden movement behind us. Yesterday, something dropped on the kitchen that was well placed and could not have just dropped. Sometimes I can feel him or see some blurry shadow from my peripheral view, and I let him know that I've just acknowledged him. When my wife does feel him, she asks me, "Did you just feel that or see that?" My child has felt him too. I remember a specific episode where she walked from the living room to her room by herself, said something to someone, and then came out of there running and scared. Yesterday, she and I were playing in the living room when all of a sudden she looks towards the room and stares. I did not say anything and just looked at her. Then she looked at me and asked, "Who is that in the room?" I told my wife this, and she told me that this happened to her in the past too, when the two of them were at home. In addition, the other night, I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom when I saw a figure in the doorway. I stopped on my tracks. I noticed he was not looking straight at me, but when he did, he disappeared. That is all I got for today, even though those are not the only occurrences, and I'm sure my wife does not tell me everything. I will try to keep a journal and give some more updates. Thank you. Any comments are welcome, and if you ever are in the New York City area, come by my neighborhood and explore its city. I wrote about this briefly in a prior article in 2001. To recap, we moved into 455A Sackett Street when I was 14 years old on April 1st, 1998. From the moment we moved in, something was so not right. It was an incredibly dark apartment, though we would have been thrilled because it was the first apartment we'd ever had with more than one floor. There were 3 floors, including the basement, and it was nice if you could ignore the feeling of someone standing just behind you or staring at you wherever you went. Within 2 weeks of moving in, I was raped in my own bedroom by a man from the neighborhood. An elderly woman who'd lived right next door for most of our life informed us that no one had occupied our apartment for more than a year at a time, since as long as she could remember. She also related that terrible tragedies befell of all said people, with only a few weeks of moving in, continuing through the day they moved out. Though we all had eerie feelings in the apartment, we had not noticed anything too weird. The apartment was very uninviting, cold, and damp. We tried to decorate it, warm it up a little, but nothing helped. Another thing was that no matter what we did, we could never get a phone installed. We had the phone company over about 4 times to fix the wires, but no matter what they did, we would absolutely get nothing, not even static, so we were pretty isolated. The entire time we were there, the weird happenings continued. The ceiling above my brother's bed collapsed. The only reason he wasn't hurt is because he got to use the bathroom. A fire started in my room. The fire department never determined why. If my friend hadn't stopped by and rang my bell, I would have continued sleeping. Within 5 minutes of answering the bell, my neighbor came out screaming that my room was on fire. I ran up and the entire back wall was in flames. I tried to put it out with a blanket, and unbeknownst to me, the door had closed behind me. It went from daylight to dark in 2 minutes, and I started to pass out. Thankfully, my friend ran up and opened the door, carrying me down the stairs, or I would have been literal toast. After that, my neighbor confided in us that strange things have always gone on in my building. In the 30s or 40s, a fire had killed a little boy within a month of the family moving in. And in the 60s, a couple were whacked by the mob because of some insidious affair. There were no records because the children's records had been burned in a fire, so we couldn't get any information more than what the people said. There were other things that happened. A friend of mine coming into my apartment and seeing a little boy in burnt rags staring at her in my bathroom mirror. She ran out crying and refused to set foot in my door again. Another friend who slept over. Note, both friends were not told of our experiences, and awoke in the middle of the night swearing that she saw a woman walk into my room through the door. My brother and I heard children crying and laughing one day downstairs. And when we tried to leave my mother's room, we were locked in, even though there was no lock, for an hour before it finally opened. My mother was downstairs doing the laundry when the lights turned off in the basement, and she felt a cold, scaly hand grab her shoulder. Needless to say, my dad did the laundry after that. Weird smells, sounds, and the feeling that something or someone did not want you there. That something bad was going to happen to you, and that you were not welcome at all. We moved out a year later to the day later, as soon as we could find a new apartment. We found out some more after that. The people that moved in after us tried to renovate the basement and found the body of a little boy in the wall. They left suddenly one night not too long after and never returned. Another couple moved in and left as inexplicably as the last, and so on and so forth to this day. Since then, we met a woman whom had gone to my mother's office. She's a nurse that works in a doctor's office because of a nervous condition. My mother noticed the address on her insurance card didn't match the one listed, and the woman explained she only lived at 55A Sackett Street for a few months and had to leave because her mother had died along with various other tragedies from the first week of moving in. My mother asked if the woman ever noticed anything weird. Well, the woman explained exactly what we had gone through. Perhaps the cause of her condition? We're all fine now, happy to be out of there, and we've moved on. We still see our old neighbor once in a while, and she always says the best thing we ever did was move out of that godforsaken house. Needless to say, we agree. We've not been haunted since, and life is good. If there's one thing we learned, I'd say it was to trust our instincts. Being fortunate enough to stay in New York over the winter, I've been visiting some of our ordinary New York tourist destinations, and some not so ordinary. A few weeks ago, after learning there was a free ferry between Lower Manhattan and Staten Island, I decided to hitch a ride. Not only would it offer me the chance to get that money shot of the Statue of Liberty, but it would also enable me to check out Staten Island and say that I've been there. Unsure of what to do when arriving at Staten Island, I pulled out my phone while waiting at the ferry terminal and started researching potential attractions. One which was easily accessible on foot was the Staten Island Museum. As I happened to discover, though, there are actually two buildings called the Staten Island Museum, each run by the same organization. One is only a couple of blocks from the St. George Ferry Terminal, and the other is at the Snug Harbor Cultural Center and Botanical Gardens, around a 20-minute walk along the terrace. Unaware of this fact at the time, I was being directed by the map on my phone to the latter of those two. It didn't bother me, though. Upon arriving at Snug Harbor, I found that there was far more to see and do than I would have had the chance to experience staying within a small radius of the ferry terminal. Inside the museum, I was alone within the exhibit rooms for the most part. The only exceptions to this were in the first two rooms, where there were some professional photographers taking shots of the items on display. As I made my way around the exhibits, I consistently experienced the eerie feeling that I was being watched. I tried to chalk this down to paranoia and softly hummed some hymns to myself to calm my nerves. At one point, I was freaked out by the sound of footsteps behind me, but was relieved to learn that they were just coming from a security guard patrolling the hall between exhibits. Throughout my wanderings around the rest of Snug Harbor's grounds and gardens, the same eerie feeling continued to plague me. Despite this, I still had a fantastic time. As I walked the grounds, I ran into a museum staff member who I had met earlier, and we had a brief discussion. She was returning to the museum after going out to buy herself a cup of tea. Beautiful, yet haunting, was how I described the center's grounds to her. I couldn't have known at the time how appropriate my description would be. A few days later, I was transferring all of my photos from my stay in New York up until that point onto my computer. Friends back home had encouraged me to take lots of pictures and upload them to Facebook so that I could share my adventures with them. While sifting through the photos to decide which ones to upload, one particular shot caught my eye. It was a photo in which I had taken at the entrance to the Snug Harbor Cultural Center upon first arriving at the site. What it must have initially brushed off as lens flare or mist began to strike me as having much more of a defined shape, that of a hooded robe or cloak, to be more precise. I messaged my best friend, who was in New York with me and staying in the same apartment building. "I think I've caught an apparition on camera," I told him. My friend and I took a closer look at the photo in his room, and soon we began to also spot a face in the mist of the apparition. I've uploaded the original photo, taken with an iPhone camera. The face is positioned from the first pillar on the left of the building to the second pillar. It may be difficult to spot at first. I have some friends who have seen it who have spotted the figure and face instantly, some who have had to take a look at the photo for a while before seeing it, and some who cannot see it at all and conclude it to be paranoia. Further research on the Snug Harbor site since spotting the figure in my photo has revealed to me that the location is famously haunted by a number of spirits, which was a nice find for me, as it backed up what I had experienced there.
I had a dream the night before about driving around Vermont, a small town a few miles from where I live. I was in a car with my sister and suddenly got an agonizing pain in my head that was clouding my vision. A few seconds later, a very angry young girl was in the seat between us. She was partially burnt and could only be described as glaring at me. I felt like she was trying to tell me something, but I was in so much pain, I couldn't understand her. I woke up the next morning and kind of brushed it off. I've had dreams like this before. I ended up hearing later that day a 15-year-old girl was murdered in Vermont near an infamously haunted cemetery. She suffered a fatal blow to the head, then was set on fire, but she was only partially burned. Since then, I've had this dream 2 more times. I don't know if she was trying to reach out to me or what. I've had encounters in the past, but none quite this strong. I'm not really sure what to do. I fooled around with some voodoo not thinking that I was real, and 2 years later, something happened. For 3 nights I was visited by what I thought was a young girl in need of help. The first night, wild hallucinations, regular faces turning into creatures, a guy hanging himself from a chandelier, sexually explicit acts, etc. The second night, motion picture of the girl's ordeal of parting with 2 men, or who raped and beat her to death. No sound, but color. Motion picture style. The third night she manifests with another little girl and points to the ceiling to reveal a slideshow of family photos. She never spoke except what I believe heard coming from my husband's snore. Mama. Yes, my husband was in a deep sleep all 3 nights while I was talking aloud. I was so tired from being up for 3 nights that I began to hear voices in my head, and I realized that there was more than one presence in the house. We set up a video camera and went to the hotel. I was completely freaked out when I realized that in my dreams, the presence was still with me. Still, there was no sound, but each one introduced themselves. When the one girl told me I hate you, they allowed me to sleep maybe 3 hours that evening, with frequent interruptions of singing through the air vents at the motel. Go back to sleep, sleep, go back to sleep. They said they knew about the video camera and that I was going to get the investigators. When I returned home, I had my husband sleep on one side and my son on the other. Since I had been up for 4 days now with only 3 hours sleep, I was catching a cold and was having coughing fits. I was mocked. It was 12 a.m. and I told my son to drive me to my grandmother's house, and that I didn't know why, but I knew that if I stayed, something bad was going to happen to me. My husband said that just 20 minutes after we left, we had to get up to go see about a loud crash we heard in the kitchen. He said it turned out to be nothing, and he slept that night. During the 40-minute drive to my grandmother's house, I felt like something was in the back seat, and the whole way, I kept saying the Lord's Prayer. After the first 15 minutes, the feeling was gone. My grandmother is a Southern Baptist. Nothing bothered me there, but I was a mess, and my whole family rallied to get me help. I went to 3 doctors who all found nothing physically wrong with me. I ended up with sleeping pills. After a week, my grandmother said that I needed to go home. A Catholic priest blessed our house, but I was still afraid and always felt a presence. My father and his wife visited a week after that and stayed in our room. She is Catholic, and she also heard a person walk down the hallway and stand at the bedroom door several times that evening, but she said a rosary and it stopped. Around 1 a.m. that same evening, downstairs where my husband, my son, and I slept, my son and I both had dreams. In my son's dream, a dark shadow was walking down our stairs, carrying a wine bottle. In my dream, someone unearthed the voodoo doll that I buried 2 years ago by the pond I have in my backyard. That day, my father and his wife were putting a puzzle together in our living room, so I decided to go on the computer to check email. I began to answer someone on the message board at some paranormal site, and there was a loud thump on the wall behind the computer, and then it forced. I was resting my leg up on the table, and it was as if something was pushing the whole table against my leg. I checked with everyone in the house, and everyone thought somebody dropped something heavy or something. I went out to the deck later to smoke, and my dog was sniffing the chair directly across from me, and then cowered away. That was the week of April 8th. Since then, I pray, and I pray. I keep a white candle burning the whole time I am at home, and I have crosses in every room. I don't stay home unless she is here. I don't work, so I just drive around. Basically, I have no life, and our house is now up for sale. I've done everything the paranormal website said. Brooms, hazelnuts, dirt to cemetery, everything. Things are getting better, but I know it is still there. There are still rapings here and there. My computer acts up. The dog acts funny. And just last night, I had more sex dreams. What am I dealing with? How do I undo what I have done? Do they want me, or have I just opened up a portal here at the house? Will moving help? Please help me. My husband and son do not get it, and this subject sometimes causes arguments. My husband, who supposedly loves me, sometimes gets cruel with me by teasing me about the boogeyman. This hurts me because he just does not get it. I guess nobody does, but that dark side is frightening. I don't want any part of it, and I never want to go there. I just want my life back. My mother says I need to do whatever is best for me, even if it means leaving my family and moving out on my own. That seems to be my only alternative now. I'm in touch with my Irish heritage, and I recently found out just how in touch I really was. I started having these dreams every night for a week straight about a banshee. I thought someone in my family was going to die. I was very worried. I called around desperately trying to find out who was very sick, but I couldn't find anyone in my family who appeared to be sick or very old.
I told my husband and my mother about my dreams, who know that I have premonitions in my dreams anyway, but never dreams about death. 2 nights before my dreams ended, my neighbor, who is Irish as well, came to my home and told me her husband is in the hospital. He had a heart attack that day. She was getting some clothes and stopped by so we could pray for him. That's when the dreams and the reality started to clash together. I didn't want to let her know what I already knew, so I hugged her and told her I would pray for him. The night my dreams stopped, my neighbor's husband passed away. I've had more dreams about death since. I wasn't surprised when I heard of instances of huge tragedies in the past on the news, because I predicted those as well. But I don't think there's anything I can do if I tried to even prevent it. Is that even possible? I'm dumbstruck on how to work on my sixth sense, and I won't be able to do something to help rather than just know. My father passed away on September 23rd, 1998. I was not particularly close to him as he tended to push everyone away. I loved him dearly though. He was dying slowly of emphysema, and my siblings and I had been called to the hospital several times to say goodbye to him, only to find that he was fine the next day. So when my brother called me one morning to say he passed away, it was a shock. I had asked Dad for a favor one day, kind of in jest, but partly seriously too. I asked him to let me know somehow if he could, if he was still around after he died. He promised he would. 2 things happened after he died. The evening of his funeral, my family and I saw the most beautiful exhibition of the Northern Lights ever seen in Wisconsin. We stared at the beautiful sight for quite a long time, and I thought I saw a pattern of an angel in it. I didn't say anything because I thought I was the only one who saw this, but then one of the neighbors spoke up that she saw the angel pattern too. Then everyone else was pointing out the angel pattern. The display of lights went on for hours, and my daughters laid on the grass that night watching it. I suspected it was Dad, telling me he was still there. Then, about a year after he died, I began having dreams where I would see Dad, just grinning at me off in the parameters of the dream. I had this happen for about a month. Then one night, he appeared in a dream and was sitting right in front of me, smiling like he always did. His mouth was moving, but no words were coming out, that I could hear at least. I began crying in my dream and woke up crying and knowing without a doubt that my dad had come to visit me. He left messages that were special to me, my mother, and several of my brothers which I promptly passed on. These messages gave my family comfort and peace. I've not dreamed about Dad since that time. I truly believe that he came to let me know he is still with us because I asked him to. Thank you, Dad. The encounter that I had was not only involving myself, but at the time, 5-year-old cousin. My family has always been very close. Many things float throughout our family that involve spirituality. For instance, my mother, her aunt, her grandmother, and myself all share the ability to have dreams and thoughts that come true. I've encountered feelings or senses so overwhelming that I've had to go to bed and stay there for fear of something happening, which it usually does. Sometimes this can be a very painful gift. Until this incident, I thought it was just that our family was so close that we'd sort of developed a sixth sense about each other, or we were tuned in with the more spiritual side of our world. I'd always thought it was passed on to the second child of each generation until my then 5-year-old cousin encountered her first contact. My uncle had just bought a new house and was well on his way to accomplishing the American dream. He had a loving wife, a 5-year-old daughter who was very smart, and had a job that he enjoyed, and now their first house. But after a while, things did not seem so perfect. The electricity seemed to be bad and fuses would blow quite often. The sewer began backing up, and a cool draft made for a very noisy house. My uncle worked and worked until everything seemed to be fixed, and that is where the story really begins. My cousin sleeps with her mother and for some reason wasn't used to her new bed, so she slept with her mother. In her mother's bedroom there are 2 other doors. One leads to a very large walk-in closet, the other to a small bedroom that has a stand-up shower among other bathroom fixtures. For some reason, the bathroom always stayed real cool, no matter how high the heat was. My aunt always slept with the door open to the bathroom in case my cousin needed to use it, or just for a little light to shine in the bedroom so Emily could sleep better. One night, Emily woke her mom. She was standing up in the bed, shaking, and as white as a ghost, with a horrified look on her face, just staring at the bathroom. My aunt tried to get her attention, but Emily just kept on staring. Finally, my aunt got out of the bed and turned the light on, at which time Emily finally responded by asking, "Did you see her?" Her mother asked who, and Emily went into great detail describing a young girl in a red coat. She explained that it looked like a soft coat and that the girl had long, shiny hair. The description was very detailed, like she knew her, and things that a normal 5-year-old wouldn't notice. My aunt, a little freaked out, dismissed the occurrence to her as a dream, but took it very seriously. As my aunt drifted back to sleep, she had noticed her clock had been reset, and it stopped around 1 o'clock. The next couple of nights, the same thing happened, and they kept happening until my aunt finally closed the bathroom off, so it was not used anymore. But things didn't stop there. During the summer, I became a live-in nanny for my uncle. I watched my cousin late at night while they worked and slept in a spare bedroom. One night, I was awakened by the presence of 3 beings standing beside my bed. They weren't mean, but nevertheless I was scared. The next morning I woke up and felt extremely good and well rested. Later, during the summer I was awakened up again by another presence in the room, but this time was not a very friendly vibe I received. That spirit was overtaken by an older spirit that had entered the room and turned the recliner across from my bed into an old-fashioned rocking chair. This older spirit began rocking and humming. At this point, I felt very safe and fell back to sleep. Since then, my cousin has slept with her mom, and I've moved in with them. The lights flicker and the electricity in my room does not work at all regardless of what we do to it, but nothing major has happened in a long time. I'm just thinking that now the spirits know we are part of the house, but we still don't use the back bathroom. I was sleeping in my bed and was having a mild bad dream. The content of the dream, though, I can recall perfectly, doesn't really matter. It was a rather silly and incoherent dream, and though the end was nightmarish, it wasn't exactly horror story material. Somehow during the dream, I knew it was a dream. I'm no stranger to bad dreams, and very often I would try to struggle my way out of them. So I struggled to wake up from it. Suddenly, my vision shifted, and I could see the corner of my room, so I knew I was being awake. But that's not all I saw. I also saw a faint profile of an elderly Caucasian man. I'm of Chinese descent, probably wearing glasses, standing next to my bed with an apprehensive look to his face. He appears to be clothed in white. The vision was very faint, and I could not really make out the exact features of his face, but I'm rather sure I do not know this man personally and have never even met him before. I immediately thought he was a spirit, and though I could not move at all at the time, I struggled yet harder to wake up. As I regained control of my body and my vision became less blurred, I also saw an expression of awe on his face. As he vanished, I could literally feel the vibrations of an external force, possibly the very same which paralyzed my body, crumbling down. Shaken by just what happened, and unsure about the nature of his intentions, I calmly and slowly said, "I don't know who you are. I don't care who you are. I don't have anything to do with you, so please leave." I've had many experiences of being paralyzed during sleep, and though I sometimes suspect it's spirit-related, this is by far the most explicit case and the closest thing to an encounter I've had. I'm Buddhist, and as such, I do believe in spirits, and yet I can also honestly say that I do not fear them. I'm just perplexed by his intentions. On one side, I fear that he was trying to prey on me during my most vulnerable time. Chinese people believe that, during one's depression or nightmares, he or she is most vulnerable to ghosts and spirits. Yet on the other hand, because of his seemingly benevolent appearance, curiously, his appearance reminds me of a Catholic priest. I also suspect he was trying to rescue me from my nightmare. I live in a newly built townhouse in the suburbs that has no previous owner. And as far as I know, the land on which it is built had never been home to another residence. As the days go by, I'm becoming more and more inclined to brush off the incident as simply my own hallucination, but the image of this creature, the look on his barely visible face, is still very real to me. On October 2nd, 2004, I gave birth to my daughter who passed away 18 minutes after she was born. The whole time while she was alive, I kept saying to her, "Come on, baby, breathe for mama, cry, do something for mama." But unfortunately, she didn't because of her condition. That night in the hospital, I was having a hard time sleeping. When I finally dozed off, I saw an image in my dreams of my grandfather who had passed when I was 6, both of my great-grandmothers who had passed a few years back, and both my great-grandfathers who passed away before I was born. All I had seen of them were pictures. They were holding Peyton, my daughter, smiling and waving, letting me know she was in good hands. That's not even the weird part. When I finally got back home in Wyoming, I was in my apartment in my bed sleeping. My boyfriend at the time and I got a 2-bedroom apartment and fixed her room up just for her. That night I was sleeping and awoke to my baby crying in the other room. I ran to her room and had forgotten that she had passed away. I broke down crying and held onto her teddy bear that I had bought for her. As I was crying, I felt the tiniest little lips kiss my cheek. It was so cold. I knew that it was her telling me that if she could, she would have cried for me at the hospital. Every once in a while, I'll have dreams of her, letting me know that she is still okay. I've heard a lot of ghost spirit encounters by my friends, but I was not completely convinced. But then I had my encounter. It happened to me in my room as I was sleeping. Around 2 to 3 a.m., I suddenly felt my arms go numb, and I felt like something was pulling from the top of me. I was lying on my back. I opened my eyes and saw a figure with long hair and white clothing, but without a face. Within a second, the figure disappeared in front of my eyes. I was shocked for a few minutes. At first it felt like I was dreaming, but it was so real. I couldn't sleep after that, and I started to say the Lord's Prayer for about 15 minutes, and I finally dozed off. I never told anyone about this experience except one of my friends. This friend of mine has the ability to see spirits, and he communicates with them all of the time. He said he was sure that what I saw wasn't a dream, as he felt like he was dreaming too every time he encountered such situations. I really couldn't understand this, as I have an altar and crosses around the house. I welcome feedback. This happened about 15 years ago, and is something that has puzzled both myself and my 2 friends who witnessed what we saw to this day. It was on my 10th or 11th birthday, and it was late August. I live in a normal suburban development just outside of Buffalo, New York. Before I tell the story, please, if anyone reading this has any idea of what it was we saw, please reach out, because I have no clue to this day what or whom we saw. Like I said, it was either my 10th or 11th birthday. It was late at night, and the summer was just about over. My 2 friends and I were out on my driveway playing around, while our parents hung out inside. Adjacent to my house is another house that has a small creek, with a guardrail bridge that essentially almost faces my house. While we were playing, all 3 of us stopped, as we heard and saw a woman making loud, frustrated sounds and almost stomping her feet, walking across the street from the creek or bridge. She had red curly hair, and was dressed not of this time at all. She wore a robe that looked to be black, with a rope around it, and from what I can remember, her outfit seemed plaid, but again, unlike anything I had seen anyone wearing, even in the late 90s when dressing gothic was at an all-time high. This kind of freaked us out, so we ran into my garage. Not even 10 seconds later, mind you, we decided that she was just a girl and it was nothing to be afraid of. So we mustered up some courage, grabbed a hockey stick, and came back outside. When I say back outside, we stayed in the corner of my garage and peered out to where she was stomping around across the street. She was gone, and a late fog had suddenly arrived, mainly around where we last saw her in the bridge across the street. Then all 3 of the pits of our stomachs dropped, and we knew without seeing her exactly where she was. When we did look,
She was now fully cloaked standing on the bridge, staring down into the water. Then one of us whispered something to the other, and I swear she had to have heard it, because as we spoke, she looked up slowly and turned, looking right at us and into us. We couldn't see her anymore. It was just a cloaked, shadowy figure at this point. Needless to say, this felt like a horror movie, and we ran as fast as we could into my house, closing the garage door and telling our parents who, naturally, didn't believe us. Since that day, a lot of weird things have happened, and honestly, the three of us have never been the same. If anyone knows anything of what that might have been, please reach out. I've avoided knowing for a long time, and I just can't avoid it any longer. Any help would be appreciated. This happened over the summer a few years back, when my brother invited my cousin and me to join him and his girlfriend to join them for a week-long vacation around Texas. We didn't go to Travel Channel destination sites, mind you. It was just a trip head to Six Flags over Texas, and then off to Austin and San Antonio. Honestly, the overall trip was so much fun, but the first night would be the one that changed my perspective of hotel rooms forever. We left on a Wednesday morning at around 6 a.m. We planned to head to Dallas and sightsee for a little bit before making our way to Arlington and checking into our hotel. I'm from South Texas, so the drive is about a good 8 hours or so. Also, Texans measure the distance from city to city by how long it takes to get there than actually noting the miles between them. Anyway, everything went well day one, and we had a lot of fun in Dallas. We headed to the hotel around 5 p.m., and once we got there, we checked in and unpacked our bags. Honestly, nothing felt weird about the room, and my cousin and I were pretty comfortable. Sometimes people will tell you that you can feel a presence, and usually it's when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. After we unpacked, we hung out in our room for about an hour before heading back down to the lobby to grab dinner. We got back to the hotel a few hours later, absolutely stuffed. Our room was on the 3rd floor, so we made our way up and set a plan on what to do at the amusement park. So around 11 p.m., I decided it was time to shower before heading to bed and did so. My cousin was already passed out, but I stayed up watching Knocked Up on TV. After my shower, I jumped in bed, fairly content with the progression of the day and looking forward to the following morning. Except, something else had other plans in mind. As I lay in bed, my body was closer to the window in the room and my head on one half of the pillow. My eyes were closed and I was trying to lose myself in thought so I could fall asleep. A few minutes into that, I felt a tapping on the other half of the pillow. I thought it was my cousin at first, but then I realized my cousin was still snoring. I panicked but didn't move. I felt and heard the taps on the pillow again, and this time I was in full-on "this can't be happening again" mode. I mustered some courage and pulled the blanket over me so I can begin to process what was going on. As I laid there waiting, I started hearing footsteps walking at the foot of our beds. Then the ceiling fan turned on and started rotating. I was terrified at this point. I thought I started feeling the bed itself starting to shake, but after calming myself down, I realized it was me. I was trembling in fear. I slowed my breathing down and recomposed myself and continued to listen. My cousin was still snoring. The footsteps continued pacing back and forth, and then I heard the restroom light and vent come on. Then the toilet flushed once. The light and vent turned off. They turned on again a few seconds later. The toilet flushed again. It continued like this for what felt like an eternity. Every part of me wanted to jump out of bed and leave the room, but I didn't. I don't know why I stayed, but I just did, eventually falling asleep. I was woken up in the morning and I was extremely tired. I don't know how long I was up that night, but I know it was for several hours. As soon as I woke up, it was the first thing I wanted to get off my chest. I recounted the story to my cousin, my brother and his girlfriend, and they didn't know what to say. My cousin didn't hear a thing and slept through it all. My brother and his girlfriend had no problems on their end either. To this day, I hate staying in hotel rooms, but I do it anyway. Only difference is now I go in, say a prayer, and ask any visitors to vacate for the night. So far so good, but definitely one of those things I'll always remember. It was Thanksgiving as I rode home from my sister's house in San Fernando Valley. The streets at night in Los Angeles are normally pretty barren, but since it was a holiday weekend, I felt like I was pedaling through a ghost town. I was 22 at the time and sharing a one-bedroom apartment in Van Nuys. My roommate was out of town, so I was preparing myself for a quiet night. No crazy girlfriends nor any of my alcoholic friends would be banging on my door tonight, so as I made my way down the boulevard, a smile of relief spread across my face. When I finally reached my building, though, this was far from peaceful as the night progressed. There was an older lady standing outside my building. She was alone and dressed in a fur coat with a matching hat. She looked out of place. I don't know if it was her apparel or how she was just standing there staring off into space, but something was off. There was also a large stack of books and boxes with her, as if she was moving or something. And when I passed her on my mountain bike, goosebumps shot up my arms and back. There was a liquor store next to my apartment complex, so I figured a beer was in order. It must have took me less than a minute to make my purchase, and when I came back outside, she was gone. Weird, I mumbled to myself, so I shrugged it off and made my way to my humble abode. As soon as I entered my apartment, though, red flags shot up. It was strangely chilly in my place. It was almost winter, but this apartment never had gotten cold before. It had always remained an even 70 degrees all year round, but on this night it felt like it was in the low 40s. The cold was coming from a corner of the living room, and as I walked by it, baffled, something grabbed me. It squeezed the lower side of my back. I swung around with my fists up, but the only thing there was the cold. So I just sat down and opened my beer. What to do, right? A few minutes had passed and the cold remained. It felt like I was having a stare down with something I couldn't see. So out of nowhere, I blurted out, "Get out of my house." And sure enough, that's all it took. The temperature began to rise to its normal 70, and after that, I never had any other visitors from the land of the dead. Crazy girlfriends and drunk friends excluded, of course. The house was on Kenton Street, and my family had lived there since I was 2 years old. The white elephant still stands, and has gone through many changes since my father lost a house sometime in the 1980s. There are some very interesting stories that center around that house. The earliest one, my first encounter with a spirit, took place when I was 5 and my sister was 3. My mother and father were divorced. A judge declared my father unfit to raise my sister and I, so our father received custody. All 3 of us slept mainly downstairs in the living room on the 2 couches. Our bed was against the side window. That night, my sister and I just received a little spanking because we were not going to sleep. My sister cried herself to sleep, and I was awake and staring out the window. If you looked out that window, you would see a line of bushes, broken only by a very large maple tree. The bushes had been planted many years ago as the property line. As I stared out the window that night, the maple tree and the bushes seemed to fade away, and there stood a young girl with an updo and a red dress with white spots. She was gesturing with her hands, and she seemed to be trying to tell me something. I could not hear her, and finally she faded away, and the tree and the bushes reappeared. I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I told my father about what I had seen. He never laughed at me. He listened to my story, and at some point, he did some investigation into the past. He even told me what he had found out. The following was told to me by him, and the 2 of us were in our right minds. Though it may sound like an urban legend, it's not. My father had bought the house from a Springfield police officer, whose last name I believe was Miller. Officer Miller had purchased the house from a German couple. The German couple had no longer wanted to live in the house because of the death of their only child, a daughter. My father had stated that the girl had been out late at night with her boyfriend, that the vehicle they were in broke down on the railroad tracks and a train had made impact. She was wearing a white dress that had been covered with her blood. Even after all these years, I never checked that story in the microfilm of the Springfield News and Sun at the Warder Public Library, but for many years after that visit in 1966, I'd seen and heard many things in that house. I think the German lass had made her presence known with laughter from upstairs, whistling, humming, singing, and whispering. The first time I even realized that the old auditorium of our school was haunted was during a fall play near the beginning of November. Before I can account to you the details of these encounters, I must explain a few things. I can see auras. An aura is kind of a light that forms around anything living, once living, or in contact with something living. In the case of something living, it contains an array of colors that correspond with the emotions one is feeling. In the case of unliving things, like objects or spirits, it is a faint white glow, and in the case of bad things, it is a strong blackness that can't even be seen in the dark. My eyes are now trained to see auras, only when I want to, so during the play, I looked out to the set with no distracting colors. Seated to my right was my mate, A. I shall call him as I do not want to post real names. T was to my left, and P was sitting in front and one seat over from me. I was decidedly enjoying Dracula's Widow when a scene came where a small mirror hanging on the set wall was knocked down in accordance to the play's script. I could feel a sudden tension about me. Then A said to me in a low voice, "I want you to look around the room and tell me if you see the aura of someone other than our classmates." At his implications, I looked around, focusing my eyes on the level that auras appear on. First, looking to the right of our group, I saw a slender aura of a spirit in the second top row of seats. 5 rows below that, I saw a larger one. By now, P had seen what I was doing and informed me that he had also felt a disturbance. P was an empath. I then looked to my left, and to my horror, saw the darkest aura I have never encountered sitting right next to T. Then it moved and was gone. My eyes could still see a wave in the air where it was. It was keeping me from seeing it. For some reason, this frightened me even more. The play had only a few more moments to go, and I whispered to my 3 companions of what I had seen. A protectively moved closer to me, not only because I was his mate, but also because I was the only girl in our group, so I was considered by the men more vulnerable. So we waited out the play to the end. After it was done, we hurriedly rose from our seats and walked to the exit. Turning back, I saw the black aura again. It was following us. I told my friends and we quickened our pace, hoping that the spirit would be gone as soon as we left the school. As we entered the courtyard, I turned back. It was right behind us. We ran the rest of the way to A's car, and he drove each of us home. All the way home, I felt a disturbing cold enshrouding me and an unusual prickling down my body. A few weeks later, ATM, another friend of mine who was the head of a paranormal investigations team, and I went back into the auditorium. It was dark and deserted. M had brought a digital camera and a specially designed audio voice recorder. I opened my eyes and scanned the room. The same 2 white auras that were in there during the play were still there. At first I could not see as to what we referred to as the other. M took pictures of where I said the spirits were and showed all of us the odd white circles on the screen. Those circles would be the heads, as that was the strongest part of the aura. I was not worried until M started doing something that no one should do. He started taunting the spirits. Then I saw it. The other was sitting in a seat right in front of us. I tried to warn M, but he demanded a reaction from the spirit that he could see. I saw the horrible dark aura rise and draw near. Then I looked at M as he fell back onto the floor hard. T helped him up, and I looked up to see the other still progressing towards us. We hurried from the auditorium. We have not been in there because the principal keeps it locked during school hours because someone told him we were in there. But M is working on getting us back in with more equipment. It makes me frown that there's such a horrible thing right in my high school. Our family, from my mother on down, has always had a sensitivity for the paranormal. Now it was my son's turn, a confirmed non-believer. He had taken a temporary job a few buildings down from the Essex Stream train. It was his duty to work alone in the basement, sorting box files and setting them up systematically in filing cabinets. It was going to be a long haul.
The first day, however, he noticed a ball of white light hovering in midair. Skeptic that he was, he called his dad, the scientist. They discussed all possible things that could cause such a phenomenon. Light from a window or reflection, but nothing explained it. It seemed to have a life of its own. Next thing was to ask Mom, "Wow, you've got yourself an orb, which is the first stage in the manifestation of a spirit," I said. He was less than impressed and shrugged it off. The orb continued to show up daily for about a week at different times, on and off, when he least expected it, in different parts of the room. Then one day, it didn't appear. Instead of black, shadowy figure came out of the wall in front of him and hovered in space. This sent him flying up the stairs to the receptionist. "What's with you? You look like you've seen a ghost," she said. As he caught his breath, he replied, "No, don't mind me. I was just wondering how old this house is." "Oh, it dates back to the early 1900s, she answered. "Has anything strange ever happened around here?" He pressed on. "Why? Did you see or hear anything strange in the basement?" she inquired. "Maybe," he nervously replied. She went on to tell how, according to historical records in town, back when the house was new, a couple owned the home. Somehow or another, the man ended up either falling or being pushed down the stairs, resulting in his death. It's been reputed as being haunted ever since. We constantly have doors mysteriously opening and closing, things being moved, and our office's machines turn on and off on their own. And as far as the basement is concerned, no one likes it down there. We've had so much trouble keeping temps. I hope we're not going to lose you too, she told him. No, he replied. I don't believe in that stuff. He then went back downstairs, still a little bit unnerved by the whole experience. He called me to keep his mind off of his new friend. I said, way cool, a shadowy apparition. You've got yourself a ghost. He was less than thrilled. This thing kept coming back and was making him very nervous. I told him, as long as you plan to stay with the job, you might as well get used to it and remember ghosts used to be people. Talk to him. He might not be able to talk back, but I'm sure he'll appreciate the company. Soon Bryant stopped complaining about it. I wasn't sure if the ghost was gone or if he had grown accustomed to him. By chance, I landed a temp position across the street. I walked over to meet him and they directed me downstairs. The office was extremely hot that day, but you could feel the temperature drop as soon as you hit the stairs. When I got to the bottom, Brian took one look at me and blew his top. What are you doing down here? I'm here to go to lunch with you. But I admit, I was curious about my impressions of the basement, which indeed, I could feel a strong presence. With that, Bryant chided me saying, you're just trying to exploit him. Maybe those two are getting too friendly. A few days later, he called me excitedly. Mom, I just walked to the back of the building to get some boxes. I turned around and saw someone come down the stairs, then began walking towards me. It was an older man. I didn't recognize him. He was dressed sort of strange. He then stopped, turned, and disappeared into the wall. When I heard this, I admit I was outright jealous. Wow, a full-body apparition. Now that's rare. Your ghost must really like you. When he told his father about it, it made a believer even out of him. So it looks like my mother's and my genes for sensitivity for the paranormal have been passed down to yet another generation. Atheist and believer in ghosts. I just don't get it.
Man, I know you want to subscribe. Remember that time where I gave you $1 and you were like, oh, I'll pay you back. Well, your paying is now. Subscribe to the channel. It's 2024 February, yo. We talk and we embarrass ourselves and we get cringy. So please subscribe so you help me less get cringy. That wasn't even an adequate sentence that I formulated. But it doesn't matter because why would I edit that out? We're authentic on this channel, especially when I make a fake voice at the end of this video and make a compilation telling you guys that. But guys, I'd really appreciate if you like, subscribe, share. Sorry for the stupidness. But yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Love you.